Chapter 1. The Gamer of the Survival World. It's getting late. I must retire for the night. After finishing a game, Zhang Hao glanced at his phone and realized it was already past midnight. As a night owl, even with an early morning ahead, he felt compelled to extend this night. In youth, one can indulge in sleeplessness, however. As age encroaches, such endurance wanes. Before he knew it, Zhang Hao was jolted awake by a gust of cold wind. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback to find himself staring at the sky. What on earth is happening? Bewildered, he surveyed his surroundings, utterly disoriented. Even an earthquake wouldn't just shake the house and leave me unscathed, would it? He rubbed his eyes to regain his senses. Finally standing up, Zhang Hao took in the vast ocean surrounding him, feeling utterly confounded. A glance around confirmed his suspicion. He had traversed into another realm. Observing the trees and a nearby chest, he surmised this must be a novice's starter pack. Upon opening the dilapidated chest, he discovered a tattered fishing net, a bottle of water, a package of bread, and a book. The fishing net, presumably intended for salvaging resources from the sea, appeared rather worn and barely functional. Yet, speaking of resources, where were they? Zhang Hao scanned the ocean, noticing not a single item, not even a ripple. Could they be submerged? Regardless, he decided to inspect the book, hoping it contained some information. Why is this book so stubbornly closed? With further effort, he still couldn't pry it open. This wretched book can't be merely decorative, can it? Frustrated, he examined the book closely and spotted a countdown timer in the lower right corner. As he watched the timer inch toward 0, he prepared to make another attempt to open it when a voice resonated from the heavens. Welcome to the survival world. All players have awakened. The following content serves as a brief introduction for novice survivors like yourselves. You are no longer in your original world, but have arrived here to endure the struggles of survival. All past accolades or disgraces must be relinquished you are to start new. I trust you have noticed and opened the chest beneath the tree. Inside lies your initial resources. May you utilize them wisely to endure in this harsh world. The World Book is your only means of communication with others in the early stages. Furthermore, once opened, it will unlock various fundamental crafting methods for resources. Beyond this, the survival world possesses its own unique progression. However, these mysteries must be uncovered by you. Should any brave soul discover them early, it will greatly aid your journey of survival. The term world progression sent a wave of anxiety through Zhang Hao. Understanding what those 4 words entailed could undoubtedly place him ahead of the others. Having surveyed the surroundings, Zhang Hao felt a sense of relief. He was, after all, a seasoned player of survival on a raft, having been born by the sea, which afforded him a greater proficiency with fishing nets than most. In the first 7 days, players will not face any hostile forces that might actively assault the island, and the environment will remain relatively stable. I hope you all can acclimate to the rules of this new world within these 7 days. Should you fail to adapt by the end of this period, you will regrettably have to withdraw. The absence of hostile entities does not equate to safety. Before you have developed your capabilities, your most formidable adversaries will not be other creatures, but rather hunger, thirst, and disease, or perhaps even the greatest peril may stem from other survivors. This game test is open to all players from Blue Star. Those under 14 will randomly follow one of their parents, while individuals over 50 will revert to the physical condition they had at the age of 50. Persons with disabilities will also regain their health. That concludes the rules introduction. The World Book is now accessible. Resources on the sea will officially begin to refresh in 3 minutes. So all survivors should prepare accordingly and not overlook any potential supplies in the early stages. As he listened to the introduction, Zhang Hao placed the bread and water back in a box, only retrieving the fishing net and the World Book. Food would undoubtedly be a scarce commodity. In the initial phase, the black bread and mineral water could be stored for a long time, so he decided not to consume them unless other food sources became available. A friendly reminder, the island can be expanded, but bigger is not necessarily better. The specific reasons for this are left for players to explore. This was the final statement, and as the system announcement concluded, a warm glow emanated from the World Book in Zhang Hao's hands, indicating it was now ready to be opened. Though he was intrigued by the mention of world progression and island size, without further elaboration, Zhang Hao had no means to pursue that knowledge. His immediate priority was survival. Only by living could he earn the right to seek the truth. Upon opening the World Book, its exterior resembled that of a book, but upon opening it, it appeared more akin to a tablet. Despite its thick appearance, it was merely two halves. The first thing Zhang Hao encountered were basic crafting methods for items, such as barrels and wooden spears, designed to assist survivors in utilizing tools during the early stages. Unfortunately, there were no advanced tools available, suggesting that other methods would be required for their creation. Scrolling further, he discovered the chat channel, which was divided into 4 segments: world, country, region, and area. Presently, the world and country sections were unresponsive, leaving only the region and area segments available for communication. Continuing his exploration, he found the trading channel, or market channel. However, Zhang Hao had nothing to trade. The market was devoid of any items, as the survivors were not yet in dire need of sustenance on the first day. Following the trading channel was the friends channel, indicating that Zhang Hao could add or remove friends, though he had none at the moment. As he continued to scroll, he reached the end of the available content, but noticed a scrollable point at the bottom of the World Book screen. Clicking on it, the display transformed, revealing the words Game Assistance System in bold letters at the top. What is this? A survival game actually provides us with a support system? How generous! As he scrolled down, the first line revealed the words 7 days to die. 7 days to die? Excited, Zhang Hao immediately continued to scroll, discovering Raft, Survive, and Apocalypse Preparation, all games he had recently played or had previously enjoyed. Continuing to scroll to the very end, he found a note stating that other games were yet to be unlocked and to return later. However, even in the locked section, a few blurry images were visible. One appeared to be from Frostpunk, with a large steam tower faintly visible in the center. Another vaguely recognizable image seemed to be from Subnautica, with the iconic Cyclops submarine discernible. Chapter 2. The Joy of Gaming. Raft, Survive, 7 Days to Die, and Apocalypse Preparation are among Zhang Hao's favorite survival and construction games. It is worth noting that survival games and construction games are not precisely the same genre. They simply share a survival theme alongside construction elements, as seen in games like Conan Exiles. Over time, survival construction games have evolved into a broad category, yet they still retain distinct aspects. For instance, Survive is primarily a monster-fighting survival game with minimal construction elements. Their names prominently appear in the game's support system interface of the World Book. Zhang Hao was eager to discern whether this interface was unique to him or accessible to all. If you're the only one with it, he could develop rapidly. However, if everyone had access, he would need to worry about those who favored fighting, sci-fi, or horror games and what sort of support features they might possess. To interact within the World Book, he needed to select a nickname. The World Book prompted, to ensure fairness in the game, using real names is prohibited. World's handsomest sorry, this nickname is already taken. Alas, engrossed in exploring the World Book, he feared that all the impressive nicknames would be gone. Handsome as Wu Yinzu, more beautiful than Liu Yifei, but all were met with failure. Nicknames like Basketball Player Only and Hey Pigeon, what are you doing? Were also deemed unavailable. Were there really so many haters? Even in a survival world, they couldn't resist mocking his beloved pigeon. It was utterly vexing. With no other option, he pondered a more creative name. I have 3 180s. Zhang Hao typed these words in and clicked confirm. The World Book indicated that the nickname had been established. This name suited him well. Though he found himself in a survival world, the 180 square meter house was still nowhere in sight. In reality, Zhang Hao was also part of the renting community, and his hopes for a 180 square meter residence were lower than in the survival world. Nevertheless, he remained confident about the other 2 180s. After confirming his nickname, Zhang Hao hurriedly browsed through various channels for messages. The world and national channels were still locked. The regional channel allowed only 10 messages per day, with the option to use certain items to increase the number of messages he could send. The regional and private channels indeed impose no limitations on the number of messages. However, the regional channel prohibits the posting of duplicate messages within a 3-minute window. As long as the essence of the message is similar, even with considerable alterations, it is deemed a duplicate. Upon entering the chat channel, a flurry of messages refreshes rapidly. I have traveled through time. What is happening? Where am I? Damn it. Waking up to find myself on such a tiny island almost made me fall off. Is this a kidnapping or a prank? Someone save me. They'll give them $1 million. No, they'll give them 10 million. Who on earth is fantasizing up there? A billion wouldn't be worth a single piece of toilet paper. Is this a game? Why is it so real? If I die here, it won't be for real, right? I'm so anxious. Why someone, please save me. As Zhang Hao scrolled through the torrent of messages in the public channel, he found no mention of the game assistant interface. It seemed he was indeed the sole bearer of this interface. Among such a multitude, there were bound to be individuals unfamiliar with these games, and some naive souls unable to conceal their thoughts. The absence of anyone else mentioning it at least confirmed that not everyone possessed this feature. Even if others besides Zhang Hao had access to this interface, they would surely be in the minority. This realization brought a smile to Zhang Hao's face. With this game assistant, his life would surely flourish. Unable to suppress the joy radiating from his face, Zhang Hao closed the chat interface and reopened the game interface to continue his exploration. He first selected the game's Apocalypse Preparation and Survive, as he was eager to create facilities within these titles. Moreover, Survive offered the opportunity to exploit a game bug, transforming wood into metal. Regardless of the circumstances, in a survival world, metal would undoubtedly be rarer than wood. With a chime, the crafting interface did not appear. Instead, a notification emerged stating, "Player residence not detected." Zhang Hao recalled that these two games seemed to provide a house at the outset, and all production and crafting facilities were located within the house. It appeared he would have to wait until he constructed his dwelling. The blueprint for the most basic thatch cottage was readily available within the world book and did not require a blueprint to unlock. However, in addition to the materials, a land area exceeding 20 square meters was necessary for building a house. He could manually construct a temporary shelter, reminiscent of the framework in 7 Days to Die, which was indeed a formidable tool for the construction industry, though he was uncertain whether this makeshift house would be acknowledged by the system. Nonetheless, if it were unacknowledged, it mattered not. If these two games failed, there was still Raft and 7 Days to Die, right? These two games did not provide a house. At the beginning, surely they wouldn't be inaccessible. Zhang Hao first clicked on the 7 Days to Die interface, as it featured modern weaponry, thus surpassing the technology of Raft. Indeed, 7 Days to Die opened, presenting a different interface than the others, devoid of tasks, maps, and online features, while retaining crafting, character, and skill options. However, upon examining the interface of 7 Days to Die, Zhang Hao felt a sense of disappointment. What on earth? Did the creator of this so-called cheat ever play 7 Days to Die? Instead of providing me with the most iconic features, they opted for a formal version. With so many books, where am I to read them all? 7 Days to Die offers a plethora of crafting options, yet advanced items necessitate prior reading. One must accumulate a sufficient number of books to unlock them. This flawed system has adopted the bothersome traits of 7 Days to Die, infuriating Zhang Hao to the extent that he wished to confront the game developers with a firearm. Should I ever catch you, you shall face dire consequences. Nevertheless, possessing a system is preferable to lacking one. Although the crafting options without reading are limited and subpar, it is still a far superior situation compared to Zhang Hao's current predicament. At the very least, 7 Days to Die has bestowed upon him a starter pack, a nuclear-powered torch, a common illumination tool in survival games, which never extinguishes. Additionally, there are 2 bottles of water and a can of food. The attributes of these items will be slightly modified to better suit this narrative, though their primary functions and overall direction shall remain unchanged. Most importantly, there is a high-grade bandage capable of healing wounds and restoring health. In the early stages, medical supplies are as vital as food. Moreover, 7 Days to Die also provides a relatively simple, standard bandage in the crafting menu. While it may not restore health, it can still treat injuries. As for the other items, there is no need to examine them further. Zhang Hao is an experienced player. If he cannot recall an item, it is highly likely to be of little use. It is not that the item lacks strength, rather, it is rendered unnecessary, overshadowed by another superior item. At present, there is no immediate need for such items, nor does he possess the materials. Thus, he decides to explore Raft for the time being. Although Raft begins amidst the vast ocean, it is indeed a raft. Can an island be considered? Zhang Hao finds solace in the fact that Raft also allows for a seamless transition into the crafting interface. In comparison to 7 Days to Die, the crafting options in Raft are considerably fewer, as it only provides a hook at the outset. Nevertheless, this hook is a prized possession, far superior to the flimsy fishing net he previously held. While a standard hook may not surpass a fishing net, this hook is anything but ordinary. It possesses hidden attributes. Merely touching resources allows it to retrieve them directly, without concern for whether they are secured, nor the weight involved. Chapter 3. The compelling hook. Let us not squander time. Swiftly gather the supply crates upon the sea, for they contain the provisions we require. A voice suddenly proclaimed over the public channel. Following this declaration, the chatter on the public channel significantly diminished, presumably as many individuals hastened to seek the supply crates. Zhang Hao promptly made his way to the shoreline, where he indeed spotted a sizable crate, approximately 1 cubic meter in volume, not far off. It seemed the 3 minutes mentioned by the voice had elapsed, and supplies were beginning to materialize upon the water surface. Resembling the game Raft, various crates floated on the sea, some close, others distant. Zhang Hao chose not to immediately retrieve supplies. Instead, he observed the direction of the water's current. After surveying his surroundings, he surmised that several crates would drift closer to the island as time passed. If he failed to secure these particular crates, survival in this realm would be exceedingly precarious. One could hardly blame fate for their demise in such a survival scenario. However, most crates would only drift further away after their appearance, with some being impossible to reach when they first spawned. No individual possessed the strength to cast a net that far. Of course, those endowed with extraordinary strength might still succeed. Zhang Hao first picked up a nearby fishing net, lifting it and casting it forcefully towards the supply crate. Was this a test of our survival skills? Having grown up by the sea, Zhang Hao was somewhat familiar with a fishing net. At the very least, he did not throw it like most survivors, who would end up tossing a tangled mess of line. Zhang Hao's net at least unfurled, but fell beside the supply crate, slowly sinking into the depths. Once more, this time, the net did indeed touch the crate, yet it failed to fully ensnare it. Tugging back on the net, Zhang Hao found only a torn netting, devoid of any supplies. A few more attempts might allow him to net a crate further afield, but for those unaccustomed to using a fishing net, they would likely have to rely on the closest few supply crates for the next few days. As Zhang Hao pondered the challenges of acquiring supplies, he realized that most individuals would have little hope of gathering more crates in the early stages, merely scraping by with the bare minimum. Opening the world chat revealed a plethora of complaints about the difficulty of retrieving the supply crates and the ineffectiveness of the fishing nets. How does one even utilize this net? It simply cannot be thrown, pleaded a survivor with the username The Ocean. Could someone demonstrate how to use it? We cannot rely solely on text without a video. The sentiments echoed by others were indeed valid. Mastering this skill would require practice. Nevertheless, based on my observations, a few crates would gradually drift towards our island. These crates must not be overlooked. Furthermore, the beginner's package within the crates should only be consumed in dire circumstances. One ought to ration their food and drink, for I suspect the crates contain more materials than sustenance, with food being particularly scarce in the early stages. A survivor with the ID The Ocean encouraged everyone with this message. I did not eat yesterday, and I just finished my bread and water. What shall I do now? What else is there to do? Hurry and retrieve the supply crates. We cannot waste time here. We might miss a crate containing food. Yet I find myself unable to procure any sustenance. Is there anyone who could kindly share a morsel with me? Alas, in such dire times, there are still those who resort to digital begging. They ought to meet their demise. Indeed, what manner of individuals persist in seeking salvation from others at this hour? They might as well resign themselves to their fate. In the face of cataclysm, some individuals swiftly adapt, while others cling to futile hopes. Perhaps, at this very moment, their destinies have already been sealed. Within the regional chat group, I have not encountered anyone proclaiming success in securing supply crates. Perhaps they are all still engaged in their desperate pursuits. Yet, within the broader channel, several individuals, including one with the username New World, have claimed multiple supply crates, parading their fortunate discoveries. It seems some have managed to locate familiar faces from the real world, trading broken nets amongst themselves. 2 or more of these nets bound together indeed enhance the chances of retrieval. However, in this world, aside from a handful of those who can be trusted, few dare to employ such methods. those who do remain a minority. Some, like Zhang Hao, were born by the sea, even hailing from families of fishermen, and through perseverance, they are bound to succeed. Others have ingeniously propped up a triangular or polygonal structure using the small branches from the island's solitary tree, though more challenging to throw. This method diminishes the difficulty of retrieval. Zhang Hao had just managed to cast his net, yet found it quite arduous to retrieve. This method, however, has become the choice of the majority. There is a saying that aptly encapsulates the essence of life. It will invariably find its own way. Following the exposure of this third method, the public channel witnessed a sudden decrease in participants. Observing their exchanges, Zhang Hao mused to himself. It appears there are indeed many capable individuals, for so many have managed to secure supplies in such a brief span. As for that new world, they devised a commendable strategy. Were I in their position, I would likely have secured but a handful of crates. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao remained unperturbed. If one were to inquire why, the answer lies in his possession of an advantage, a cheat, if you will. This broken net was of little consequence. His earlier attempts merely gauged the difficulty of acquiring supplies. If one truly sought to gather resources, who would resort to such rudimentary tools? Zhang Hao produced an unassuming yet remarkably powerful implement, an exclusive survival hook for rafts. Not only could it gather supplies, but it could also excavate mud within caves and mine stones from the seabed, surpassing the capabilities of both shovel and pickaxe. Aimed with precision, he cast the hook with considerable force, producing a resounding splash as it sailed through the air. However, this was of little concern. The true power of the hook became evident during retrieval. As he reeled it in, every supply item along the linear path was collected. Thus, Zhang Hao had no need to worry about excessive force. As long as the distance was not too great, he would surely reclaim his bounty. Yet, his strength and the length of the hook were not limitless. Soon, he had gathered all the supply crates within reach. Those that lay beyond his grasp remained tantalizingly out of reach. Dear crates, if only you could wait a few more days for my return. I shall soon come to bring you home. At present, the world of the game has yet to unlock the ships. However, the very title Raft Survival suggests the ability to construct a raft. Though the raft may be rudimentary, composed solely of wood, the voice did indicate that the initial 7 days serve as a novice period devoid of hostile entities assaulting the island. Thus, it seems plausible to drift across the waters on this raft. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, utilizing a few planks may still pose some risk. It would be prudent to gather additional materials to craft a raft of a more substantial size before Zhang Hao embarks on his journey. Regrettably, this means he must postpone his expedition to procure those distant supply crates for a few more days. Gazing at the supply crates before him, Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy. The season of harvest had finally arrived. Chapter 4. System Error? Yet, a book can still be opened. Although the sea is currently tranquil and devoid of any peril, it is prudent to exercise caution when opening boxes. Dragging the 8 supply crates to a central location, Zhang Hao prepared to unveil their contents. Of the 5 crates, only 3 were likely to drift near Zhang Hao's island, while 2 lay within the reach of the fishing nets, albeit at a considerable distance, making them challenging to retrieve initially. The final 3 were predicted to be beyond the fishing net's range, unless one swam over. All survivors could only gaze longingly at the crates from afar. This implies that, without a hook, relying solely on the fishing nets, even if Zhang Hao were perfectly accurate, he could at most salvage 5 supply crates. This scenario is already quite favorable, as many survivors would likely only manage to secure around 3 near the island, placing them at a significant disadvantage from the outset. Generally speaking, supply crates should be impervious, or, at the very least, quite robust. Zhang Hao contemplated utilizing these crates as storage, for the island was barren and devoid of backpacks, leaving no place to organize or display resources. However, effective storage must be durable. Otherwise, the contents could easily be washed away by the waves within days. Bang! Zhang Hao delivered a swift kick to one side of a supply crate. Hiss! The crate shifted considerably, yet remained entirely intact, while Zhang Hao's foot throbbed with the impact. Indeed, it was remarkably sturdy, not only suitable as a reliable storage unit, but also adequate as a makeshift wall. With 8 supply crates, I must be the individual who has obtained the most crates in the world, Zhang Hao mused, offering silent gratitude to various deities. Fuxi and Yuhua, Pangu and Hongjun, the Eastern Emperor and the Three Pure Ones. I beseech you to bless me with valuable treasures. As he opened the first supply crate, nothing unexpected occurred. He received glass X4, scrap iron X2, wood X10. Upon opening the second crate, he obtained sand X5, iron ingot X1, palm leaves X10, stone X10. The yield from the second crate was significantly higher than the first. Although Zhang Hao was unlikely to lack iron, as long as he had metal, he could swiftly convert it into iron. Among the 4 games, aside from 7 Days to Die, the other 3 made iron smelting relatively uncomplicated. However, for others, the furnace was undoubtedly a daunting task, rendering iron ingots far superior to scrap iron. Yet, upon opening the third crate, Zhang Hao did not receive an immediate notification of its contents. Instead, an alert resonated from the World Book. System error detected. Correcting. A system error? No, not now. I haven't even begun. Hearing the voice from the World Book, Zhang Hao was instantly overcome with trepidation. He had yet to leverage his golden finger to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Could it truly be ending so prematurely? After a series of system noises, the World Book chimed again. System updated. Without pausing to examine what the third crate contained, Zhang Hao first navigated to the game assistance interface. He discovered it remained unchanged, with his hook and the novice supplies from 7 Days to Die still intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Startled, Zhang Hao pondered the significance of the recent update. Nevertheless, he decided to inspect the contents of the supply crate to see what treasures awaited him. As the world had undergone an urgent update, with a sense of anticipation, he began to sift through the newly acquired supplies. However, he found little of value, mostly materials, with an added assortment of food. To his surprise, he also discovered a book among the items. In gaming contexts, books often signify the unlocking of advanced technologies, and Zhang Hao felt a surge of joy. Yet, this particular book stirred even greater excitement within him. Astonishingly, it was a forging guide. Zhang Hao's face lit up with an uncontrollable smile. Indeed, it was the forging guide from the game 7 Days to Die. Initially, Zhang Hao had been concerned about how to unlock blueprints for various games. Although he possessed certain items from the outset that could significantly aid him in gaining an early advantage, he did not overestimate the strength of his luck. Without blueprints, many powerful weapons, buildings, food items, and medicines within the game remained inaccessible. Hence, his advantages would only serve to widen the gap in the early stages. But as other players progressed, that gap would inevitably narrow. Now that he had discovered a book from 7 Days to Die within the supply crate, he speculated that the other blueprints could also be acquired from similar sources. Zhang Hao was undeterred by the low probability of finding blueprints. As long as there was a chance, even the slightest could be compensated for by sheer quantity. In an exuberant mood, he waved his hand and opened the remaining 5 crates simultaneously. Aside from the materials he had previously obtained, Zhang Hao was delighted to uncover 2 additional books from 7 Days to Die. One was titled Southern Cultivation, enhancing his agricultural abilities, while the other was Magnum Volume 3, which promised to double the damage dealt by the last bullet in his Magnum. Although Zhang Hao did not yet possess a Magnum pistol, he was confident that he would acquire one in due course. Books and blueprints were certainly desirable commodities, and the sooner he obtained them, the better. Furthermore, alongside the Southern Cultivation book, he also received 2 units of soil and 2 potato plants. If he could engage in farming, he wondered if the soil on this island could also be utilized. He gazed at the island's soil, half-sandy soil, completely unsuitable for crop cultivation. It was only conducive to the growth of certain drought-resistant trees and shrubs. No wonder there was soil among the supplies on this island. Soil could indeed be considered a valuable resource, Zhang Hao mused. As for the blueprints, none were found this time. Yet, Zhang Hao remained undaunted. The blueprints from these games were already quite potent. For instance, the titanium blueprint from Raft and the mod blueprints from 7 Days to Die would not be feasible to craft even if they were acquired at this moment. It was wiser to focus on accumulating more books from 7 Days to Die to unlock tools expediently. While the game blueprints had eluded him, he did manage to secure a blueprint for a water purifier. Water purifier is determined by the manufacturing blueprint. Zhang Hao opened the schematic. Water purifier manufacturing blueprint, Class D glass X8, burlap X8, charcoal X8, iron X5, copper X3, filter core X1. Gazing at the unfamiliar materials, Zhang Hao could only shake his head in resignation. What a useless blueprint this is. Does he even need such a thing? Is it that the campfire in 7 days to die has become ineffective for wielding weapons? Or is the water purifier in Raft too simplistic? Although this purifier appears to boast higher efficiency, the materials required are overly challenging to acquire. With the time spent on this, Zhang Hao could have constructed several purifiers for various games. While its efficiency may be somewhat lacking, its cost-effectiveness is commendable. Producing multiple, simpler purifiers could easily surpass the effectiveness of this one. In comparison, the campfire in 7 days to die offers greater value. Capable of purifying multiple bottles of water simultaneously, unlike the Raft purifier, which only processes one at a time. However, as one progresses in Raft, advanced purifiers become available, those powered by electricity, fully automated, and remarkably efficient, capable of forming piping systems, each option presenting its own advantages and disadvantages. One can create the simplest campfire using just stones, and Zhang Hao would undoubtedly prioritize constructing the campfire first. With a campfire established, he ensured an ample water supply. Zhang Hao picked up the initial bottle of water from the starting crate and drank it, then filled an empty bottle with seawater to purify it over the campfire. Observing the countdown as the bottle filled with seawater began its purification, Zhang Hao felt reassured to continue with other tasks. Chapter 5. Expanding the island and constructing facilities at long last. Zhang Hao opened 4 island foundation stones from the remaining 5 boxes. These foundation stones are capable of enlarging the island's area by 1 square meter. It is imperative to expand the island's territory swiftly, as the sea will inundate 1 square meter of land each week. Do you remember the initial advice? The council warned against making the island too vast. Holding the foundation stones in his hand, Zhang Hao found himself perplexed by the contradictory nature of the guidance. While it urged him to expand, it also cautioned against excessive growth. Currently, his island spans merely 16 square meters, a mere 4 by 4 in dimensions. Although this may seem substantial on an island, even a slight shift during sleep could result in a fall into the ocean. With the relentless sea winds and waves, failing to expand would leave him anxious every night. Moreover, if expansion is discouraged, one must still have at least a modest area of 200 square meters. Otherwise, Zhang Hao's constructions would be impossible to accommodate. Thus, with determination, he decided to utilize the stones, transforming his island from its original 4 by 4 dimensions to a more elongated 4 by 5 rectangle. Zhang Hao intended to expand the island to 50 by 50 before ceasing further growth. Once he comprehended the underlying reasons, he would then decide whether to continue the expansion. Regrettably, the drop rate for these foundation stones is alarmingly low, even lower than that for food. Merely 2 stones from 8 supply boxes. This means that those relying on minimum drops would find it challenging, as they could only manage to acquire 1 stone every 2 days. It seems that only those fortunate enough to have exceptional luck might thrive, while the rest would barely survive, unable to contemplate further development. Moreover, with the impending threat of hostile entities, commonly referred to as monsters, looming 7 days hence, Zhang Hao once again felt the harsh reality of this survival game. Those lacking luck or capability might not even endure the 7A novice period. Even those who barely scrape by might see a significant portion disappear once the novice phase concludes. Upon completing the expansion, Zhang Hao switched back to the public channel. Had that fellow returned from swimming? He was uncertain about anyone venturing into the waters. However, having someone explore was beneficial, as he planned to set sail on a raft in a few days to collect more supply boxes. If the other players were safe, he would likely be as well. Perhaps he won't return. I noticed a shark near the supply boxes, which makes diving untenable. But isn't this the novice period? What is there to fear from sharks? They won't attack you. Are you pondering Peach? That voice only stated that there would be no proactive attacks on the island. But it never claimed that venturing into their territory would remain unchallenged. Besides, you are not the island. Do you dare gamble on whether the non-attack clause extends to you? Reflecting on this, Zhang Hao quickly recalled the voice's words, which indeed mentioned that sharks would not initiate an attack on the island. However, this left Zhang Hao pondering the peril of venturing into the ocean. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his plans. After all, he had slain numerous sharks in his previous survival experiences. For safety's sake, Zhang Hao concluded that he must reinforce his raft before embarking on the sea expedition. Initially, it was my intention to preserve the iron for construction purposes, yet it seems I must first utilize it to reinforce the raft. The endeavor of retrieving supply crates is an undertaking that must not be interrupted in Zhang Hao's plans. Merely a few pieces of iron. Had I ventured further to collect the supply crates days earlier, I would have already earned back much more. At this juncture, the individual who had previously suggested swimming overspoke again. Alas, everyone, I have returned safely. Brother, did you truly manage to push the supply crate back? Impressive. Push. Not at all. There was indeed a shark nearby. When I arrived at the vicinity of the supply crate, the shark had also approached it, and under such circumstances, how could I dare to come closer? Well then, I suspect each of our islands harbors a shark beneath. During the 7-day novice period, they will not actively attack us, and casting fishing nets from the shore will not disturb them. But if we venture into the water, it might be a different story. It seems the only option left is to practice our fishing net casting skills from the shore, alas. After confirming the situation, Zhang Hao closed the world book. The circumstances were not as favorable as anticipated. It now appeared that only sharks were present, and only by entering the water to push the supply crate could one risk an attack. Thus, Zhang Hao constructed the raft, fortifying it further with caution, ensuring that there would be no issues, especially since it was still the novice period. Gazing into the distance at the several supply crates, it was uncertain whether he would still see them tomorrow. Since they were unattainable today, Zhang Hao refrained from dwelling on it further, opting instead to inspect the materials in his possession to see what structures he could erect. Without hesitation, he set to work. Although he could not craft anything elaborate, he could still manage to create the simplest of structures. Prioritizing sustenance, he decided to construct a campfire first. The campfire in 7 Days to Die is quite straightforward, requiring just 5 stones for its creation. After placing the campfire on the shore, Zhang Hao proceeded to examine the materials necessary for the simple water purifier in his survival raft. Simple water purifier, materials, for thick wooden planks, 2 ropes, 1 plastic. Function, converts seawater into drinkable freshwater, addressing the issue of hydration. The materials were uncomplicated, and Zhang Hao promptly crafted 2. However, what was needed is fuel, and given that he required a substantial amount of wood for the raft, his current wood reserves were far from sufficient. Observing the remaining materials, he realized he could also fashion a fishing rod and a simple bed. He transported the 8 supply crates to the shore, stacking them, and positioned the simple bed against this stack. The island was still small, and the stacked crates were sufficiently tall, allowing him to rest against them without the fear of rolling off into the sea during the night. After a busy day, Zhang Hao felt a bit weary and, coincidentally, somewhat hungry. Fortunately, he had a fair amount of food on hand, alleviating any concerns about a food shortage. He decided to indulge himself. Black bread was far from palatable, so he opted for apples and the creamy bread he had crafted later. While enjoying his meal and resting, Zhang Hao did not forget to replenish the 2 simple water purifiers with seawater. However, lacking storage containers, he could only refill water from the 2 bottles he had previously consumed. Thus, the water in the 2 simple purifiers would have to remain in the purifiers for the time being. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhang Hao felt his energy restored somewhat. With no means to procure supplies and nothing left to construct, Zhang Hao could only resort to fishing with his rod. Although in the game Raft one could catch fish without bait due to the presence of abundant marine life, the reality of his situation was starkly different. Standing at the water's edge, he observed the seemingly bottomless depths of the ocean. Was this island merely a cylindrical protrusion from the seafloor? Would he be able to catch any fish here? With a sense of skepticism, Zhang Hao cast his line and settled onto his makeshift bed, waiting patiently. As long as there were fish in the sea, his rod would surely yield a catch. It was merely a matter of time. Yet, he harbored a fear that the ocean before him as barren as it appeared, harbored nothing but sharks. Would he inadvertently hook one of those formidable creatures? Chapter 6. Discovering unavailable features. It is possible that some readers may not have experienced these games. The author will endeavor to clarify the origins of various facilities. For instance, a certain feature mentioned earlier is from a specific game, where the author will annotate the game next to the facility. If any inaccuracies or omissions regarding the games are noted, feel free to mention them in the chapter comments. Falling into the water with sharks isn't entirely disadvantageous. Although shark meat is rather unpalatable, the absence of sharks makes swimming significantly safer. One must avoid scenarios akin to the difficult mode in Raft, where killing one shark results in 2 more spawning. Who could endure such a predicament? I'm not the protagonist of the game. Despite Zhang Hao possessing a gaming assistance system, he is, after all, not the main character. Those protagonists possess both intellect and strength, far surpassing Zhang Hao, a mere mortal. These protagonists can craft exoskeleton armor with their bare hands to survive and dash about while bearing the weight of massive trees with ease. Not to mention the character in 7 Days to Die, who requires no sleep, can store a vehicle in their pocket, and can leap from 3 stories high without sustaining any injuries. Meanwhile, in Raft, the protagonist can carry dozens of trees as if it were as effortless as eating and drinking. The survival protagonist also effortlessly crafts a Barrett and a Gatling gun, wielding a power hammer with one hand, demolishing buildings as if it were a mundane task, and even surviving explosions from numerous self-destructing mechanical rats with merely a slightly soiled outfit. Zhang Hao cannot compare to any of this. He doesn't even possess a resource backpack. However, he has observed the backpacks in Raft and the modules in 7 Days to Die, even though they remain locked, indicating the possibility of unlocking spatial backpacks in the future. While the game features ordinary backpacks, who has ever seen a backpack capable of holding over a dozen animals? Moreover, the design schematics in 7 Days to Die are even more ludicrous. A single module can enable shoes to carry multiple vehicles. Is this not absurd? While playing the game, Zhang Hao often found himself critiquing such elements. Yet now, all he could exclaim was, how delightful. Who does not appreciate spatial equipment? As Zhang Hao perused the game interface, his fishing rod twitched. Before he could react, the rod automatically retracted, bringing in a base. To his surprise, he actually managed to catch a fish. At least he need not worry about starvation. Zhang Hao mused. The fish appeared quite delectable. He decided to roast it. However, as he prepared to cook the fish over the campfire from 7 Days to Die, he was reminded that it was not possible to do so, as the option to roast base was not available. The game's linkage feature had yet to be unlocked. How frustrating, he thought to himself. Even the simple act of roasting a fish was beyond reach. The automated system seems to have its drawbacks. Although Zhang Hao knew how to cook fish, he was now unable to do so over the campfire. Thus, it appeared he would have to construct a barbecue grill from Raft. This would require additional materials, as the campfire could facilitate a broader array of cooking options, and given the existence of advanced barbecue grills in Raft, Zhang Hao had not intended to craft a basic one. However, with no electronic materials available and the campfire proving unhelpful, he had no choice but to create a rudimentary barbecue grill for the time being. As Zhang Hao was preparing his materials, he suddenly recalled the recent notification. Game linkage feature not yet unlocked. Not yet unlocked. Does that imply it may be accessible in the future? With this thought, Zhang Hao felt rejuvenated. Different games emphasize various aspects, particularly in terms of materials. In 7 Days to Die, weapons and equipment are abundant. Yet the most coveted material is steel. Conversely, Raft offers easier construction of facilities, albeit with lower limits. Even if one constructs a raft entirely of wood, reinforced with metal, it remains merely a wooden raft. While the game allows for exploration of the vast ocean, Zhang Hao doubted that such a raft could navigate the waters before him. Survival may not provide as many weapons as 7 Days to Die, but it does introduce several surreal materials: carbon fiber metal plates, composite wood boards, and more. These are undoubtedly premium materials. Zhang Hao couldn't help but envision the scene that would unfold once the game linkage feature activated. Clad in full carbon fiber armor, adorned with an exoskeleton, wielding a power hammer in his left hand and a Gatling gun in his right, seated upon a raft constructed entirely of steel, traversing the ocean and vanquishing any adversaries that dared to cross his path. As his excitement grew, Zhang Hao reminded himself of his most pressing task. The simple barbecue grill required 6 thick wooden planks, 1 shard, and 3 ropes. Though referred to as a shard, it essentially constituted scrap metal resulting from smelting. Other survivors could only obtain it directly from supply crates. They were not yet able to craft it on their own. However, Zhang Hao had no such limitations. With a mere touch, scrap metal transformed into shards. While there was no direct connection between the games, the various game worlds were indeed interconnected in an intelligent manner. Materials of the same essence could be converted directly, with the conversion time mirroring that of the game itself. For instance, in Raft, as long as the materials were sufficient, construction could be completed instantaneously, though the drawback was that it required manual input for each item, precluding bulk production. In contrast, 7 days to die allowed for bulk crafting or conversion, albeit with a time cost. Thus, Zhang Hao needed to assess his requirements. If multiple games featured similar facilities, he would have to choose which to utilize. But how would Zhang Hao choose? Only a child would make such a choice. As an adult, he would undoubtedly opt for everything. The previous situation had already confirmed that relying solely on the facilities of one game made it challenging to produce certain items in the early stages. With ample materials on hand, it was far better to prepare in advance than scramble later. Presently, Zhang Hao's greatest dilemma was the limited area of the island. With a supply crate and a bed set up, there was little space remaining. In fact, while fishing, Zhang Hao found himself seated on the makeshift bed. Now, with the addition of 2 water purifiers, a campfire, and a barbecue grill, the compactness of these items still consumed the remaining space. Zhang Hao found it difficult to find room for his workbench. Furthermore, Zhang Hao had initially planned to trade water with other survivors, but now, water storage posed a significant challenge. The mineral water bottle from the starter pack was likely the sole water storage vessel available to the survivors at this moment. Even if water storage wasn't necessary, the bottle could be decomposed into plastic. In the early stages, even the smallest materials are invaluable. Before Zhang Hao had established sufficient fame and credibility, it is unlikely that many would agree to the arrangement of handing him a bottle, which he would subsequently return filled with water. It appears that the plan to exchange water for supplies must be temporarily suspended, leaving fishing and bartering grilled fish as the only viable option. The initial intention to utilize water rather than fish was undoubtedly due to the scarcity of freshwater resources compared to food, as the ocean's salt water cannot suffice. Without food, a person can only endure for about 7 days. Yet without fresh water, survival dwindles to a mere 3 days. Presently adrift at sea, with no shelter, and engaged in the retrieval of supply crates during daylight, the consumption of moisture will only accelerate. As for seawater, it is an unthinkable alternative. While there may be a select few adept individuals capable of devising a water purification system in a short span, their efficiency and timing would certainly not measure up to the pressing circumstances. Chapter 7. Discovering hierarchical fish and unlocking the compendium, the advantages of automation are now manifest. Placing fish upon a rudimentary grill results in them being cooked to perfection, and once done, the flames extinguish automatically, alleviating any concerns of charring. Fishing is also semi-automated. Although Zhang Hao must still hold a rod, his focus need not be solely on the act of fishing. When a refresh period concludes, the fish will automatically attach to the hook, and the line will retract on its own. Zhang Hao merely needs to maintain a grip on the fishing rod with one hand, leaving the other free for other endeavors. This fishing rod is truly the fisherman's delight, ensuring a bountiful catch every time. Periodically, fish are brought to the island by the rod: tilapia, catfish, bass, and more, species native to survival on a raft. Is this due to the rod itself, or simply because these fish are readily caught? Despite the limited variety of fish, Zhang Hao remains undeterred. In a world of survival, having fish to eat is a blessing. What more could one desire? Zhang Hao possesses a profound sense of gratitude. Suddenly, he feels the rod in his hands grow heavy. Even without prior fishing experience, he understands that a fish is on the line. What is happening? The previous catches did not exhibit such vigor. The suddenness of the situation nearly caused the rod to slip from his grasp, but Zhang Hao reacted swiftly, clutching the rod tightly with both hands, preventing the fish from making off with it. The materials used to craft the rod are not particularly precious, and losing it would not be a great sorrow. Yet, it cannot be allowed to be taken by a fish. What would people say? He is the protagonist, after all. This fish is not so enormous that Zhang Hao cannot manage it. His initial lapse in attention allowed it to nearly escape. Now, as both parties exert themselves, it is evident that the fish's strength pales in comparison to Zhang Hao's. Soon, the fish tires, and Zhang Hao seizes the opportunity to reel it in. This fish must weigh dozens of pounds. Such strength makes it equivalent to catching 10 small fish in one go. Overjoyed, Zhang Hao hoists the fish from the water. But to his astonishment, it proves far smaller than anticipated. This fish weighs no more than 2 or 3 pounds at most, even less than previous catches. Dismayed, he reflects on his earlier struggle. Could it be that he has indeed grown weak? The thought of such a terrifying possibility sends him shaking his head vigorously. How could I be weak? Surely, this fish is peculiar. Indeed, as Zhang Hao suspected and hoped, this fish is no ordinary specimen. It is a fish of rank. Eagle pomfret, sea-grade ingredient, the finest among pomfrets, even without any seasoning. It is exquisitely delicious when grilled. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have unlocked the material rank. For further details, please consult the World Book. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhang Hao hastily opens the World Book. He discovers that an additional section has been added to the crafting interface, a compendium. Upon entering, he finds the first page filled with D-grade items, all blank, as he possesses none. The second page features C-grade items, with only the 5th item in the 3rd row illuminated. Without needing to glance, Zhang Hao knew it must be the eagle pomfret. He flipped to the 3rd page, where the B-grade items remained unlit. Continuing to the 4th page, it was needless to say that the A-grade items were expected. However, he was taken aback. Why were they not displayed? The entirety of the 4th page was devoid of illumination. Not only were the resources beneath it unlit, but even the section that should have listed A-grade items was shrouded in darkness. Could it be that he had only discovered C-grade items, thus unlocking only the B-grade catalog, leaving the rest inaccessible? But what purpose did that serve? D, C, B grades. There is no doubt that the subsequent entries would be AS, and possibly even beyond S, to levels such as SS, SSS, or SP. The realization that resources possessed varying levels brought a smile to Zhang Hao's face. Drawing from his years of reading novels, he surmised that the higher the grade of food resources, the more beneficial they would be for the body. Perhaps one day he would, like those protagonists in games, effortlessly carry tons of supplies. Unlocking just one C-grade catalog did not seem particularly noteworthy. He was merely content to know that something exceptional awaited him. However, just as he was about to close the World Book and resume fishing, the system unexpectedly chimed again. Congratulations, Survivor, for unlocking D-grade facilities, the basic water purifier, the campfire, and the basic barbecue grill. Intrigued, Zhang Hao did not anticipate that the facilities created through the game system would also count. Upon examining the catalog, he was dismayed. These items bore little resemblance to what he had crafted. Aside from the differing names, the images were clearly misaligned with reality. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hao concluded that these facilities likely were not originally part of the survival system. Rather, they shared similar functions with those depicted in the catalog. Regardless, it mattered little. Though he remained uncertain of the catalog's utility, the more features he unlocked, the better. Yet, he wondered why the bed and fishing rod had not been unlocked. Had he not even reached D-grade? After waiting a while, without any notification, Zhang Hao surmised that his level was indeed insufficient. Just then, the survival system suddenly began to prompt again. Congratulations, Survivor, for unlocking the D-grade item, the basic wooden bed, and D-grade item, the basic fishing rod. D-grade item. No further response. What a malfunctioning system. In less than a day, it had already encountered 2 bugs. Perhaps it would be better to hand over the reins directly to Zhang Hao's game system. Bugs certainly indicated something amiss, and Zhang Hao, feeling disheartened, abandoned his fishing and sat in wait for the survival system to rectify itself. After a while, the survival system finally restored functionality. Congratulations, survivor, for unlocking the D-grade item, the basic wooden bed, and D-grade item, the basic fishing rod. Congratulations, survivor, for unlocking the A-grade item, the advanced military bed. Congratulations, survivor, for unlocking the S-grade item, the eternally bountiful fishing rod. Zhang Hao was left utterly bewildered. A-grade? S-grade? Were these items of such high caliber? Moreover, how could one item unlock two catalogs? What was going on? With a hint of confusion, Zhang Hao hastily reopened the catalog section of the World Book. D-class item, basic wooden bed, a rudimentary assembly of wood, rope, and hay. This device serves as a resting place. While it offers no enhancements, it is a more favorable option than sleeping on the ground or in a haystack. Required materials: 10 pieces of wood, 5 ropes, 10 bundles of hay. D-class item, basic fishing rod. Congratulations to the survivors who have unlocked this entry in the compendium. You have begun to transcend the phase of mere luck and are now attempting to address your sustenance with your own hands. However, exercise caution, for the basic fishing rod is of inferior quality and is incapable of catching high-tier fish with a very low probability of attracting any at all. Required materials: A-class item, advanced military bed. Utilized by an elite regiment during their marches, this bedding significantly enhances the recovery speed during rest. Required materials: 1 red fire vine, 5 crystal stones, 10 steel, 50 iron, 20 silk. S-class item, infinitely bountiful fishing rod. This rod appears to be blessed by a blue-haired goddess of fortune, ensuring that fishers never return empty-handed and presenting a rare chance to encounter high-quality resources. It can withstand the pull of S-class creatures, while those of A-class and below cannot escape its grasp. Require materials: 1 blessing from the goddess of fortune, 1 morning gold, 3 mithril, 1 tendon of A-class or higher. 50 crystal stones. Chapter 8. The initial trigger of system announcements and the early opening of the illustrated compendium. This compendium has truly broadened Zhang Hao's horizons. The military cot and a certain elite legion. Does this world still possess legions? If legions exist, there must be nations. Yet the expanse of ocean before him hardly resembles a land of nations. Or perhaps there once were nations, only to be submerged by the encroaching sea, leading to the demise of civilization. Moreover, this military cot requires not just 10 pieces of steel, but an additional 50 pieces of iron. Is it truly that large? The appetite of this army's commander exceeds even that of Commissioner Smith. The crimson fire vines, although impressive in name, pale in comparison to the materials listed below. The blessing of the goddess of fortune suggests that deities indeed inhabit this realm. Aside from the voice, Zhang Hao and the other survivors may also encounter other divine entities of the survival world, though their nature remains uncertain, whether benevolent or malevolent. Furthermore, materials such as morning gold, secret silver, and crimson fire vines are clearly of superior grade, far beyond what Zhang Hao can currently fathom. Based on the materials, his cot and fishing rod are undeniably classified as D-grade. Thus, the survival system initially categorizes these two items as D-grade, yet upon examining their effects, it becomes evident that materials do not solely dictate their rank. Clearly, Zhang Hao's cot and fishing rod surpass the typical D-grade items, based on their performance. They merit classification in the A or even S grade. Zhang Hao understands that his fishing rod cannot truly reach S grade. Its rating is likely inflated due to its consistent performance. According to the compendium, the C-grade fish should be easily caught, yet the rod must withstand the struggles of S-grade creatures. If Zhang Hao were to evaluate it, he would deem the rod approximately S-grade. It is superior to A-grade, as an A-grade fishing rod would likely falter against S-grade beings. Currently, the limitation lies within Zhang Hao himself. His physical attributes are insufficient, leaving him unable to match the strength of these higher-grade fish. Upon encountering B-grade or larger C-grade fish, he could only lament his inability to catch them. Zhang Hao scrutinizes the compendium, noting that no materials are classified as D-grade. A bed made from wooden ropes and straw can achieve D-grade. Surely iron should surpass a wooden bed in value. It seems the compendium only reflects living beings and structures, omitting materials from its records. The intrinsic worth of these items is subject to individual interpretation. Beyond the blessing of the goddess of fortune, the most captivating element for Zhang Hao is undoubtedly the crystal. This substance bears a striking resemblance to spirit stones or magic stones. It may very well be a source of energy or an essential material for crafting advanced items. Moreover, only 5 crystals are required for A-grade items, while S-grade items necessitate a mere 50. Thus, this material is undoubtedly precious and warrants careful attention in the future. Despite Zhang Hao's reliance on the survival system, he also possesses a gaming system. If the most basic bed can attain A-grade, then higher-tiered beds are likely to reach S-grade or beyond. Yet, who would ever complain of having too many valuable possessions? The allure of crystals, morning gold, and secret silver speaks to their high caliber. Utilizing these materials to craft items within the gaming system will undoubtedly yield superior results. Both the survival and gaming systems possess their unique advantages. The survival system is generally more robust, yet its complexity renders it difficult to master, and technological advancement is sluggish. Although the game system may not match the survival system in overall strength, each game possesses its own uniquely flawed items. For instance, the ubiquitous bed across various games offers an astonishingly rapid recovery rate, often restoring health to full overnight. More importantly, according to game mechanics, there exists a probability that the bed can eliminate all negative buffs. Zhang Hao remains indifferent to which system is superior, as both belong to him. At that moment, however, his world book vibrates unexpectedly. Upon inspection, he discovers a message has appeared in both the regional and area chat interfaces. Congratulations to the survivors of Area 138. I have 3 level 180 or above A-grade materials unlocked. Area 138 has unlocked the illustrated ranking ahead of schedule. Note: only players possessing C-grade materials can unlock the illustrated guide. Survivors with D-grade items who have not yet obtained C-grade materials will have their scores calculated uniformly after acquiring C-grade materials. D-grade illustrations are worth 1 point, C-grade 5 points, B-grade 30 points, A-grade 200 points. Higher-level scores will not be disclosed to survivors without such materials. The leaderboard rewards are distributed every 7 days. As Area 138 has unlocked ahead of schedule, this reward period coincides with the end of the novice phase. Specific rewards can be checked in the world book by all survivors of Area 138. Reading the system prompt, Zhang Hao finally resolves his confusion. No wonder he had not unlocked the illustrated guide despite initially possessing a bed and a fishing rod. It was only upon acquiring a C-grade fish that the guide became accessible. It seems his initial items were all categorized as D-grade, which prevented the unlocking of the guide. He does not even need to check the leaderboard, as he is certain he ranks first. He notices that S-grade items yield a reward of 20,000 points, which is a staggering 100 times that of A-grade. He first examines the reward for the top rank: 1 gold material box, 10 survival proof points, and 3 prestige points. The rewards for ranks 2 to 3 include 1 silver material box, 5 survival proof points, and 2 prestige points. Ranks 4 to 10 receive 1 bronze material box, 3 survival proof points, and 1 prestige point. Those ranked 11 to 100 are awarded 3 material boxes and 2 survival proof points. Beyond rank 100, only 2 material boxes and 1 survival proof point are available. Receiving 2 material boxes weekly is acceptable, but these rewards are exclusive to survivors possessing C-grade materials or higher. Zhang Hao glances at the leaderboard, noting that there are only 46 individuals listed, falling short of even 50, with a total of 10,000 individuals in a region. Having 46 with C-grade materials is neither excessive nor scarce. After all, D-grade materials are not accounted for, and it is evident that most survivors are striving for foundational infrastructure rather than relying on sheer luck for D-grade materials. As it is only the first day, by the end of the novice period in 7 days, it is likely that 500 to 600 individuals will possess C-grade materials. A 5 probability seems rather low. Yet, it perplexes Zhang Hao that no one has perished thus far. In the survival novels he has read, casualties are common on the first day, often in significant numbers. However, upon further reflection, he begins to understand the situation. It is indeed abnormal for one to perish on the very first day, even in the absence of sustenance. One should be able to endure at least the initial 2 days. Unless fortune has utterly forsaken you, it is improbable that one would succumb to starvation within a mere day after entering the survival world, especially given that there are no immediate threats to the island during the novice period. Upon realizing the presence of sharks in the waters, only a lunatic would dare to venture into the sea. Even if one were to fall into the ocean while sleeping soundly at night, it is not yet evening. At this moment, the system prompts Zhang Hao to decide whether to reveal his nickname and points. For heaven's sake, you have already displayed my name. Who does not know that I am ranked first? Hiding my name seems utterly pointless. As for the points, they must remain concealed. Otherwise, other survivors would immediately discern that Zhang Hao possesses an S-rank item. If one can attain a B rank on the first day, it is only a matter of time before others achieve a rank as well, which would not stand out so prominently. However, possessing an S-rank item, as indicated by its description, is associated with divine entities. Furthermore, the disparity in points between A rank and S rank is substantial, suggesting that it may be quite some time before another individual acquires an S rank item. If Zhang Hao is the sole possessor of such an item, it would undoubtedly draw excessive attention. It is often said that one should quietly amass wealth, and since Zhang Hao's S-rank item is neither an offensive nor a defensive tool, its utility lies solely in resource acquisition, making it all the more imperative to keep its existence a secret from others. Chapter 9. Others on the leaderboard displaying names while concealing scores. Zhang Hao continued to browse the leaderboard, assessing the capabilities of others in the region. The second and third places, much like Zhang Hao himself, were obscured, their names and scores hidden from view. The fourth name was somewhat familiar to Zhang Hao, the man from the ocean, the individual who had initially encouraged everyone. His name was visible, yet his score remained concealed. The fifth name, also known to Zhang Hao, was New World, a person adept at improving fishing nets swiftly, showcasing remarkable adaptability. New World's S score was revealed, 41 points. Zhang Hao was taken aback by this tally. 41 points likely indicated 1 B grade, 1 C grade, and 6 D grades or 1 B grade, 2 C grades, and 1 D grade. Zhang Hao suspected the latter was more plausible. Given the current resources, apart from Zhang Hao, it was challenging for anyone to create multiple items, leaving the prospect of discovering high-grade items from supply crates as the only option. Nevertheless, the fifth position had secured a B grade, suggesting that the top two must have begun with at least 2 B grades. The second place likely did not possess an A grade yet, but certainly had at least 3 B grades. Reflecting on this, Zhang Hao felt somewhat speechless. He had rummaged through so many crates, and aside from the blueprint for a water purifier, which he considered a high-grade item, the rest were merely materials. These individuals had encountered significantly fewer crates than he had, yet managed to obtain several high-grade items, with nearly every crate yielding at least 1 high-grade item, if not more. In comparison, Zhang Hao felt akin to an African chieftain, albeit the largest one. Alas, the luck of the fortunate could not compete with the advantage of the skilled. Those few fortunate ones were still overshadowed by Zhang Hao's prowess. As for the remaining survivors, their scores had yet to reach 30 points, meaning they had not acquired any B-grade items and were still equipped with C-grade ones. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Zhang Hao turned to the World Book, shifting to the regional channel to observe how others perceived him. Wow, the boss of Area 138 is incredible, discovering an A-grade item on the first day, while a Haventi even found a C-grade item. How do you know it's an A-grade? The system only states A-grade or above. It could very well be a higher grade, like S-grade. The person above is foolish. The proof is evident. It was clearly stated that the first to discover an A-grade or above. Could 180's boss possibly skip A-grade and go straight to S-grade? Exactly. Even if 180's boss has fantastic luck, he couldn't possibly find an S-grade item. If he does, I'll eat my words. Zhang Hao was indeed curious to see how the person would eat their words, but the S-grade item he possessed was not found. It was crafted. Although crafting an item was even more astonishing than finding one. Still, it made one wonder if 180's boss displayed his name. Why conceal the score? Was that not perplexing? Hiding the name would serve no purpose, Everyone knew the first place belonged to him, leaving only the score to be concealed. Sigh. Zhang Hao envied those in Region 138, as the boss had already opened the leaderboard for them, allowing them to receive additional rewards weekly. The person above was also a big shot, as only those who obtained C-grade items could claim such rewards. Alas, I can no longer engage in conversation with you all. While others have acquired items of varying ranks, I find myself devoid of any possessions. Initially, I was elated to have obtained foundational resources and sustenance, yet now my spirits have plummeted. Come, my brothers, let us continue our quest for supplies. I must secure those nearby resource chests today, for they may propel me to unprecedented heights. The regional channel has lost its allure. Zhang Hao intends to peruse the channel of his own area, hoping to glimpse those fortunate enough to possess superior items. Sigh. Could it be that our region is the most advanced? Only we have unlocked the illustration leaderboard thus far. That remains debatable. This is not truly leading. Setting aside the A-grade item possessed by the esteemed 180, even a single additional weekly reward can widen the gap significantly. That is not my point. I meant to say we are merely the first in this district to unlock it, and we remain unaware of the circumstances in other regions. There may well be others who have also made progress. True enough, the situation in other districts is unknown. Yet within this district, we undoubtedly hold the strongest position. A mere title of strength is of little consequence. Can those so-called elites lend you their items? It is rather amusing. True strength lies in one's own capabilities. While that is valid, unlocking the leaderboard early indeed grants us additional rewards. By the way, has anyone encountered those prominent figures? The Sea-Man often engages in conversation. He appears to be a decent individual. I have met the New World, who proposed improvements to the fishing nets. However, I seem to have never heard from the esteemed 180. I, too, have not encountered him. If that is the case, perhaps the Sea-Man and the New World may assist us, though 180 remains an enigma, a silent presence in the group. Suddenly, the New World interjects. We cannot jump to conclusions. The esteemed 180 may simply be preoccupied and lacking the time to monitor the chat. Fear not. Should I uncover any information or superior methods for acquiring resources, I shall surely share it with all of you. Upon reading this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow. The New World's intentions appeared dubious. Although it seemed he was addressing Zhang Hao, his words implied a concern for everyone but Zhang Hao himself. Indeed, as soon as he voiced this sentiment, others began to chime in. How busy could he truly be, with merely a handful of chests? If 180 could procure an A-grade item, he has likely long since gathered his resources. It seems he merely chooses to disregard us. How can you ascertain that the esteemed 180 has nothing to attend to? Perhaps the items he has acquired require further management. Furthermore, even if 180 is reluctant to converse, we must express our gratitude for his role in unlocking the leaderboard ahead of time. Some harbor jealousy towards Zhang Hao and speak ill of him, while others express their appreciation for his initiative in facilitating the leaderboard. Consequently, the regional chat devolved into a discussion about Zhang Hao dissecting the character of the esteemed 180, leading to a division among the participants. Both factions engaged in amicable and thorough dialogue, yet alas, they could not reach a consensus. Zhang Hao cast a glance at the trading hall, noting that the volume of transactions remained relatively sparse. As it is merely the first day, everyone is managing quite well. Even when exchanging food, they utilize resources such as wood and stone. Thus far, there has been no sight of transactions involving cornerstone, let alone the use of blueprints. After a brief observation, Zhang Hao concluded that it was not yet the right moment to exchange for cornerstone. However, he plans to venture out to sea again tomorrow, intending to gather some basic materials such as wood, stone, and rope in the evening. Acquiring scrap iron would be most advantageous. With his resolve set, Zhang Hao resumed his fishing endeavors. As for the C-grade fish, it has been cooked and set aside, waiting to be consumed during the evening's trading. Chapter 10. Trading Hall. Shouting for acquisition as evening swiftly approached, Zhang Hao concluded his fishing expedition. To be candid, the experience was rather tedious. The fishing line never went slack, and most of the time, the fish were automatically reeled in. He did not experience the joy and excitement that seasoned anglers often feel after their arduous efforts. Nonetheless, it must be said that after a long afternoon of fishing, Zhang Hao had managed to catch nearly 100 fish. In addition to the species found in the survival game, he also encountered several other varieties. What thrilled Zhang Hao even more was that, despite the low odds, he managed to capture a few fish of notable quality amidst the vast quantity. Regrettably, one fish managed to escape, as Zhang Hao had surmised earlier. The fishing line remained intact, but he found himself unable to exert enough force to reel in that particular fish, ultimately leading to its abandonment. Though he had lost a higher-tier fish, Zhang Hao felt a sense of satisfaction gazing at the C- and D-grade fish before him. Unlike other survivors, who could only utilize C-grade creatures to produce C-grade food, potentially reaching B-grade at best, Zhang Hao was different. In the game system, he could create high-level dishes using ordinary ingredients. Thus, what might he achieve using these superior ingredients? He was certain that the food produced would indeed possess a certain caliber. Regrettably, he had yet to find the components for a campfire, nor had he unlocked the blueprints for the advanced grill and pot from the survival game, leaving him unable to proceed for the time being. He decided to temporarily store this batch of high-quality fish. Retrieving one of the supply boxes, he filled it with seawater and placed the premium fish inside to prevent them from perishing. For now, he could not consume such an abundance of fish, so he opted to preserve them. Selling them had never crossed his mind. He would not consider parting with high-grade items until he had achieved freedom in crafting superior food. After counting, he found he had 2 C-grade catfish, 2 C-grade ribbon fish, and 5 D-grade fish, totaling 9. The probability of such a catch was below 10%, a feat made possible due to the enhanced odds provided by his fishing rod. For others, even if they could fish, the likelihood of landing high-grade varieties would be significantly lower. It was entirely possible that they might not even catch a single D-grade fish in an entire day. While Zhang Hao fished, he simultaneously attempted to grill some of his catch. However, due to the limited space, he could only set up a rudimentary grill for the time being. The grilling process was rather slow, unable to keep pace with his fishing. By this point, only half of the fish in his possession had been cooked, while the rest remained raw, and he decided against continuing the grilling process. Although grilled fish would undoubtedly fetch a higher price, time was of the essence. Thus, Zhang Hao stowed away his fishing rod and opened the world book. Just a few hours had passed, and the chat channel indicated that many individuals had already exhausted their food supplies, resorting to trickery to secure sustenance. Those who failed to appreciate their resources were bound to face difficulties in the days ahead. Shaking his head, Zhang Hao opened the trading page. The previously barren trading interface was now inundated with transaction postings. 2 units of timber for 500 milliliters of water. Note, timber required urgently. The comments below echoed a sentiment of disbelief. With 2 for trading with purified water, 200 milliliters. Note, only purified water, mineral water. Do not attempt to deceive me with undrinkable water. My friend, what have you truly experienced? Share your tale. Brown sugar 100G1 for trading any item 1000G. Note, only this one, ladies, hurry to seize it. What about the gentlemen? They are in need too. Zhang Hao, trusting his instincts, seized the opportunity without hesitation. Who says men have no use for brown sugar? Consuming grilled fish daily might be delightful, but one must also be cautious of overindulgence. Now, with no worries about sustenance, Zhang Hao seized every opportunity to enhance his food reserves. After a period of fervent purchasing, before even beginning to sell fish, he had already acquired numerous items. Monosodium glutamate, soy sauce, caviar, and various ingredients or seasonings. Zhang Hao procured them all. If anyone possesses rare materials or unique blueprints, feel free to contact me. I am willing to negotiate a favorable price and will certainly offer the highest bid. Zhang Hao sent out a message in both the regional and area channels. It's the esteemed 180 big shot. Oh, respected one, I seek your patronage. Alas, while we struggle for survival, the elite have already begun acquiring rare materials. But, esteemed one, what constitutes rare materials? This is a rhetorical question. It undoubtedly refers to those with low drop rates, such as steel. Damn, I discovered that the blueprint requires iron. Yet I only possess scrap iron. not even iron itself, and you already have steel. However, I am not lacking. Behold my line degrade. Brother, you have line? I've searched high and low without success. I have a fishing rod. All other materials are ready. But I'm just short on line. Let's discuss privately, brother. Seeing the conversation veering off course, Zhang Hao hastily continued to message. The brother with steel can be disregarded. What I meant by rare materials refers to crystals, silk, and such. After contemplation, Zhang Hao deleted the messages regarding morning gold and mithril. Now is not the time to disclose these materials. Silk is common, but what are crystals? Do such stones truly exist? They must be needed for a high-level blueprint that the esteemed 180 has come across. Crystals, just by the sound of it, denote an advanced material. Everyone, don't dwell on it. We are no longer on Blue Star, and encountering unfamiliar materials is only natural. Indeed, but has the esteemed one truly no need for steel? Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hao quickly typed, "It's not that we don't need steel. We have yet to reach the Iron Age, and asking for steel seems premature. Does it not? If anyone has copper blocks or copper ores, please contact me." Zhang Hao would never admit that he would soon be able to produce steel. He is merely awaiting the book for 7 days to die. Currently, Zhang Hao only wishes to acquire a few mid to high-tier materials that are somewhat limited by basic materials in the game system, such as copper and silk. The supply box contains ample scrap iron, and with scrap iron, one can forge iron blocks and steel. However, he has yet to see any copper. Although Raft survival allows for smelting without ores, it is futile. Exiting the chat interface, he returned to the trading hall. After the recent spree and discussions, Zhang Hao had a clearer understanding of the current prices. Fresh fish weighing 500 grams can be exchanged for 30 units of basic materials, such as wood or palm leaves. Roasted fish of the same weight can be traded for 70 units of basic materials or 1 cornerstone. For a kilogram of fresh fish, the exchange rate is 1 cornerstone. These prices have been carefully considered by Zhang Hao, being slightly lower than the market rate. Given that this is only the first day, food prices have yet to rise, and cornerstone prices remain elevated. Zhang Hao predicts that food prices will reach their first peak around the 4th day, subsequently declining before surging again during the next crisis. Overall, food prices are expected to stabilize over time, as previously depicted in survival novels. The notion of exchanging 10 grams of water for goods seemed absurd once Zhang Hao ventured into the survival world. 10 grams of water is scarcely sufficient to moisten one's lips. To survive, one must rely on basic supplies, necessitating the collection of dozens of supply crates. Who can afford such exchanges? Those capable of retrieving numerous supply crates, even if they are short on water, would never trade at such exorbitant rates for food and water. Even in the real world, those who should be held accountable understand the necessity of initiating price wars to eliminate competitors, seize market share, and cultivate loyal followers before reaping the rewards, who would openly declare their intent to exploit others from the outset. Zhang Hao aims to establish a long-term enterprise, ensuring that others in the survival world continue to work for him, rather than engaging in a mere one-time transaction for a bowl of soup. Chapter 11. Acquiring materials. When is the optimal time for selling goods? Products that are priced lower than those in other stores are more marketable. In addition to listing some items at reduced prices, Zhang Hao also anonymously listed another batch of fish. Fresh fish weighing 500 grams could be exchanged for 20 units of basic materials, such as wood or palm leaves, or 1 cornerstone. Grilled fish weighing 500 grams could be traded for 50 units of basic materials or 2 cornerstones. This batch of fish was approximately half again as expensive when converted into basic resources, and when exchanged for cornerstones, it was priced at double the cost. Zhang Hao intended to list the cheaper fish under his real name, while the more expensive ones would surely remain anonymous. Upon placing the fish in the trading hall, Zhang Hao called out in both the district and regional channels, "Dear brothers and sisters, I have listed a batch of fish and grilled fish in the trading hall at half the normal price. If you need any, feel free to trade." He would certainly not disclose that the pricier fish were also his listings. How impressive! So much fish! How did the master acquire it? I searched along the shore and saw nothing. One user replied, "Have you forgotten that someone just mentioned having discovered the blueprint for a fishing rod? The master must have acquired one as well. I just glanced at the trading hall, and the master's fish are significantly cheaper than others. However, It is unfortunate that a certain beast is also selling a large quantity of fish, but at much higher prices. Meanwhile, on an unknown island, someone was seething upon reading the news in the World Book. 180, what luck! I should be the protagonist of this world. Yet, no matter how angry this person became, it was futile. They could not produce that much fish and could only stew in frustration while observing the chat interface. Who is this person, so devoid of conscience? Feasting on the spoils? They muttered. But besides a master, who else could possibly sell so much fish? Have you forgotten about that individual who discovered the fishing rod blueprint? I believe it is him. Brothers, I assure you, it is not me. Yes, I just crafted a fishing rod, but I haven't caught many fish, hardly enough for myself. The survivor who had indeed obtained a fishing rod quickly stepped forward to clear their name. If I were the one behind this, why would I need to explain? After all, food is a necessity. It is time to earn some goodwill, and once someone else acquires a fishing rod and realizes the D-grade rod is of little use, they may suspect Zhang Hao of being the anonymous fish seller. I believe this brother is innocent. I also possess a D-grade fishing rod, and to be honest, its efficiency is lacking. It cannot yield such a large catch. Did you hear that? The master has declared it wasn't him. Indeed, if the master has said so, I am inclined to believe you, brother. I have a question. The master claims to have a D-grade fishing rod, but since that rod cannot catch so many fish, where did all the master's fish come from? Could it be? Someone boldly inquired. Master, is your A-grade item a fishing rod? Zhang Hao chose not to respond, allowing them to ponder for themselves. He decided to check his private messages to see if anyone had anything worthwhile for sale. Meanwhile, survivors with nothing to do that evening were engaged in discussions about what Zhang Hao's A-grade item might be. As the conversation continued, an increasing number of them speculated that it was a fishing rod. At that moment, on an unknown island, someone was secretly reveling in the news from the World Book. Huh, a fishing rod for 180? What use could that possibly have? Even an A-grade item merely allows for faster fishing. It certainly cannot compare to my B-grade item. It appears the protagonist of this world is still me. If one were to observe from afar, they would notice a madman on the island. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao remained oblivious to the fact that someone had already deemed him their greatest rival. He merely wished to see if there were any treasures available. Upon opening his private messages, he was greeted by a flood of 999 notifications. He glanced through the initial few, realizing that most were from individuals hoping to take advantage of him, various prominent figures seeking sponsorship. One even claimed to be the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang, promising him a meal in exchange for bestowing the title of general on him. Was this person mind-addled? Did they truly believe anyone would be swayed by such nonsense? It became evident why female streamers in the real world earned more effortlessly than their male counterparts. The latter often relied on sheer audacity. Women, at least, knew how to present themselves with enticing photographs, while men were often left empty-handed. Zhang Hao scrutinized the scantily clad images with a critical eye. This won't do. It's far too mundane. Ah, now, this one is intriguing, truly captivating. If Zhang Hao were a general, he would surely allow the people to view such images. Alas, he was not, and these pictures were destined for his solitary admiration. No, rather, for his critique. After several minutes of judgment, he wiped away his non-existent nosebleed and resolutely blacklisted these individuals. Who did Zhang Hao think he was? He was a scholar of the spring and autumn annals. He configured his private messages to display only those containing supplementary materials or blueprints, blacklisting the rest. Instantly, the number of messages dwindled significantly, leaving just over 100. Among them were a plethora of worthless offers, with one person even attempting to sell stockings. While black stockings could be appealing, Zhang Hao had no way of knowing the identity of their owner. There were no photographs provided. What if it were Xiao Biluo? He reluctantly chose to forego that opportunity. After eliminating the majority of the chance encounters, he discovered several promising items. The silk, copper, ore, and copper he had previously mentioned in the chat were indeed available. The prices were reasonable. While he could negotiate further, Zhang Hao deemed it unnecessary. The surplus could simply serve as a means of friendship. These individuals had managed to acquire such goods on their first day. Whether they were lucky or not remained uncertain, but they had successfully smuggled their way into Europe. Making acquaintances with a few fortunate souls was not a bad idea. so Zhang Hao noted their usernames for future reference. Additionally, he encountered several blueprints. While the blueprints were appealing, they were swiftly obliterated by the game system's mechanics, leaving Zhang Hao uninterested, and he declined the trades. Embracing the philosophy of forging multiple connections, Zhang Hao responded to these individuals, stating that he currently had no need for their blueprints, but was primarily in search of materials. He expressed openness to any blueprints that seemed implausible within the realm of reality. Most individuals sought to cultivate a favorable rapport with Zhang Hao, the overt frontrunner, without any intention of making excessive demands. However, there were always some whose thought processes diverged, aspiring for a larger share. Do you desire this seed? Apple seed, grade C. Upon seeing this, Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled with interest. A grade C seed was indeed a delightful find. He mused and promptly replied in the chat channel, "Yes. What do you require in exchange?" "Food and water. 10 pounds of roasted fish and 5 liters of water." Zhang Hao, upon reading the message from the other party, coldly remarked, "Your appetite seems rather insatiable. Perhaps, as time progressed, such a price might become acceptable." Nevertheless, while food had yet to reach its peak value, a grade C seed certainly could not warrant such a steep price. You cannot dismiss it so readily. You are well aware of the drop rate for grade C items. And this is a seed which essentially guarantees a continuous yield of grade C sustenance. The other party appeared remarkably confident. Chapter 12, Surprisingly Upgraded. Skill points allocation. Zhang Hao furrowed his brow and replied, "If it is indeed so powerful, why don't you cultivate it? Surely, the conditions must be quite stringent." After a brief pause, the other party slowly responded, "There are certain conditions, but this seed comes at this price. What you offer is simply inadequate. Since you lack sincerity, let be." Zhang Hao was certain he could not make the purchase. The price was exorbitant. If he acquiesced to this cost, subsequent purchases from others would inevitably escalate. Everyone was aware of Zhang Hao's naivety and wealth, yet they continued to pester him. "If you cannot even produce this paltry item, what pretense of grandeur do you maintain?" The other party seemed quite exasperated. Zhang Hao promptly blocked this individual. "What kind of person is this? It is merely a C-grade seed. Even if I cannot obtain it, I can still indulge in C-grade fish daily." Speaking of C-grade food, Zhang Hao suddenly remembered that he had yet to eat his grilled fish. He had been so engrossed in trading that he now felt a pang of hunger. Coincidentally, he was also curious about the distinctiveness of C-grade fish. Zhang Hao grilled 1 C-grade fish and 1 D-grade fish, primarily because the C-grade fish was somewhat small and insufficient. Savoring the best for last, he first took a bite of the D-grade fish. It was rather unremarkable, though the flavor surpassed any fish he had ever tasted. Perhaps the D-grade difference was subtle. He resolved to try the C-grade next. Upon consuming the C-grade grilled fish, an unmistakable lightness enveloped his body. After finishing the C-grade fish, a notification chimed in his ear. "Level up. Your current level is 2, with 5 skill points available for allocation. Level up." Do characters possess levels and attributes? Zhang Hao hurriedly opened the world book, but the survival world did not seem to possess health points, thirst levels, or hunger levels. He scrutinized the pages but found no section for character attributes. If it was not the properties of the world book or the survival world itself, it must pertain to the game interface. Indeed, this was akin to the upgrade system in 7 Days to Die. Initially, he had 4 skill points, and now, upon leveling up, he possessed a total of 5 skill points. Attributes, similar to 7 Days to Die, were categorized into perception, strength, endurance, agility, and wisdom, each with a maximum of 10 levels. For the initial levels, each upgrade required only 1 skill point. Intermediate upgrades demanded 2 points, while later levels necessitated 3 skill points. Each attribute further subdivided into major skill categories, such as combat skills and general perception skills under perception, and combat skills, influence skills, and general wisdom skills under wisdom. Within these major categories lay the true skills, such as the combat skills under wisdom, which included electric executioner, robot inventor, and precision strike. While influence skills comprised bargaining trade expert, bold adventurer, and charismatic presence. General wisdom skills encompassed roles like healer, advanced engineer, mechanic, and lockpicker. The enhancement of these skills, even within the game, classified many as divine level, let alone now being in the authentic survival world. Had this been within the realm of 7 days to die, Zhang Hao would have undoubtedly prioritized scavenging, combat, or trade skills to expedite his progress in the game. Currently, Zhang Hao finds himself immersed in a genuine survival world, where preserving his life is paramount. Without further contemplation, he allocates 3 skill points to enhance his robust physique and subsequently invests in a level 2 healing factor. The third level of robustness additionally augments Zhang Hao's physical attributes, while the 2 tiers of the healing factor comprise level 1, rapid metabolism, and level 2, swift healing. In this realm, the absence of a tangible representation of health points necessitated alterations to the skills, which no longer specify how much health is restored over a given time, but instead articulate that when a player loses health, the skill accelerates the consumption of satiety to facilitate a more rapid recuperation of health. Level 1 is characterized as slow recovery, Level 2 as recovery, and Level 3 as rapid recovery. Zhang Hao finds himself well-provisioned with food and water, and while at full health, his food consumption reverts to a normal rate. Upon allocating his 5 skill points, Zhang Hao experiences a warm sensation coursing through his body, more potent than the feeling he had after consuming a grade C roasted fish. Reality diverges significantly from a game. Survival cannot be approached with the same mentality. Zhang Hao intends to fully invest in robustness and the healing factor before focusing on the pain tolerance skill, which, when fully developed, allows one to disregard being stunned, akin to a modern version of invincibility, a true life-saving technique. Following this, he plans to invest in the perceptive and wise skills, one enabling the evasion of traps and the other facilitating rapid healing. Having just completed his investment in robustness, Zhang Hao perceives an enhancement in his physical strength and decides to put it to the test. While transporting water-laden boxes, he realizes his strength has indeed increased compared to his pre-entrance state in this world, affirming that the warm sensation was no mere illusion. Though character attributes are not explicitly defined, the superior quality of food undeniably enhances physical capabilities. The attributes not represented in the game of 7 days to die manifest here, for it stands to reason that a more robust physique would yield faster recovery. Consequently, the skill points in 7 days to die have not been diminished, but rather significantly amplified. In the game, due to coding limitations, augmenting attributes such as strength, intelligence, and agility offered no visible benefits to the player. These enhancements merely increase damage and serve to unlock subsequent skills. Now, in the survival world, augmenting these attributes concurrently strengthens other facets of Zhang Hao's physique, albeit less conspicuously. After a moment of introspection regarding his physical transformations, Zhang Hao sits down to meticulously contemplate his future strategies. With the prospect of leveling up, it is imperative to reevaluate his plans. What defines a master? It is the one who survives until the end. The survival world, after all, is not a game. Initial survival is the foremost priority, while development takes a secondary role. Personal combat prowess is comparatively less crucial, as there are minimal threats in the short term. Although 7 days to die may not offer the same weaponry limits as live, it does afford the advantage of crafting firearms early on. While these firearms may not surpass the damage of an axe, their potential to intimidate others remains significant. Given that 7 days to die includes levels and attributes, what are the other 3 games? In the realms of survival on a raft and apocalyptic preparation, there exists no hierarchy of levels. While survival itself lacks a grading system, it undeniably encompasses attributes with a greater array of values, alongside the dimensions of talents and proficiency. Contemplating this, Zhang Hao promptly accessed the interface, meticulously examining the survival segment. Indeed, he discovered proficiency and talents nestled within the character section at the bottom of the interface, albeit with the notification that these features remained locked and inaccessible for the time being. The mere possibility of utilizing them sufficed. A delay of a few days was inconsequential. However, it appeared imperative to expedite the unlocking of the remaining 2 games related to housing construction. With the dawn of hope glimmering ahead, Zhang Hao, disregarding the need for rest, hurriedly checked the number of individuals who had engaged in trade with him. Regrettably, on the first day, the majority had not yet reached a dire lack of sustenance. Moreover, upon entering this new world, the more seasoned individuals tended to hoard resources, while the younger ones, still beset by youthful exuberance, fancied themselves as the chosen children of the world, hesitating to engage in exchanges. Nonetheless, with a substantial number present, even a small percentage translated into a considerable quantity, Zhang Hao successfully traded all his fish and meat. Those who bartered for fish likely harbored the notion of enjoying it today while reserving black bread, a non-perishable food item, as their staple provisions. Chapter 13. Constructing the framework, it is remarkable that such a diminutive house could be deemed significant, though Zhang Hao could not ascertain the opinions of other players. His foremost priority remained the construction of the dwelling. The moment he exchanged wood, Zhang Hao commenced the framework assembly. In the game, wooden frames appeared virtually without cost. However, in reality, he found them surprisingly expensive. This discrepancy largely stemmed from the drop rates. In 7 days to die, a single tree could yield dozens, if not hundreds, of pieces of wood. Yet now, each tree provided only a handful. This stark reduction was disheartening. Fortunately, Zhang Hao had caught an ample supply of fish, and the wooden frames, indeed, were not exorbitantly priced, enabling him to gather sufficient materials to craft 40 wooden frames. With the materials prepared, he was ready to arrange them. This attempt involved constructing the smallest possible house, a 4x4 framework, with a 2x2 space removed from the center to serve as the interior. The first layer required 12 wooden frames, calculated as 4x4 minus 2x2. For the second layer, the same arrangement necessitated an additional 12 frames, and the third layer, which needed to be fully covered, called for 16 frames. Altogether, this amounted to 40 wooden frames. Naturally, the house would also require a door, which would occupy one of the frame positions. But Zhang Hao was not overly concerned about the loss of a single frame. After arranging the frames, he noted the absence of any notification indicating that the house had been completed. Upon checking the game interface, he realized that he had not unlocked anything. Zhang Hao began to suspect that he might need a blueprint for the survival world. Alas, there was no other option but to devise another strategy the following day, hoping to acquire the house blueprint. Even if it were costly, he would have to obtain it. He was not one to be overly frugal, but he detested being taken advantage of. Nevertheless, if the item was genuinely essential, he would consider paying a premium, assessing only whether it was worth the expense. As night fell, Zhang Hao resolved to abandon his efforts for the day and prepare for rest. However, he certainly could not sleep on the ground, so he moved his makeshift bed, fashioned from a water bag and a raft, into the shelter. Even if it was not a proper house, being indoors was far superior to the outdoors. It was warmer and alleviated the worry of falling into the sea in the night. Just as Zhang Hao was preparing to drift off to sleep, a system notification abruptly shattered his drowsiness. Congratulations, player. You are the first to construct a house with 3 180-degree frames. You have been rewarded with a silver treasure chest and 200 survival points. Would you like to issue a world announcement? Default option, agree. Decline. Zhang Hao decisively chose not to announce it. He had already garnered enough attention that day and saw no benefit in further exposure. He opened the silver treasure chest. While the world announcement could be bypassed, the chest could not be ignored. This was the first time he had received such a prestigious chest, and he was eager to discover its contents. The silver treasure chest, indeed, was unlike the lower-tier chests. Its opening was accompanied by special effects. A radiant light enveloped him as several items materialized before Zhang Hao. Among them was a blueprint, the design for a bow and arrow. This was undoubtedly the most valuable item, as most players in the early stages lacked range damage capabilities. Even those who could craft their own weapons would likely find their power and precision less than satisfactory. However, Zhang Hao was not lacking in weapon blueprints. If he had any interest in magical equipment, he would certainly prefer to forego cold weapons. He was on the verge of crafting a pipe machine gun and a pipe rifle. It is often said that firearms reign supreme among weapons, and the Barrett rifle is indeed the king of kings, with each iteration surpassing the last. Aside from that, there were some materials. But they were merely things Zhang Hao had heard of before: crystal stones, silk, and other high-grade materials that were not immediately needed. Upon opening the treasure chest, one could not say he was overwhelmingly joyous. The blueprints were of little use, and the materials were not currently needed. However, it would be unreasonable to claim he felt no happiness at all. After all, free materials are never unwelcome. Zhang Hao's greed was simply too great. He desired more and better items. Nevertheless, one cannot force what is unattainable. Although he had no use for the blueprint of the bow, an arrow, he could trade it with others. Surely many would seek ranged weapons in the early stages of the game, allowing for an exchange of blueprints that he did not possess. The drowsiness he had felt was swiftly chased away by the system's notification, and with the recent unlocking of a new game, Zhang Hao found little inclination to sleep. He was eager to explore the newly acquired cheats. When he survived the initial phase, he was gifted a radio and a simple workbench. Upon seeing these two facilities, Zhang Hao felt an immediate sense of relief, as these items did not exist as blueprints in the game and were given at the outset. He prioritized crafting the highest-tier items available in the survival mode, quickly assembling the pipe wrench toolbox, the disassembly station, and the cooking stove. However, these facilities adhered to the game's restrictions, requiring indoor placement. Furthermore, the aforementioned 3 facilities could only be created using the simple workbench. One drawback of survival mode was its time-consuming crafting process, leaving Zhang Hao little choice but to occupy himself with the chat interface, as there were no other entertainment options available. Upon entering the chat, he noticed a considerable number of night owls. The regional channel was far livelier than the district channel, a delightful experience without any limitations on participation. Upon closer examination, he recognized that the frequent contributors were indeed familiar faces. After observing for a while, he found little of value in the conversations, which were mostly idle chatter, with some discussing their rapid driving speeds. Though Zhang Hao did not join in, he made a mental note of these individuals, particularly those who drove at remarkable speeds. Having just arrived in this new world, even someone as laid back as Zhang Hao felt an undeniable sense of tension, especially with the presence of cheats. This feeling was inescapable, entering an unknown environment, so drastically different from his previous experiences, engendered unavoidable anxiety. The fact that some individuals were able to focus on driving at such a time spoke volumes of their strong self-regulation skills. Undoubtedly, their recent endeavors had yielded fruitful results, for one would not possess such a positive mindset if they had not accomplished anything worthwhile. The indoor space was already limited, and with these facilities in place, there was hardly room left. Consequently, Zhang Hao had no choice but to relocate his sleeping bag and simple bed outdoors. After arranging his belongings, Zhang Hao was eager to inspect the radio. Notably, the radio was of a relatively high caliber, classified as A-grade by the system, while the bed and pipe wrench toolbox were both rated C-grade, and the cooking station lacked any classification. Upon reflection, this made sense. Even in the real world, radios emerged several centuries after the development of firearms. As for the cooking station, its lack of levels is something Zhang Hao can comprehend. Even a first-tier cooking station offers little utility. To put it bluntly, it is scarcely different from simply roasting something over a fire. Upon accessing the radio, he found that the friend and chat channels had vanished, yet the zombie tide channel remained. In addition to this, both the message and resource channels were accessible. While the zombie tide and message channels could be opened, they yielded no content, a notion Zhang Hao had mentally prepared for, as these channels were inherently triggered by probability within the game. The resource channel, however, remained inaccessible, a point of great concern for Zhang Hao, as this channel not only featured random airdrops but also customizable ones, albeit requiring time to unlock. Currently, Zhang Hao harbored 2 primary concerns. Firstly, the unlocking time within the game was far from brief. While it may be inconsequential in the game itself, in this world, it felt rather sluggish. Though it was not entirely unacceptable, it nonetheless elicited a sense of impatience. The second apprehension stemmed from the fact that while random airdrops were free, the customizable ones necessitated monetary expenditure for unlocking. The question remained, how to acquire the necessary funds. However, the existence of this channel suggested that unlocking was indeed feasible. even if the method of funding remained elusive. It was unexpected that, upon entering this survival world, he could not escape the fate of monetary expenditure. At present, the radio held little utility, awaiting the triggering of future events. Nevertheless, the indoor radio was a gift, and presumably, the outdoor workstation would also be provided. With this thought, Zhang Hao promptly rose to step outside, a mere 2 or 3 paces away. Indeed, the first-tier outdoor workstation lay before him, and upon inspection, he discovered he could construct nothing, lacking both plastic products and materials from the corpses of zombies. Plastic products seemed to be even more challenging to acquire than metal ones. Despite plastic being relatively inexpensive, it was a creation of modern technology, whereas iron had been utilized on a large scale since the days of slavery. Having overlooked this crucial detail previously was truly regrettable. Zhang Hao immediately resolved to amplify his demand for plastic and trade. As for the zombie corpses, they were simply unattainable. He could only hope that the enemies in this world would be zombies, otherwise he would have to rely on the tide of corpses. While the materials obtained from the corpse tide were substantial, they remained inaccessible for the time being, with no clear indication of when they would be unlocked. Chapter 14. Commencing crop cultivation after thoroughly examining the survival game, Zhang Hao finally shifted his focus to the apocalyptic preparation game. It is not that this game lacks strength. In Zhang Hao's view, all 4 games are quite suitable, each possessing its unique merits. Survive boasts a high ceiling, featuring talents, proficiency, various buff items, and super weapons. With its power hammer capable of demolishing an entire building in a single blow, although its damage is not the highest. Raft survival is easy to start, and given the current island setting, constructing a raft proves to be particularly advantageous. 7 Days to Die offers wooden frameworks and a plethora of skills, attributes, and weapon types, making it a commendable choice until one can wield the advanced weapons of Survive. Meanwhile, Apocalypse Preparation introduces several formidable devices, including a manned rocket, which, while not capable of reaching the moon, is more than sufficient to traverse a country's distance according to its design. Additionally, the underground shelter, resembling black technology, is said to withstand mental control and nuclear explosions without any reinforcement. Although it seems a bit far-fetched, one cannot deny the lofty premises of the game. Regrettably, the rocket is evidently a late-game construct, and the early-game offerings do not surpass those of the other 3 games, leaving Zhang Hao with little hope. His only aspiration lay in the underground shelter, but considering the island's terrain, it hardly seems suitable for such a construction. Indeed, when Zhang Hao attempted to dig downwards, he was promptly warned that this action could cause irreparable damage to the island. Fortunately, the game is not entirely devoid of advantages in its early stages. While Survive lacks planting facilities and 7 Days to Die has no seeds, Apocalypse Preparation provides seeds right from the start. Moreover, the simplest soil is remarkably easy to create, and Zhang Hao quickly fashioned 5 plots of soil for planting. Another significant advantage of the game is the rapid growth of plants. Zhang Hao could visibly observe the growth progress of beets and cabbages. According to the game, beets would mature in less than 3 days, while cabbages would take a little longer, requiring only 4 days. Furthermore, the yield is substantial. With just these 5 plots, Zhang Hao has more than enough to sustain himself, complemented by fish and meat, ensuring a balanced intake of protein and vitamins. After 3 days, he would be able to sell small batches of vegetables, although he was still short on seeds. Currently, the games cannot connect with one another, and he requires corresponding seeds, which limits his vegetable cultivation. After a lengthy period of labor, the hour had grown late, and as excitement waned, fatigue began to take its toll. With no blanket at hand and no need to change clothes, he simply retreated indoors and collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Zhang Hao realized he had overslept due to staying up too late and feeling anxious, resulting in poor sleep quality. The following day, it was no surprise that he rose late. It was nearly 9 o'clock. The supply crate refreshes daily at 8, and now almost an hour had passed. Without even organizing his clothes, he rushed outside to check the supply crate. Thankfully, the drifting speed of the crates was not excessively rapid, allowing him to snag them with his hook. Zhang Hao collected all the supply crates within range of his hook, while those beyond his reach remained unattainable. Due to a temporary shortage of iron, Zhang Hao found himself unable to reinforce the wooden raft and, unwilling to take risks, decided to wait a few days. Thus, on the first day, he resorted to utilizing a considerable amount of timber to construct a wooden framework. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit as he unlocked the remaining 2 game modes. As was the case yesterday, he opened all the supply crates, for holding on to them would yield no benefit. However, upon reviewing his spoils, Zhang Hao's expression soured. His luck remained consistently poor. Drawing only the minimum rewards from the game's lottery, he did not acquire a single blueprint. Thankfully, he had no pressing need for blueprints. Otherwise, the absence of even one from such a multitude of crates would have left him feeling outclassed by others. Zhang Hao consoled himself with this thought while harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the European players, pondering when he might clandestinely migrate from Africa to Europe. After rinsing his face with the clean water from the purifier, Zhang Hao turned his attention to the few items he coveted most, the island foundation stone and books. Although his luck with blueprints was dismal, his fortune regarding books was comparatively favorable, as he managed to acquire 3 volumes that day, one of which was on machine guns. Observing the books dissipate upon completion of his reading, he felt a wave of happiness wash over him, despite his lackluster luck in the lottery. Having access to this game assistance system made him feel like the ultimate winner. Having collected the supply crates and watered the 5 soil plots, Zhang Hao picked up a rudimentary fishing rod to commence fishing. He knew the pursuit of wealth could not be neglected. Fishing required merely time and not skill. And while he fished, he also opened the World Chat interface to engage with others. He pondered why the Second World War lasted longer than the First and resulted in greater casualties, perhaps due to the ferocity of the Japanese and Germans. Upon entering the chat, he noticed that some individuals were driving. There was no oversight here, and the speeds were increasingly reckless. However, this also indicated that the second day had arrived with little of substance to discuss beyond the world's affairs and casual banter about driving. Currently, the number of active chat participants was limited. Although Zhang Hao had risen a bit late, his speed in acquiring supply crates surpassed that of most others, with many still struggling to utilize the rickety fishing nets to retrieve their shares. Among those conversing, aside from a few fools, most had already finished collecting their crates. Has everyone completed gathering their supply crates? Zhang Hao felt the need to occasionally make his presence known in the chat, rather than solely engaging in trading. As for the reason, the rice company had provided evidence. The leader should remain approachable. Even in this alternate world, Zhang Hao is not a specialist, and while successful examples did not guarantee the best outcomes, they certainly could not lead to failure. An individual upstairs had blurted out nonsense, questioning who would be idly chatting without having finished their crates. "Hey, did you even check the IDs before speaking?" Another retorted, "I'm different from the person above. Feel free to ask me anything." "Oh dear, was it my eyes deceiving me? My sincerest apologies, esteemed individual. I beg your pardon, for I have responsibilities above and below." Although most of those speaking were doing reasonably well, this survivor was reluctant to offend someone currently ranked highly. "What is the big deal? I was merely inquiring about everyone's haul." Zhang Hao did not take it to heart. After all, who among us is not a whimsical member of the chat group? It is entirely natural for conversations to meander off course. A true magnate possesses an expansive mindset. However, at present, there are only a limited number of chests available for acquisition. Those who have the means to gather them have already done so, and no matter how hard one tries, those remaining out of reach will continue to elude grasp. The chests that remain are merely those that have not been utilized previously and are still under practice. Many individuals are puzzled as to why Zhang Hao posed this question. He too sensed that his remark was somewhat superfluous, yet it served merely as a conversational icebreaker, akin to the common opening line of "Are you there?" My point is, has anyone ever contemplated the prospect of acquiring more supply chests? Chapter 15. Appropriately displaying strength, did the esteemed ones not peruse the previous messages? The distant crates are guarded by sharks. Who would dare approach? No matter how formidable a person may be, claiming the ability to vanquish sharks in the open sea is sheer folly. Presently, we are devoid of weapons and vessels. What means do we possess to confront them? Indeed, who wouldn't wish to seize more crates? Yet, The desire to salvage crates is thwarted by our inability to combat the sharks. Upon reading the messages, Zhang Hao deemed it an opportune moment to divulge certain information. Human nature harbors a desire for validation, and the time had come for him to demonstrate his prowess. Wealth must remain concealed, yet one must exhibit strength to avoid being perceived as a mere pushover. It is akin to certain aircraft that, despite only undergoing test flights, have caused significant congestion at numerous meetings due to the absence of data. Naturally, one must keep their trump cards well hidden. I firmly believe that before the novice period concludes, we ought to test the waters with the sharks. Currently, they do not exhibit aggressive tendencies, presenting an ideal opportunity to gauge their combat capabilities. After all, we find ourselves in an alternate realm, and the nature of these sharks may differ vastly from those in our world. While the esteemed one speaks truthfully, you shall undertake the probing. This is not merely a survival game. Death here is irrevocable, and none would willingly court such peril. Indeed, as previously mentioned by others, venturing to confront sharks without weapons or vessels is not an exploration, but an invitation to demise. We are all aware that this is the most opportune moment to assess both sides' strengths, yet knowing does little when we lack the means to act. Sighing, Zhang Hao observed that his words had cast a shadow of despondency over the other survivors. Quickly, he interjected, reminding them that they must not lose hope. Their contributions in gathering essential materials were still crucial. I have acquired the blueprint for a vessel, he proclaimed, referring to the wooden raft that came with their survival kit as a blueprint. Does the esteemed one possess a blueprint? The disparity between individuals remains stark, even in this foreign world. Wait a moment, esteemed one, does this imply? The survivor who spoke hoped Zhang Hao would take the initiative to probe, though he hesitated to voice this desire directly. Indeed, as you surmise, I intend to construct the raft in the coming days to test the waters. It may take a few days longer, but I assure you it will be completed before the novice period concludes. Should any of you manage to construct a vessel as well, I encourage you to undertake your own testing. This is not merely for the collective. It is essential for one's own survival. Zhang Hao's declaration was sincere. The sharks must be tested. Should we not exploit this novice period to escape and probe their strength, we risk encountering a foe far more formidable than anticipated. Wow, the esteemed one is truly remarkable. Indeed, the esteemed one is exceptional one. The esteemed one is truly remarkable too. The esteemed one is truly remarkable 10086. Drag the one above out and beat him to death. However, it must be stated in advance that I am uncertain when I shall embark. If anyone insists, even if I go, I shall not disclose any information. Zhang Hao made his intentions clear from the outset. Rest assured, my esteemed friend, this endeavor is for the greater good. Should anyone dare to utter a word of dissent, I shall gladly take it upon myself to chastise them. However, I must inquire, do you find yourself in need of any materials? Indeed, do you still require resources for the vessel? I shall gather the materials myself, so there is no need for concern. It is merely a small raft, after all, requiring little in the way of resources. Zhang Hao declined the proposal from above, for he understood that the complexities of human relationships are the most difficult to navigate. He aimed to ensure that others owed him a debt of gratitude, rather than being indebted to others. Accepting assistance would complicate future matters. After stating this, Zhang Hao exited the chat interface and resumed his fishing. While Zhang Hao engaged in his fishing, his words resonated throughout the regional channel, gaining traction in the broader community. Each individual had 3 opportunities to respond, but the sheer number of participants was overwhelming. Some expressed delight at the prospect of a leader willing to take the initiative, while others dismissed it, believing Zhang Hao to be merely posturing. There were also those who pondered the means by which he had acquired such materials, speculating whether Zhang Hao was a product of collective effort, as the supply crates available to the group were limited. It seemed implausible that one person could amass such a quantity of resources. Before long, midday arrived, signaling the time for lunch. Zhang Hao paused his fishing, fortunate to have been born by the sea, possessing the patience required for this pursuit. He placed all the unconsumed ordinary fish on the market, adhering to yesterday's trading method. Concurrently, he listed a batch of grilled fish in exchange for some plastic. However, the current supply of plastic was scant, lacking a market value. And Zhang Hao was uncertain what it could be exchanged for. The prices offered were not particularly high, resulting in minimal trades. It was likely that other survivors also possessed little plastic. He managed to catch a few sea-grade fish today, but after consuming them, he did not experience the same satisfaction as he had the previous day. Furthermore, upon reviewing the character experience points in the game, he noticed that the increase in experience from this session was significantly less than the day prior. It appeared that there was a cap on the benefits derived from food, and in this game, it seemed he would need to rely on defeating opponents to level up. Alternatively, he could consume higher-grade food, though he was uncertain whether it was solely the fish that had reached a limit or if all sea-grade food had become ineffective. Zhang Hao assessed his experience points and calculated that if the gains followed a proportional pattern, then consuming sea-grade fish would yield negligible experience after 3 or 4 more servings. Nonetheless, he believed that the diminishing returns were likely limited to sea-grade fish, as he felt confident that other food sources would still provide benefits. Zhang Hao sensed that, without the enhancement from a game, he had not experienced a significant improvement in his physical capabilities. Surely, sea-grade food could not only yield such minimal enhancements. He had yet to receive any notification of his advancement to sea-grade status. While Zhang Hao was reviewing his experience points, he noticed a notification at the bottom of the survival interface. Upon clicking it, he discovered statistics for his survival points accrued on the first day. Unlike in traditional gameplay, there is no need to save the game to obtain these points. As soon as the clock struck midnight, the survival points earned from the previous day as combat, gathering, and crafting would be directly credited to Zhang Hao. On the first day, the items crafted were rather few, especially in the absence of significant battles, resulting in Zhang Hao acquiring a modest amount of survival points, insufficient even for a single draw. However, he remained optimistic, knowing that small increments would eventually accumulate into something substantial. The acquisition of survival points signified that one day he would be able to obtain all those coveted talents. Moreover, if the customized airdrops could be recharged, it implied that survival points could also be acquired through monetary investment. Although the method of recharge remained unclear for the time being, he would soon discover it once the time for the customized airdrop arrived. A mere 30 days was nothing. Zhang Hao was patient, believing that good things come to those who wait. He contemplated the percentage boost from those talents, finding that the passage of days mattered little in the grand scheme. Chapter 16, An Unexpected Delight. The courier riding the winds. After reviewing the interface, Zhang Hao decided against fishing. He concluded that, in comparison to resources and wealth, strength was of paramount importance. This was a determination he had made on the very first day, to gather supplies in the morning, engage in fishing trades, and dedicate the afternoon to physical training, enhancing the proficiency of various movements, particularly those that would improve his physical attributes. The evenings were reserved for crafting items, while also perusing the chat interface for news. Although he anticipated little information from the previous days, he felt compelled to check, for one must never underestimate the unexpected. Just as Zhang Hao was about to close the assistance window, he noticed a new mail icon for the doomsday preparation section, something he had not seen before. Could it be? Having played this game countless times, he was well acquainted with every icon. Yet, this development exceeded his expectations, leaving him somewhat incredulous, especially given the surrounding ocean. Upon clicking the icon, he was indeed greeted by the postal trading interface, which had unlocked only the supermarket, Sergei's shop, and the delicatessen. Lacking currency, he could not purchase anything, but he had items to sell. At Sergei's shop, he could exchange basic materials such as soil, wood, and metal. He decided to sell as much as he could, filling his inventory to capacity since he had plenty of these resources. After initiating the trade, a countdown of 2 hours appeared. With 2 hours remaining, Zhang Hao refused to squander the time and commenced his training. Initially intending to engage in simple running exercises, he quickly realized the island was too small to run effectively. Moving at a slow pace was classified as walking, which did not contribute to his proficiency. Thus, he opted to practice heavy punches, which would enhance both his strength and maximum health. Although he had never trained in boxing, he was familiar with the basic punching technique. However, without proper training, his arms soon became sore. After a brief rest, he struck the sore areas with his fists discovering an increase in his impact resistance proficiency. Was it possible that any degree of damage counted towards improvement? After resting for a while, he resumed practicing punches against the supply crate he had previously placed at the island's edge. Indeed, both his heavy punch and impact resistance proficiencies increased simultaneously. Nevertheless, despite not exerting much force, striking the crate still caused some discomfort in his hands. Yet, one should never fear hard work. Rather, it is the absence of hope that is daunting. The progress was evident, reflected in the data, motivating Zhang Hao to intensify his efforts. Instead of holding back, he accelerated his pace, realizing that speed equated to power, thereby increasing the reaction force on his fists. With intervals of rest, the 2 hours swiftly passed. Glancing at the timer, he noticed only a minute remained, yet the surrounding sea remained eerily calm. There were no humans in sight, nor even a single bird. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Turning around, Zhang Hao beheld a figure skillfully maneuvering a jet ski through the waves, clearing a path with determination. The figure approached rapidly, arriving just as the 2-hour mark for confirming the trade was reached, neither a moment early nor late. The courier said nothing, merely placing the package on the ground, yet he did not depart. It was at this moment that Zhang Hao recalled he could converse with the courier. Upon ascending to greet the courier, regardless of what Zhang Hao said, the delivery man had but one response. "Hello, Mr. Zhang Hao. How's your day been?" Indeed, he seemed like a non-playable character, merely a scripted event, incapable of offering any further discourse. Zhang Hao felt no disappointment. After all, the courier himself was the most delightful surprise. The courier's visit was brief, and as soon as the allotted time elapsed, he departed. During this interval, Zhang Hao attempted to ascertain whether he could ride the jet ski, only to discover that he could not approach it at all. Once the courier left, Zhang Hao unwrapped the package, finding not only a handful of copper coins, but also a letter, an element of the game's narrative, prompting him to venture into the forest to trigger a new quest related to Jenny, simultaneously unlocking her quaint shop. Yet amidst this vast ocean, where was he to find Jenny? There were no helicopters or speedboats to facilitate his maritime exploration. Zhang Hao clicked in vain, pondering various strategies, ultimately resigning to the futility of his quest. Well, these few shops are satisfactory for now, he reflected. At the very least, once I elevate my rapport with Sergio's shop, I'll be able to purchase plastic, which I am desperately lacking at present. The copper coins Zhang Hao experimented with proved insufficient for sustenance, so he decided to reserve them for future purchases of plastic, as the available shops lacked any other necessities, particularly the food shop, where prices were exorbitant, and there were no beneficial buffs. It merely served as a trivial aspect of the game. When the courier arrived, Zhang Hao had managed to rest for a spell. With the courier now gone, he resumed his training regimen with renewed vigor. He engaged in a series of punches, alternating between exertion and rest, and by nightfall, he had increased his experience by a third. It appeared that by the 4th day, both his resilience and heavy strike proficiency would reach level 1. The increase in defensive capabilities from resilience was notably significant, as the character inherently possessed no defensive attributes. Level 1 resilience granted an additional 10 points of defense. Given that level 1 monsters typically dealt between 15 to 25 damage, this effectively provided a 50 reduction in damage right from the outset. Even if sharks were classified as level 2 or 3 creatures, they still posed a considerable threat. Thus, Zhang Hao planned to set sail on the 5th day, anticipating that by then, both his resilience and heavy strike would be at level 1, resulting in a noteworthy enhancement of his health and defense, ensuring a measure of safety. The vegetables were still not ready, leaving him to endure yet another meal of fish. After only 2 days, he found himself somewhat queasy, likely due to the lack of seasoning. "Oh, my vegetables, please mature quickly, or grant me access to other food options." Zhang Hao had contemplated trading for alternative provisions. Yet few were willing to part with their food, and he could not afford to offer a significantly higher price. Resources in the early game were exceedingly valuable. Not to mention, Zhang Hao had yet to establish a full array of facilities, let alone procure weapons and armor. After consuming the unappealing fish, he organized his supplies and noted that his most pressing shortage remained plastic products, with the most crucial item being cleaning agents. These cannot be crafted and could only be found in supply crates. Although deemed a fundamental resource within the game, in this world, they were classified as processed goods. Furthermore, the resource boxes may yield a myriad of items. Thus, even though Zhang Hao has raised the purchasing price, he has not received much in return, as others currently have no use for the cleaning agents. The limited supply of cleaning agents will undoubtedly be allocated first toward upgrading the wrench box and the chemical workstation, as these two elements are crucial to Zhang Hao's weaponry and armor. With the wrench box upgraded to level 3, he can now craft level 3 weapons, while the chemical workstation has reached level 2, serving primarily to assist in the enhancement of the wrench box. Chapter 17. Equipping Tier 3 weapons. The facilities have been prepared, and the process of crafting equipment has commenced. The metal spear requires 5 steel pipes, 3 aerosol canisters, 8 metal plates, and 5 pieces of firewood. Surprisingly, the most challenging component has proven to be the 3 aerosol canisters. Zhang Hao has not managed to procure a single one in 2 days and has had to rely on trade to obtain them. However, the prices in the market are bound to rise. Although others may not yet grasp the utility of this item, its scarcity and demand will inevitably inflate its value. Currently, Zhang Hao finds himself alone, with limited resources, primarily trading fish and iron ingots, which are in short supply. Alas, when will this novice period come to an end? Zhang Hao cannot help but sigh deeply. It is likely that Zhang Hao is among those most eager for the novice phase to conclude, for it is indeed a true beginner's experience. Not only are there no monsters that attack proactively, but the drop rates for food and water are also reasonably high. It is certainly impossible to hoard supplies, but with diligence and by collecting all available resource boxes, one can survive without succumbing to hunger or thirst. This phase essentially provides everyone with time to acclimate to this new world. In Zhang Hao's region, fortune has smiled upon him. From what Zhang Hao understands, everyone in the original world is merely an ordinary person, possessing limbs and average intelligence, each as cunning as a monkey. Only after the novice phase concludes, with monsters attacking, can Zhang Hao sell weapons at a premium. Additionally, he could trade food that temporarily enhances attributes. These 2 items are essential and scarce for survivors. While roasted fish is currently rare, it is not indispensable. Iron ingots, although necessary, are not particularly scarce and do not fetch a high price. The more Zhang Hao contemplates this, the more excited he becomes, wishing fervently for the monsters to attack by tomorrow. Yet, regrettably, wishes remain mere wishes. The opportune moment has not yet arrived, and Zhang Hao must return from his daydreams to face reality. Although the process of gathering resources is fraught with difficulty, the outcome is rewarding. With the metal spear crafted, Zhang Hao now possesses a reliable melee weapon. It inflicts 75 damage, has a decent attack range, and boasts 2 skills, Stick Dance and Fury. Both skills are effective for bludgeoning weapons. While the damage increase from Stick Dance is modest, it provides sweeping area damage. Fury, on the other hand, is direct, delivering significant single-target damage that can enhance damage output by nearly 50% from the onset. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao recognizes the necessity of possessing ranged weapons. While the survival world leans towards a data-driven approach, low-tier ranged weapons do not inflict damage as high as that of high-tier melee weapons. This differs from the real world, where firearms dominate over melee weapons. Nevertheless, the range of firearms is undeniably unmatched by melee weapons, at least for the time being. Zhang Hao intends to craft a pipe machine gun from 7 Days to Die and a small crossbow from Survive. The small crossbow is effectively a Tier 2 weapon, as the Tier 3 antique pistol requires pistol parts that Zhang Hao currently lacks. The small crossbow inflicts 55 damage, significantly surpassing the pipe machine gun's damage of less than 40, and it possesses armor-piercing capabilities, providing an advantage against heavily armored foes. However, the pipe machine gun offers a higher rate of fire, and the deterrent effect of firearms on humans is certainly unparalleled by that of bows and crossbows. Thus, even if mid-tier firearms may not match the power of melee weapons, Zhang Hao is determined to include them as one of his primary weapons. The small crossbow is intended for targeting formidable foes, while the machine gun serves to eliminate lesser adversaries. This strategy is part of the plan for subsequent upgrades in equipment quality. The gear necessary for survival is indeed impressive, boasting extraordinary damage output. Yet it suffers from a low rate of fire and exorbitant repair costs. Currently, Zhang Hao is still missing a crucial book to craft the iron pipe machine gun, so he must first create the small crossbow. Once completed, he will need to practice with it. Having resolved the weaponry, the next focus shifts to armor. Materials are plentiful, and there has yet to be significant reliance on chemical products for low-tier equipment. In no time, Zhang Hao has upgraded his arsenal. He wields a scrap iron shield, defense 34, in his left hand, a metal spear in his right, a small crossbow slung across his back, and wears a lightweight assault jacket, defense 22, along with motorcycle gloves, defense 10. The clothing and gloves directly augment Zhang Hao's base defense, while the shield's contribution does not enhance his fundamental defense, but only mitigates damage directed at it. Zhang Hao makes a brief attempt. He is neither a professional nor a martial arts prodigy, and with the shield in his left hand, the use of the metal spear becomes quite challenging. Consequently, for him, the shield serves primarily to defend against ranged attacks or during charges. Once combat ensues, he must relinquish the shield. Nevertheless, even without the shield's defense, his current protection stands at 32, surpassing all Tier 1 monsters and some Tier 2. With the imminent enhancement of his impact resistance, his defense will reach 42, exceeding all ordinary Tier 2 creatures. Even against a Tier 3 shark, the damage inflicted would be significantly reduced, and while the shark's teeth may possess armor-piercing capabilities, they cannot guarantee a complete breach. Of course, these figures pertain to in-game statistics. The survival world does not categorize adversaries by tiers, but rather by letter grades. Assessing the situation, if all Tier 3 weapons and armor are classified as C grade, the shark must also fall within that classification. Otherwise, encountering a B-grade shark at the outset would transition survival into a massacre. In his former world, Zhang Hao had never utilized a crossbow, and thus requires practice. Seizing the moonlit night, he tightly grips the crossbow, setting his sights on the upper left corner of a nearby supply crate. Taking a deep breath, he places a bolt onto the string and, recalling the instructions from the manual, gently pulls the trigger. With a whoosh, the bolt is released. Yet it veers wildly off course, plunging into the sea, leaving not a trace behind. Embarrassed, Zhang Hao reflects on the considerable miscalculation, although no one is watching. The inaccuracy is rather remarkable. He has failed to hit even the substantial supply crate, let alone the precise target. Undeterred, he retrieves another bolt and readies himself anew. This time, he consciously adjusts his stance, striving for stability. However, the outcome remains disappointing. The bolt strikes the crate, but is still far from the intended mark. He tries again, missing the target. Once more, he attempts and again misses. Persistence characterizes his practice. He continuously refines his posture and technique. Finally, after numerous trials, Zhang Hao successfully hits the target. Although subsequent attempts may not yield further success, he acknowledges this as a significant step forward. However, at such a close range, missing the target indicates that I must dedicate time to practice in the coming days. As the night deepened, even with the flickering light of the campfire and torches, visibility remained poor, prompting Zhang Hao to conclude his training. With the resource boxes set to refresh at 8 o'clock the following morning, there was little need to retire early. Instead, he devoted the remaining hours to crafting every piece of equipment available to him, aiming to accumulate points for his compendium. Unsurprisingly, all second-tier weapons were classified as D-grade items, while first-tier weapons did not even reach that classification. This classification was understandable. If wooden spears, iron pipes, wooden sticks, and wooden shields were deemed graded items, D-grade would lose its value entirely. Nevertheless, there were still simple wooden bows, metal axes, nail guns, hunting knives, hammers, and spike clubs, among others. Crafting equipment consumed considerable time, and upon completion, Zhang Hao felt it was nearly time for rest. He had risen late the previous day due to crafting production facilities, and he was determined not to repeat that mistake on the third day. Before retiring for the night, he checked his points and discovered an increase of merely 8 points. This figure was perplexing. What could be the reason? Hastily, he examined the compendium only to find a duplication in entries. For instance, the knife category only recognized one type, the iron machete, resulting in a mere point addition despite multiple tools. It appeared that the compendium's judgment was not particularly sophisticated. Rather than feeling disheartened by the lack of points, Zhang Hao found himself more at ease. His greatest asset remained the game's auxiliary system, and a few missing points were inconsequential. He almost wished for the compendium's judgments to be as simplistic as possible. Lacking an alarm clock made it challenging to gauge time. Yet after years of toil, Zhang Hao had developed an internal clock, awakening shortly after 7. Adhering to his routine from the previous days, he prepared to salvage the resource box while simultaneously enjoying a meal and perusing the chat interface. Initially expecting nothing of significance, he was taken aback by the flood of messages soliciting warm clothing. The messages scrolled by too swiftly for him to keep up, prompting him to pose a question. Chapter 18. The chilling night approaches. Seizing the opportunity for acquisition, what is happening? Why is there a sudden surge in the acquisition of warming supplies? Shouldn't everyone be gathering resources instead? At this hour, there shouldn't be so many people already finished. Hasn't the leader noticed the temperature drop last night? Indeed, it wasn't just a slight decrease. Although we are currently sleeping outdoors, if the temperature doesn't drop significantly, we might not even feel it. It turns out the temperature fell at night. Zhang Hao slept indoors. Even though it was a wooden frame, it did not let in any drafts. Moreover, given the small size of the room, which lacks windows, it was even cozier. Zhang Hao wasn't avoiding expansion, but the island was simply this size. There was no space for him to enlarge. Unfortunately, everyone was not foolish. No one was willing to exchange the foundational stones. Initially, Zhang Hao planned to wait until the novice period passed and food and water became critically scarce before commencing a large-scale acquisition of foundational stones. However, this sudden drop in temperature made him ponder whether he could expedite his plans. After some contemplation, Zhang Hao realized that while he could make a modest profit, he could not achieve significant gains, as he lacked the means to produce ordinary clothing. Garments with defensive attributes were absolutely not to be traded with others at this stage. Who could predict when they might encounter other players? While low-level weapons could be traded, armor was strictly off-limits. This principle holds true across cultures and eras. Armors are prohibited while blades and firearms remain permissible. To be frank, Zhang Hao did not lack fabric. However, the notion of exchanging excessive amounts for foundational stones was impractical. Wait, I may not have clothing, but I possess cotton cloth. Suddenly, Zhang Hao recalled that cotton cloth, being made from fabric, was indeed sufficient for warmth. While it wasn't clothing, given the circumstances, it was certainly better than having nothing. Surviving with cotton cloth is undoubtedly a viable alchemical product. It requires neither cotton nor animal pelts. Just ordinary fabric combined with a smidgen of chemical substances to transform it into warming cotton cloth. With a resolved mind, Zhang Hao chose not to rush into fishing, but instead continued to observe the chat interface. Even with the limitations on frequency, the regional channel was abuzz with requests for cold-resistant items. Which esteemed individual has cold-resistant garments? I am willing to pay a premium for them. Is it really necessary to react so strongly to such a slight drop in temperature? It's not as if it's unbearable. Some fail to comprehend. You are correct, but can you guarantee that it won't get colder tonight? If the temperature continues to drop, you may withstand it tonight and even tomorrow night, but eventually, it will reach a point beyond your endurance. The individual above is not mistaken. And have you ever read novels? Disasters often feature abrupt temperature changes, whether rising or falling. Early preparation is undoubtedly prudent. Some sought assistance, while others offered suggestions. Isn't there a supply box? Everyone could stack the supply boxes around themselves. Although the top would still allow some wind in, the surrounding boxes would provide some shielding, and if other items were used as cover, it would be even warmer. Although the temperature hasn't changed drastically, blocking the wind would be far more comfortable. I would like to add that even though it's an island, there is still the possibility of digging a bit. Everyone could dig a pit to lie in and then cover it with boxes. It might be uncomfortable, but I tried it last night, and it was considerably warmer. Wait a moment. Shall we dig a pit in the ground and lie within? Is this not akin to a grave? Upstairs and beyond, what time is it now to still concern ourselves with such trivialities? Even if it resembles a grave, one must eventually lie down regardless. Indeed, I find myself wishing for a coffin before me, so that I may recline within. Why fret over such matters at this juncture? Lest one truly finds themselves in a coffin? Those above are mistaken. Who could lie in a coffin when they may perish outside instead? The survivors, in their chatter, likely many have exhausted their chances. If it comes to that, I shall forego sleep at night, enduring by the warmth of a fire, replenishing it periodically. And for those without embers, hasten to procure some. This method, as Zhang Hao deemed, holds merit. After all, during the day, there is little to occupy us, and a reversal of day and night bears little consequence. At this moment, a man from the same region as Zhang Hao spoke again. There is no need for a resource box. One could construct a large container from wooden planks, stuffing it with leaves and thatch for warmth. Indeed, this idea from a man of the sea is quite clever. We were just discussing coffins, and now one has truly materialized. Yet this is a practical solution we had overlooked. We can create with our own hands in this tangible world, beyond mere blueprints. This man from the sea is quite active in the area, and his previous comments in the regional channel have guided other survivors. He appears to be a good soul. It is a pity he is male. On such a small island, with two men together, will they sleep face to face or back to back? Observations are warranted. Should he indeed be a good person, he could serve as a long-term trading partner, and a modicum of assistance would not go amiss. Conversely, another individual on the leaderboard, New World, whether through name or tone, embodies the traits of a villain faced with early setbacks. He had previously vexed Zhang Hao. Although the irritation was harmless, it was nonetheless unpleasant. Time is of the essence, although cotton fabric necessitates chemical substances for its creation, which in turn require the scarce aerosol solvent Zhang Hao desperately needs. To miss this opportunity would mean waiting until the novice period concludes. Zhang Hao still hopes to explore the dangers of an island of such vastness during this beginner phase. Without further ado, aside from the upgrades needed for the clamp box and chemical station, he shall convert all remaining aerosol solvents into chemical reagents, and combine them with fabric to produce cotton cloth. While a single chemical reagent yields 5 pieces of cotton cloth, the remaining chemical reagents are few. Thus, he shall only create 200 pieces of cotton cloth. Upon completion, Zhang Hao made an announcement in the chat channel. I have some cotton cloth available. While not clothing, a single piece possesses adequate thickness, and 2 pieces can be combined to serve as a blanket. He also shared a screenshot of the cotton cloth data, utilizing his 3 speaking opportunities wisely to consolidate his efforts. Cotton cloth, a fabric woven from cotton, lightweight and comfortable, possessing excellent warmth. It is also one of the materials used for crafting other items. Upon reading this introduction, Zhang Hao felt somewhat speechless. The notion of cotton being fabricated from textiles seemed absurd. Nevertheless, such a description was inconsequential. Alchemical methods are boundless. After all, one might as well consider chemical reagents transformed into cotton. Amidst the various messages from other survivors seeking cotton fabric or sponsorship, Zhang Hao utilized his final opportunity to speak for the day. Given the limited utility and ambiguous pricing of a single piece of cotton fabric, he decided to sell 2 pieces together, primarily to facilitate the exchange of island foundation stones and other materials. Should anyone possess other rare materials, they were welcome to contact him privately, reminiscent of his previous needs, copper or crystal, silk, and this time he would also procure plastic products and other chemical items. Quantities were limited, and it would be first come, first served. After concluding his message, Zhang Hao had no further speaking opportunities left and proceeded to list the cotton fabric in the trading channel. 2 pieces of cotton fabric for 1 island foundation stone or a cleaning agent or a chemical reagent. 2 pieces of cotton fabric in exchange for 10 pieces of cloth. Note: for any other materials I require, please contact me privately and indicate the material name. Zhang Hao surmised that the most advantageous trade would likely be the island foundation stones, as he had garnered a modest profit from the cleaning agents and chemical reagents. After deducting the costs of fabric and wood, his profit margin amounted to approximately 200. Chapter 19. Circular Trading, banning the fool. Zhang Hao initially listed 70 sets, equating to 140 pieces of cotton fabric. He still possessed 60 pieces of cotton fabric for trading other materials. It would have been advantageous if the 70 sets could be exchanged for cleaning agents and chemical reagents, as 2 units of cleaning agents could yield 3 units of chemical reagents, and 1 unit of chemical reagent could be combined with 5 units of ordinary fabric. If he had the latter 2 items, it is likely he would not resort to trading with foundational stones. Upon receiving his goods, Zhang Hao could resume his production. The time consumed in crafting these basic items is minimal, yet the volume, coupled with the time spent on transactions and communications, leads him to not seek extensive accumulation. Merely sufficient foundational stones would suffice. One must not be short-sighted, for personal strength remains paramount. As the saying goes, while neighbors stockpile grain, I arm myself. Neighbors are merely repositories of my provisions. In the same vein, Zhang Hao's considerable wealth would be of little consequence without adequate martial deterrence, akin to a child clutching gold. This realization also underpins his earlier mention of venturing out to hunt sharks. The remaining cotton fabric would serve as a medium for trading rare materials. Although it is clear that such fabric would be insufficient when encountering truly valuable items. Nevertheless, should the goods offered be exceptionally fine, Zhang Hao possesses other items for barter. As long as the profit margin is substantial, weaponry is certainly negotiable. If someone were to present him with components for a handgun, rifle, or machine gun, the refusal to sell protective gear would merely be a hollow statement. There exists no item that cannot be traded. It is merely a matter of whether the profit is sufficient to justify the seller's acceptance of risk. The purchasing power within the region remains robust, as the 70 sets of cotton fabric were swiftly exchanged, predominantly for foundational stones, with only 13 sets traded for cleaning agents or chemical reagents. It appears that these plastic and chemical products are still considered relatively precious in the early stages, while foundational stones belong to the basic survival commodities like food and water. Of the remaining 13 sets, 11 were traded for cleaning agents, and merely 2 for chemical reagents. To Zhang Hao, cleaning agents are of greater value than chemical reagents. At a basic ratio of 2 to 3, 11 cleaning agents can yield 5 batches of chemical reagents, amounting to 15 units, leaving him with 1 cleaning agent. Together with the original 2 chemical reagents, he now has a total of 17, which can produce 85 pieces of cotton fabric. However, based on Zhang Hao's initial listing of 2 sets, the 70 sets can only cycle into 42 sets, marking the first transaction involving chemical products. Consequently, Zhang Hao's plans for a second cycle were thwarted, compelling him to list an additional 30 sets of cotton fabric while retaining a portion for himself. Previously unconsidered, he now realizes that cotton fabric can serve as bedding. Although it is not particularly cold indoors at night, having soft cotton fabric is undoubtedly preferable. The second transaction proceeded with remarkable swiftness, as all 30 sets were exchanged for foundational stones, culminating in a total of 87 foundational stones from both transactions. With the initial area of 4 by 5 units, Zhang Hao can now expand his island to a size of 107 square meters. With the addition of the initial 20 square meters and the recent exchanges, Zhang Hao has managed to expand the island to just over 100 square meters. He first utilized 87 foundation stones to enlarge the island to a size of 10 by 10 meters, leaving him with 7 foundation stones. As this was insufficient to extend it to 10 by 11 meters, he refrained from further expansion. The absence of a corner appeared rather odd, and he preferred to accumulate a few more foundation stones to achieve a more aesthetically pleasing rectangular shape. After completing the island's expansion, Zhang Hao received no system notifications and, after surveying the surrounding sea, detected no unusual occurrences. He remained uncertain whether the lack of response was due to the beginner phase or if the current area still qualified as small. Seeing no developments, Zhang Hao opened a private chat channel, intending to engage in trade. To his surprise, the messages were predominantly from those eager to hitch a ride on his success. While this was not overly concerning, some individuals sought to take advantage, offering clearly insufficient resources, while others attempted moral coercion. Rather than rushing into transactions, he decided to sort the trade requests by value, initially intending to view them from high to low, but ultimately opting to examine them from low to high. He first perused the messages with the least value. If someone merely overestimated the worth of their goods, he would let it be, but if their tone was unkind, he would promptly block them. From the chat interface, Zhang Hao discerned that blocking individuals offered two choices: blocking messages only or blocking all interactions. He certainly opted for the latter. He was not in want of resources, and even if he had needs, he did not wish to engage with such individuals. Recently, the fish and roasted fish he had distributed were significantly cheaper than those of others, and he had already shown considerable generosity. Although he was making a profit, one could hardly conduct business without it. In just 2 days, despite seldom speaking in the regional channel, others in the vicinity had little understanding of him. Yet his reputation surpassed that of many, earning him the title of a benevolent trader. This was, of course, largely due to the contrast with others. Morality is a comparative term, and compared to sellers who demanded exorbitant prices, Zhang Hao maintained a degree of integrity. After reviewing the lowest value messages, most of which were from those seeking to take advantage without recognizing reality, he swiftly deleted and blocked them. Having finished with the least valuable, he now turned his attention to the highest value messages. Upon sorting, he was astonished to find that many held valuable items, likely due to concerns about the continuing drop in temperature. In this alternate realm, while the cold might not pose an immediate threat to life, the risk of illness loomed large, particularly given the absence of any visible medicinal herbs. One should not underestimate the severity of a cold. In modern society, it may seem trivial, yet throughout history, numerous individuals have succumbed to illnesses or endured lasting repercussions from what was once considered a mere ailment. At the top of the list was crystal, a resource Zhang Hao had been diligently seeking but believed to be unattainable at present. To his astonishment, it appeared someone had indeed managed to acquire it. In this vast region, there are individuals who have unearthed precious crystals. Given the multitude of other regions across the globe, it is likely that many have also discovered remarkable treasures, perhaps even several individuals who possess 1 or 2 A-grade items. As for S-grade items, Zhang Hao speculates that their emergence may not occur so soon. It is possible that they cannot be found during the novice phase and will only be obtainable once one has officially embarked on the journey of survival. In the chat interface of the World Book, unless one adds a friend, it is impossible to discern gender or age, and one can only gauge personality through IDs and conversations. The ID of the crystal's owner is Bamboo Hidden, which offers no indication of gender from the name alone. Excuse me, may I inquire what you wish to exchange for this crystal? Chapter 20. The transaction partner is male. Am I not the protagonist? Zhang Hao was not naive enough to believe he could exchange cotton cloth for crystal stones, even though crystal stones would eventually become commonplace. In the initial stages, they represented rarity and value. It was inconceivable that anyone with sense would sell them cheaply. The other party responded swiftly, as everyone seemed to have little to do at the moment. Unlike Zhang Hao, who could fish, exercise, or utilize alchemical methods to transform wood into iron ingots. The alchemical method referred to a glitch present in some games, where combining 2 or more materials to create an item and subsequently deconstructing it would result in a decrease in total materials, yet one item might multiply in quantity. In the game Survive, this technique allowed the conversion of wood into metal. In the game's context, wood and scrap iron were virtually indistinguishable. Such methods were a waste of time and resources. However, in the world of survival, scrap iron was far more precious than wood, making even the exchange of larger quantities of wood for metal worthwhile. To be honest, I was unsure of the utility of this item, but since you had mentioned it before, you must have some knowledge of it. Bambooine was quite straightforward. My trading options were twofold. 1, you could make an offer, and if I deemed it reasonable, we would proceed with the transaction. Or 2, you could inform me of the purpose of the item you were collecting, and I would trade 1 crystal stone. Zhang Hao observed the message from the other party, hesitating to respond immediately. The second option indicated that he possessed more than 1 crystal stone. Given the directness of the other party, he could not afford to show hesitation. It was merely a matter of utility, which he would eventually ascertain. Moreover, based on Zhang Hao's current understanding, crystal stones were merely materials without any hidden secrets. There was nothing he could not disclose. He did contemplate that the other party might be testing him, Yet, just as he had previously expressed his intention to venture out to sea, he too was willing to reveal a small piece of information. Although luck played a significant role in his advantageous start, those who began with an edge were certainly more likely to succeed. Zhang Hao and this group of individuals who were also advancing would inevitably have direct interactions, and retreating was not an option. A-class item, advanced military cot, a bed used by an elite military legion during their march, significantly enhancing recovery speed during rest. Required materials: 1 crimson fire vine, 5 crystal stones, 10 steel, 50 iron, 20 silk. A screenshot was promptly sent, and the other party wasted no time, immediately sending a transaction request for 1 crystal stone. The other party was straightforward, and Zhang Hao could not afford to be ambiguous. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed to the transaction, simultaneously sending a request to trade 2 ordinary bandages. He also included the effects of the ordinary bandages. They provided healing from moderate wounds, could stop bleeding, and alleviate mild infections. Not wishing to trade weapons or armor, and assuming the other party was not in need of food or water, the only appealing item left was medicine. Even in the absence of combat, the inclination to stockpile supplies remained unchanged, and although these bandages bore the term ordinary, they were anything but. Once Zhang Hao sent the trade request, the other party fell silent. Even without any form of communication, Zhang Hao could sense the other's hesitation. Finally, after a brief pause, the other party accepted the trade and replied, "Thank you." Zhang Hao smiled, realizing he had not misjudged. His counterpart exuded confidence. There was no need for gratitude, merely a transaction. This information scarcely warranted a single crystal, and the determination of who would ultimately gain or lose remained uncertain. As for the 2 bandages, consider them alone. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises. After a brief pause following this exchange, the other party inquired, "Friends?" Without hesitation, Zhang Hao agreed. Previously, he had refrained from adding friends out of trepidation, yet now, equipped with weapons and armor, he noticed a significant relaxation in his demeanor towards other survivors. After adding each other as friends, they exchanged no further words before logging off. At that moment, they could finally see each other's names. The other's avatar and name revealed themselves as Lu Feng, Bamboo Concealment, a male, aged 25, with cropped hair. He was not conventionally handsome, but he possessed a cleanliness that was far more pleasant than the flashy youths often seen in the entertainment industry. Zhang Hao mused. Had he not known better, he might have assumed they were auditioning for a girl group rather than a boy band. A man? I had expected a beautiful CO. ISNT that how novels portray such characters? Am I not the protagonist? Zhang Hao chuckled to himself. Though he jested, the moment the other party presented 2 options, Zhang Hao sensed the individual was male. The silence that followed, coupled with the direct transaction after receiving a screenshot, solidified his impression with a 99% certainty. In societal contexts, men are generally less inclined to owe debts of gratitude and more averse to being subjugated, particularly regarding matters of self-respect. While this attitude does not definitively indicate masculinity, the likelihood certainly skews toward male over female. Aside from Lu Feng, who offered a high-value crystal to glean information, the items from others were largely unremarkable. A few sought to trade iron ingots, which indeed hold significant value. Currently, aside from Zhang Hao, everyone else could only mine, and most often, they ended up with scrap iron. Unfortunately, Zhang Hao lacked a need for iron. Copper or steel would have been preferable. For now, he marked these individuals for future reference, temporarily bypassing them. Should no superior items present themselves, he would either proceed with these trades or forego them altogether in favor of listing the foundational stone for trade. Zhang Hao could afford not to profit, yet he could not sustain a loss. Even if iron was less useful to him than cotton, items that required chemical agents, he could not allow others to acquire low market value items in exchange. Fortunately, among the remaining offers, there were some commendable items: soil, copper ore, and seeds, all of which were in limited supply. With so many individuals involved, the few sets of cotton fabric were quickly traded. Zhang Hao prioritized trading the seeds he could currently plant, followed by other seeds, then the soil, and lastly, the copper ore. The soil material could be utilized to create soil, apocalypse preparation planting facilities, allowing him to produce 3 additional units for planting spinach. Regrettably, without substantial meat, he could only envision the joy of wrapping roasted meat with spinach. For now, he had to settle for fish as a substitute. In addition to spinach seeds, he also possessed some fruit seeds, apples and oranges, yet he lacked the means to cultivate them, as these required a temperature-controlled greenhouse found only in advanced stages of apocalypse preparation. Though Zhang Hao has consistently utilized the gaming system, it does not imply that he is not a survivor. He is certainly capable of crafting blueprints for survival systems. He embodies not merely the transformation of 1 into 2, but rather the synthesis of 1 plus 2. With the acquisition of 2 potatoes, he can effortlessly construct a small planting pot for raft survival. Thus, 2 becomes 4 becomes 8, and 8 becomes 16. Moreover, the potatoes possess a lengthy shelf life, making them ideal for food reserves, ready to be harvested at the opportune moment. However, as the array of cultivated crops expands, Zhang Hao must fabricate additional rudimentary water purifiers. As the quantity of items increases, he finds himself requiring more time for management each day. Presently, the situation remains manageable, but as the volume of crops continues to grow, the demand for human oversight will become increasingly cumbersome. It is imperative that he ascends the technological ladder of raft survival. Regrettably, he lacks the necessary blueprints and certain critical materials. Zhang Hao has been actively seeking these, yet it remains uncertain whether they are simply unavailable or if some individuals are reluctant to part with them. Given that raft survival takes place at sea and there are currently no task islands, could it be that blueprints cannot be obtained from the islands of others? However, upon reflection, Zhang Hao dismisses this notion. After all, this is his unique advantage. Venturing to other islands seems inconceivable. Scanning his surroundings, he notes that the only remaining option is the distant supply chest guarded by a shark. This provides yet another compelling reason to confront the shark. Zhang Hao resolves that once his proficiency improves, he will venture out to sea. The prospects of combat points, shark meat, supply chests, and potential blueprints now render the shark not a threat, but rather a guardian of treasures, inviting him to strike. Chapter 21. Expanding the residence after completing the transactions. I sent a mass message to those who had provided commendable materials. I regrettably informed them that the cotton cloth had been traded out. However, I still had fish meat, iron ingots, knives, and axes available. Should there be further trading interests, they could reach out to me privately. I was one to trade knives and iron ingots. Most individuals disregarded the fish entirely. It is obvious that iron ingots are essential materials. All survivors must transition from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. And the most challenging aspect of this journey is refining iron ore and scrap metal into iron ingots. In this setting, metallic ores and scrap metal are 2 distinct materials. For instance, iron tools, if not treated for corrosion, will rust quickly, and the tools will suffer wear and tear, ultimately becoming scrap. Compared to ores, the difficulty of smelting scrap is significantly lower, making it a somewhat usable alternative. Thus, the hierarchy is as follows: metal ingots, scrap, metal, ore. As for knives and axes, their significance is paramount. Humanity distinguishes itself from other animals through the ability to wield tools, with a knife in hand. Some skilled craftsmen might even create their own facilities. However, this does not concern Zhang Hao, as no matter how formidable these craftsmen may be, they cannot withstand the advantages of cheating. The trade for iron ingots was established at the cost of 1 copper or 2 seeds of any crop. A knife or an axe could be exchanged along with a blueprint for roasted fish. The exact quantity would depend on the blueprint's efficacy, which required prior submission of material and effect screenshots. While blueprints are certainly necessary, not all are required. Those that duplicate existing facilities in the game system are unnecessary, and the blueprints currently available are not of high quality. The trade for iron ingots proceeded without much turbulence, as copper holds greater value than iron. However, those wishing to smelt copper or into copper ingots would have to wait, a price most were willing to accept, particularly if they possessed copper or themselves. To Zhang Hao's surprise, he had not amassed many seeds. It seemed that everyone else had come up short. It appeared that half the seeds in the entire region might very well be in his possession, perhaps indicating that it was not yet the time for survivors to cultivate crops. However, the trade for knives proved to be much more complicated. The value of blueprints lacks a definitive standard. Setting aside differences in levels, how could the price of a nuclear bomb blueprint possibly equate to that of a bullet? Even among blueprints of the same level, combat-related blueprints command higher prices than medical blueprints, which in turn surpass those related to food. Moreover, medical blueprints that are urgently needed can appreciate in value several-fold. Additionally, the difficulty of producing blueprints is a crucial factor in determining their price. Even if one were to receive a nuclear bomb blueprint, most survivors would be unable to gather the necessary materials throughout their lives. Thus, negotiations proved to be arduous. Among the blueprints was a sea-level blueprint, which allowed for the creation of soil enhancers utilizing biological energy, that is, the remains of biological entities. This enhancer could transform unsuitable soil, those that cannot be used as basic materials, into arable soil, which could be utilized as foundational materials for various creations. Zhang Hao desired this blueprint, as it would enable him to utilize a portion of the fish he had caught to improve the soil for planting crops. However, the seller's price was exorbitant, demanding 2 knives, 2 axes, and 10 roasted fish. Zhang Hao felt quite distressed. He understood the price was inflated, yet he recognized that the other party was unaware that his soil requirements for planting crops were significantly less than those of others. Initially, he contemplated deceiving the counterpart by claiming he possessed only a knife and an axe. To his surprise, the other party saw through his ruse, asserting that if he had only one item, it would be impossible to engage in a trade. Moreover, the messages he received were evidently sent in mass. Although he couldn't ascertain how many items the person truly had, he was certain they possessed at least 3 or 4. Frustrated, Zhang Hao lamented that he couldn't deceive anyone. After all, he had heard that the trading partners encountered by protagonists were often quite foolish. Nonetheless, he still wished to attempt negotiating a lower price. Ultimately, the negotiations fell through, and Zhang Hao had to reluctantly concede, as his fishing endeavors also required time, making it impossible for him to produce endlessly. His previous reluctance to engage in large-scale acquisitions stemmed from the understanding that any endeavor demanded time, which he deemed his most precious resource. He realized the necessity of automating his processes swiftly. However, the automation mechanisms for the 4 games were still imperfect, leaving him reliant on the survival system. Despite some disappointment, Zhang Hao remained optimistic, knowing that as long as he accumulated sufficient resource boxes, the quantity would compensate for any unfavorable odds. He was not one to be cursed by the whims of fate. Moreover, the first leaderboard had appeared, featuring points for items based on their level, and he anticipated that more leaderboards would emerge, showcasing valuable items. He set a modest goal for himself, to secure the top position on all early leaderboards. Zhang Hao considered that the initial rankings would likely consist of resources, facilities, weapons, and perhaps a personal category. Had he possessed a clearer understanding of his physical capabilities earlier, he would have recognized that he was capable of upgrading, unlike those mere mortals bound by biological limitations. Regarding the individual he traded with, Zhang Hao held no particular opinion. It was merely a standard transaction, as the differing circumstances led to varying judgments of item value. It was somewhat regrettable, he sighed, continuing the conversation. The remaining blueprints were of little worth. He already possessed superior alternatives to the toilet blueprint and the stone campfire blueprint. In the end, he exchanged a single axe and 10 portions of roasted fish for a blueprint of bathing supplies. Although he couldn't craft it immediately, acquiring it was undoubtedly a wise decision. Initially, Zhang Hao thought the other party was insane for demanding so much for a bathing blueprint, yet when the counterpart presented screenshots, he was taken aback. Though it hadn't even reached D rank, the bathing supplies were remarkably comprehensive, including shampoo, shower gel, conditioner, soap, bath balls, bath caps, and even a foot scrub stone and cupping therapy set, complete with a bathing chair. Astonished, he mused, cupping therapy is considered bathing supplies too? Why not throw in a foot-soaking package while you're at it? Despite his grumbling, the items were undeniably appealing, and the cupping therapy set, surprisingly classified as D rank, possessed a fatigue-reducing effect. However, the other items lacked any rank, rendering the blueprint itself unranked. Initially, The other party proposed a small knife and axe. After much back and forth, they finally relented, allowing Zhang Hao to substitute the knife for roasted fish, but insisted that the axe remained essential. Zhang Hao deemed further haggling unnecessary and agreed to the terms. Just as he secured the blueprint, he suddenly realized that the cupping therapy set would be of no use to him personally, as he had no intention of utilizing it. However, now that the trade was complete, there was no turning back. Upon concluding the transaction, Zhang Hao resolved to re-envision the island, expanding its area from a modest 20 square meters to a more substantial 100 square meters, thereby magnifying the space several-fold. The new dimensions now scarcely resemble those of a dwelling in the real world. Prior to this expansion, Zhang Hao upgraded the original dilapidated wooden structure to a more robust stone framework. However, upon receiving no notification from the survival system regarding the house's upgrade, he abandoned the notion of constructing it with stone. Opting to continue with the wooden framework, he determined that with an island area of 100 square meters, the house must measure at least 5 by 6 meters. After accumulating enough wood over the past few days, Zhang Hao proceeded with the construction. With the enlargement of the house came the necessity for windows, and the only material required for glass was sand. Indeed, the furnace from the Raft survival system allowed for the transformation of sand into rectangular panes of glass without the need for molds or precise temperature control. Though the inefficiency of this method hindered large-scale production, upon rising in the morning, Zhang Hao began the melting process, and while the outcome was not aesthetically pleasing, he felt a sense of pride in having his first home in this alternate world. The previous structure, small and low with no windows, bore little distinction from an oversized coffin. Once the house was properly established, Zhang Hao relocated all previously constructed indoor facilities, such as a basic water purifier and a campfire, into the new dwelling, leaving the remaining water purifiers outside for irrigating crops. Simultaneously, he crafted previously neglected items such as a decomposition table, a bathtub, and a restroom. Indeed, the restroom had been overlooked due to the substantial materials required. Zhang Hao had pondered why a toilet necessitated more resources than a chemical station. Previously, he had addressed his urgent needs using a wooden bucket and cloth, which, while rudimentary, were the best available options. Now, Zhang Hao alone could indulge in the luxury of fabric, whereas others likely resorted to wood and leaves from the small tree on the island. Under such circumstances, the brothers from the southern regions, accustomed to simpler methods, managed adequately with their hands, relying solely on manual means for their needs. In this unfamiliar world, directional cues were elusive. Zhang Hao could only infer the flow of the sea from the currents, which moved from the front of the house to the back. After attending to his urgent needs, he disposed of the wooden bucket and cloth behind the house, allowing the sea to carry them away. The bathtub idea emerged only after receiving the blueprint for bathing supplies, which had not previously crossed his mind. Now, however, he felt discomfort regarding the lack of such amenities. Zhang Hao was only able to produce a limited number of bathing supplies, managing to create shampoo with the rare chemical reagents at his disposal. Soap, on the other hand, required fats which fish did not provide, compelling him to prioritize shampoo production. As for the potential hazards of the chemical reagent-based shampoo, Zhang Hao, a modern individual with a robust tolerance for toxins, dismissed any concern over such minor chemical exposure. After consuming numerous food additives beyond acceptable limits, he felt little apprehension regarding topical applications. Chapter 22. Constructing a raft and preparing for the sea. The bathtub, rudimentary in nature, required manual filling and heating with firewood. Its peculiar ability to retain warmth, as long as one remained submerged, was indeed remarkable. As Zhang Hao soaked in the tub, he let out a deep sigh. Bathing was undeniably one of the most effective means of relaxation, and he felt his muscles unwind. Yet, the bathtub seemed oddly familiar, despite his limited encounters with such a fixture. In contemporary households, bathtubs were seldom installed. Showers were the norm, and even at bathhouses, one encountered large basins. Why, then, did this bathtub evoke such a sense of recognition? Upon reflection, he recalled seeing something similar in a computer program, an instructional prop used by a well-meaning female teacher in a temperate locale. With a sudden slap to his forehead, Zhang Hao admonished himself for such trivial thoughts, realizing he still needed to address his warmth concerns. Dismissing further musings, he hastily completed his cleansing ritual, repurposing the bathwater to irrigate the land. In these trying times, every penny must be stretched to its limits. The trading process took longer than anticipated, compounded by the tasks of arranging the house, bathing, and watering. By the time he completed everything, lunch had long passed. Today, Zhang Hao had to curtail his rest period, allowing himself only a couple of hours for fishing, as sustenance and trade goods were essential to maintain the perception of his ongoing provision capabilities. After fishing, he continued his physical training. While setting up, he glanced at the trading channel to observe the prices of various supplies. The costs of food and water remained stable, while the price of foundational stones began to rise gradually. Sounds of boxing echoed from the edge of the island's supply crates, soon followed by the thuds of arrows being released. As night fell and he finished his evening meal, Zhang Hao resumed his boxing practice. When his body could no longer endure the exertion, he commenced the construction of the raft. Measuring 3 by 4, the raft was assembled swiftly. In the game, it merely required fortifying the perimeter. However, with his paranoid tendencies, Zhang Hao fortified all 12 sections. Concurrently, he constructed a sail, secured an anchor, and fashioned 3 wooden oars. He tied the ropes together, anchoring the raft to the island, utilizing the wind and currents to set the raft adrift and assess for potential dangers. With a tether of over 10 meters, the raft soon ceased to drift. After a brief wait, and seeing no immediate threats, Zhang Hao felt his anxiety begin to ease. Retrieving the raft proved more arduous than casting it off. He had to pull it back against the wind and current, expending considerable effort. Had it not been for his upgraded physique, he might have struggled to bring it back at all. Before stepping onto the raft, Zhang Hao gripped his metal spear tightly, glanced at the small crossbow by his feet, and took a deep breath to steady his nerves. He unfurled the sail once more, allowing the raft to drift away. Reaching the furthest distance again, still nothing transpired. He set down the metal spear, picked up his fishing rod and the small crossbow, and began to fish a mere few meters from the island. Engaging in a battle with a shark in a vast ocean, he was acutely aware that every conceivable danger must be contemplated, especially the perils that could arise during a retreat from an unwinnable confrontation. After fishing for a while without any monstrous attacks on Zhang Hao, he let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that as long as he avoided the supply crates, he would not be assailed by monsters, even when distanced from the island. Returning to the island, he anchored his vessel and prepared to retire for the night. The temperature tonight was even lower than the previous evening, a fact that Zhang Hao felt acutely. Upon entering his abode, the first order of business was to ignite the campfire, adding logs to it. With a window slightly ajar, he felt reassured against the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. However, he pondered whether the game incorporated the effects of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide in the campfire. To be safe, he decided to keep the window partially open. In this game, the campfire did not require him to rise in the night to stoke it, as it could accommodate thousands of logs, burning for months without issue. It was Zhang Hao's habit, and likely that of many others who brought this trait from reality, to glance at the chat interface before sleeping, especially on this island devoid of entertainment facilities. Goodness, is there no respite? The temperature has dropped again tonight. While the drop was not exceedingly drastic, it was still bearable for the moment. However, if it continued to plummet, it would become intolerable. The chat channel was rife with complaints about the cold, and as Zhang Hao surveyed his humble shelter, though simple, it provided protection from the elements, and gazed at the warm, glowing flames of the campfire, he felt a sense of comfort. Alas, I missed out on the cotton cloth from the esteemed 180. Can anyone share their experience with it? Surely it cannot compare to a proper quilt. Primarily, a single piece of cloth is far too small to cover one fully, and even 2 pieces will inevitably leave some areas exposed to the wind. Come on, why the disdain? Why not sell it to me instead? Exactly. We have no qualms. Please part with it. Those who had earlier expressed discomfort with the cotton cloth fell silent, while others resumed their grumbling about the dropping temperatures. How shall we endure tonight? I'm still in short sleeves and shorts. Does no one upstairs have a pit? I too am in short sleeves and shorts. If I could dig a pit to lie in, it would offer much better shelter. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of that? Isn't that what that veteran seaman suggested before? Did you not see? Not everyone frequented the chat interface. Many merely passed the time, while others attempted to fell the lone tree that stood on the island. On the very first day, someone had managed to chop down that tree, and the following day confirmed that if unimpeded, its location would refresh daily. However, lacking tools, some individuals abandoned the idea of tree felling, opting instead to gather twigs and leaves, while others used sharpened wood to gradually cut down thicker branches. Particularly after noticing the drop in temperature at night, more people engaged in this activity today, collecting firewood to mitigate the depletion of this essential resource. Yet, this method could only serve as a temporary relief. The materials at their disposal were still inadequate against the wind. Currently, the best solutions remain the two previously mentioned: the cotton cloth from the 180, or simply sleeping during the day and warming by the fire at night. The matter of fire starting has not been previously mentioned due to its simplicity in such a populous region. There are bound to be a few who can create fire through friction or possess some igniting tools. This business could indeed be lucrative, yet the market is too limited for Zhang Hao to pursue, as the meager profits from materials hardly justify the effort involved. Your initial suggestion seems rather redundant, does it not? It is not that the prominent figures lack cotton fabric. Rather, it appears that chemical agents are the rarest of commodities. However, I find it perplexing that cotton's primary component is indeed cotton itself. Why then the reliance on chemical agents? Although it remains unspoken, many have surmised that Zhang Hao's cotton fabric incorporates such substances, which explains why the other survivors do not perceive the exchange for foundational stones as exorbitant. Currently, foundational stones are still in short supply. Although the enigmatic voice at the outset advised moderation, few, nay, hardly anyone, would be foolish enough to heed such counsel. Initially, the more the better, as they say. Additionally, some individuals, having read survival novels, harbor suspicions that once the novice phase concludes, the island's landmass may succumb to erosion by the sea. Such notions only serve to deepen the concealment of foundational stones among the populace. Having arrived at this dismal place, do you still possess the inclination to question the fabric's composition? I would not be surprised if it were crafted from the most dubious of materials. Admittedly, I find it difficult to bring myself to utilize such a creation. However, one must be resolute. As a man, one must be somewhat harsh on oneself. Not only in usage, but even in consumption, I would not shy away if necessity dictated. The individual upstairs is truly formidable, an impressive figure indeed. I hold him in high regard. The conversation has begun to digress once more, prompting Zhang Hao to cease his reading, disengage from the chat channel, and retire for the night. Chapter 23. Finally upgraded, utilizing weapon skills upon awakening once more, it marked the 4th day since Zhang Hao had entered the survival world. Today, he was determined to elevate both his heavy punch and toughness proficiencies to level 1. Eager to advance his skills, Zhang Hao swiftly gathered supplies and, after a modest meal, commenced his training without delay. He practiced diligently until the afternoon, during which his heavy punch skill ascended to the 1st level, shortly followed by an upgrade in toughness. As his heavy punch leveled up, Zhang Hao experienced a sensation reminiscent of the first time he consumed C-grade fish meat. He distinctly felt his body being fortified, as the skill conferred bonuses to his maximum health and unarmed damage percentage. In contrast, the sensation accompanying the upgrade of toughness was considerably milder. Zhang Hao merely noted a slight tingling in his skin as his defensive capabilities were enhanced. He was no longer in a rush for level 2, as the required experience points had increased, necessitating a more gradual progression. Despite the anticipated slow pace of future upgrades, Zhang Hao remained committed to his training. For proficiency primarily grants significant percentage bonuses, although the early stages may not yield immediate numerical enhancements. The importance of percentage boosts becomes increasingly critical as one progresses, particularly concerning capped attributes such as critical hit rate, accuracy, evasion, and counterattack. While there are proficiencies that improve these attributes, they are currently unsuitable for practice, as they can only be upgraded through combat, leaving Zhang Hao to await the arrival of the zombie horde. He was also curious to witness how such hordes manifested within this survival realm. Simultaneously, with the onset of cooler temperatures, Zhang Hao began selling firewood. 1 unit of wood could produce 3 bundles of firewood, each capable of sustaining a fire for 3 hours when ignited. This was due to the blueprint crafting system. Unless extinguished by the survivors or submerged by rising seawater, the fire would burn consistently for 3 hours. While it could also combust, if sufficient in quantity, it could yield higher temperatures than firewood, though its burn time was less controllable. Presently, most of the campfires were not crafted from blueprints, but rather constructed from traded fire starters, leaving the wood insufficient and thus ineffective. Zhang Hao did not demand much. Trading 1 bundle of firewood for 1 piece of wood was indeed a reasonable price, considering both material and time costs. Even though he could produce firewood at a steady pace, a full day of work would yield just over 1,000 bundles, and after accounting for costs exceeding 300, his daily profit amounted to around 600 or 700 pieces of wood. The advantage lay in the expansive market. For considerable duration, sales were assured. Even if temperatures ceased to drop, the inherent characteristic of firewood to maintain a stable temperature without requiring any operation allowed for continued sales. Unlike fishing, which demanded undivided attention and precluded other activities, Zhang Hao could now allocate time to enhance his proficiencies or pursue other endeavors. In the interim, apart from honing his skills, Zhang Hao had also discovered several books on the art of survival from the supply crates over the past 2 days. He was now capable of crafting a pipe pistol. Regrettably, in terms of accuracy and base damage, the pipe pistol left much to be desired, serving little purpose beyond intimidating fellow survivors or posturing. Even the survival system did not classify the pipe pistol as a D-grade item, and it was no wonder that few players were inclined to utilize it. He holstered his pistol at his waist, initially intending to earn some points for his compendium. Although he did not achieve a higher rank, he felt it necessary to acknowledge the firearm. In recent days, Zhang Hao had also ascended 2 levels in character rank. Each level up granted only a single skill point, preventing him from allocating points to the desired attribute of robustness, which now required 2 points. Upon finally amassing the requisite 2 skill points, he assigned them to enhance his robustness attribute. Consequently, Zhang Hao's character level rose to 4, initial 4 points combined with 3 gained from leveling up, totaling 7 skill points. Elevating his robustness attribute to level 4, requiring 5 skill points, and his perception attribute to level 2, requiring 2 skill points. The transition from level 3 to level 4 in robustness was markedly palpable for Zhang Hao, reminiscent of his initial experience upgrading attributes, far surpassing the sensations felt when progressing from level 1 to level 2 and from level 2 to level 3. Zhang Hao proceeded to test his strength at the supply crate, effortlessly lifting 2 crates filled with timber, a testament to his significant increase in power since his initial attempts. Following this strength assessment, he tested his defense by placing a small knife against his arm. His current strength far exceeded his previous capabilities, and he exerted only a moderate amount of force. Initially, he merely grazed the knife across his arm with slight pressure, leaving no marks on his skin. Gradually increasing his force, he reached about 60% effort, at which point he felt a distinct pain in his arm, though no wounds had formed. Only faint red impressions appeared. It seemed that exerting 80% of his strength would likely result in actual injury, and full force would certainly breach his defenses. Zhang Hao began to calculate his current prowess. The damage system in this survival game was far less refined than that of turn-based or card games, necessitating much estimation. Such was his current predicament. Tomorrow, he would embark on a sea expedition to hunt sharks, at which point he could assess his attributes in comparison to those of the sharks. Alas, if only he could view the specific attributes of the monsters, he could truly gauge his own foundational capabilities. In the real world, Zhang Hao harbored no fear of sharks. His current defenses could withstand a pistol's fire, and at a distance, conventional firearms merely inflicted gradual damage. However, he was apprehensive about the sharks possibly being of D or C rank, as the presence of armor-piercing teeth could pose a significant threat. Due to his recent leveling up, Zhang Hao concluded his training earlier today. Aside from practicing with his crossbow, he intended to refine his skills with a metal spear. In preparation for tomorrow's maritime venture, he also planned to craft a backpack that evening. The survival system lacked a backpack feature, leaving him uncertain whether this absence was a pursuit of realism or simply a limitation during the novice phase for all survivors at sea, temporarily disabling the function. Regardless of the reason, without storage capacity, even if he succeeded in slaying a shark, he would be unable to transport back. Aside from a few species of dogfish known for their minimal weight, common sharks typically weighed around half a ton, with the well-known great white shark often exceeding a ton. Larger female great whites could weigh close to 2 tons, as female specimens are generally larger than males in marine biology, attributed to the reproductive advantages of greater size in fish, which enables them to produce more eggs. Should the shark's level ascend even further, reaching weights of 3 to 4 tons or even 4 to 5 tons, the impact would be akin to that of semi-trailer barreling forward. Zhang Hao no longer needs to perfect his technique with the metal spear. As long as he can steady his hands and strike his target, that suffices. The paramount aspect lies in the inherent skills of the metal spear, the dance of the staff and the Raft. The dance of the staff. Activating a skill does not necessitate vocalization, yet Zhang Hao believes that without a resounding shout, the move would lack potency. After all, why would one name basic attacks if not to enhance their damage? As his thoughts crystallized, the moment Zhang Hao resolved to unleash the skill, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. In an instant, his waist appeared to be manipulated by an unseen yet formidable force, moving with a graceful, unrestrained twist. Subsequently, his right hand shot forth like lightning, firmly grasping the elongated spear, the motion fluid and devoid of hesitation. With a powerful thrust of his waist, he swept the spear forward from behind him with explosive force, creating a sharp whistling sound in the air as if it sought to sever all obstacles in its path instantaneously. Panting slightly after the skill's execution, Zhang Hao recognized that this maneuver consumed stamina. Even his extraordinary physique felt a tinge of fatigue. However, it remained manageable. He had not anticipated such a significant drain on his energy. Now, Zhang Hao assessed that he could execute the skill 3 times while still maintaining combat readiness. Beyond that, he would need to contemplate retreating before he could vanquish his opponent. The expenditure was considerable, yet the effect was undeniably potent. Zhang Hao sensed the very air around him growing somewhat searing. He resolved to attempt the dance of the staff once more before venturing into the Raft skill. Chapter 24. The first major move of the game assistance system, having recently gained experience from utilizing his skills, Zhang Hao had become accustomed to the process. The skill merely required a resolute decision from within, invoking a mysterious force to assist in its execution. Moreover, Zhang Hao had the ability to interrupt the skill at will. Yet in the initial stages, his unfamiliarity with the skill's motions rendered such self-intervention unnecessary, as it would only hinder its effectiveness. However, once he became adept, he would undoubtedly take charge of the activation himself, for skills controlled externally, while standardized, lack flexibility, and could be easily evaded. Fury. Upon uttering this phrase, even in solitude, Zhang Hao felt a flush of embarrassment. The name of the skill felt excessively juvenile compared to his previous technique. Henceforth, he resolved to refrain from calling out skills, deeming it too childish. If he must shout, he would do so haphazardly to disrupt the rhythm of his adversaries. Unlike in the previous technique, Zhang Hao sensed that he could now propel himself forward, welcoming the surge of energy that coursed through him, allowing his body to be guided by this newfound power. In an instant, he surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the seaside. Gripping the metal spear firmly in his right hand, he found that the burst of speed during the skill's activation surpassed his own natural velocity. And in the blink of an eye, he arrived at the shore. The sea breeze howled, causing his garments to flutter wildly. At that moment, Zhang Hao bent his knees slightly and unleashed a powerful thrust from his waist, akin to a cheetah poised to spring, accompanied by a deep roar. He thrust the metal spear forward with tremendous force. The impact of this full-powered strike was astounding. As the spear sliced through the air, it seemed to tear the atmosphere apart, producing a sharp whistle. Even the tranquil surface of the sea bore the brunt of this tremendous force, creating a deep imprint as the water surged aside. Though the mark was but a small one, Zhang Hao felt immense satisfaction. This was merely the damage inflicted by a third-tier weapon, while both the staff weapon and the techniques of staff dance and fury remained at level 0. With the game assistance system at his disposal, Zhang Hao's damage calculations were augmented compared to others. The type of weapon wielded contributed to proficiency bonuses, with various weapons possessing distinct skills. Some larger categories of skills, like staff dance and fury, and others exclusive to advanced weaponry, such as the golden dragon whip technique of the dragon whip. Thus, while the damage for others was calculated as base value multiplied by weapon bonuses and personal skill enhancements, Zhang Hao's formula was further extended: base value multiplied by weapon bonuses, personal skill enhancements, innate talents, postures, motion proficiency, weapon proficiency, and skill proficiency. Among these, Zhang Hao's base value was derived from multiple sources, including survival systems and experiences akin to the game's 7 Days to Die. From his stature alone, it was evident that Zhang Hao was a formidable man, were it not for the fact that the skills accrued experience primarily during combat. He, having relished the recent exhilaration, was eager to elevate his skill levels immediately. After a brief respite, Zhang Hao resolved to experiment with the skills interruption. Activating the staff dance once more, he naturally engaged his waist, swinging the metal spear diagonally forward. Yet, midway through the arc, he exerted control, abruptly halting the metal spear's trajectory. As Zhang Hao found himself momentarily unsteady due to the abrupt shift in the direction of his strength, he experienced a slight pain in his waist from overexertion. Yet there was no mental backlash, only physical discomfort resulting from his excessive effort. It resembled the sensation of an ordinary person abruptly halting while sprinting upon noticing an obstacle ahead. Perhaps some might not stop at all, charging forward instead. That experience would undoubtedly differ. The energy expended to halt was greater than that required to successfully execute a skill, yet remained within Zhang Hao's threshold. After testing the staff dance, he deemed it necessary to assess the fury as well, yielding similar results. No significant harm, all contingent upon Zhang Hao's perspective. Much like certain team sports, as long as one possesses sufficient stamina, whether one moves swiftly or slowly, advancing or retreating, it is all manageable as long as control is maintained. Having experimented with both the usage and cessation of skills, it was now time to explore the fluidity of skill combinations, commonly referred to as combos. The energy depletion from forcibly halting skills was considerable, particularly detrimental to the waist. Those seasoned in such practices would understand that forcing an impending burst of energy would inevitably lead to discomfort. By investing in stamina enhancement, Zhang Hao not only increased his energy capacity, but also significantly accelerated his recovery rate. As long as he was not completely exhausted, a mere 20 minutes would suffice for a complete rejuvenation. Combo training was not to be approached haphazardly. It required careful planning. The sequence of sweeping followed by dashing appeared somewhat peculiar, yet commencing with a dash before sweeping seemed far more aesthetically pleasing, thus prioritizing fury before the staff dance. It bore resemblance to a certain hero's skills, initiating with a thrust before delivering damage. With fury successfully activated, the moment it concluded, Zhang Hao promptly initiated the staff dance. A low grunt escaped him as his complexion paled instantaneously. Nevertheless, the staff dance was executed flawlessly. Moreover, leveraging the momentum from the fury dash, both the range and damage of the staff dance were notably amplified. However, there were drawbacks, as evidenced by Zhang Hao's grunt and pallid visage. The energy expenditure was remarkably high. During his most physically drained university days, he had never felt such fatigue from a mere 1,000-meter run. As soon as the skills concluded, Zhang Hao collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, and downed 3 bottles of water before feeling somewhat revived. Exhausted to the point of apathy, he eventually returned to his room and lay on his bed to rest. Despite the considerable energy drain, the damage output was indeed extraordinary. The staff dance, while possessing a wide area of effect, primarily dealt damage through the staff shaft, lacking the piercing capability of the spear's tip. Conversely, while the fury dealt sufficient damage, it was minimal against larger foes unless a critical point was struck. The threat level diminished significantly. Yet, if he were to first pierce with the spear's tip using fury, followed by a sweeping staff dance. Wooden tea that result in significantly greater damage across a larger area. The more Zhang Hao contemplated, the more he perceived immense potential. With a decisive slap to the bed, he sprang to his feet, ready to continue his training. However, dreams are often beautiful, while reality can be harsh. As soon as he stood, Zhang Hao felt his legs weaken beneath him. The consumption is excessive. For now, it can only be utilized as a trump card. Moreover, practicing today is out of the question, as I must set sail tomorrow. Zhang Hao, returning to bed with nothing to occupy his mind, resolved to create a backpack. He had previously delayed this task due to a lack of urgency and the weight limitations of the backpack, which, while undeniably useful, were not of paramount significance. Since he had decided to embark on the creation of a backpack, he intended to craft items ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 3 equipment, hoping to possibly unlock a new catalog entry. The simple fabric strap, a rudimentary bag fashioned from tattered cloth, capable of holding a few basic items. Equipment strength, Tier 1. Weight capacity, 6. Required materials, fabric X10. Click to craft. Insufficient materials. How could this be? How could I possibly lack even 10 pieces of fabric? Zhang Hao hastily arose to inspect the supplies box, discovering a substantial amount of fabric within. Perplexed, he returned indoors to continue attempting to craft, only to be met with the same reminder of inadequate materials, and the urgency in the system's tone escalated. Just as Zhang Hao suspected his golden fingers might be at fault, he suddenly noticed that all backpack crafting options in his game assistant system had a new material labeled Virtual Source Sand appended to them, with varying quantities required depending on the backpack's tier. Why had the survival system directly modified the crafting section of the game system? Hadn't the survival system previously appeared rather foolish? Initially suspecting mischief from the survival system, Zhang Hao discovered a message he had overlooked. Upon clicking, he found the notification. Due to the significant disparity between the backpacks and unique items of the survival world, which could easily draw attention, the weight capacity has been modified to the item column. The item column has no weight limit, and the maximum quantity for identical items in the same column is 9,999. To maintain game balance, the difficulty of backpack crafting has been increased. As compensation for the players, one free selection of a backpack is awarded, unrestricted by tier or game. And this backpack possesses only weight attributes and inherent characteristics, with no additional properties. Only upon this realization did Zhang Hao discern that the previous notification regarding insufficient materials did not originate from the survival system. If it was not the survival system, and considering the recent message, he could ascertain that it was indeed the game system's notification. Would the game system also provide reminders? System, are you there? Make some noise. How do I recharge? How do I unlock other games? After inquiring for quite some time, without any response from the game system, Zhang Hao ultimately relinquished his efforts. The game system, akin to the survival system, seemed indifferent to his pursuits. Whether the survival world required him to undertake certain actions was dictated by the game's whims. Whether due to luck or other factors was beyond Zhang Hao's current contemplation. Ants are not entitled to ponder the thoughts of giants. Only by becoming a lion or tiger does one gain the privilege to question the elephant. The survival system is an undeniable force in Zhang Hao's life, while the game system serves as a guarantee of his contentment. Even if troubles arise in the future, he has relished this experience. A few years of carefree existence far outweighs a lifetime of hardship. The majority of individuals lack even the right to choose. Chapter 25. Setting sail to hunt sharks. As for the choice of backpack, there were no other attributes to consider, and thus, the decision was straightforward. One must select the one with the greatest carrying capacity. Hence, I chose the TSO-1 type back skeleton, the TS-01 backload module, which effectively prevents lumbar strain caused by excessive weight, allowing the bearer to transport remarkably heavy cargo. Furthermore, as a pinnacle of technology emerging in the wake of the zombie crisis, this module is crafted from the latest materials, including carbon fiber alloys and various composite substances, a blend of zombie science and conventional science. It is astonishingly robust and offers excellent shock absorption. With a strength rating of 7, it provides a carrying capacity enhancement of 150, translating to an additional 150 slots. equivalent to effortlessly carrying 150 times 9,999 units of materials or supplies. With this, Zhang Hao became akin to a Superman, effortlessly striding along with tens of thousands of tons of supplies. Upon securing the back skeleton, Zhang Hao noted its protective attributes, a remarkable 3,000 points of overall defense enhancement and a 90 reduction in damage from all sources. This implies that weapons with an attack value below 3,000 would be rendered ineffective, while those exceeding 3,000 would only inflict a mere 10 of their damage. The only drawback was that this back skeleton primarily safeguarded the rear, leaving the front vulnerable to harm. Thus, to utilize the backpack as a shield against an attack, one would need to turn around. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao received a notification from the survival system, announcing that he had unlocked an S-class spatial equipment, the Chinkoan bag, resulting in a noticeable increase in his illustrated collection points. With the backpack in hand, Zhang Hao's first inclination was to experiment with nesting. He placed supplies into a storage box, hoping to see if it could be stored within. Alas, it proved unsuccessful. While the storage box and materials could be stowed away, a box filled with materials could not be accommodated. Accepting this limitation, Zhang Hao, with his current inventory of materials still modest and far from reaching 99.99, proceeded to place all supplies, including the storage box, into the back skeleton. He also tested the use of weapons with his new equipment, finding that not only was there no inconvenience as he had anticipated, but the experience was even smoother. Although the metal spear was not burdensome for Zhang Hao, once he donned the back skeleton, the spear felt as light as a plastic stick, and the energy consumption for skills diminished significantly. He felt capable of executing individual skills a dozen times, and even managed to chain together 3 consecutive skills. With a concerted effort, a fourth was not beyond reach. After thoroughly testing the new equipment, Zhang Hao, still yearning for more, prepared for rest. As for the empty space left by the stowed storage box, he decided to contemplate what to place there the following day. Glancing at the chat channel revealed a lack of stimulating conversation, prompting Zhang Hao to close it, and, after placing the firewood he had just crafted on the shelf, he retired for the night. On the 5th day in the survival world, Zhang Hao rose early, donning all his gear and familiarizing himself with his body, ready to commence his tasks as soon as the storage box refreshed. He decided to start by gathering nearby storage boxes, this time opting not to open them immediately. Instead, he intended to retrieve those from a distance as well, to compare and discern any potential difference in loot rates. There was no need to inform other survivors of his maritime endeavors. Should one triumph over the shark, one ought to revel in the victory. If defeat ensues, let it be as though the creature never graced the sea. The novice's maritime expanse remains ever tranquil, and Zhang Hao harbors no fears of his flimsy raft capsizing. For not all things are prone to such fate. Rather than seek the supplies with the favor of the wind, Zhang Hao opts to retrieve those against it. He soon arrives at the first supply crate, scrutinizing it closely, yet finding no discernible difference from those near the island shore. Gazing beneath the surface, a shark comes into view. The shark, a D-class creature, among the ocean's most perilous inhabitants, known for its razor-sharp teeth that rend prey asunder. However, should one miraculously retaliate, the rewards can be bountiful. Yet, it pales in comparison to the sharks I have observed in aquariums. Nonetheless, when it comes to combat, Zhang Hao remains exceedingly cautious. He stows the sail and approaches slowly with his carpenter's tool. As he nears, the shark catches his scent, circling the raft before weaving around the supply crate and returning to the raft once more. Should Zhang Hao choose to turn back without engaging the crate, he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed. But could he truly resist such temptation? With a swift motion, he hooks the crate, and at the moment the hook grazes it, the shark erupts into a frenzy, viciously biting at the raft. Fortunately, the D-class shark's assault inflicts minimal damage on the reinforced raft, allowing Zhang Hao ample time to secure the crate. To his surprise, upon retrieval, the crate seamlessly integrates into the inventory alongside those collected on the island, indicating they are indeed identical. The shark's guardianship merely alters quantity, not quality. Disappointment washes over him as he had anticipated superior treasures. Yet, this encounter surpasses any ordinary shark from the real world, for none can shatter metal as these do. With hands now free, Zhang Hao unhesitatingly draws his hand crossbow, and upon striking the shark, his confidence swells. Switching to a metal spear, he, fueled by vigor, thrusts it forcefully into the shark's flesh, penetrating it several centimeters deep. With fierce determination, Zhang Hao acknowledges that employing skills within the confines of a D-class shark is more taxing than in open air. But this level of adversary cannot withstand his onslaught. In an instant, the shark's flesh is torn asunder, its agony evident as it struggles against the raft. Its speed markedly diminished. In a typical scenario, the shark would have fled by now. Instead, it becomes increasingly aggressive, thrashing its tail against the surface of the water and launching itself at Zhang Hao. "Do you fancy yourself a bird?" Zhang Hao quips as he thrusts his spear into the wound of the shark. The creature lands on the raft, writhing briefly before falling still. Zhang Hao contemplates whether he can dismantle it, for he has never disassembled a shark before. Success follows. He acquires 10 kilograms of D-class shark meat, 100 kilograms of shark meat, 1 D-class shark skin, and 2 D-class shark teeth. Although the haul is less than anticipated, it hardly accounts for the 110 kilograms of meat. Could it be that the D-class shark meat has been concentrated into this mere 10 kilograms? The shark meat was abundant, and Zhang Hao placed it into his backpack. As for the shark's skin and teeth, although they seemed insignificant enough not to warrant occupying a slot, he still stowed them within the skeletal structure of his back, given the ample space available. Simultaneously, the survival system's notification chimed in as expected. "Congratulations to survivor Zhang Hao, ID. I have 3 180s, for successfully defeating the shark guarding the supply box. As you ranked among the top 100, but not within the top 10, you were rewarded with a bronze supply box." It was surprising to realize that at least 10 individuals had already slain the shark. While this could partially be attributed to his overestimation of the shark's prowess, those who had claimed the first kills were not to be underestimated either. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of astonishment. His rank was likely between 11 and 100, possibly the 11th or the 100th, though the latter was less probable. It was not entirely out of the question. He recognized that he had fallen somewhat behind. Fortunately, it was still the early stages of the game. Even if others had gained a lead, it merely translated to a few additional supply boxes. He had already acquired 2 S-grade items, and while he was uncertain of the utility of the illustration points and reputation, he was assured of receiving a golden supply box. This meant that even if the first to defeat the shark received a golden supply box, he had not truly lagged behind. With renewed confidence, Zhang Hao dismissed any further concerns, understanding that the remaining supply boxes were essential to collect. Upon reaching the location of the second supply box, he scrutinized the area for a considerable time, but found no sign of the shark. The same was true for the third supply box. He paid it little mind. Assuming there was only 1 shark, and once slain, it would be no more. Chapter 26. The C-Class Shark. The world's first kill. While Zhang Hao was joyfully gathering supply crates, he remained oblivious to a group of creatures lurking in the distance, observing him intently. Initially, they remained still, merely watching Zhang Hao. However, as he collected the penultimate supply crate, these hidden predators surged towards him with alarming speed. The final crate was situated some distance away, and with a headwind against him, Zhang Hao had no choice but to paddle his makeshift vessel towards it. As he rowed, the 2 points of perception he had previously acquired proved invaluable, alerting him to a presence behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a school of sharks racing towards his direction, and it was evident that a confrontation was imminent. With the supply crate still a considerable distance away, there was no time to retrieve it. He had to confront these beasts first. Fortunately, he had amassed a decent supply of basic materials over the past few days, allowing him to expand his raft by 2 additional rings and construct a second layer. Leaping onto the upper deck, Zhang Hao observed the approaching sharks, his expression growing increasingly grave. Noticing his silhouette, the sharks instinctively split into 2 groups, converging on him at an angle. He aimed and fired his hand crossbow. Shooting at the water without the luxury of precise targeting, quantity would suffice. Despite the hasty shots, a few sharks were struck. As the sharks closed in, Zhang Hao discerned their forms more clearly, noting that one specimen was significantly larger than the others. the great white shark, a C-class creature, typically the leader of a pack, rarely engaging in predation unless the group faced peril, at which point it would not hesitate to eliminate intruders. Alongside this formidable C-class shark were 6 D-class sharks. It appeared they regarded him as an invader, though he pondered whether it was due to his collection of the supply crates. If that were the case, then those who had slain sharks before him likely lacked the capability to secure all the crates, perhaps falling victim to their own greed. Strength indeed grants one the freedom to act as they will, and even amidst the chaos of the impending shark attack, Zhang Hao found time to contemplate the reasons behind their aggression. 2 sharks simultaneously leapt from opposite directions, attempting to seize him on the second level. Gripping his spear, Zhang Hao executed a diagonal strike, sending the shark approaching from the left tumbling away. As he pivoted, he thrust his spear again, using the recoil from the metal weapon to retreat a few steps, narrowly avoiding another shark's grasp. Seeing their attacks thwarted, the remaining D-class sharks began gnawing at the raft. Yet Zhang Hao remained unfazed. As long as the sharks did not leap onto his level, he would not foolishly descend. He methodically continued to fire his crossbow from the second level, akin to scraping, for with enough speed and volume, he could indeed wear them down. The sharks quickly gnawed through significant portions of the raft, and just as they prepared to continue their assault, Zhang Hao swiftly repaired the damaged sections while reinforcing the structure. The sharks were left bewildered, their jaws agape, unsure of their next move. Observing the ineffectiveness of their efforts, the great white shark approached from behind and delivered a single, crushing bite to the raft. At this moment, Zhang Hao felt a surge of anxiety. The great white was dismantling his raft with alarming speed, and with the assistance of the other D-class sharks, he struggled to keep pace with the repairs. With gritted teeth, Zhang Hao descended fiercely from the second floor, unleashing his wrath mid-air as his spear pierced through a shark. Witnessing their comrade fall, the remaining sharks displayed a flicker of fear. Yet beneath that fear lurked a greater cruelty. Simultaneously, the great white shark and D-class sharks lunged at Zhang Hao. Unable to withstand the great white's ferocious attack, Zhang Hao evaded it, only to be inevitably bitten by one of the D-class sharks. Alas, was it not painful? The shark clamped its jaws onto his arm, but he swiftly retracted it. A glance revealed no bloodshed, and his body felt unharmed, save for a slight tear in his armor where the shark had bitten. Noticing the D-class sharks were not particularly formidable, he seized the opportunity and thrust his spear directly at one of their eyes, swiftly dispatching the second shark. Seeing Zhang Hao's valiant display, the great white shark momentarily hesitated, yet its ferocity soon returned as it charged forward once more. For the ensuing moments, as long as the great white did not approach, Zhang Hao remained on the second floor, raining arrows down to thwart any underwater ambush. Whenever the great white emerged, he would descend to evade its attack, focusing solely on the D-class sharks. Before long, all of the lesser sharks lay slain, their lifeless bodies drifting upon the surface, leaving only the great white behind. Realizing that all its underlings had perished, the great white shark became truly enraged, charging at Zhang Hao without regard for its own safety. Prepared to fight to the death. In its frenzied state, the great white became easier to strike, as Zhang Hao's spear plunged into it. The shark retaliated with a powerful tail swipe. However, it chose to strike Zhang Hao's back, the hardest part of his body. No, the second hardest. The great white's attack proved futile, inflicting harm upon itself instead. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes, tearing away large chunks of the shark's flesh. Yet, despite being a C-class creature, the D-class shark was nearing its end, while the great white, with a significant portion of its head severed, was still capable of launching an assault. However, a desperate final effort was in vain. Even in peak condition, it could not overpower him, and with its health diminished, it stood no chance. Before long, the great white shark, too, succumbed to death. This battle had not only drained physical strength, but also mental fortitude. Had it not been for the resilient materials embedded in his back that allowed for timely repair and their substantial hardness, Zhang Hao would have faced considerable difficulty. After the skirmish, he could not afford to relax. He first repaired the raft and then retreated to the second floor to rest, wary of any further threats. Congratulations to the survivor. Zhang Hao has successfully slain 3 C-class creatures with a score of 180, becoming the first survivor to vanquish a C-class guardian. He was rewarded with 1,000 world reputation and 1 B-class guardian treasure chest, inspiring his fellow survivors to strive for greatness. This time, the system did not inquire but directly announced the news. What Zhang Hao was yet unaware of was that this announcement was not merely regional but a global broadcast. Instantly, regional and area channels around the world erupted in chatter, with everyone speculating about the identity of the remarkable Zhang Hao and the means by which he had defeated the C-class guardian, questioning the true strength of such formidable foes. In a chat channel of an ancient region, a user exclaimed, "Who possesses 3-level 180s? How astonishing! They certainly do not belong to our region. But is a C-class guardian formidable? I wonder if the esteemed guardian is present. Can the guardian triumph over a C-class guardian?" The guardian replied, "You hold me in too high regard. That guardian must be a great white shark. I encountered it myself. Were it not for my fortunate circumstances, I would not have returned. It emerged accompanied by 6 D-class sharks. It appears I was among the first to eliminate the D-class sharks before Zhang Hao. Wait, the guardian has minions? What about those 6 D-class sharks? Surely they perished as well. If the leader is slain, how could the minions possibly escape?" Sighing, another participant lamented, "I can't even defeat a single D-class shark. I can only grab the resource box and flee. Alas, those who can venture out to sea, like the one above, are indeed formidable. We cannot even set sail. Even if we had a boat, I would not dare venture forth. Indeed, while those sharks may be smaller than great whites, their bite force is significantly stronger. Most individuals cannot escape after seizing a resource box, for if you're unable to temporarily obstruct them, your vessel will soon sustain damage. The inhabitants of this region have gained some understanding of sharks." Meanwhile, the guardian pondered who had been the first to kill a D-class shark. There was no announcement regarding the shark kills, leaving many in uncertainty. Yet, the majority believed 2 kills belonged to the same individual. Among the numerous regions, many had never ventured out to sea, a considerable majority mistakenly thinking that the shark guarding the resource box was the guardian. Since one must approach to inspect a shark's details, those who spot a shark typically flee without knowledge of its level. Going to sea does not imply killing sharks. Like the individual mentioned above, one might escape the jaws of a shark or encounter one at sea without obtaining a resource box, merely glancing at the shark's level before retreating. The first individual to slay a D-class shark felt immense frustration upon hearing this news. "I possess a B-class weapon and could not achieve it, only managing to kill 2 D-class sharks before fleeing. How did he accomplish that? Could it be an A-class weapon? What extraordinary luck!" Simultaneously, the top 10 shark slayers speculated on the means of Zhang Hao's success, arriving at a similar conclusion. Zhang Hao must wield high-level weapons. Little did they know, Zhang Hao relied on his armor. The D-class sharks were unable to breach his defenses, allowing him to evade the great white shark's attacks with ease. The strikes of the great white shark were perfectly deflected by his back armor, enabling Zhang Hao to secure his victory effortlessly. Chapter 27: The exchange of shark meat yielded a considerable amount of low-grade materials. Once the battle concluded, the foremost task was undoubtedly to cleanse the battlefield, dismantling every shark, which directly resulted in an acquisition of 60 kilograms of D-grade shark meat and 600 kilograms of regular shark meat. It was utterly impractical to transform such a vast quantity of shark meat into barbecue delicacies, nor did any preservation methods exist. Trading was the only viable option. However, that would have to wait until he returned. With no more sharks to disrupt him, Zhang Hao retrieved the final supply crate, only to discover it was a copper supply crate. It appeared that all supply crates began as ordinary ones, and upon vanquishing the guardian, the final crate would ascend in quality. Upon returning to the island, Zhang Hao first prepared the D-grade shark meat for grilling. The previous enhancements gained from D-grade fish meat had been negligible, yet consuming a portion of the grilled D-grade shark meat resulted in a more substantial boost, albeit still modest. Nonetheless, any improvement was welcome. The taste of the shark meat was rather acceptable, devoid of the unpleasant odor one might expect. Zhang Hao found it quite palatable. However, he would soon retract this sentiment. After grilling the ordinary shark meat, the flavor was indescribably dreadful. Unable to stomach it, he discarded the remnants into the ocean, along with the remaining grilled shark meat. Observing the 399 portions of shark meat in his backpack, Zhang Hao opted to list them all for trade. With each portion weighing 500 grams, he had a total of 700 kilograms, or 400 portions, having just grilled one. To expedite the sale, he refrained from marking up the price, maintaining the exchange rate of 500 grams of raw shark meat for 30 units of basic materials, such as wood or palm leaves. The foundational stones of the island would certainly continue to be traded at the previous rate. It was also apparent that the unpalatable nature of the shark meat would deter many, likely corroborating the widespread rumors of its poor taste. Suddenly, a vast quantity of shark meat appeared on the trading market, raising eyebrows. "Are you kidding me?" someone exclaimed. "What is going on? Isn't it obvious? Who else but a big shot would list such a quantity?" Yet, the sea-grade Guardian was merely a shark, weighing only 700 kilograms, hardly substantial. But wait, if the Guardian was sea-grade, could it not possess some sea-grade quality meat? "Hold on, food has levels? How did I not know this?" exclaimed another. "D-grade apple cores, see? That's what I had left over. I felt like I could take down a bull afterward. I didn't obtain it from a supply crate. I caught a D-grade bass while fishing. Base. Isn't that a freshwater fish? Can you catch it in the sea? In this world, what is impossible? Moreover, not all bass are freshwater. Sea bass inhabit the oceans." Upon entering the chat channel, Zhang Hao immediately noticed the D-grade apple core. How wonderful it would be if one could cultivate it. "Hello everyone, I have just listed a batch of shark meat for trade. If anyone is interested, please feel free to engage. However, you should be aware of the shark meat's flavor. If you're particular about taste, it may be best to refrain from trading." Given the circumstances, a lack of palatability hardly posed a significant issue. After all, no matter how unappealing shark meat might be, it was still preferable to the typical meats. I refuse to believe it could be so distasteful that it's inedible. Watch me procure several more portions. The astute individuals have already returned after procuring shark meat, while you remain here, incessantly chattering. How is it that each of you possesses such swiftness? How many years have you been single? An unknown survivor, who failed to acquire any shark meat, remarked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao instinctively glanced at the trading channel and confirmed that the shark meat was indeed sold out. This endeavor had yielded him tens of thousands of basic materials, ensuring a long respite from any deficiency in low-grade supplies. As for selling materials, Zhang Hao had no inclination. The more materials one possesses, the better, for one can never predict which resources might be scarce in the future. Moreover, materials fetch little profit. Only by transforming them into products can one secure a substantial price. The secondary industry is far more lucrative than the primary one. Well then, with the shark meat gone, there is no use lamenting. Elder 180. Could you enlighten us about the circumstances at sea? A familiar man from the ocean ventured to speak. Indeed, Elder 180. Would you kindly share the situation at sea? We shall all inevitably venture out to sea. Zhang Hao had initially intended to provide an overview and did not decline. However, upon seeing the man from the ocean, Zhang Hao realized that this figure from a new world had not been seen in quite some time, leaving him to ponder whether fear had kept him away. Meanwhile, on a small island measuring approximately 30 square meters, a somewhat sullen man gazed at the news from the World Book, his expression one of discontent. I should be the favored child of this new world. Why has he seized all the spotlight from me? Yet, as he scrutinized the leaderboard of the illustration points and recalled the recent world announcement, he could only seethe in impotent rage. After venting for a while, he produced a scroll and declared with a fierce countenance, 180, this is merely the beginning. The end of the novice period heralds the time for my true emergence. The scroll bore the inscription of several bold characters. Marvelous scroll, capable of summoning a figure from the neutral forces of the survival world, chosen at random. As soon as the new world obtained this scroll, he attempted to use it, only to receive a notification that the novice period prohibited engagement with the civilizations of the survival world, leaving him to wait until he deemed himself the first survivor to encounter the life of the new world. Little did he know that interactions between disparate civilizations could lead not only to development, but also to destruction. Returning to the main topic, Zhang Hao shared his experiences and conjectures in the regional channel. To venture out to sea and secure the distant supply crates, one must first confront the D-grade sharks near the initial supply crate. Once you eliminate it, subsequent supply crates should pose little danger. At least, that has been my experience. D-grade? Wasn't the elder a C-grade guardian? Questioned a voice from above. There are so many murals. Could we not allow the elder to finish? Zhang Hao continued. However, it is advisable not to take all the supply crates. When only a few remain, a school of sharks will attack. I suspect the assault will occur after you retrieve the penultimate supply crate. The C-grade guardian must be the leader of the shark school, the great tooth shark. And since it is referred to as a shark school, there will likely be several D-grade sharks along with the initial one you confronted. After defeating the shark school, the last supply crate will transform into a copper supply crate, which I believe is a reward. Aside from that, there is nothing more to mention. During the novice period, as long as you refrain from approaching the supply crates, even merely lingering nearby poses no issue. I am grateful for the esteemed individual's sharing, although it bears little relevance to me at this moment. However, one cannot dismiss the situation so lightly. While novices may not be targeted, this phase is fleeting, and soon the sharks will undoubtedly come to harass us. Sharks do not venture onto the islands, so what is there to fear? Even if they did manage to come ashore, would they not merely become easy prey? Some may scoff at this notion, asserting that as long as one does not enter the water, the formidable nature of the sharks is rendered irrelevant. Yet, what if the sharks choose to harass you while you attempt to gather supplies? Without those supplies, survival becomes impossible. Indeed, it is imperative to eliminate the sharks. So hasten to gather your weapons. In addition to weaponry, high-quality food is essential as it fortifies the body. But what if you lack both items? Are you to resign yourself to fate? Then it is vital to exert oneself. Have you collected all the supply crates near the island? Even without weapons, one can fashion a wooden spear from timber, and scrap metal can be honed into blades. Though the damage may be minimal, one must persist in their efforts to vanquish the sharks. The speaker possesses a clear perspective. However, the sharks possess levels. Can ordinary weapons inflict damage upon them? Indeed, esteemed individual, I do not aspire to confront a sea-level shark. Is a D-level shark formidable? Upon being questioned, Zhang Hao pondered this. Indeed, the shark is a mere obstacle for him now, as he has just leveled up and is nearing proficiency with bludgeoning weapons. Engaging in combat is indeed the swiftest means of advancement. But for others, is the shark truly formidable? Certainly, it is powerful, yet not insurmountable. Even a D-level shark is still a mortal being, not significantly tougher than an ordinary shark, and sharp weapons can still penetrate its flesh. While it is undeniably strong, my raft has been reinforced with scrap metal. However, given a moment, even a D-level shark could easily shatter it. Nevertheless, this shark's bite force surpasses that of sharks in our world, while its speed and durability do not seem significantly enhanced. It possesses high offensive power but lower defensive capabilities, which complicates matters at sea, yet provides an opportunity along the shore. Zhang Hao affirmed this notion. Compared to its destructive potential, the shark's defenses are indeed considerably weaker. Even the sea-level great white shark boasts a more formidable attack than the D-level. While its defense has improved, it pales in comparison to its offensive prowess. Of course, this does not imply the great white is weak. Its speed and explosive power are markedly superior, capable of launching surprise attacks from the depths. And a moment's delay could result in demise. Furthermore, its vitality is astonishingly robust. Even with significant injury, it can still deliver lethal strikes. Esteemed individual, you hold us in too high regard. I never intended to confront a sea-level guardian. Just one shark would suffice to sustain me for quite some time. This raises a point. The absence of shark attacks is not entirely beneficial. At the very least, we must confront the sharks at sea, avoiding drawing them to the shore. At that moment, a man from the sea sent Zhang Hao a private message, marking the first instance of someone from the leaderboard reaching out to him. Chapter 28. An initial understanding of teammates. Dear esteemed colleague, you must possess D and C grade shark meat. Would you be willing to part with a portion? Zhang Hao held a rather favorable view of the man from the sea, finding the exchange of a small amount of C grade shark meat acceptable. Upon dismantling the great white shark, which was evidently several times larger, the yield of meat was disappointingly meager. He acquired 20 kilograms of C-grade meat and 100 kilograms of D-grade meat, a mere 10 kilograms more than what the D-grade shark provided. Although there was an excess of D-grade shark meat available for sale, Zhang Hao pondered, why would he sell? He never even broached the subject of C-grade great white shark meat until he had consumed a sufficient quantity. He would prefer to discard any surplus rather than sell it. Fortunately, higher-grade food decays at a slower rate, and the C-grade meat from the great white shark was not abundant. Zhang Hao's current appetite was more than adequate to finish it. The D-grade meat, however, might exceed his consumption capacity, which was another reason he deemed it reasonable to sell a bit. He certainly would not part with it for nothing. He had other items for trade. After stating this, the man from the sea shared 2 screenshots, clearly aware that Zhang Hao had excluded the C-grade meat from consideration. Yet he seemed unconcerned. His intention was solely to discuss the D-grade meat. Asking about the C-grade was merely a formality. If Zhang Hao was willing to sell, that would be splendid. If not, it was of no great consequence, as most would hesitate to sell such strategically valuable resources early on. One of the screenshots displayed a blueprint for a potion, classified as C-grade. Restoration potion, C-grade, permanent, a wondrous elixir that possesses a certain efficacy against all injuries. Though its recovery rate is rather slow, and it can only mitigate, not cure, special types of damage. Require materials. Mosaic. The second screenshot featured D-grade milk. It provides a certain level of healing against poisoning, radiation, and other negative effects, while long-term consumption can enhance physical attributes. Zhang Hao was left in a state of bewilderment. What luck did this man from the sea possess? Thankfully, he had his own stroke of fortune. Zhang Hao lamented his own luck, unaware that he was already quite fortunate. Every day he unearthed foundational stones, iron ingots, and metal ores. He perceived his luck as lacking because his rewards seemed more substantial than those of others. The books from 7 Days to Die were of no low grade, all imbued with skills. Though they lacked levels, books directly associated with skills could easily be classified as C-grade, while those requiring a quantity to unlock would not rank below D-grade. Moreover, some truly remarkable books could even reach B-grade, such as those that unlocked crafting recipes, akin to advanced permanent blueprints. Weapons like machine guns, drones, and turrets would certainly be at least B-grade. You wish to trade a C-grade blueprint for D-grade fish meat? How splendid. How much would you like to exchange? Zhang Hao is eager to procure the C-grade blueprint. Dear colleague, please do not jest. I trust you understand my meaning. It merely serves to demonstrate my value for collaboration. Should you require medicinal items in the future, I can certainly provide them. Although unspoken, Zhang Hao comprehended the man from the sea's intention. He was simply angling for a better deal, enhancing one's worth. Zhang Hao's ability to procure pharmaceuticals in the future will hinge on the circumstances of this transaction. While one might comprehend the situation, no individual relishes the prospect of haggling. Zhang Hao is no exception, responding with a lukewarm inquiry. What would you like to exchange? A bottle of D-grade milk in return for 2 portions or 1 kilogram of D-grade shark meat is not an exorbitant demand on my part. Moreover, aside from enhancing physical capabilities, the milk possesses detoxifying and healing properties, warranting a higher valuation. To my dismay, I miscalculated. Zhang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment upon reading the message, realizing he had underestimated the other party's intentions. The price proposed by Hainan was entirely reasonable, perhaps even slightly disadvantageous for him. Even disregarding the milk's secondary benefits, fish meat is abundant in the ocean, while milk is undeniably rarer. Indeed, the pricing is quite fair. I had overthought the matter. It is unnecessary for my new acquaintance to refer to me as senior. Let's simply add each other as friends. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Hao shifted the topic. Sensing that getting to know this Hainan could be beneficial, it was not that Zhang Hao was overly trusting. He understood that the other might harbor reservations about his prowess as a top-tier individual. When seeking allies, one might tolerate a rogue, but must never ally with a fool. A lifetime of effort from a rogue may not equate to the reckless whim of a simpleton. At least a rogue has a moral compass. Their intent is merely to eliminate you without jeopardizing their own existence. whereas a fool could very well take down both enemies and allies alike. Being partnered with a fool could leave Zhang Hao perplexed about the circumstances of his demise. A single ill-conceived idea from a teammate could lead to total annihilation. After sending his friend request, Hainan promptly accepted. I am Zhang Hao, male, with 380 points. I am Wei Jiadong, a man from the sea. Upon becoming friends, the two did not engage in immediate trade, but exchanged casual banter. Zhang Hao, a recent graduate, was a youthful force, while Wei Jiadong was a prodigious talent. As Zhang Hao had surmised, the moniker man of the sea was well suited. Wei Jiadong had been raised by the seaside, with family members engaged in maritime occupations. Wei Jiadong advanced from physical labor to intellectual endeavors, and by the age of 30, he had ascended to a managerial position. Had they not entered the survival world, Zhang Hao would have struggled to address Wei Jiadong as senior. He would have been the one seeking the latter's guidance. After some time, noticing that they had yet to discuss the transaction, Wei Jiadong boldly broached the subject. Let's dispense with idle chatter, shall we? How do you find the price I proposed? You need not refer to me as senior. It makes me feel old. Just call me Zhang Hao, or my nickname, Haozi. That is how my friends address me. Since they had decided to become teammates, there was no need to quibble over titles, as they were not establishing a subordinate relationship. Zhang Hao was not averse to accepting, but Wei Jiadong had always been a figure of stature, and persuading him to submit as a subordinate was improbable. Such individuals seldom concede until the end. Ha, then I shall take advantage of my age and call you Haozi. So, Haozi, what are your thoughts on this transaction? Brother Dong, given such a reasonable price, how could I possibly refuse? I'm just curious about how much milk you have. You still want all? Wei Jiadong, realizing his oversight after his comment, acknowledged that he had indeed hunted numerous D-grade sharks. Even if the high-grade meat from each shark was minimal, the total would still be considerable. Let me be direct. I do not have much milk left. Only 40 bottles remain, and I intend to keep 20. What are you holding on to? Brother Dong, is there anyone wealthier than me at this moment? If you are dissatisfied with the price, I will pay double for all of it. Zhang Hao is determined not to miss out on other types of high-grade food. Haozi, it's not that I am unwilling to sell, but 20 bottles of milk are sufficient. Beyond satisfying one's appetite, it serves no further purpose. Otherwise, do you think I would have saved this milk? Zhang Hao was fully aware of this. His aim was to purchase all the milk, ensuring that no third party could partake in it. If possible, he would buy every item capable of enhancing physical attributes, planning to release them once his body broke through to the next stage. However, such thoughts must remain unspoken. Seeing that Wei Jiadong was not inclined to purchase, Zhang Hao proceeded with the transaction. 80 D-grade grilled shark meats, 40 kilograms, exchanged for 20 D-grade milk bottles. The trade request was sent forth. This price was carefully considered by Zhang Hao. Since the other party had reduced their price, he could not simply disregard it. It is akin to gifting. One should either refrain from giving or, once the decision is made, be generous. Moreover, this was not a loss. Zhang Hao merely offered a fair price. Perhaps the price of milk may decline in the future, but for now, among the ordinary food items in the trading channel, fish meat holds the lowest price, while vegetables are the highest. Haozi, did you input the wrong amount? Quickly correct it. Indeed, the price you previously mentioned was advantageous to me, and this price is more appropriate. In the vast ocean, how could fish meat and milk possibly be valued the same? However, this amount is excessive. Not at all. I have plenty of fish meat here, Brother Dong. Please don't be modest. Consider it a gift from your younger brother. Well then, I shall graciously accept it. Should you need potions in the future, feel free to come to me. Unfortunately, I currently lack the materials. Otherwise, I would have gifted you a few bottles. Simultaneously, Wei Jiadong sent over a screenshot of the potion blueprint, this time without any obfuscation. Restoration water, C-grade, permanent, a miraculous potion effective for all injuries, albeit with a slower recovery rate, and it can only mitigate, not cure, special damages. Require materials: 500 milliliters of purified or mineral water, 500 g of any C-grade food, 3 crystal stones and 1 essence. Note: must be crafted on relevant equipment. Handmade production achieves only 60 of the original effect. The better the equipment, the greater the effect. Please experience the specifics for yourself. Crystal stones? It seems this truly is a crucial material for the later stages, and I have encountered a new material, essence, though I am unaware of its properties. Chapter 29. Understanding the message. Wei Jiadong sent another message. Howsy, if you have these materials, you might consider trading some to me. I can brew a few potions for both of us to have on hand. The novice period is about to end. While your strength is formidable, having potions is always a prudent measure. These materials are fairly advanced. I have at least heard of crystal stones, but I have never encountered this essence. Zhang Hao felt somewhat helpless. The efficacy of these potions was undeniably commendable. Although the description suggested that their effects were not overwhelmingly potent, their extensive range of application was noteworthy. The essence was a drop from high-level plants. Noticing Zhang Hao's ignorance regarding the essence, Wei Jiadong offered an explanation. Donggu, are you still holding back? What high-level plants do you possess? Zhang Hao assumed that Wei Jiadong had some high-level crops to exchange for seeds. Those aren't mine. Remember that apple seed I mentioned earlier? It belonged to that person. She cultivated a high-level crop, but unfortunately, it required high-level soil to thrive. She had no choice but to destroy it. Besides a few apples, she also obtained 3 essences. She? Do you know her? Zhang Hao sensed a significant detail. Having been here for 5 days, aside from you, Howsy, who can operate solo, the rest of us mere mortals have to find a few teammates, right? She's one of the teammates I found. Before Zhang Hao could respond, Wei Jiadong revealed another crucial piece of information. You rarely chat, and you hardly check private messages. You probably don't know that aside from food and basic materials, many survivors have specific focuses on quality materials and supplies. For instance, even my milk has healing properties. To be honest, my initial B-grade item was a solar medical pod. Its name alone indicates it is a medical supply. I see, thank you, Donggu. I genuinely wasn't aware of that. Yet, Zhang Hao remained puzzled. But with so many people in the district channel, hasn't anyone discovered this? Why hasn't anyone mentioned it? Haha, everyone has already obtained basic materials. As for advanced supplies, only a select few possess multiple high-grade items. Those few individuals disclose their possessions. So how could others be aware? Moreover, discussing such matters in the chat channel would clearly reveal one's possession of several high-grade supplies. Indeed, it's wise to keep wealth discreet. So, her supplies must predominantly consist of agricultural items? Exactly. Her B-grade item is a nutrient solution that can accelerate crop growth and enhance yield, though it cannot improve soil quality. Otherwise, the D-grade apple tree would also be quite valuable. Have you all disclosed the effects of your high-grade items to one another? What else would we do? Teammates should possess commensurate strength. Otherwise, it would merely be charity. At the very least, there should be corresponding value. I thought Donggu was the benevolent type. Sigh, how could there be purely good people in this world? Even if one wishes to save everyone, it is simply impossible. Such things are beyond our capabilities. The weight of this topic was too heavy, and Zhang Hao chose not to pursue it further. After a brief pause, he shifted the conversation, half-jokingly remarking, Donggu, you must be curious about my situation as well. To claim disinterest is a form of deceit, yet whether or not one speaks of it is inconsequential. Achieving a world-first kill stands as the most compelling testament to one's prowess and worth. Zhang Hao contemplated the matter. Now that he comprehended the categorization of resources, he understood why he possessed the most abundant supply crates, yet lacked any advanced materials. All his high-grade resources had been transformed into books, which would likely evolve into blueprints in due time. A rather fortuitous turn, as blueprints undoubtedly hold greater value than mere materials. However, he certainly required materials, thus he could not avoid seeking a few comrades. Initially, he considered Wei Jiadong as a teammate, and there was also Zhu Yin and Lu Feng from the broader district, who were adequate choices. Upon further reflection, it became apparent that 2 individuals were insufficient. Therefore, he resolved to showcase his prowess. After all, no one would suspect him to be the 1,000-handed Guanyin, displaying 2 hands while concealing 998. He sent a few screenshots. Rag bandage, no grade, a rudimentary self-made bandage, capable of quickly dressing wounds. However, due to a lack of proper sterilization, it is prone to causing infections and inflammation. Disinfected bandage, D-grade, a sterilized bandage that not only effectively covers wounds, but also prevents infections, restoring a minor amount of health. Medical bandage, C-grade. This type of bandage, crafted after dual chlorine bleaching and subsequent cutting, can dress wounds, avert infections, and simultaneously restore a portion of health. He also sent screenshots of a small hand crossbow, D-grade, an iron pipe handgun, D-grade, and a small backpack, C-grade. He resolved to keep the finest weapons and armor hidden. Should anyone harbor ill intentions, he would not hesitate to retaliate decisively. Additionally, Zhang Hao specifically selected 2 A-grade items. One was the advanced military cot, initially misclassified by the survival system, a bed used by an elite military corps during their march, significantly enhancing recovery speed during rest. The other was an A-grade radio, an item Zhang Hao believed they could never guess the true purpose of, rendering its release inconsequential. Goodness, you managed to craft all these items? Wei Jiadong, usually composed, was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment for the first time. After recovering from his shock, he meticulously examined the effects of the items and realized they mirrored his own. Your resources seem to lean heavily towards medical supplies, mirroring mine. Zhang Hao, who also required potions, hastily clarified, "You misunderstand. Mine are not medical supplies. These are what I obtained from opening high-grade treasure chests. My resources should primarily consist of weaponry. Who else, aside from me, possesses high-grade weapons?" When posing this question, Zhang Hao cunningly sought to gauge whether anyone would reveal they too had high-grade weaponry. Indeed, he had not heard of others possessing good weapons. The best belonged to Ma Nan, that scoundrel. "Oh, you're not aware? The New World has a D-grade knife. Do you have a conflict with the New World?" Zhang Hao always felt a sense of discomfort regarding this individual. It seemed he dared not confront you. That ruffian was notoriously bold and aimed to consolidate the leading survivors. Collaboration was indeed a possibility, yet his ambitions were excessively grandiose. He genuinely aspired to create a new world, and his proposals were scarcely distinguishable from a return to a society of servitude. How could he dare to address you in such a manner? Your ranking surpasses his. How audacious! Of course, such insolence is unmerited. His overarching notion is that he assumes the role of the leader while we serve as his subordinates, collectively engaging in exploitation. Moreover, he currently occupies the second position. Have you not checked the rankings in a while? Are you not at all concerned about your standing? Well, possessing 2 A-level items certainly instills a sense of invincibility. This cannot be right. The concept of a new world must encompass more than mere rhetoric, does it not? His desire to be the leader, despite already being in the second spot, seems rather unrealistic. It is likely that he harbors an ulterior motive, perhaps to conspire against me with your assistance. You are indeed correct. A faction of us perceives his ideas as perilously reckless. Even if he were to succeed, who could guarantee that he would honor his word? Thus, the majority have declined his proposal, although a few naive individuals, relying solely on luck, do look down upon this caution. At that moment, Zhang Hao cast a glance at the rankings of the points in the compendium. Aside from his unassailable first position, the rankings of the others had shifted considerably. The New World claimed the second spot, which astonished Zhang Hao, as its points had astonishingly reached 100, effectively doubling, while Zhang Hao himself had also doubled his points. He felt as though he were merely fortunate. He could not help but think of 4 words: "I do not comprehend." However, he restrained himself. Those words should not be uttered lightly, nor should one tempt fate. Upon reflection, 100 points could only equate to a maximum of 3 B-level items, and certainly not an A-level. Previously, Zhang Hao had speculated that the second-ranked individual possessed 2 B-level items, yet now, it was implausible for the New World to have 3 B-level items. However, with the New World seeking to instigate trouble, Zhang Hao could not afford to remain ignorant of what they possessed. As for the remaining individuals on the leaderboard, Wei Jiadong remained steadfast in 4th place, while the 3rd position remained obscured. Among the top 10, none were hidden any longer. Zhang Hao calculated the points and realized that the 2 previously elusive individuals had revealed their IDs. Dongge, why has the New World S points surged so rapidly? What is the situation? If not, why would he be so brazen? Aside from that weapon, he also possesses 2 B-level resources, though I am currently unaware of their specifics. I can only ascertain that one should be obtainable in the long term, as some survivors have aligned themselves with him for this very reason. However, he conceals this information meticulously. Only a select few have engaged in trade with him, primarily from other regions, and I have no means of inquiry. If I remain ignorant, so be it. Whatever it may be, as long as we are sufficiently powerful, it is inconsequential. By the way, Donggu, could you share that lady's ID? I failed to memorize it just now. Hearing that she is a lady ignited a desire to connect. Indeed, beauty receives preferential treatment. Unlike us unfortunate men who bombard you with private messages, only to be met with indifference. No, I merely wish to trade for the apples she possesses. Such sustenance holds significant importance. You may find yourself disappointed, as she has very few apples. We divided them among ourselves, leaving nothing behind. Lacking apples is of little concern. I am interested in the apple seeds. What purpose would those serve? Did I not mention that only high-quality soil can yield crops? Even if you were to take them back, it would be, wait, do you still possess something valuable? Wei Jiadong also began to realize the implications. I am uncertain whether it will work, but it is always worth a try. Zhang Hao did not refute this. Very well. I shall inquire if she is willing to converse with you. However, I believe that few would decline the opportunity to engage with the world's foremost individual. Soon after, Wei Jiadong responded, confirming her agreement and providing a link through which Zhang Hao could directly request to be added as a friend. Chapter 30. The Mountain High Brother does not deceive me. Friends, aside from their names and genders, naturally possess photographs. With so many individuals sharing the same name, distinguishing among them without images becomes quite challenging, particularly with names like Zhang Wei, Yu Xian, Hao Ran, and Ziyi, which are abundant. Upon seeing the photograph, Zhang Hao felt an immediate conviction that the Mountain High Brother does not deceive me. She is merely my younger sister. My sister remarked that purple possesses a unique charm. She wore a delicate lavender short top paired with matching wide-leg trousers, perfectly accentuating her figure. In summary, she is as beautiful as any of your current or future girlfriends. Appreciating beauty is an intrinsic human trait, and Zhang Hao is no exception. Merely glancing at her incurs no cost, though one cannot ascertain her character. A renowned scientist once proclaimed that time seems to slow down in the presence of beautiful women. And conversing with attractive individuals is undoubtedly more pleasant than engaging with someone like Feng Jia. Hello, esteemed one. Donggu mentioned you are interested in purchasing apple seeds. Do you possess high-grade soil? Might you trade me a bit? Xiao Yu Shitong, Zhenya 1, sent a message, also seeking to exchange some soil. I do not have soil. Instead, I have developed a planting facility, which is purported to be of a higher grade than rudimentary soil. I wish to ascertain whether it can yield crops. Tree soil is the second-tier farmland from the doomsday preparation frenzy, and, as the name implies, it is intended for cultivating trees, vines, and other crops that can be harvested multiple times. Ah, how fortunate you are, esteemed one, to have advanced directly to this stage without the need to gather materials. Upon hearing that it was a facility, Zhenya would abandon her intention to plant herself and decided to gift the apple seeds directly to Zhang Hao. D-grade apple seeds for trade not accepted. Zhang Hao refrained from clicking to agree. Zhang Wuji's mother once said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. Thus one must exercise caution. It's merely a broken seed, and I have no use for it now. By the time I can plant it, it would have spoiled. It would be better to do you a favor, esteemed one, and of course, if possible, I hope you could share some of the yield with me when the time comes. Do you still need D-grade apples? I recall Donggu mentioning he has secured some. Did you not reach the limit and decide to trade them? Zhang Hao found this puzzling. If it were him, he would be too preoccupied with his own hunger to concern himself with whether others had enough to eat. Everyone had resolved to assist one another, and one could not be greedy. Esteemed one, I assure you, I possess both beauty and kindness. Zhang Hao did not respond to her comment, and merely replied with a dismissive tone. Had we been more familiar, I would have simply replied with a scoff. Well, the reality is that we all believe it unnecessary to consume everything, as there is a diminishing mechanism before reaching the limit. It would be more beneficial for everyone to exchange their resources, thereby accelerating our progress in the early stages. Then, Do you not desire degree shark meat? While it also belongs to the fish category, it does not fall under the same limit. Unnecessary. Trading excessively would surely leave you feeling discomfort, and minimal exchanges yield little effect. It is wiser to trade for a favor instead. Yet, a favor is worth far more than resources. How can you be certain I would accept and remember this favor? Surely, you would not deceive a vulnerable woman such as myself? If such a person truly exists, then I, a humble lady, can only endure in silence. Zhang Hao's mind involuntarily conjured an image of a beautiful maiden clad in a violet qipao, silently weeping upon a desolate island. This vision ignited a surge of excitement within Zhang Hao, compelling him to continue his playful torment, or rather, his assistance, towards this enchanting lady. Clearing his throat tactfully, he replied, "I can hardly believe you are a delicate damsel. However, I will remember this favor. If I can cultivate apples later, I shall assist you in reaching your utmost potential, though the timeline remains uncertain. Should it mirror reality, we might find ourselves in dire straits. The only drawback of high-grade food is its limitation on enhancement. Consuming the same type repeatedly diminishes its effects until they vanish altogether. It remains unclear how many varieties of sustenance are required to reach the current level's cap. Nevertheless, even if high-grade food ceases to fortify the body, its flavor surpasses that of ordinary fare significantly, and it aids in recuperation as well. Thus more is undoubtedly better. Has the esteemed gentleman never cultivated before? The crops in this world mature far more swiftly than in reality. What takes half a year can be ready in mere days. However, I cannot ascertain the timeline for apples, as they must first grow into trees before bearing fruit. Understood. Thank you, fair lady. Please refrain from calling me esteemed gentleman. Simply address me by name or as Brother Hao. In truth, Zhang Hao and Zheng Yan are of the same age, merely differing in months, and he is unsure who is the elder. Yet, before such beauty, one must never admit to being younger. Very well, I shall call you Brother Hao from now on, and you may call me Yan, as that is how my family refers to me. Family. Zhang Hao, having come from a tomato orphanage, surely lost his family years ago, though he has formed a few close friendships. Yet, male camaraderie often thrives on casual encounters, with little initiative to reach out after parting. They might see one another only a handful of times a year. Then I shall address you as Yan. Let's pause our conversation here. I am eager to experiment with the cultivation of apples. Then, Brother Hao, you may attend to your tasks. I too shall tend to my crops. With that, their dialogue came to a halt. Having just met, there was little to discuss. Even with a beauty, one must not overly fawn. Only by becoming strong oneself can one cease to worry excessively. If necessary, one can always seek another path. No one can remain eternally youthful. Yet the essence of youth will always linger. As for planting crops, Zhang Hao had indeed engaged in such activities. The crops sown on the first night had partially matured by the fourth evening, and last night he savored his first meal of meat and vegetables. What Zhang Hao remained oblivious to was the growth process of crops in the survival world, as he was benefiting from the game system's enhancements. Now, it was confirmed that the survival world significantly accelerated plant growth. Upon agreeing to the trade, Zhang Hao took out the apple seeds, attempting to plant them in the tree soil. However, he soon realized he lacked the necessary tree soil, as the workstation of the doomsday preparation enthusiast had not been upgraded. It was all this game's fault. Aside from the late-game rockets and room upgrades, its utility was rather limited, and Zhang Hao often forgot such details. Thanks to the minimal consumption required for upgrading equipment in the early stages of the game, Zhang Hao found himself with sufficient materials at hand, leading to a swift upgrade. He first crafted a single plot of tree soil to test the waters, and to his delight, it proved capable of nurturing growth. The progress bar seemed to advance at a pace that was just shy of half that of cabbage, estimating around 5 days for completion. The apple tree requires time to mature before bearing fruit, which means the initial harvest will be delayed. The good news, if Zhang Hao's memory served him correctly, is that the time it takes for the apple tree to yield fruit post-maturation is identical to that of the cabbage, 3 days. It is rather surprising that the fruiting time of the apple tree coincides with the maturation time of the cabbage. In Zhang Hao's opinion, the maturation time for cabbage should be shortened to a more reasonable duration of 1 day. Realizing that apples could be cultivated, Zhang Hao proceeded to create 3 additional plots of tree soil, planting the remaining apple seeds, and now he simply needed to wait. In 5 days, on the 3rd day of his survival journey, he would be able to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Zhang Hao had contemplated trading soil or other farmland to others, seeking someone to work on his behalf. However, upon attempting to upload his offerings, he discovered that the trading channel only permitted the listing of materials, items, blueprints, and other resources, thus extinguishing his aspirations of becoming a great landlord. It was a case of misfortune striking before success could be achieved, compelling Zhang Hao to tend to the fields himself. Yan, the apple tree can indeed be planted, and its first harvest will be in 5 days. I shall share half with you, he communicated. The response from the other side was swift, dispelling the stereotype of a girlfriend taking ages to reply. In stark contrast, she responded promptly, without delay or vague good-night messages. 5 days? Brother Hao, what is the level of your farmland? It takes 5 days for my measly potatoes to mature. On a distant island, a woman clad in purple opened her mouth in surprise. She had previously reveled in the success of her few plots of farmland, having begun cultivating food while others struggled to survive. She had felt a degree of pride when Zhang Hao seemed unclear about the maturation times of crops, feeling a sense of superiority over even this esteemed player. Yet now her sole advantage had been shattered. While her ordinary potatoes took 5 days, Zhang Hao's D-grade apple tree required the same 5 days to mature and bear fruit. Such inequality was disheartening. D-grade. Does that mean the apple tree is merely plantable in D-grade farmland? Zhang Hao remained oblivious to Zheng Yan's contemplations. However, the disparity was striking. Other facilities did not exhibit such vast differences between ordinary and D-grade. Perhaps his farmland only accelerated growth speed without enhancing yield, or the increase in yield was minimal. Zhang Hao was uncertain whether legitimate D-grade farmland could accelerate growth and by what extent, leading him to speak somewhat offhandedly. Is that so? Zheng Yan responded, harboring some skepticism, yet recognizing that further inquiries might be unwise. If Zhang Hao had knowledge or certainty, he would have surely conveyed it. Chapter 31. The moment of harvest, by the way. Yan, do you still have any seeds? Zhang Hao, momentarily dazed by the allure of D-grade seeds, had completely forgotten to inquire about the ordinary seeds from Zheng Yan. I still have some seeds here. 6 varieties: beetroot, watermelon, spinach, bittermelon, and cucumber. Which would you want, Hao Ge? I desire them all. As he sent this message, Zhang Hao's hand involuntarily moved, forming a half-clenched fist. Hao Ge, having an abundance of crops is not necessarily advantageous. Cultivating these plants requires vast quantities of water, far exceeding our daily consumption. Currently, I am primarily growing potatoes, having exhausted my supplies simply because potatoes are comparatively less water-intensive. Otherwise, I would truly struggle. You need not worry. I do possess a modest supply of water, and I do not intend to plant excessively, merely a bit of each to diversify my vegetable basket. If water is not a concern, then it is indeed no problem. My only apprehension is that you have not planted before and might overlook the water issue. Zheng Yan explained to herself. Beetroot seeds 3, watermelon seeds 3, spinach seeds 3, bittermelon seeds 3, cucumber seeds 3. Transaction confirmed. Hao Ge, I do not have many seeds left. Zhang Hao promptly clicked to agree, simultaneously initiating another transaction. 3 kilograms of fish meat. Transaction confirmed. The D-grade apple seeds were essentially exchanged for the apples behind them. These ordinary seeds could not be taken without cost. Zheng Yan, upon seeing this transaction notification, instantly grasped Zhang Hao's intention. It was merely a trade. Aware that her refusal might provoke further thought from Zhang Hao, she accepted the offer without hesitation. Then I shall thank you for your generous gift, esteemed one. Zheng Yan managed to maintain her lively demeanor, with no immediate thoughts of deceiving others for gain. Now, on the 5th day, the bodies of the food-deprived survivors began to falter. Even though Zhang Hao rarely monitored the chat channel, he encountered individuals making raucous comments. Wherever there are those seeking to gain without effort, there are also numerous gullible fools. To be precise, from the 4th day onward, the chat channel had clearly become rife with insults and accusations, with disputes erupting over who had deceived whom. Fortunately, This was still a relatively safe area domestically. The majority of individuals adhered to a certain moral baseline, however low it may be. As conditions had not yet deteriorated to the point of desperation, restraint persisted. In contrast, in some backward and ignorant regions, or in particularly open locales, explicit prices were being set for all manner of things, whether it be original flavored stockings or bathwater. The offerings were trivial. Original flavored underwear was abundant. Moreover, there were even men selling such items, often at higher prices than their female counterparts. When Wei Jiadong and Zhang Hao discussed this topic, it instantly broadened Zhang Hao's horizons. The world indeed harbors endless curiosities. He had assumed such individuals were rare, but it appeared his exposure had been limited. In just a few days, and during the novice phase at that, such actions were already occurring. What would happen once survival became critical, or if means were found to locate other survivors? Having acquired such a plethora of seeds, Zhang Hao did not linger. He set about preparing the front yard for cultivation, earmarking it for strawberries. Before planting, he also needed to upgrade the workbench in the front yard, which had remained unenhanced until now. Upon reaching the second level, Zhang Hao found himself not only capable of cultivating farmland, but also of constructing moisture collectors, although these were soon superseded by water purifiers. Additionally, he could establish both a parts production workshop and a parts repair workshop intended for the creation, maintenance, and enhancement of vehicle components. Although these facilities currently lacked utility, they had nonetheless been upgraded. Moreover, he had ventured out to sea to uncover the truth, accumulating some scarce materials such as plastics and cleaning agents that could now be utilized. To his surprise, the parts production workshop did not achieve a higher rating, while the parts repair workshop was unexpectedly elevated to grade A. After much contemplation, he realized that most blueprints for production facilities had yet to be unlocked, leaving him only able to construct a dilapidated bicycle, which was hardly worthy of a D rating. Conversely, the repair workshop was able to service high-grade components right from the outset, maintaining this capability even at grade A. Once he had arranged the production of these facilities, Zhang Hao turned his attention to agriculture. As usual, crops not present in the game were prohibited from being cultivated. Thus, he proceeded to construct all 4 types of agricultural facilities available in the game. He could directly plant beets, watermelons, cucumbers, and spinach, while the bitter melon he purchased merely served as a distraction, as it could not be planted. There was no need to occupy space in his inventory with it. Instead, he utilized a supply box to store items that might be discarded at any moment. Seeds also had a shelf life and could deteriorate in this survival world. The rapid growth of crops corresponded with a swift degradation of seeds. The seed descriptions explicitly stated that without special treatment, they could not be stored long-term. As of now, Zhang Hao's island boasted potatoes, beets, cabbages, spinach, cucumbers, as well as apples and strawberries, while his meat supply consisted solely of fish. He had finally gathered 3 major food categories, leaving only staples to be acquired. Having subsisted on meat alone for some time, Zhang Hao felt he was on the verge of degeneration. Although a carnivore by nature, his aversion to vegetables had been challenged by a few days without them, leaving him somewhat distressed. It seemed that many shared his sentiments, hinting at the potential success of future vegetable sales. After finishing his planting, nightfall descended, prompting Zhang Hao to display the day's bounty. He had acquired 1 grade B guardian chest from defeating a grade C monster, 1 copper supply box after vanquishing a grade D shark among the world's top 100, along with 9 supply boxes from nearby islands and 13 obtained from a sea expedition, totaling 22 ordinary supply boxes. With such a collection, particularly the 2 high-grade items, he first tended to the ordinary boxes. Zhang Hao opened each ordinary supply box one by one, discovering that the quality of the contents remained consistent with previous experiences. The high-grade items consisted primarily of books, while the remainder comprised basic materials, with few high-grade materials emerging. This time, however, he encountered some new materials. The primary new materials included plastic and bamboo, while the advanced new materials consisted of aluminum lead metal ingots and filter cores. The 9th box yielded a grade B horn, and the 14th box contained 3 crystal stones. Crystal stones, needless to say, were essential for most high-grade items. The gravy horn was described as a material dropped by a certain gravy bovine, suitable for crafting various medical supplies or weaponry. Though Zhang Hao may not have found them particularly useful, he has nonetheless acquired B-grade items, demonstrating that his success is not solely reliant on the game system. With the addition of several books, he felt as if he had successfully smuggled himself into a position of power, just as he was reveling in the day's fruitful endeavors. The final ordinary chest bestowed upon him a delightful surprise, a pair of C-grade boots, known as the boots of falling antelope. These remarkable boots significantly enhanced his jumping ability, allowing for a double jump in midair while also slightly increasing his speed. With the prospect of newfound speed and a type of footwear he did not previously possess, he eagerly donned the boots. As soon as he slipped them on, a sharp, burning sensation coursed through his ankles, only to dissipate after a brief moment. He began with a gentle jog, immediately sensing a notable lightness in his body and an increase in speed, though the exact extent of this enhancement remained elusive. The island was not large enough for an accelerated test, so he could only gauge the changes within his body. Next, Zhang Hao prepared to assess his jumping prowess. He crouched slightly, his feet firmly gripping the ground as if rooted, and then, with a powerful thrust, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball propelled by a robust spring. In the blink of an eye, he soared upward. In mid-flight, he resembled an eagle soaring gracefully through the sky, his form both agile and lithe. However, gravity soon asserted its influence, and his body began to descend. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted himself once more, feeling as if his feet were once again anchored to solid ground. Not only did he halt his downward trajectory, but he also began to ascend once more, reaching for even greater heights. Upon reaching a new pinnacle, he gazed down from his aerial vantage point, estimating a drop of around 10 meters, higher than he had anticipated. Although the equipment was of B-grade quality, it ultimately required a capable individual to wield it. Given Zhang Hao's enhanced physical condition, achieving a jump of 10 meters was no small feat as gravity reclaimed its dominion. He began to plummet rapidly once more. Alas, it seemed he lacked the ability to mitigate his descent. So absorbed was he in testing his skills that he had entirely forgotten how to land. Fortunately, the boots were equipped with a protective mechanism, and as he neared the ground, he felt an invisible force gently arrest his fall. In the final 10 centimeters, he descended slowly, easing to the ground. Chapter 32. Acquiring gaming talent returning to the ground, Zhang Hao felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. The ability to leap dozens of meters in height was a significant advantage in combat. After a moment of laughter, he resumed the task of opening chests. If the ordinary supply box yielded such rewards, he could only imagine the treasures that awaited him in the 2 higher-tier chests. He decided to open the copper supply box first, marking it as the first high-level supply box he had ever unlocked. Within, he discovered 3 crystal stones, 10 silks, 20 iron ingots, 10 copper ingots, 5 steel ingots, 1 C-grade food box, and 20 survival coins. Zhang Hao found the results satisfactory, particularly the C-grade food box. Coupled with the C-grade shark meat he already possessed, he now had 2 varieties of C-grade food, promising a significant boost to his physical prowess. The C-grade food box allowed for a selection among meat, vegetables, fruits, desserts, and snacks, with random C-grade food items emerging from the chosen category. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao opted for snacks. With meat, vegetables, and fruits already in his arsenal, desserts paled in comparison to the allure of snacks. Instantly, 5 plates appeared before him, and upon closer inspection, he was greeted by a trio of jetpack meals. 5 complete jetpack sets, no less. The label indicated they were from the renowned Taisai burger brand. Zhang Hao rarely indulged in such fare, typically preferring KFC or what he referred to as hamburgers that were more akin to laxatives. He pondered the absurdity of the term specialty burger. Previously, he had ordered a specialty burger with a coupon, only to receive a minuscule version that was clearly underdeveloped. Since then, he had vowed never to patronize that brand again. However, the survival system had bestowed upon him a C-grade burger from the same brand, and hunger compelled him to partake. With fervor, he devoured the meal. The effects of the C-grade food were markedly superior to those of D-grade sustenance. Zhang Hao felt a sharp sensation coursing through his body, as if his very bones were undergoing a transformation. The pain subsided after a brief interval, leaving only a pronounced tingling in his limbs, while his torso experienced a fleeting discomfort as though energy was momentarily depleted. Yet, the energy provided by the C-grade food was abundant, and he knew he could not consume more at that moment. Even without experience in cultivation, he understood that ingesting excessive energy in a short period was unwise. Next, his thoughts turned to the survival coins. Would they align with his expectations? Survival coins served as the universal currency in the survival world, facilitating trade with other factions, albeit with caution to avoid potential treachery. The existence of other factions was an accepted reality among all survivors, and Zhang Hao was particularly concerned about whether this so-called official currency could be replenished. He decided to test the waters by using 10 coins. Currently, only the Stay Alive game required a recharge. The recharge was successful, yielding him 1,000 credit points. 1,000? The exchange rate was 1 to 100, indicating that purchasing power within the game mirrored that of the real world. At last, he grasped the means of expenditure. The talent he sought required an exorbitant number of credit points, making reliance on the daily earnings seem a distant prospect. Presently, he had only 20 coins, insufficient even to unlock customized airdrops. However, he remained optimistic that small accumulations would eventually lead to the unlocking of all talents. When it comes to talent, now on the 5th day, for days have already been settled, and with no battles occurring, the survival points gained are negligible. If recharging is an option, I shall proceed to recharge the remaining 10 survival coins, simultaneously unlocking benefits at the 6 and 18 yuan tiers. After accumulating the 6 yuan and 18 yuan welfare packages, I opened them to find an additional 2,000 credit points bestowed upon me. The 6 yuan package granted me 5 combat skills and 5 aggressive individuals, while the 18 yuan package provided 5 collectors and 10 scavengers, along with 5 blank shards. To activate a level 1 talent, only 5 shards are required. Thus, Zhang Hao activated the combat skills and scavenger abilities. However, the blank shards needed to upgrade to level 2 were insufficient, prompting Zhang Hao to purchase several blank shards using credit points, elevating the scavenger ability to level 2. Combat skills. Level 1, you have mastered the techniques of battle, gaining a 3% increase in attack damage and a 1% reduction in attack consumption when using any weapon. Though 1% may seem minimal, attack consumption encompasses not only stamina but also cooldown periods. Aggressive individuals. Level 1, you prefer combat over research. Upon defeating enemies, you gain an additional 5% score. Collectors. Level 1, a talent possessed solely by those who relish adventure, offering an additional 5% score when exploring locations and gathering resources. Scavenger. Level 2, having long navigated the post-apocalyptic world, you possess a unique method for resource gathering, resulting in a 20% chance of acquiring additional items while searching. Items pertain to all resources obtainable at that location. Upon activating these 2 talents, Zhang Hao discovered the absence of a talent cap, indicating that he could acquire all talents without limitation. All 4 talents are beneficial in the early stages: 1 combat talent, 1 searching talent, and 2 talents that accelerate credit point acquisition. Particularly, the combat scoring will prove invaluable when the zombie tide and advanced missions commence, as the survival points accrued from combat scoring can be exchanged for a substantial amount of credit points. With a sudden pang of regret, Zhang Hao slapped his forehead. Had he known that he could activate these talents, he should have opened the advanced chests first before the ordinary resource boxes. With a 20% probability, how much more could he have obtained? Yet, the resource boxes had already been opened, and time cannot be reversed. Zhang Hao could only lament his missed opportunity. With this sentiment in mind, Zhang Hao approached the final box, the highest tier, Class B Guardian Chest. Upon opening it, the survivor can select 1 category from blueprints, items, equipment, materials, or resources to receive the corresponding Class B self-selected box. Note, the Class B self-selected box randomly offers 3 types of resources from all Class B categories, allowing the survivor to choose 1 from the 3 options. 3 choices? Is that truly self-selection? Why must everything emulate those 2 inferior companies? Why not learn from the better ones? While Zhang Hao was still mulling over this, he suddenly noticed a box emerging from the Class B Guardian chest. Wait, I haven't even made my selection yet. Zhang Hao hastily checked again, realizing that the Guardian chest still allowed for further selections. Beneath his gaze lay the box that had emerged before him, a B-grade resource selection box, the opportunity to choose one among 3 types of B-grade resources. Could it be that the scavenger's innate talent had been triggered? With a 20 chance of activation on the first attempt, and considering the higher grade box, Zhang Hao suddenly felt as if he might truly be a child of destiny. Having activated a major category of resources, he decided to exclude it and select from the remaining options. First, he dismissed materials, as he did not have an urgent need for them at present. Next, he ruled out equipment. While weapons and armor held significance, Zhang Hao could only craft C-grade items at the moment and would soon be able to produce B-grade ones. Thus, weapons were not an immediate necessity for him. Indeed, unless he could ensure the emergence of magical or fantastical weaponry capable of inflicting damage on incorporeal foes, their priority paled in comparison to materials. However, the odds of such an occurrence were exceedingly slim, and he preferred not to gamble, believing that early on, such enemies would not manifest. If they were to appear soon, a portion of individuals would undoubtedly acquire such weapons, or at the very least, obtain blueprints. Otherwise, a complete collapse would be inevitable. With blueprints and items remaining, Zhang Hao found himself in a genuine quandary. Items could be utilized immediately, but only one was available, whereas blueprints, aside from a few exceptions, could be used indefinitely. Ultimately, he chose the blueprint. In this early stage, lacking resources, it seemed wiser to take a chance and see if he could procure an exceptional blueprint. Once his choice was made, the B-grade Guardian box vanished, transforming into a B-grade blueprint selection box. He decided to examine the blueprints, revealing 3. The blueprint for a high-efficiency solar power generator, the blueprint for a sentry cannon, and the blueprint for a rejuvenation potion. High-efficiency solar power generator blueprint. B-grade, this advanced solar power generator can efficiently convert solar energy into electrical power in illuminated environments, continuously supplying energy to various facilities and equipment for survivors. It features built-in storage capabilities, allowing surplus energy collected during the day to be utilized at night. This seemed decent, a viable alternative. Sentry Cannon Blueprint, B-grade, a device capable of equipping a machine gun. Zhang Hao glanced at it and skipped over it. Survival required a sentry cannon that could accommodate 7th-tier weapons, which would at least deal damage equivalent to A-grade weapons and, with modifications, perhaps even reach S-grade. Rejuvenation Potion Blueprint, B-grade, capable of restoring lost bodily parts and accelerating the healing process. Upon seeing its capabilities, Zhang Hao chose it without hesitation. Neglecting such an item would be foolish. While it was feasible to craft multiple generators in the event of a power shortage, recovering from lost limbs was far more challenging. One could hardly jest that losing a leg was trivial compared to losing love. However, the materials required for crafting were quite demanding. 6 crystal stones, 1 of any B-grade medical supplies, or 5 of any C-grade medical supplies, 1 B-grade essence, or 5 C-grade essences, 1 kilogram of B-grade food or 10 kilograms of C-grade food, and 1 B-grade medicinal catalyst. Truly a remarkable item. It required a plethora of materials, none of which Zhang Hao could currently procure. Fortunately, apart from the medicinal catalyst, he was familiar with all the necessary components and knew how to obtain them. Moreover, Zhang Hao possesses an abundance of food, with a ratio of B-grade to C-grade being 1 to 10, while fortunately, the essence stands at a more favorable 1 to 5, effectively having the requirement. As for the B-grade medicinal catalyst, Zhang Hao pondered for a moment, deciding it would be wise to inquire with others tomorrow to see if they possess any knowledge regarding such substances. Chapter 33. Breaking Through D-Class. The second world announcement. As twilight descended, there was no urgency in the affairs at hand. It was time to utilize the available resources. Moonwell, B-class, a source of water imbued with the power of the radiant moon, capable of absorbing lunar energy to transform ordinary freshwater into a far more extraordinary liquid. The higher the concentration of lunar and water elements in the vicinity, the shorter the incubation period for this miraculous transformation. Crimson Flame Mine, B-class, originally a mere iron mine. It has been altered by seismic activity from the Earth's core, which has created a slender passage leading to it, allowing the mine to absorb core energy and produce high-grade ores. The mine holds a reserve of 100 units of crimson flame alloy, and as long as this alloy is present, it can regenerate daily, the rate of which is contingent upon the surrounding concentration of fire elements. Azure Bamboo Grove, B-Class, a lush forest of azure bamboo that enhances the quality of the surrounding air. The bamboo can be crafted into superior quality items, and the bamboo shoots serve as a delectable food source. Currently situated on an island, the concentration of water elements undoubtedly surpasses that of fire elements, rendering the moon well more efficient than the Crimson Flame mine. While the bamboo grove is commendable, it is not what Zhang Hao requires at present. The grove demands substantial water resources and fertile soil, which would not be of a low grade. Prolonged use of lower-grade resources might lead to detrimental effects. After careful consideration, Zhang Hao positioned the moon well in a corner of the island, closer to the ocean to enhance the water element concentration. Once established, the once barren island now boasted a water well. Approaching the well, Zhang Hao noted its unremarkable appearance, indistinguishable from any ordinary water well. However, the distinction lay at its edge, where 3 funnel-like devices were affixed, continuously dripping water. The bottles beneath these funnels contained water of varying grades, B-Class, C-Class, and D-Class. To his pleasant surprise, there was a significant quantity of high-grade water collected at the outset, contrary to his expectation of a lengthy wait. Zhang Hao gathered the 3 grades of water. The time required to amass a complete set remained uncertain, as the water dripped steadily, with higher-grade drops falling at a slower pace. Inside the moon, well resided ordinary water, which had filled the well entirely. Zhang Hao filled several wooden buckets, observing that the recovery rate of ordinary water surpassed that of the high-grade varieties. He crafted additional wooden buckets, but soon realized their inadequacy. Deciding to utilize supply boxes for storage, he filled 100 boxes, each capable of holding 1 cubic meter of water. This amounted to 100 cubic meters, equivalent to 100 tons or 100,000 kilograms of water, an impressive resource to exchange. Zhang Hao promptly devised a plan to distribute the water. With 100,000 liters at his disposal, and considering that a large district comprises 10 regions with a total population of 100,000, the average allocation would be merely 1 liter per person, which could be easily consumed. With an abundance of water, he intended to allocate a portion for foundational stones. 50,000 liters would be exchanged for basic resources, while the remaining 50,000 would be reserved for foundational stones or other valuable items. After placing the water for exchange, he realized that it was already the 6th day. The settlement for surviving the 5th day had concluded. Zhang Hao now requires only 4 to 5 hours of sleep each day. 8 hours has become merely a habit. Much like a reluctant rise from bed on a weekend morning when one is already awake, he finds himself consistently rising at the 6th hour, even without the aid of an alarm. His heightened senses allow him to perceive the gradual illumination of dawn, a testament to the evolutionary drawback of gradually losing the joy of languorous slumber. In his usual routine, he first retrieves the supply crates along the island's edge before venturing out to reclaim the remaining ones from the sea. Fortunately, this time there are no sharks to disrupt his efforts, enabling him to successfully gather all the supply crates. As he roasts the C-grade shark meat, he simultaneously uncorks a bottle of B-grade water and prepares his jetpack kit. While grilling the shark meat, he opens all the supply crates, discovering a total of 23 today, one more than yesterday. The refresh rate of the crates is not entirely predictable, exhibiting a certain degree of variability. Having learned that each individual's bounty largely remains within a specific category, Zhang Hao's expectations for these ordinary crates have significantly diminished. Even if higher-grade supplies were to emerge, they would likely consist of books. As anticipated, apart from books, he finds only basic materials, his luck not as favorable as the previous day. Relying on the scavenger's 20% probability, he manages to acquire a decent number of books, subsequently elevating his crafting skills to a new level. Now capable of constructing a workbench and smelter, Zhang Hao promptly creates an iron pipe machine gun. However, lacking ammunition diminishes the weapon's utility, prompting him to exchange some saltpeter. Finally equipped with a workbench, he transforms the saltpeter into gunpowder, which he then combines with copper ingots to produce ammunition. He crafts 50 rounds for the handgun and 120 for the machine gun, depleting his stockpile. With nearly 200 rounds of ammunition, he is well prepared for the foreseeable future. Zhang Hao loads the bullets into his weapons and stows the remainder into his backpack. He muses about the possibility of having a magazine blueprint, as the loading process is rather slow. Possessing such a blueprint would allow for a more efficient reloading method. Once his belongings are organized, Zhang Hao indulges in his breakfast. He wonders how other survivors would perceive his morning meal. Although the novice phase lacks severe famine, most survivors scrape by with meager rations, often consuming only 2 meals a day, or sometimes just one. Each meal consists of the simplest fare, with even the more successful individuals managing only to catch a few fish or forage for modest fruits and vegetables. In contrast, Zhang Hao enjoys a variety of high-grade foods alongside vegetables he has cultivated himself. The sheer quantity of his meal is staggering, were it not for his increased appetite. A typical person would struggle to consume such an amount. Just considering the ordinary provisions, cabbage and roasted fish would suffice for other survivors for 3 days. This starkly illustrates the difference between mere existence and true living. With his appetite heightened, Zhang Hao first devours a portion of ordinary roasted fish before finishing off the jetpack trio. During his second round of consumption, he notes the absence of the sharp, painful sensation experienced the previous night. Nevertheless, the enhancement to his physical state is palpable, unlike the significant reductions associated with D-grade sustenance. Having finished his breakfast, Zhang Hao felt his body reach a critical juncture, not a sensation of fullness, but rather a paradoxical feeling. It seemed as though his physical capacity had been overindulged, yet he also sensed a void within, akin to the moment just before an eruption. Recalling the hierarchy of food and even the stratification among sharks, Zhang Hao steeled himself and consumed the B-grade water. However, this only exacerbated his discomfort. Undeterred, he proceeded to down several bottles in succession. Just when he felt his body on the verge of collapse, questioning his judgment, a sudden warmth surged through his lower abdomen, coursing through his meridians and enveloping his entire being. The unpleasant sensations vanished entirely, leaving Zhang Hao in a state of euphoric lightness, though such bliss was fleeting. Feeling a lingering desire for more, he was nonetheless reminded by the emptiness within him that he could not continue. Further indulgence would be perilous. Ignoring the diminishing returns of food, Zhang Hao yearned to consume an entire cow. The B-grade water had some effect, albeit minimal. Grilling meat required time, and having exhausted the remaining D-grade milk was insufficient. After devouring a hamburger meal, he finally felt revitalized. Congratulations to the survivor. Zhang Hao has successfully surpassed the human physical limit, achieving the status of a D-grade entity. Let us celebrate his remarkable feat as the first human to transcend self-imposed boundaries. He is awarded World Prestige 100, the title of Evolutionary Pioneer, and a bronze supply crate upgraded to a silver supply crate. Simultaneously, Zhang Hao received a notification regarding the elevation of his character level within the game system. This announcement sent ripples across the globe. The chat channels fell silent, as if time had paused with no one daring to speak. Once the realization struck, an avalanche of messages flooded in simultaneously. Even those still scavenging for supply crates abandoned their pursuits, rushing to the chat channels to express their astonishment. Without needing to check, Zhang Hao knew his private messages were overflowing. Despite the widespread awareness of his disregard for them, the hope of a fortunate encounter compelled many to reach out. Chapter 34. Escalation of conflict upon opening the World Book. The messages in the regional channel seemed to flash by in the blink of an eye, with dozens appearing instantaneously. My goodness, the esteemed 180 has truly proven his prowess, having ascended to rank D. Does any other prominent figure comprehend what it entails to attain rank D? Will one breathe fire, become invisible, or soar through the skies? If granted the choice of superpower, I would undoubtedly select invisibility. Yet, those beneath us are lacking ambition. Pondering trivial matters below, even if one were to become invisible, what could be accomplished? If no one can find you, You can only rely on your five-finger companion. This is merely a current predicament. Who can assert that future encounters will remain elusive? Indeed, convening as a collective is a matter for the future, just as superpowers are also a prospective development. However, these are merely conjectures of your own. None can ascertain the existence of superpowers. I personally doubt it. Previously, when the 180 mentioned his maritime ventures, did he not encounter D-class sharks? Moreover, even C-class sharks were present and no mention of superpowers was made. The New World, Monan, has finally seized an opportunity. He cannot allow Zhang Hao to steal the limelight. If everyone believes that Zhang Hao possesses superpowers, how can he expand his influence? I too ventured into the ocean yesterday. The D-class sharks were nothing extraordinary. Even if human D-class individuals surpass sharks in strength, the difference is negligible. Armed with weapons, they can still be dispatched, certainly lacking any superpowers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brow, pondering the intentions of the New World. What does it mean to assert that they can be killed with weapons? Do they wish to eliminate him? Just as Zhang Hao was about to voice his thoughts, Wei Jiadong spoke on his behalf. Wei Jiadong refrained from directly countering the New World's assertions, as he too was uncertain of the strength of D-class. Instead, he addressed another matter. The 180 did not slay merely one D-class shark, but rather multiple C-class sharks, along with a horde of D-class sharks. With someone defending him, Zhang Hao felt somewhat reassured and chose to remain silent for the time being. Conversely, the New World found himself in a more difficult position, contemplating whether the Man of the Sea had allied with Zhang Hao. Yet, he harbored a greater wariness towards Zhang Hao than towards the Man of the Sea. Even if Zhang Hao could only communicate through the chat channel, he could not trace him through the internet, rendering him less intimidating. What I expressed is not erroneous. Rather, your claims substantiate my assertions. In the early stages of this world, weapons reign supreme, and the significance of rankings is minimal. The fact that 180 has only just attained D-class indicates he was previously below that level, yet still managed to vanquish C-class sharks. The New World's argument holds merit. For now, weapons remain paramount. If one cannot even best a C-class with ordinary tools, then the ranking is of little consequence. Many breathed a sigh of relief, concluding that Zhang Hao merely enjoyed good fortune in acquiring high-level weapons early on. If that is the case, does it not imply that the A-class items possessed by the 180 are likely weapons as well? I think so. Starting off with an A-class weapon seems exceedingly fortunate. Wei Jiadong could not bear to see the New World basking in the limelight, recalling the unpleasant encounters they had previously experienced with him, which is precisely why they banded together. After all that has been said, have you not engaged in combat yourself? If weapons are so formidable, then wielding a B-class weapon and failing to conquer a C-class shark speaks volumes. If I were to possess that B-class weapon, I would transform that swarm of sharks into mere caricatures. Wei Jiadong, though lacking in confidence, resorted to bravado, for the New World would never bestow upon him a B-grade weapon. He could not substantiate his claims, yet the New World was equally incapable of disproving them. This struck a painful chord with the New World, which had indeed attempted to confront a school of sharks. However, reality delivered a resounding slap when a C-grade great white shark sent him tumbling into the sea. Were it not for his commendable swimming skills and a costly stamina-restoring potion he had purchased, he might have perished there. Even now, his entire body ached. With medical supplies solely reliant on the meager offerings from supply crates, most of which were devoid of any grade. Just yesterday, he expended a considerable sum to acquire a D-grade bandage from another individual on the leaderboard, hastily wrapping his wounds. You speak so easily. My weapon S-grade is a mere level below 180. Otherwise, I too could have dispatched that school of sharks. You can't even slay a D-grade shark, yet you dare criticize me. How can you prove that the A-grade items of the esteemed 180 are indeed weapons, while you are so certain about possessing a B-grade weapon? If you wish for my belief, trade me that B-grade weapon, and I shall provide the proof. If 180 isn't wielding an A-grade weapon, how could he possibly achieve such feats? The New World continues to put on a brave face. As the two titans bickered, others in the vicinity dared not interject, leaving the regional channel dominated by their exchange. Wei Jiadong inquired about Zhang Hao, learning that Zhang's A-grade item was a restoration facility. Yet, upon hearing the New World's insinuations, doubts crept into his mind regarding whether Zhang might possess an A-grade weapon. Now, no one knew the extent of Zhang Hao's A-grade possessions. This contention arose from the New World's provocations toward Zhang Hao and with teammates involved. Zhang could not remain indifferent. An A-grade military cot. I must apologize. My A-grade item is indeed not a weapon, and I have no qualms in admitting that the weapon I use to slay sharks is a C-grade one. A C-grade weapon is sufficient to breach defenses. In such circumstances, how could humanity falter against beasts? It's merely a matter of yin and yang. Who cannot navigate that? Moreover, Zhang Hao did not lie. He merely spoke half-truths, omitting the fact that he possessed even more formidable defenses. Had it not been for the skeletal armor on his back, he too would have been sent sprawling by a great white shark's tail. However, just as the B-grade machete represented the New World's strength, the S-grade skeletal armor epitomized Zhang Hao's prowess. If the New World had the capability, it could present its own formidable defenses. Its inability to do so was its own failing. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's words, the New World's face flushed crimson, struggling to formulate a retort before retreating in disgrace. Who could ascertain whether Zhang possessed other A-grade items? The New World's assertions were merely empty bravado, for deep down, it doubted Zhang could boast 2 A-grade items. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang indeed possessed 2 S-grade items, but perhaps he would never come to learn of this. You truly delivered a blow. That coward fled in shame. This sentiment was shared privately by Wei Jiadong with Zhang Hao. In the regional channel, other survivors, witnessing Zhang Hao's emergence and the New World's silence, hastily inquired for news. Great One, does ascending to D-grade bestow superpowers? Upon the utterance of this inquiry, silence enveloped the others. Where indeed lies the notion of superpowers? Ascending to D rank merely signifies a significant enhancement in physical strength, with capabilities that surpass those of the world champions of yore. There are no superhuman abilities. I had harbored hopes that we too might possess such powers. It was not that I claimed their absence. Presently, at D rank, who knows what awaits us in the future? As Zhang Hao spoke these words, he recalled the mysterious voice from the first day and the mention of the goddess of fortune in the introduction, causing a slight tension to intrude upon his otherwise relaxed demeanor. Whether or not superpowers exist, survival must precede all else. This marks the 6th day, and we are on the brink of the official survival challenge. Have you all adequately prepared your supplies? At this juncture, Wei Jiadong, the man of the sea, stepped forward to urge the participants to stock up on provisions. The mere mention of this topic cast a palpable weight upon the atmosphere. 2 days is but a fleeting moment, and the collective mood is taut with anxiety. Hence, Wei Jiadong felt compelled to confront the New World, a matter that initially bore no relevance to him. The New World, no longer concealing its intentions, responded with veiled sarcasm, revealing an underlying frustration that sought an outlet. It remains uncertain whether this frustration has been alleviated or merely intensified. Previously, whether it was the New World targeting Zhang Hao or the discord among Wei Jiadong and his companions, such grievances were seldom aired in the chat channel. Typically, exchanges of harsh words occurred in private messages, followed by blocking each other, leaving matters unresolved. However, as the reality of the survival challenge looms ever closer, the discord among all parties has gradually surfaced into the open. Chapter 35. Expanding the island once more upon witnessing the departure of the bothersome little imp. Zhang Hao refrained from further engaging in the enigmatic New World, mindful of the potential detriment to his reputation. The chat group remained resplendent with praises for him. When Zhang Hao had not made an announcement, he was but a stranger to all. However, upon his inaugural appearance on the world announcement, opinions were sharply divided. Outwardly, he was lauded, yet inwardly, many regarded him merely as a fortunate fool, with flattery serving their own ulterior motives. Yet, when Zhang Hao ascended to the world announcement for the 2nd time, this time through sheer force, a majority were willing to abandon their pride and fawn over him. Great One, was the water you put up last night? Is that even a question? Who else could possibly showcase such an abundance of water? The Great One possesses an immense quantity of water. Does anyone know how much was released last night? Hey, is it you who's off, or am I? Why does this sound so peculiar? What's so peculiar about it? Wasn't it the Great One who provided the water? You're not mistaken, but second floor, refrain from leading others astray. What do you mean, leading astray? Now that we're here, a little mischief is necessary, lest we fall victim to deceit. Better to be a tad mischievous. Our regional Great Ones are all good people. No one would deceive us, unlike other regions where numerous scams have surfaced. How could there be deceit? Are we all trading now? How can anyone be conned? Some were perplexed, questioning how there were still those naive enough to overlook the value of resources. Did I not mention? The Great One. While other regions lack a leaderboard, they do possess B-grade resources. Some have used B-grade resources as bait, claiming to need materials to craft an item, promising to return some of the produced resources afterward, and they believed it, only to find the Great One vanished without a trace. Isn't this an age-old trick? How can anyone still fall for it? Alas, there are simply too many fools. The con artists are in short supply. It's one thing for students and the elderly to be deceived, given their inexperience, but some have been navigating society for years. If they still get duped, they deserve it. Dear friends, let us not digress. Were we discussing how much water the Great One is showcased? I can speak to that. There are hardly any who display water daily. Yet last night saw an unexpected surge. The transactions were so rapid that I could not tally them all, but my estimates suggest at least 50,000 liters. 50,000 liters? How much is that? 1 liter weighs 1 kilogram. So 50,000 liters equates to 50,000 kilograms or 50 tons of water. So much. How did the Great One acquire such a vast quantity? It was showcased yesterday. It must have been from high-grade boxes, right? It was quite natural for someone to surmise this. Aside from resource boxes, there seemed no other means to amass such an abundance of water instantaneously. Zhang Hao, having not intended to conceal this, sensed no necessity to divulge the truth until now that someone had ventured a guess. Indeed, the water was derived from resource boxes. Though more accurately, it was not simply water, but rather a well, gifted upon its unveiling. Since we are on this topic, allow me to share some insights regarding the Guardian boxes. The copper resource box is a concept that should be easily grasped. It is a tier above our current ordinary resource box, yielding similar items. The distinction lies in the fact that the highest tier of the copper resource box is superior to the ordinary one. However, luck plays a crucial role. It does not guarantee that the copper resource box will invariably produce better items than the ordinary one. As for the Guardian's treasure chest, mine allows for a selection from several major categories, but once chosen, the items are randomized. I selected the water well. Major category selection? Did you not receive a B-grade item? A Steam player? Is it a self-selection within the B-grade? A B-grade water well? Surely, it must possess some effect, perhaps generating B-grade water? This point went unanswered by Zhang Hao, neither affirming nor denying. Simultaneously, he inquired whether Wei Jiadong could disclose the information he previously shared with Zhang Hao in the regional channel. What is there to hide? It is merely unnecessary to mention, as everyone will eventually learn of it. Upon Wei Jiadong's consent, Zhang Hao sent out a message in both the regional and area channels. After thorough verification, referring to himself and Wei Jiadong, it was revealed that the high-level resources obtained are generally aligned with the first high-level item acquired, though other categories are not entirely excluded, akin to high-level resource boxes where everything is based on probability. Oh, does this mean my dream of becoming a master scavenger has been dashed before it even began? Someone jested. A Steam player. How many major categories are there? What are the specifics of each category? This inquiry struck at the heart of the matter. I'm also uncertain. Currently, we can roughly categorize them into planting, Xinyan, medicine, Wei Jiadong, weaponry, speculated to be Ma Nan, and food, the self-selected box opened by Zhang Hao, among others. Wait, planting and food? Is there a distinction between the two? Isn't planting merely a form of food? They differ significantly. One pertains to the agricultural profession, while the other relates to culinary arts. Can they truly be the same? Furthermore, the food derived from planting consists solely of vegetables, and food itself is merely a small fraction of planting, which also includes herbs and feed. Similarly, food encompasses not only vegetables but also meats. And given the nature of this game, one could even potentially acquire delicacies previously unattainable. Haha, perhaps I will savor what I could not in my past life. The arrival in this survival world does not evoke sorrow in everyone. Some are elated, some find their ambitions ignited, and others rise from servitude to sing songs of liberation. Upon entering the trading channel, Zhang Hao discovered that all the exchange water materials had been traded away, securing a substantial supply of basic materials for a considerable time. With such an abundance of materials, Zhang Hao immediately began crafting wooden frames, producing a staggering 100,000 in one go. At his current pace, this endeavor will take several days. However, wooden frames are beneficial in excess. Aside from their use in constructing houses, they can serve as barriers. In 7 days to die, frames are invaluable, affordable, easy to make, and versatile. By creating a wooden frame and jumping atop it, one can stack additional frames to ascend to great heights. Although the crafting of frames is slow, once completed, their placement requires no time at all. It can undoubtedly serve as a barricade, should the enemy dismantle one. Another can be quickly erected in its place. As long as replacements are made swiftly, the barricade becomes invincible. While it proves less effective against distant foes and those wielding tremendous damage, it remains remarkably beneficial when contending with the hordes of lesser enemies in the undead onslaught. The water used for exchanging foundational stones and rare materials has seen minimal transactions. Over 500 foundational stones have been obtained. Yet in a region with 100,000 inhabitants, on average, not even 10 individuals have managed to engage in such exchanges. Nevertheless, nearly 5,000 foundational stones are undoubtedly sufficient. Zhang Hao's initial intention was to expand to a 50 by 50 area, covering 500 square units. And now it has grown even larger. With the use of foundational stones, Zhang Hao's island has begun to take on the appearance of an actual isle, rather than resembling merely a collection of rocks from afar, as it once did. Over 2,000 foundational stones remain, which Zhang Hao has chosen to retain until he comprehends the implications of expanding the island's area before determining the fate of these stones. Chapter 36. The emergence of power dynamics at present. The island spans an area of 500 square meters. However, Zhang Hao has yet to perceive any notable changes. Could it be that the novice phase obscures such transformations? Cursing under his breath at the subpar system, he resumed the arrangement of his abode. He positioned the house centrally on the island, occupying a space of 15 by 20 meters. In his previous world, he had never resided in a house of 180 square meters. Yet here, he finds himself in a sprawling 300 square meter mansion. From an exterior vantage point, Zhang Hao nodded in satisfaction. It was quite commendable, an absolute matchbox. Despite his aspirations, the lack of artistic finesse hindered his ability to craft a beautiful home, even from a god's perspective in the game. After all, practicality reigned supreme. Why adorn with frivolities? He reassured himself. Yet deep down, the desire for an exquisite residence gnawed at him, and as he reminisced about the magnificent homes constructed by prominent players on Steam, envy consumed him. Although he had meticulously replicated designs from videos, the final result felt amiss. This house did not align with his status. A new blueprint was essential. He resolved to upgrade from a wooden frame to a steel framework for the walls. Speaking of walls, Zhang Hao retrieved all available resource boxes and positioned them in one direction of the island. Why not specify the front or back of the house? Because all sides of Zhang Hao's abode boasted ventilation and were effectively the front. Safety was paramount. Each direction featured doors and windows, facilitating both observation and combat. However, the number of resource boxes fell short, insufficient to cover even one side. Only after utilizing all the wooden frames did he manage to obscure one side, albeit barely. He struck the resource boxes with his fists, which remained resilient. While the wooden frames lacked the sturdiness of the boxes, they were still capable of withstanding a few blows. This unconventional wall would suffice against early foes, though it would be laughable if it failed to deter even a single enemy, like a renowned defensive line. With the house arranged, Zhang Hao also needed to reposition the outdoor facilities. Thankfully, the structures were movable. Otherwise, the placement of the moon well would have posed a challenge. He placed the moon well in one corner of the island, situating the farmland adjacent to it. While arranging the setup, he observed that the moon well could store approximately 10 tons of water daily, requiring about 10 days to reach full capacity. Indoors, he haphazardly arranged the facilities, the campfire and toolboxes near the bed for frequent use, while the chemical station and radio were placed further away. With the house now spacious, Zhang Hao decided to craft a few torches, for the glow of the campfire was insufficient to illuminate the nights. It must be said, the torch was truly remarkable, a nuclear-powered torch, indeed a worthy possession. Once the tasks were completed, midday arrived, and it was time for grilled fish. However, despite his efforts, Zhang Hao had only managed to secure 3 meals a day, which felt less than perfect. As he awaited the meal's completion, he took the opportunity to engage in conversation. Previously, he had merely lurked in the district and regional channels. Now, with friends at hand, it was time to converse. Zhang Hao is burdened with numerous responsibilities. Although he swiftly acquires resource boxes, he must continuously manage tasks, craft items, cultivate crops, and engage in physical training to level up. It is universally acknowledged that most games necessitate a significant investment of time for crafting items. However, this is akin to quantum work, active yet incomplete, without requiring the character to remain idle. Survival and apocalyptic preparation do entail moments of stillness, yet those aspects have been designed to allow for uninterrupted progress. Otherwise, crafting a high-level repair box could take several days, from gathering materials to completion. Therefore, he cannot afford to be constantly engrossed in news updates. While Wei Jiadong and his companions have fewer obligations and thus are more at leisure, gathering more information. Currently, he has 3 friends, and naturally, he seeks out Wei Jiadong first, who had just offended him that morning. Zhang Hao values his friendships deeply, regarding brothers as essential as limbs and women as mere garments, a true embodiment of masculinity. As for the latter part of the conversation, Zhang Hao expressed his uncertainty about its meaning. Upon opening the private chat interface, he discovered messages from all 3 friends, largely echoing congratulations on his ascension to D rank. Donggu, thank you for standing up for me against that scoundrel from the New World this morning. Although he privately calls him Wei Jiadong, Zhang Hao does not mind addressing him as brother in their interactions, especially given the respect he commands among other survivors as the formidable 180 boss. Zhang, your words make me feel ashamed. He was driven away by you, while I barely received a glance from him, remarked Wei Jiadong, who sighed heavily while clutching the world book. His inferior strength only justified the disdain from his adversary. Your goodwill is appreciated, but that scoundrel claimed this morning that he could take a life. I look forward to seeing who truly prevails when we cross paths. Initially, Zhang Hao perceived the individual from the New World as merely eccentric, but he was astounded to discover that this person had implied Zhang Hao could also be killed. It seems the news of his breakthrough reached the New World, inciting a sense of urgency, possibly linked to his failure to confront that C-rank shark the previous day. Wei Jiadong revealed that the New World had indeed attempted to slay the shark's swarm yesterday. His strength must be considerable to have returned alive, Zhang Hao mused. Sensing that the New World posed a formidable challenge, the shark was no trivial foe. Not at all. Had it not been for the items, he would have perished long ago. Besides, your comments reek of arrogance. His survival does not overshadow your own achievements in defeating them. Items? What items? Uncertain, but it appears he possessed a life-saving C-rank item, undoubtedly powerful, as he exchanged 2 C-rank weapons for it. Not only has he lost his protective item, but I suspect he is now recuperating from injuries. Nonetheless, what have you been preoccupied with daily? You seem to lack time to stay informed on such matters. We simply engage in idle chatter, and I learned these tidings from others. From whom? Did you not sever ties with the New World? Would his associates divulge any embarrassing information to you? Realizing that the New World barely survived due to the use of items, Zhang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ambitious individuals have begun to form alliances, with the New World emerging as the most formidable and conspicuous among them. He has reached out to several others possessing high-grade artifacts, notably leveraging his C-grade weapon blueprints. Fortunately, the materials required are not easily obtainable. He relies on others to provide the necessary components for his creations, resulting in a limited assembly of individuals, each harboring diverse intentions. We belong to the faction that prefers independence from their influence. However, not only did negotiations fail, but we also found ourselves at odds. The remaining lone wolves, while refraining from joining, have not severed ties. It is from these individuals that I gleaned information about his intentions to exchange medical supplies, which could not remain concealed. Observing Zhang Hao's lack of awareness regarding these matters, Wei Jiadong took the time to elucidate further. Zhang Hao soon realized that there is no shortage of talent. Indeed, it is fitting that they belong to a nation rich in martial virtue. In less than a week, gatherings have already commenced. Chapter 37. The merchant who teleported. Who else has turned against the new world besides you, and Yan? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. There are no eternal friends, only perpetual interests. Both the eagle and the bear can unite to confront a common foe. So how could Zhang Hao refuse to collaborate with others? Well, Zheng Yan hasn't truly severed ties with the new world either. Wei Jiadong felt somewhat awkward. Does this mean you are the sole adversary of the new world? One cannot claim it as only I. What about you? Is it truly a fallout between him and me? It is evidently he who instigated trouble, which is not the same as your situation. Zhang Hao retorted, having expected a fair number of allies. Although he harbored no fear of the new world, he still needed to locate him. The more people involved, the easier it would be to find relevant items. I feel the same. Who has provoked him? It is he who insists on seeking trouble, demanding our submission without hesitation. Can I be willing to comply? After just a few exchanged words, the argument escalated, culminating in references to each other's ancestors. Wei Jiadong felt compelled to speak for himself. He remained quietly on his own island, having done no one any harm. Ah, forget it. This person is insane. I shall find an opportunity to deal with him. So, do you mean to say you have no team? Zhang Hao was hoping to join a ready-made team. As for the matter of influence, it has only been a few days. What loyalty can there be? In this realm, it is merely a matter of who has the greater strength. Of course, there is a team. Zheng Yan and I, along with a few others, have formed a small group. Unlike the new world, we rely entirely on our own initiatives. Though it is simply that I, alone, cannot develop further. However, among us, it is only Zheng Yan that you find appealing. The others possess at best C-grade resources, which are of little utility. C-grade? Perhaps that is somewhat low, but let me have them anyway. I wish to inquire about certain matters. Very well. I shall pass them to you. What do you wish to ask? Wei Jiadong was somewhat perplexed by Zhang Hao's queries. One question pertains to the dangers of an excessively large island, and the second concerns how to acquire medicinal catalysts. Why didn't you ask sooner? I know the answer to the second question. Wei Jiadong suddenly felt empowered. You know, Zhang Hao was taken aback by how easily this information came. Wei Jiadong remained silent, but sent a transaction request. D-grade catalyst trade unavailable. Wei Jiadong initiated a match, and Zhang Hao opted to decline. The level is too low. I merely wish to understand how this item is crafted. There are numerous types of catalysts in traditional medicine, but who knows how they work in this game? Too low. Brother, this is a D-grade item. Only you perceive it as inadequate. No, it is you who requires a higher grade catalyst. What blueprint have you unveiled? That is a secret. It has yet to be completed. Once it is, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. Wei Jiadong sent a screenshot. Catalyst, a substance that can serve as a raw material for medicinal products. Formed by absorbing energy from essences of the same grade. It is an essential material for crafting special medicines. Holy cow! Upon seeing this message, Zhang Hao was momentarily stunned. The process of creating a catalyst is indeed quite complicated. One truly gets what one pays for. Enough said. I shall seek out Yan to see if she possesses any essences. Zhang Hao opened the message from Zheng Yan and noticed that her last message was a blessing sent in the morning. Now, it was already past noon. Previously, it was others who neglected to respond to his messages, but now the tides had turned. Yan, are you there? After sending the message, Zhang Hao regretted his choice of words. It felt like a glitch opening. The esteemed one has finally logged on. I thought you had forgotten about me, he mused. Women possess an enigmatic quality. Although she replied promptly, she still felt the need to tease him. I've been exceedingly busy dealing with matters on the island all morning. I only just had the chance to check my messages. As soon as I saw yours, I prioritized reaching out to you. A sign of a mature man is that when he tells a lie, he must convince even himself. Regardless of whether Zhang Yan believed him, Zhang Hao certainly did. As Zhang Yan glanced at the chat interface, she noticed a message from Wei Jiadong, informing them that Zhang Hao had some questions for them. It was somewhat amusing, yet she chose to treat Zhang Hao's words as the truth. If Zhang Hao claimed to be busy, it must indeed be so. That was sufficient for her. And who he reached out to first was of little consequence. Her earlier demeanor was merely a display of feminine whimsy, which must be tempered. Otherwise, it veers away from charm and becomes mere folly. What does Hao Ge wish to discuss with me? Zhang Yan assumed he merely wanted to inquire about the area of the island, just as she was about to express her ignorance on the matter. He directly asked if she had any news regarding essence. Do you have B-grade essence? Zhang Yan was taken aback, quickly deleting her previous response to rephrase her reply. B-grade essence? How could I possibly have that? Isn't your B-grade item the B-grade essence? I can offer you something in exchange. It won't be a loss for you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan's curiosity was piqued. She was eager to discover what treasures Zhang Hao possessed. Treasures? What do you have? Send me a preview. However, upon receiving her message, Zhang Hao sensed something amiss. Do you not have it? First, send me your B-grade essence, and then I will provide you with the details of my items. Seeing that she could not deceive Zhang Hao, Zhang Yan was not disheartened. I already told you I don't have it. You simply didn't believe me. Besides, who wouldn't be curious about what the world-renowned 180-level master possesses? Mentioning Zhang Hao's ID, I have 3 180s, caused Zhang Yan's cheeks to flush with embarrassment, and she muttered under her breath. If you don't have it, then so be it. One cannot casually expose their undergarments. Zhang Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. If even Zhang Yan, a prominent cultivator, lacked B-grade essence, the chances of others having it were slim. Nonetheless, Wei Jiadong had sent messages from several other individuals, and Zhang Hao added them all as friends. Unfamiliar with these individuals, he had no desire to owe them favors. He exchanged some food and materials, requesting that they inform him promptly should they come across any news. With further gratitude to follow, he almost forgot about his first friend, Lu Feng. It was easy to overlook someone not from the same region. He sent him a message as well, but those higher in rank often carried an air of confidence. Lu Feng declined the materials Zhang Hao had offered, stating that they were friends and merely exchanging information, so there was no need for any exchange. Simultaneously, Lu Feng informed Zhang Hao that the essence was a drop from high-level plants. Although Zhang Hao was already aware of this, he still expressed his gratitude. After conversing with a few individuals, he found that his lunch had long since cooled and could only be reheated. However, upon tasting the food, Zhang Hao frowned. The D-grade milk was now almost ineffective in enhancing his physique. It appeared that with his body having reached D-grade, the efficacy of D-grade food had diminished significantly, akin to the impact of ordinary food on an average person. While it could not be said that D-grade food was entirely without merit, Zhang Hao's appetite had surged. If he were to subsist solely on regular food, he would spend the entire day merely preparing meals, necessitating the consumption of D-grade food to replenish his energy. Fortunately, there remained some C-grade food. Although scarce, it would suffice for 3 days, by which time he would officially embark on survival. After finishing his lunch, Zhang Hao no longer needed to fish for supplies and began his training directly. He continued to exercise until nightfall, and when the survival points for the 6th day were tallied, he noticed the sudden appearance of someone on his island. Zhang Hao immediately retreated, drawing the pistol he had kept at his waist. However, the individual showed no signs of aggression, instead meandering about the island. As Zhang Hao approached, weapon in hand, he discerned the person's face. Was that not Kent? Chapter 38. Activating the weather forecast. Kent, the esteemed merchant in survival, possesses wares that, despite their exorbitant prices, lack any discernible flaws. Brother, why have you arrived only now? Where is Mei and that scoundrel Gao? In the days of gaming, Kent and Mei were among the first merchants to earn Zhang Hao's 3-star favor, a testament to their worth. Unfortunately, even in the realm of survival, Kent lacks the acumen to respond to Zhang Hao's inquiries, merely asking if he wishes to trade. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao affirms his intent to engage in commerce. Upon entering Kent's shop for the first time, he is greeted with high-grade materials. Nails are unnecessary, ropes are superfluous, but plastic is essential, along with all 762 ammunition, exquisite insulating components, and an abundance of meat and broth. The joy of shopping is overshadowed by the agony of expenditure. 18,000 for wood? Zhang Hao's heart bleeds at the thought. Utilizing wooden frames requires merely 900 units, equating to 9,000 wood. Still a bargain, yet only half the price. Ultimately, Zhang Hao reluctantly opts for the wooden transaction, as he still requires the wooden frames for crafting. He resolves to choose a talent that offers discounts on trades next time. While the merchandise is of high quality, the costs are simply prohibitive. In the absence of talents and goodwill, the value of materials rests at 1, meaning Zhang Hao cannot reap any intermediary profits, hence the steep prices. Kent undoubtedly stands as the foremost merchant in the world of survival, even with his initial offerings proving formidable. The ammunition, for instance, is far superior to that found in 7 Days to Die, boasting inherent penetration and damage enhancements. Its only drawback lies in the meticulous categorization. Beyond just caliber, it includes attributes such as poison, critical strike bonuses, and accuracy. Plastic is also a pressing need for Zhang Hao. This time, he acquires 100 units, which, combined with his previous stock, is sufficient to elevate both the wrench box and the chemistry station to the next level. The meat consists of pork, which makes sense. While the game categorizes all meats as mere meat in the survival realm, such a distinction is imperative. The broth, a dish Zhang Hao has long desired to concoct, can now be made, as he can only utilize mammalian or poultry meat for enhancement. Meat broth, grade D, a culinary creation made from meat and special seasonings. Consumption raises the body temperature for a period and renders one immune to the effects of level 1 cold. While it does not enhance physical attributes, its ability to negate the effects of mild cold elevates the broth's status to grade D. Exquisite insulating components are advanced materials required for upgrading the chemistry station and wrench box, as well as for higher-grade weaponry and armor. After assessing his gains, Zhang Hao recalls that both Kent and Sophie visit every 7 days. With Kent present, surely Sophie cannot be far behind. Upon closer inspection, he indeed spots Sophie by the moon well, aptly recognized as the NPC who purchases water. Sophie buys water and provides a 7-day weather forecast, deemed the most trivial aspect of the game. Yet as the game transforms into reality, her significance rises dramatically. In a world where disasters stem largely from natural calamities, a weather forecast allows Zhang Hao to prepare in advance for impending catastrophes. Sophie was entrusted with the water, and upon receiving it, she hurried to Zhang Hao's radio station, executing a series of operations before informing him that he could check the weather forecast for the next 7 days. After her announcement, she vanished in an instant. Much like Kent, Zhang Hao rushed to the radio to examine the upcoming weather forecast, only to find that the first line indicated the 9th day, sunny, with temperatures ranging from -10 to 15 degrees. Indeed, it had already passed midnight, marking the beginning of the 7th day. Thus, the forecast commenced from tomorrow, the 8th day. As he continued to read, he noted that the weather was either clear, overcast, or cloudy, yet the temperatures were plummeting at a rate far swifter than in recent days. By the 5th day of their survival, the nighttime low was set to dip below -40 degrees Celsius. While this temperature did not reach the extreme lows of the northern regions, it was compounded by the absence of heating or air conditioning. Many survivalists lacked even a single decent set of warm clothing. Furthermore, with food supplies dwindling and energy levels insufficient, enduring the night without proper insulation from the cold would be excruciating. Next week, the price of heating supplies would undoubtedly soar. However, in the meantime, he could start converting wood into firewood for profit. It was no wonder that information was often equated with wealth. Zhang Hao decided to increase his trading of wood in the coming days. With this in mind, he modified the listings for water, fish, and iron ingots to permit only wood transactions. Crafting wooden frames required wood, as did producing firewood and engaging in trade with merchants. Initially, he believed that hundreds of thousands of units of wood would suffice for a considerable time. Yet he now realized that such a quantity might barely exchange for a 7th-tier weapon in the later stages. The stockpile remained insufficient, and he resolved to gather more. As for disclosing the information, he briefly entertained the thought before dismissing it. It was not merely due to an inability to explain. He could claim it was information he had acquired by chance, leaving others unable to refute his words. Moreover, disseminating this information would not alter the impending temperature drop. Instead, it would likely incite panic, rendering his efforts counterproductive. More importantly, Zhang Hao believed that in this survival world, it was impossible for everyone to survive. Attempting to save everyone was futile. It was wiser to prioritize the preservation of those at the forefront. If feasible, he wished for the survival of all who bore him no ill will, recognizing that these survivalists were akin to chives, destined to be reaped. However, it was inevitable that some would perish, and he could not afford to be soft-hearted. Like in the wandering earth, one must unhesitatingly abandon what needs to be relinquished. Perhaps this way, those who survived the first round would conserve their strength to seek resources, while the number of survivors in the second round might even increase. At that time, he would advise everyone to set out to sea early, to slay sharks for additional supply boxes, requiring only the defeat of a single D-class shark without taking the last two. After setting the workstation to continuously produce firewood, Zhang Hao lay down on his bed to rest. The seventh day passed swiftly. Everyone, apart from engaging in their daily routines, awaited the arrival of the following day. The chat channels were abuzz with speculations about what formal survival would entail, with some harboring optimistic illusions that it would not become significantly more challenging, while others held a pessimistic view, anticipating a considerable increase in difficulty. Regardless of the discussions held, until the final moment, no one could ascertain the outcome. At 11:50 p.m., in the last 10 minutes of the novice period, everyone remained awake, having set aside their tasks. In truth, only Zhang Hao had any matters to attend to that night. In the final 3 minutes, even the chat channel fell silent. At last, the enigmatic voice from the first day re-emerged. Firstly, congratulations to the survivors who have made it through the 7-day novice period. But are you prepared to embrace the realities of your new survival life? Chapter 39, the formal commencement of survival before announcing the official rules of survival. It is imperative to reward those exceptional survivors. The survivors in Region 180 have unlocked the leaderboard in advance, and reward will be distributed according to the real-time rankings. Furthermore, all other regions will now activate this ranking system, with each major area maintaining its own leaderboard, except for Region 138, with rewards being granted every 10 days. Survivors in regions with a population exceeding 9,700 will receive an additional 10 supply crates. Those with 9,000 survivors will receive 5 extra crates. And regions with populations above 8,000 will be awarded 3 additional crates. Conversely, regions with fewer than 8,000 survivors will receive no rewards. The rewards have been dispatched. Survivors are encouraged to check their accounts. As the world book opened, 2 luminous points emerged. Zhang Hao reached out to touch them, and they descended to the ground, transforming into rewards. He was assured of his first-place ranking, accumulating a total of 41,700 points. The 2 S-grade items, fishing rod and backbones, contributed 40,000 points, while 3 A-grade items, bed, radio, and accessory repair workshop, added 600 points. The BCD items collectively contributed 400 points, culminating in a total of 41,000 points. The leaderboard rewards included 1 golden supply crate, 10-fold points in survival proof, 410,000 survival proof, and triple points in prestige, 123,000 prestige. Additionally, the reward for survivor population was 10 supply crates. However, before he could open these crates, a mysterious voice began to announce the new rules. Formal survival will restore the original probabilities of supply crates. The trading channel will undergo rule changes. Disaster frequency will increase. And other channels will gradually unlock in accordance with the development level of the survivors. Subsequently, no further notifications regarding the progression of time will be provided to the survivors. In 10 days, the first merger will take place, after which the world and national channels will be activated. The timing of subsequent mergers will be unpredictable. Simultaneously, the barriers between the original powers in the survival world and the survivors will dissipate, rendering it possible for survivors to encounter other factions. With the conclusion of this announcement, a minute passed in silence, indicating the end of the introduction to the new regulations. Was that it? There was a palpable murmur among the survivors, as the vague introduction left many feeling anxious. What did it mean to restore the original probabilities? Did it imply that the previous gains had already been enhanced? A survivor with a dark expression found it hard to believe that his dismal rewards were the result of increased probabilities. Surely the probabilities must have been reduced. It could not be the case that the formal period was simpler than the novice phase. Furthermore, it seemed likely that the most significant changes would pertain to food and water. Surely, food supplies were the issue. Didn't the novice phase witness remarkably few deaths? Those who perished were either extraordinarily unfortunate or suffered from physical or cognitive impairments. The rest were merely indolent. Setting aside these concerns, he decided to examine the trading channel, which had undergone a complete transformation. Upon entering, Zhang Hao was promptly informed that the trading rules had changed. It was no longer about searching for supplies, but rather seeking out stores. Each individual is permitted to establish a single store, either under their real name or anonymously. However, the world imposes a 10% commission, which significantly complicates transactions. This wretched world, plagued by the capriciousness of luck, now seems to mirror the unpredictability of fate, leaving one to ponder if those unworthy of the surname Ma are destined to perish. Upon re-entering the chat channel, survivors began to voice their frustrations, inundating the interface with a torrent of obscenities. Indeed, it was not merely Zhang Hao who felt discontent. The collective dissatisfaction was palpable. Faced with this predicament, Zhang Hao was compelled to relist his goods, only to discover that the trading channel was sparsely populated with a handful of stores. Investigating further, he noted that the listed quantities were either 11, 22, or 33, an apparent 10 increase from the original integers. Zhang Hao surmised that these sellers were overly optimistic. The market operates on reciprocity. Even essential commodities, such as housing, require financial means for acquisition. If one lacks funds, should they simply relinquish the notion of ownership? Should homes be deemed essential? Then let them be rendered non-essential. Thus, Zhang Hao concluded that aside from food and water, the prices of other goods had reached their zenith. Any further increase would deter most buyers. As time progressed, he anticipated that the costs of food and water would gradually decline, prompting him to maintain his original pricing. After all, his intent was not to profit from these materials, but rather to leverage his foresight regarding weather patterns to capitalize on price fluctuations. Once he had relisted all his supplies, the system prompted him to select a trading range, either regional or national, and even global. Although the chat feature remained locked, buyers could only initiate transactions upon expressing interest. After extensive deliberation, Zhang Hao found no option to simultaneously engage and trade across both regional and national scopes. All listed goods had to conform to a singular range. This predicament posed a challenge for Zhang Hao, as he wished to trade valuable items globally while refraining from distributing basic necessities on a worldwide scale. Given that rewards were allocated based on the survival population within specific regions, it was evident that collaboration among survivors would be essential in the future. He mused that while aiding those in his own region was commendable, financing adversaries was out of the question. After much contemplation, Zhang Hao concluded that he would need to find a laborer. However, aside from the absence of trustworthy individuals, he lacked suitable candidates regardless of loyalty considerations. With merely 3 friends, none of whom were inclined to partake in such endeavors, Zhang Hao reluctantly opted to designate the trading range as regional. As for his identity, he certainly chose to operate under his real name. His notoriety would undoubtedly attract attention to his store. With his goods priced affordably, he had no concerns regarding sales. Indeed, it was not long before individuals discovered Zhang Hao's shop. Noticing his prices had remained unchanged, they returned to the chat channel to promote his store. Hurry to the shop of the esteemed 180. Prices remain unchanged. Not a single piece of wood has increased. Upon receiving this news, survivors flocked to search for Zhang Hao's store, and upon confirming the absence of price hikes, they expressed their admiration for his integrity. Within mere minutes, all the goods Zhang Hao had listed were completely sold out. In stark contrast, the transaction volumes of several other stores are meager, leading to accusations of unscrupulous profiteering. These merchants find themselves in a predicament. They are understandably reluctant to shoulder the transaction fees imposed by the platform. Buyers, too, have voiced their discontent, questioning why the service fees levied by the platform should be borne by them, insisting that it is the sellers who should cover such costs. Overwhelmed by the criticism, some have opted to revert their policies. Others, however, remain indifferent, dismissing the backlash as inconsequential. After all, no flesh is lost in mere words. They steadfastly refuse to alter their practices, confident that there are plenty of other buyers willing to make purchases. Among them, New World perceived Zhang Hao as a more formidable competitor, claiming to be a lone wolf, yet now beginning to curry favor. Zhang Hao, maintaining his innocence, simply believes that there is no necessity for price increases, positing that lower prices facilitate sales. Chapter 40. The game assistance system updates. Even if Zhang Hao were privy to the thoughts of the New World, he would remain indifferent. After all, enmity prevailed, and who cared about the opinions of foes? This time, Zhang Hao opted to trade entirely in timber, not only to prepare for future needs of firewood and wooden frameworks, but also because the prices of timber, scrap iron, and plastic in Kent's transactions were closely aligned. However, in the survival world, the price disparities among these items were significant, and Zhang Hao was certainly inclined to exchange for resources that offered the greatest profit margins. Shortly after the mysterious voice of the survival world faded, the voice of the game assistance system followed suit. A major game update was announced, urging players to check promptly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao swiftly switched to the game interface, where the version 0.2 update notice was displayed. In pursuit of greater realism, adjustments have been made to item balance. All items, except for those with special buff enhancements, will no longer disregard their inherent attributes. Upon reading about the balance adjustments, Zhang Hao felt a chill of apprehension, fearing a nerf, yet to his surprise, it was purely an enhancement. At that moment, his pipe pistol and pipe machine gun also ascended to grade C, no longer dealing damage on par with the iron shovel. Continuing to peruse the updates, he noted, in-game crafting materials will be categorized broadly. For example, roasted fish will no longer be limited to specific types. All recognized fish-like foods can now be roasted. World isolation has been lifted. Game merchants are now unlocked. Radio functionality has been enhanced. The creative workshop and game interaction modes will appear in future updates, wishing all players a joyful gaming experience. As the radio emitted a sound, Zhang Hao hurried to investigate, discovering that his radio not only featured a friend's interface, but also an additional map interface that had not existed before. The friend's interface lacked a method for adding friends, presenting only several friend requests, which were from a few merchants. Upon accepting the merchant's friend requests, their addresses became visible. If they were within a certain distance from Zhang Hao, their locations could be observed on the map interface. The few surviving merchants were visible on the map, while those obsessed with doomsday preparations remained obscured. Notably, Jenny's address was located deep within the second level of Jenny Forest in War Town, accompanied by a note indicating that hunters could be sought within Jenny Forest. In truth, these merchants, including Jenny, were not of great utility to Zhang Hao, primarily offering basic materials for daily purchases. However, the location of War Town piqued Zhang Hao's interest. It housed a forest, a mine, and a desert. Though termed a town, it was, in essence, a city. A substantial urban area, coupled with the previously mentioned legions, led Zhang Hao to surmise that this world extended beyond mere islands. Rather, survivors had merely arrived on the islands first, due to the lack of a clear scale. Although Zhang Hao could see the locations of the surviving merchants, he was uncertain of the distances he would need to traverse. While examining the map, he also discovered a radar icon. Upon clicking it, he was informed that scanning would require half an hour. Once the half hour elapsed, several small shops appeared on the map interface. Upon inspection, the location was designated as Unknown Island. Could it be the island of other survivors? Yet, these small islands lie at the fringe of the map, even farther from the merchant's location, making verification a challenge for the time being. The radar scanning range extends to 1,000 kilometers. Even if it lacks precision, the nearest food merchant, Edward, is less than 10 kilometers away from Zhang Hao's island. Furthermore, the material merchant, Miss Me, and the weapon merchant, Gal, are both positioned over 100 kilometers away, yet they could still manage to investigate in the near future. Although they are in opposite directions, their resource refresh times are also 5 days, so it would not matter if they ventured out on different days. The medical merchant, Justin, and the blood merchant, Stitsu, are situated more than 200 kilometers from Zhang Hao, but their absence is not a pressing concern. One is expensive, while the other requires blood, which Zhang Hao currently lacks. The zombie tide channel was activated for the first time following this update. Regrettably, the tide consists of 7th-tier zombies, numbering in the thousands, prompting Zhang Hao to exit without hesitation. His aim is to procure blood to expedite his development, not to court death. Now that the zombie tide can be triggered, it is only a matter of time before a suitable one emerges. As for any changes, they must await the 8 o'clock resource box refresh. A quiet night passed. Today, Zhang Hao rose early, before 8 o'clock, eager to observe the first day of his formal survival. At precisely 8, resource boxes began to refresh on the sea. The quantity was evidently much greater than before, seemingly doubled, and Zhang Hao's keen eyes spotted a copper resource box not far from the island, easily accessible without venturing into the sea. Upon opening the chat channel, however, he found no other survivors discussing the resource boxes. Surely, everyone could not be waiting to collect the boxes before speaking up? With curiosity piqued, Zhang Hao proceeded to retrieve the resource boxes, first hauling in the distinctively different one, which indeed turned out to be a copper resource box. After collecting the nearby boxes, just before setting sail, Zhang Hao glanced at the chat channel once again. Still no discussions. What was going on? Once at sea, Zhang Hao discovered that the number of resource boxes exceeded mere doubling. Previously, there were just over 20, but now, upon rough estimation, there were over 100. Unfazed by the confusion, Zhang Hao prioritized gathering the resource boxes. Ding! A message from a friend chimed in. In recent days, Zhang Hao had grown closer to 3 friends and felt it would be discourteous not to reply, so he had set up notifications. Brother Hao, how many resource boxes are near your island today? Came the message from Zheng Yan. Have the resource boxes near your island also increased? Finally, someone else acknowledged a similar situation. Zhang Hao hurriedly inquired. Indeed, while I am uncertain about the distant boxes, the ones near my island have multiplied. I believe there are about twice as many as before, around 10 or so. Please hold on. I will ask Dong Gu about his situation. Zhang Hao subsequently inquired with Wei Jiadong and Lu Feng, discovering that their resource boxes had also increased. The difference was that their quantities had nearly doubled, surpassing Zheng Yan by an additional factor. Why is it that everyone's resource box count varies? Zhang Hao pondered, suddenly struck by a hypothesis. Wait, Yan Dong Gu Lu Feng. How large is your island? Zheng Yan responded with over 200, while Wei Jiadong and Lu Feng both provided answers exceeding 500. Inquire with others who are familiar with the matter regarding the area of the islands and the quantity of supply crates. The feedback has been swift, confirming that indeed, the larger the island area, the more supply crates there are. An area exceeding 200 results in a doubling of crates, while 500 yields a tripling. Zhang Hao, with an area surpassing 2,500, experienced a 4-fold increase. Aside from Zhang Hao, no other survivor has achieved a 3-fold increase, suggesting that a 3-fold increase may occur at an area of 1,000. While this issue has been resolved, Zhang Hao's confusion has only deepened. If a larger island area correlates with an abundance of supply crates, then it would logically follow that a greater island area is advantageous. Why, then, does the mysterious voice advise caution in controlling the island area? He has not considered the possibility that the mysterious voice is deceiving them. If it truly wished for their demise, such measures would be unnecessary. Could it be that an increased island area also brings heightened danger? Yet, this seems implausible as well. Survivors on larger islands are undoubtedly stronger. Danger cannot escalate exponentially, can it? As Zhang Hao pondered these complexities, his agitation grew, and with a plethora of foundational stones in his possession, he found himself in a quandary over whether to continue expanding the island-S area. Chapter 41. Setting sail in search of merchants. After much deliberation, Zhang Hao resolved to utilize the foundation stone. Currently, the area exceeds 2,000 square meters, and according to established patterns, The next level should be achieved at 5,000 square meters. Although 5,000 square meters sounds substantial, it translates to merely an area of approximately 70 by 70 meters, a slight expansion, indeed. Within mere seconds, one could traverse any part of the island. Even in the face of danger, Zhang Hao harbored confidence in his ability to navigate through it. Presently, Zhang Hao's supply cache far surpassed those of his peers. By the time he returned to the island after collecting his supplies, others had already emptied their caches and commenced their endeavors. Have you noticed that the food and water we received today seems significantly diminished? A concerned voice inquired. Do you feel the same? My supply cache yielded only a single black bread today. Is that so? Everyone is experiencing this? I thought I was merely having a particularly bad day. As the confirmation of reduced food and water availability spread, the survivors began to despair. Simultaneously, the trading channel was inundated with food listings, regardless of price, all vanishing in an instant. Some swift individuals, having discovered the scarcity early, raised their prices temporarily. Yet, even so, the items were swiftly acquired. Concurrently, messages flooded various chat channels, with survivors pleading for those possessing food and water not to trade their supplies in other channels. The regional chat suggested limiting trade to the broader area, while the area-specific channel insisted that trades should only occur between individuals within the same region. As the crisis loomed, the fragile facade of civility maintained during the novice period began to crumble. By the fourth day, as fatalities surged, the survivors who had transitioned from a civilized society to this world would undergo a profound transformation. Alongside the radio map interface, a small radar appeared, reminiscent of the Dragon radar from Dragon Ball. Armed with this radar, Zhang Hao set sail in search of the nearest merchant, Edward. Had he been on his home planet, employing the principles of geometric optics and accounting for the curvature of the Earth, he could have calculated the theoretical visibility distance over the ocean to be approximately 12 kilometers. This world, being significantly larger than Earth, would feature an even greater visibility range. However, from day one until now, Zhang Hao had yet to encounter any islands in his vicinity. Departing from the island, Zhang Hao unfurled the sails of his raft, which had been considerably enlarged since his previous encounter with the shark swarm. The vessel now bore a closer resemblance to a proper ship. Over the past few days, Zhang Hao had taken the opportunity to expand the raft, adding 3 tiers and constructing corridors, lending it a more impressive appearance. As the speed provided by the sails only considered wind direction and not weight, Zhang Hao stood on the second level, simultaneously maneuvering the sails and observing the surface of the sea. The waters remained calm until the raft reached a distance of 2 kilometers from the island. It was as though a hemisphere with a 2-kilometer radius enveloped Zhang Hao's island. Within this dome, the waters flowed steadily and peacefully, while just beyond the threshold, the sea roiled with tumultuous waves rising several meters high. Summoning his courage and trusting in the sturdiness of his raft, Zhang Hao crossed that line. Though the waves occasionally lashed against the second floor where Zhang Hao stood and the raft swayed gently, it remained unscathed and posed no threat of disintegration. Just as Zhang Hao felt a sense of relief, he turned around only to find that there was nothing behind him. Where had his vast island vanished? He promptly lowered the sail, for with the wind against him, he could only paddle back painstakingly. Upon returning within a 2-kilometer radius, Zhang Hao discerned the outline of the island once more. He ventured in and out repeatedly, and with each passage his anxiety subsided. The island was safe, merely obscured from view at a distance of 2 kilometers. He now understood why Edward had been entirely invisible. As he set sail again, the raft glided swiftly, and by midday, Zhang Hao arrived. Much like his own island, it had seemed that mere moments ago there was nothing in sight. But crossing that 2-kilometer threshold revealed Edward's figure. The merchant had kept pace with the times, standing aboard a yacht that, while not as large as Zhang Hao's raft, exuded a far more luxurious air. Approaching the yacht, Zhang Hao leapt aboard. "Hello, what brings you here for a trade?" The familiar exchange commenced, first confirming whether the refresh time was indeed 5 days. "I will restock on the 13th day, so if you have anything to purchase, feel free to have a look." The 5-day time frame remained unchanged, prompting Zhang Hao to inquire about what Edward had available for exchange. "No water, but I'll take everything else. Wheat, corn, carrots, soda, and coffee beans. Once again, Zhang Hao traded his wood, losing thousands in the process. "Edward, what did you end up here?" Zhang Hao casually asked, only for Edward to respond this time. "I was living quite well on the mainland. But who would have thought that the Void Island would have you as a VIP user, transporting me here instead?" "Void Island? What does that mean?" The name sounded ominous, and Zhang Hao pressed for clarity. "I'm not entirely certain. I only know this place is called Void Island. For specific reasons. You might have to ask Mylene or the Black Knight mercenary group," Edward replied, indicating he wasn't an information broker and was unfamiliar with the details. "Do you know how to get back to the mainland?" Seizing the rare opportunity to pose all his questions, Zhang Hao was eager to resolve any issue he could. "I was transported here and can return, knowing the mainland's location, but you likely cannot due to the vast distance." "How can you say I can't go back?" Zhang Hao retorted, unwilling to accept defeat. "The current method involves heading northwest for about 5,000 kilometers, where you will encounter a distinctive rock formation. From there, if you proceed west for another 1,000 kilometers, you should be able to see the mainland." Edward, displaying remarkable patience, pointed out a possible route for Zhang Hao. "Wait, that's so far. Let us discuss other matters. Can you contact Mylene and Justin to have them change locations?" Zhang Hao conceded. "That's not feasible. The positions are predetermined, and only periodic refreshes allow for changes. However, considering your current predicament, it is indeed possible to place an order now. Do you wish to proceed with the order?" "An order?" "That exorbitantly priced transaction." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao instinctively touched his skeletal backpack, feeling as though his wood resources were drifting away from him. "An order? I shall take all except for water, and in substantial quantities, to be settled in wood." 100,000 units of wood. Edward calmly quoted a staggering price. "Why not resort to theft? Who requires such an abundance? Please examine the order quantity carefully." It was only then that Zhang Hao realized the quantity ordered far exceeded that within the game. "So much? Is this not compelling me to become a middleman? Alas, it is not my desire to engage in such a role. This transaction has truly tormented me." If one were to overlook the corners of Zhang Hao's mouth that were unable to meet, there might be a semblance of credibility to his words. Chapter 42. The Survivor's Struggle for Existence. Zhang Hao, with a suppressed smile, readily agreed to the transaction. After a brief exchange with Edward, finding no further information to glean, he reluctantly returned to his island. The journey back was predominantly against the wind, rendering the sail useless. Thus, Zhang Hao was left to laboriously row with his hands, inching his way back with a wooden oar. Were it not for his significantly enhanced physique, he would have collapsed on the boat midway. The return journey, which had been filled with joy, was now fraught with hardship, and it was not until dusk that Zhang Hao finally beheld his island. Exhausted, he paid no heed to further physical training and simply collapsed onto his bed to rest, simultaneously checking on the status of other survivors from the day. The collective yield of food and water among all survivors was only half of the usual amount, with even a quarter of them failing to procure a single edible item. "I have long advised saving food. Now you regret not heeding my counsel, do you? Who said that upstairs? I don't recall you ever mentioning it. And isn't it true that we are not hoarding? Even during our novice phase, food and water are barely sufficient." After a day's time, the discussion continued to revolve around the issues of sustenance. Zhang Hao glanced at the high-grade food in his backpack, then out the window at the crops he had cultivated, feeling fortunate not to be among the ordinary survivors. As the conversation progressed, others began to mention Zhang Hao. "I wonder what the esteemed 180 is up to these days. He's rarely seen even in the regional channel, let alone the district channel. Crafting supplies, tending to crops, and honing one's physique. Time simply slips away. Rather than concern ourselves with others, perhaps we should contemplate our own strategies. The path before us is singular. Venture out to retrieve supply boxes, or else gamble on one's luck. But now that we are officially surviving, who knows if the sharks will attack us directly? Has anyone attempted it?" In the new world, there were indeed new areas to explore, and without further delay, they hastily ventured forth. "I went out to sea again today, and now the sharks are proactive in their attacks. Previously, as long as I didn't retrieve all the supply boxes, the shark pods would ignore me. Now, Merely departing the island by a few dozen meters, those grade D sharks come sniffing around. However, for Zhang Hao, it was not exceedingly perilous. With proper maneuvering, he could slay another shark. Today, he had indeed dispatched a grade D shark. At this moment, Wei Jiadong reached out to Zhang Hao. "Haozi, did you see? That guy in the New World is boasting again." Zhang Hao chuckled, but chose not to engage, recognizing that Wei was merely seeking an excuse to connect. "Brother Dong, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't believe you're idly pursuing the New World." "Huh? Wouldn't it be a bit awkward to ask directly?" Wei Jiadong jested, albeit swiftly taking the opportunity. "I wanted to inquire, do you have any surplus weapons? Although the number of supply boxes has increased, the drop rate is appalling, and I suspect many will set out to sea tomorrow. Borrowing weapons is certainly feasible. But, Brother Dong, do you not possess even a grade C or D weapon? Haozi, do you mean to say that the finest weapon you currently possess is a C-grade one, not a B-grade?" Wei Jiadong was bewildered. He also had a C-grade weapon, but he had inquired about the B-grade weapon, hoping to borrow one from Zhang Hao. The rental feature was a new addition to the trading channel, allowing items, only items, to be leased to others if both parties agreed on a price. Although no penalties for failure to return items were explicitly stated, no one would be foolish enough to tempt fate. Did I not mention this before? When you asked me, I expressed my disdain for the New World. And I also noted that my weapon for hunting sharks is indeed that metallic spear. My finest weapon is unequivocally C-grade. This cannot be construed as a lie on Zhang Hao's part. Even if his 2 guns have now been upgraded, they remain C-grade. I had thought you were merely envious of him, attempting to deceive him. Wei Jiadong truly did not expect that Zhang Hao could eliminate a swarm of sharks with merely a C-grade weapon. He was momentarily uncertain whether Zhang Hao was a king of soldiers or a super assassin in the original world. What is wrong with a C-grade weapon? It can still effortlessly dispatch a horde of sharks. If you lack a C-grade weapon, I can sell you one. Zhang Hao boasted shamelessly, seemingly forgetting how he had been struck by a great white shark's tail. I retract my previous remarks about the New World. You are even more pretentious than he is. However, I also possess a C-grade weapon, so I won't need your spear, as I am not yet accustomed to it. Wei Jiadong felt somewhat despondent. Having been unable to defeat a B-grade in the New World, he found it impossible to contend with a C-grade. If it were previously, he could have easily dealt with a single D-grade shark, but now facing a swarm posed too great a danger. At this moment, Zhang Hao was also contemplating the nature of his friend, Wei Jiadong. "Brother Dong, I do not possess a weapon, but I do have something that should aid you." He resolved to lend assistance. What wonderful item could that be, kept hidden from us brothers? With renewed hope, Wei Jiadong's spirits soared from the depths to the heights. D-grade body armor offers sufficient protection against D-grade sharks, as long as one avoids being repeatedly attacked or struck in a vital area. It is feasible to snatch a supply box from right under the shark's noses. Armor? Such a thing exists? Haozi, how many items do you possess? It feels as though you have every kind imaginable. Wei Jiadong genuinely could not comprehend what category Zhang Hao belonged to. He had an abundance of medical supplies, food, weapons, armor, and materials. How could it be possible for someone to be fortunate enough to possess all types simultaneously? If Zhang Hao were aware of Wei Jiadong's thoughts, he would simply say, as long as it remains unopened, it does not count as being used. Ultimately, Wei Jiadong exchanged D-grade food and a large quantity of basic materials for this piece of armor. It was acceptable. He had never encountered D-grade food before and was surprised that spicy strips could also attain D-grade status. The packaging of the snack in Zhang Hao's hand boldly bore the words Wei Shi. "Hiss, so spicy." Zhang Hao nearly choked on the chili without checking. D-grade spicy strips, known for their invigorating effects. Invigorating? Does that mean it keeps one awake due to the spiciness? This was significantly spicier than similar brands. The genuine product could hardly be considered spicy, but because the names were alike, Zhang Hao had carelessly shoved it into his mouth. After a well-deserved rest, Zhang Hao hurriedly set out in search of merchants, as he noticed that his shop had yet to open that morning. He first washed his face and hands, but feeling somewhat uneasy, he retreated to the bathtub to cleanse his entire body. Were it not for his limited resources, he would have indulged in the burning of incense. He opened all the ordinary supply boxes at once, and to his delight, he managed to collect several more books, while also unlocking the ability to craft a steel hammer. The hammer, though a formidable weapon, had its reputation tarnished ever since the exploits of a certain half-beast became widely known. The act of opening the golden chest still necessitated a touch of ceremony. To his surprise, however, the golden chest yielded only a single item, a pair of green bracers. Chapter 43. The Arrival of the Cold Wave and the Collapse of Morality. The Strength Bracer, an extraordinary artifact infused with the primordial power of creation, aids in the restoration of vitality and the healing of wounds, significantly enhancing the strength of its bearer, while concurrently amplifying all passive skills related to power. This strength bracer is adorned in a vibrant green hue. It is no wonder that Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to shout Tianjin Beast upon donning this bracer. Is it possible that Zhang Hao is not known as Ritian, but rather Wen Tian? Jokes aside, the strength bracer truly deserves its A-grade status, providing a remarkable 100 enhancement to both strength and skill augmentations. Furthermore, not only do related passive skills see their effects doubled, but the scope of their influence is also exceedingly vast. For instance, Zhang Hao's heavy punch, which bolsters stamina and health, experiences a doubling of these attributes once the strength bracer is equipped. The World Book, in its assessment of the heavy punch skill, clearly prioritizes the enhancement of strength. Meanwhile, Wei Jiadong, upon receiving a D-grade armor in the form of finely crafted athletic wear, also took it for a test run. He found it to offer commendable protection against blunt instruments, though its efficacy against sharp weapons was considerably lacking. Thus, Zhang Hao cautioned Wei Jiadong to remain vigilant. Armor is not invincible, and poor positioning could still lead to injury. That night, not only Wei Jiadong, but also the majority of the higher-ranking survivors, armed with weapons, readied themselves to venture out to hunt sharks. As for the matter of setting sail, vessels could be rented from the trading market. One member of Wei Jiadong's small group had procured a canoe without seeking Zhang Hao's assistance. As the strongest among them, Wei Jiadong was designated to be the first to set sail the following day. Should he return safely, the others would follow suit in an orderly manner. However, if he failed to return, the canoe would likely be lost, extinguishing the desire of others to embark on the sea. Fortunately, Wei Jiadong did not inquire about renting a boat from Zhang Hao, sparing him the need for an explanation. Zhang Hao's raft, characterized by its distinctly pieced-together wooden planks, appeared markedly different. The sun, let us call it the sun, for no one truly knows the name of this world star, descended completely, and all survivors felt a significant drop in temperature. This was not the gradual cooling experience during the novice phase. While evenings were typically cold, the temperature steadily decreased. However, on this day, those without adequate warmth were struck by an immediate chill. Beyond the pressing challenge of sustenance, the second formidable obstacle of survival, the cold wave, finally confronted the survivors. Was it merely a misperception on my part, or did the temperature genuinely plummet in an instant? One survivor, lying in a pit dug a few days prior, pondered aloud. Even with supply crates shielding him from the elements, the biting cold wind seeped through the gaps, chilling this unfortunate individual to the bone. The temperature had plummeted at least 20 degrees in a heartbeat. This defied logic. After several days of survival, one would think we could still rely on reason, yet now we find ourselves in an era governed by mysticism. The temperature had undoubtedly dipped below zero and continued to decline relentlessly, while complaints echoed among the masses. The world remained indifferent to their grievances, continuing to impose its harsh trials upon humanity. Zhang Hao did not immediately stockpile firewood, as others worried that the temperature over the past 2 days might prove unbearable. However, having consulted the weather forecast, he understood that the temperatures had been manageable, particularly during the day. The night's chill would only become lethal by the 3rd day, leaving the first 2 days merely conducive to catching a cold. Although today's reward for tallying the number of survivors inspired Zhang Hao to consider offering assistance, he was no saint, incapable of treating everyone equally, nor was he a deity capable of saving all. His reasons for withholding help were threefold. First, he would not assist enemies. In this hostile new world, no one would extend a hand to save another. Second, he refrained from aiding those who lacked gratitude, as he found the moral coercion of the self-righteous insufferable in the current world. he had no desire to eliminate them, a sentiment shaped by his 9 years of compulsory education. Third, he deemed some unworthy of salvation. If one only sought assistance in times of trouble and refused to exert effort, they would find no support in the survival world, despite the aid provided by nations and societies in the current realm. Thus, Zhang Hao resolved to wait a few days before selling firewood in bulk, initially offering only a small quantity to deter those who sought unearned gains. As night fell, having exerted considerable effort rowing, he decided to retire early. The other survivors also felt fatigued but struggled to acclimate to the sudden temperature drop, sighing in frustration. Some chose to stay awake, tending to the campfire, sitting alone by its glow and gazing into the dancing flames. A few wished to connect in the chat interface for warmth, but their conversations quickly dwindled into silence. And so, they endured until the sun rose the next day, heralding the arrival of fresh supply boxes. The sun's rays seemed to elevate the temperature slightly, prompting survivors to extinguish the fire, conserving every bit of material they could. The first order of business for everyone, including Zhang Hao, was to secure the supply boxes. Even those who had gone without sleep, stifling yawns, mustered their energy to collect the boxes. However, their unenhanced physical condition, coupled with a night spent in the cold, diminished their accuracy, causing several to stray far from their targets. Once they had gathered all the available supply boxes, they no longer observed the surrounding boxes to see if any could drift nearer to the island. Instead, they opened their boxes and promptly fell asleep. Unfortunately, the drop rates for food and water remained unchanged, with these essentials appearing infrequently. Many resolved to subsist on but one meal a day for the next few days, opting to lie down to conserve energy. The establishment of moral order requires generations of effort, yet its collapse can occur within mere days. The initial anxiety of the novice phase gave way to a profound sense of despair in the formal period. The chat interface became rife with curses, and the trading market began to attract swindlers. Over the past 8 days, many had forged new friendships, neglecting requests in their eagerness and foregoing the borrowing feature, relying solely on verbal agreements. Only when the other party ceased all communication did they realize they had been blocked. One must not place blind trust in others. If someone requests to borrow an item, it is imperative to utilize the borrowing feature without hesitation. I, for one, have been deceived into lending a grade D item. Victims of such deceit have begun to share their experiences. In this current world, many individuals find it difficult to refuse requests from acquaintances, even feeling embarrassed to document a loan with an IOU. However, they seem to forget that they're the ones offering assistance. It is only the recipients of help who should feel uncomfortable. There is no rationale for the providers of aid to feel the same. If the other party is reluctant to leave behind evidence, it signifies that they have regarded you as a mere pawn from the outset, with no intention of repayment. The sentiments expressed above are indeed accurate. We must alter our mindset in this contemporary world. Moreover, to put it bluntly, these so-called friends have only been known for a mere 8 days, rendering any bond tenuous at best. Even if there is some semblance of camaraderie, it pales in comparison to the threats to one's life and the allure of substantial profit. The truth may be harsh, but it is undeniably realistic. Without several years of acquaintance, how can one genuinely claim to understand another? While there are instances where individuals feel an instant connection upon first meeting, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, requiring both parties not only to share common interests, but also to belong to the realm of the virtuous and orderly. Chapter 44. Establishing defensive installations in an instant, survivors responded en masse, all fearing that they might be the next victim of deception. Within a brief moment, a consensus was reached in the regional channel. Whenever borrowing items, regardless of relationships, transactions must be conducted through the trading function. This decision significantly mitigated the risk of fraud, though it could not eradicate it entirely, as there would always be a handful of individuals whose thought processes diverged from the norm. Zhang Hao pondered whether his 3 closest friends might be somewhat lacking in wisdom. While he had added several acquaintances, the development of the others lagged behind. Merely aiding him in gathering information he could not comfortably inquire about. Opening the friends interface, Zhang Hao sent a message to his 3 friends, inquiring if they required firewood. Is it me who is out of touch? Or is it you? Isn't firewood supposed to be abundant? Wei Jiadong, true to his residence in the world of books, was quick to respond every time Zhang Hao sought him out. Moreover, he possessed a wealth of knowledge, clearly indicating he was an avid observer. It is not merely a matter of splitting wood. What you see is called split wood, but you all refer to it as firewood or kindling. The true firewood is what I produce using blueprints, Zhang Hao explained, sending a screenshot of the firewood's effects to Wei Jiadong. Wait, firewood also requires blueprints? Wei Jiadong exclaimed in astonishment. Although he did not fully comprehend, Zhang Hao had presented it, and thus he could only accept that firewood was indeed categorized as an item. Upon closer inspection of the firewood's effects, his surprise deepened. Are you certain this is firewood and not coal? Is it difficult to produce? In addition to its burning duration, firewood boasts characteristics such as enhanced stability, resistance to extinguishing, and ease of controlling flames and temperature. For others, I trade one piece of wood for one piece of firewood. But for you, I will charge a cost. One piece of wood for 2 pieces of firewood. In truth, one piece of wood can yield 3 pieces of firewood. Crafting this item requires time, and even without Zhang Hao's involvement, time is still a valuable resource. One piece of wood transforming into 2 pieces of firewood not only enhances stability and temperature, but also doubles the duration. Such an item requires merely wood? How incredibly advantageous, Wei Jiadong remarked. The burning duration of firewood theoretically matches that of wood, but in practice, wood is far more challenging to control and lasts less than firewood. Otherwise, why would blueprints be necessary for crafting it? If it weren't somewhat remarkable, it would simply be like split wood, Zhang Hao replied. Never mind. The production of this item demands time, and we need not exploit you for such a trivial advantage. If you provide it to us at original price, that would suffice. You don't have much left after using it yourself. Just sharing a little would be enough. Wei Jiadong assumed Zhang Hao's supply of firewood was limited, thinking the discounts would not amount to much. Are you certain that the price of 1,000 pieces of firewood could be reduced by 500 pieces of wood? Zhang Hao mused. Wei Jiadong knew numerous individuals, yet Zhang Hao had no intention of familiarizing himself with them. For now, this arrangement worked quite well, as it effectively meant that individuals like Wei Jiadong were unwittingly working for Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao only needs to expend his salary. He need not worry or exert himself, and he bears no emotional burden when faced with disobedience. Is there truly a need for 1,000 logs? Does this not require time? Wei Jiadong was taken aback. The finer the product, the longer it demands to be crafted. He understood that Zhang Hao had an abundance of wood, yet the time required for creation is the crux of the matter. Haozi, do not rush into transaction just yet. Have you reserved anything for Zhengyan? Although I am allied with her, we cannot be considered from the same faction, for she possesses her own circle. This was something Zhang Hao was already aware of. The information between Wei Jiadong and Zhengyan was not entirely reciprocal, and they were certainly not collaborating. Zhang Hao knew that Zhengyan possessed a sea-gray crossbow, yet Wei Jiadong was not inclined to borrow from her. Instead, he sought Zhang Hao. I have also reserved from Yan's side, Zhang Hao explained, agreeing to the trade. Thank you this time, Haozi. I can still afford several hundred logs. Wei Jiadong expressed his sincere gratitude. He was not particularly concerned about the cold wave, but his acquaintances were in a different predicament. From Zhengyan, he traded 600 logs, and from Lu Feng for 100 logs, all at a 1:1 ratio. Unexpectedly, despite Zhang Hao hoping to offer a discount, the buyers were unwilling to accept and insisted on purchasing at full price. Zhengyan's situation was due to her small circle, while Lu Feng's was a result of being in a different region, which indeed created some distance in their relationship. After completing trades with his 3 friends, he gifted logs to others he had added as friends, deeming it unnecessary to trade, opting instead to give freely. The logs were traded at a rate of 30. A few days prior, he only needed them for the evenings, and 503 logs were sufficient for 3 days. As the days progressed, the cold wave fully arrived, necessitating constant warmth and a greater supply of logs. Thus, 30 logs would only last a single day. The generosity stemmed from these individuals still assisting Zhang Hao in seeking new materials, although there had been no substantial feedback yet. Providing them with a taste of reward would encourage their diligence. If there continued to be no news, he would cease their supply of logs. "Thank you, my lord." These individuals recognized the efficacy of the logs and expressed profound gratitude. Maintaining an air of aloofness was essential for Zhang Hao. He replied, encouraging them to diligently assist him in sourcing new materials, promising ample rewards before withdrawing. Having completed the trades with his friends, he listed 2,000 logs on the trading channel. Zhang Hao was left with only a few hundred logs, despite the speed of production. Creating over 4,000 logs in just a few days was already a limit. The effectiveness of one log is roughly equivalent to twice that of a single piece of wood. A 1-2 exchange has its limitations, and many might deem it unnecessary, opting for a 1-1 trade instead. Nonetheless, even so, Zhang Hao enjoyed a profit of twofold. Converting one piece of wood into logs enabled him to reclaim 3 pieces of wood. After listing the logs, Zhang Hao also completed a batch of wooden frames in the past few days. He enclosed areas that had previously remained unbound, maintaining a distance of 20 meters around the island, with the central portion surrounded by 3 layers of wooden frameworks. Only a passage was left open in the center of each direction for entry and exit. He relocated the moon well and the farmland entirely within the confines of a wooden-framed wall. Simultaneously, due to the obstruction of views by the fence, Zhang Hao elevated his residence to 3 stories. The 3rd floor bore no distinctive features, save for its height, reaching an impressive 15 meters. He installed a straight ladder and an opening on the 3rd floor that granted access to the rooftop, facilitating surveillance and remote attacks within the enclosure. Although he had yet to encounter any adversaries capable of reaching the island, he believed in the importance of preemptive measures. With no intention of further expanding the island, he could now focus on establishing defensive structures. Through his studies, Zhang Hao had unlocked the spike traps and barbed wire traps within the game's 7 Days to Die, which were simple yet effective and easy to construct. He intended to place several of these traps near the entrances on all 4 sides to deter enemies from storming through the doors. Uncertain of the monster's pathfinding mechanics, Zhang Hao deliberately left a clear path for them outside the wall. Additionally, he upgraded the wooden frames flanking this monster pathway to stone frames for added durability. If the monsters prioritized attacking weaker defenses, he could concentrate the traps in one area. However, if they attacked randomly, even a wall in front would not deter them, necessitating a more dispersed arrangement. To mitigate risks, Zhang Hao only constructed such defenses on one side, while the other 3 sides remained securely blocked. Chapter 45. The Demise of the Sharks and the Acquisition of Survival Coins, as Zhang Hao meticulously crafted defensive fortifications. The more rapidly advancing survivors from various regions ventured out to sea. After a week of development, many survivors had acquired weapons of Grade D and even Grade C. Initially, the reluctance to embark on maritime expeditions stemmed from the pervasive fear that gripped many. The tranquility of the novice phase had lulled most into believing that the survival world was merely mundane, leading to a loss of ambition. However, on the first day of the official phase, the surge in encounter rates instilled a palpable sense of danger, with Wei Jiadong serving as a mere representation of this shift. As midday approached and the latest batch of seafarers returned to the island, the trading channel was inundated with a plethora of shark meat. Was there truly such an abundance of shark meat today? How many had managed to slay these formidable creatures? It appeared that with a reduction in encounter rates, even the elite could no longer remain idle. Those who had returned from their shark hunts engaged in animated discussions within the regional channels, sharing tales of their spoils and the changes they had witnessed. Observing their jovial exchanges, Zhang Hao felt a sense of joy. These individuals were thriving independently, and as long as they survived, he would not find himself isolated upon his throne. However, it would be even better if a certain individual with the surname Ma could be silenced. In Zhang Hao's regional domain, thanks to his cautionary advice against hoarding resources without sufficient strength, the New World had also announced that sharks were no longer solitary attackers. The seafarers approached their expeditions with caution, consistently monitoring their surroundings for any lurking sharks and retreating at the slightest sign of danger. Aside from a few who were unfortunate, the majority returned alive, having seized several resource boxes. Yet, not all regions had ventured out during the novice phase, and even those who had may not have been informed about the changes in shark behavior yesterday. Thus, many survivors found themselves devoid of timely information, mistakenly believing that only a single grade D shark posed a threat. When confronted with multiple sharks attacking simultaneously, their strategies were evidently insufficient. In the case of those in the New World, who were already among the stronger players, even if they found themselves at a disadvantage momentarily, they could regroup and eliminate one or two sharks before making their escape. Conversely, the weaker individuals had no choice but to flee in disgrace, with a few tragically meeting their end in the jaws of the very beasts they sought to evade. Now that the leaderboard had been activated, all survivors could view the rankings within their region. In areas where average development levels lagged, the leaderboard experienced significant fluctuations. Of course, the fact that sharks now actively attacked was not entirely detrimental. Some survivors had taken to luring sharks to the shore, only to strike them down. Just as Zhang Hao pondered the notion that humanity only truly fought back when cornered, a message from Wei Jiadong arrived. D-grade shark meat for trade. Thank you, Haozi, for your armor. Without it, facing multiple sharks at once would have been quite the challenge. When Wei Jiadong first set sail, he encountered only a solitary D-grade shark, which he quickly dealt with using a C-grade weapon. However, the scent of blood attracted nearby sharks, and in a moment of inattention, one launched a surprise attack from the island itself. As Wei Jiadong made his discovery, a gaping maw loomed ominously before him. In a moment of panic, he could only raise his protective gear in defense. Although the shark's teeth were indeed lethal, piercing through the D-grade armor and inflicting a wound upon him, the injury was minor. Being a survivor with a medical inclination, he deemed the situation manageable. Yet, had he not possessed that armor, the fate of his arm would have been uncertain. During the skirmish, his focus was entirely consumed by the sharks before him, neglecting the fact that he was in the ocean, not on land, and the peril beneath his feet was equally formidable. Zhang Hao, upon receiving the trade offer from Wei Jiadong, felt a sense of satisfaction, as the armor did not disappoint. Though Wei Jiadong had exchanged materials for it, the current scarcity of such armor rendered it a commodity with no market value. Brother Dong, I appreciate your generosity, but I must decline the shark meat. Now that I am at D grade, its contribution to my physical enhancement is negligible, aside from momentary indulgence. Zhang Hao refused the trade, shifting the conversation to another matter. If you feel compelled and possess any peculiar materials or items, feel free to sell them to me. Upon receiving this message, Wei Jiadong pondered over his available resources and recalled that he had recently opened a copper supply box, which yielded survival coins. I just opened a copper supply box and obtained some survival coins. Do you have any use for them? He inquired, somewhat perplexed. The purpose of survival coins was well known. Yet Wei Jiadong was uncertain about their application and whether Zhang Hao had any need for them. Survival coins? You found some too? Zhang Hao's realization struck him. The emergence of copper supply boxes indicated that those venturing out to sea might indeed acquire them and subsequently uncover survival coins. Do you know where these coins can be utilized? Zhang Hao's reaction was quite pronounced, leading Wei Jiadong to believe that Zhang Hao had located a merchant. I have an item that requires survival coins for its use. Zhang Hao clarified with a change in tone. Survival coins, 20 for trade. Agreed. After concluding the transaction, Wei Jiadong inquired whether he could lend the armor to another friend who was preparing to set sail, as his vessel had become available. The armor is now your possession, and there is no reason to be secretive about it. It's not as if armor is an obscure category that few are familiar with, Zhang Hao replied, somewhat exasperated. His reluctance to sell the armor stemmed from a desire to avoid empowering potential adversaries, as he wished to prevent a scenario where someone might purchase his armor only to find their weaponry ineffective. This isn't something I bought from you. I'm merely seeking your opinion, Wei Jiadong stated plainly. Zhang Hao had underestimated the intimidation factor of being ranked first in the world. Apart from the New World, which aspired to usurp the top position, the majority of others remained apprehensive or fearful of the implications of being targeted by the world's foremost entity. Initially intending to exchange a batch of materials for survival coins, he reconsidered, realizing that those who acquired survival coins were likely the elite players. making it improbable to trade materials effectively. However, he was reluctant to part with good weapons and armor, while the inferior quality was equally challenging to procure. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Hao concluded that the blade trap would serve as a commendable trade item. This object is placed on the island, and for Zhang Hao, it holds no significance as long as he refrains from attacking other islands. In pursuit of accumulating more survival coins, Zhang Hao withdrew all unsold items from his previous listings and expanded the trading scope to a global scale. Simultaneously, he introduced blade traps, setting their exchange value at 20 survival coins. Zhang Hao's actions did not go unnoticed. Blade traps? Survival coins? For the lower-tier survivors, these two items represented novel resources. However, their names were so straightforward that their purposes were immediately apparent without the need for further explanation. Conversely, for the elite survivors, the blade trap, a tool that bolsters island defenses, was undoubtedly desirable in abundance. Their sole concern was whether it was worth the 20 survival coins. Given that survival coins were not urgently needed at the moment, it seemed wiser to exchange them for blade traps. This reflected the sentiments of some survivors who had accrued survival coins. Conversely, there were those reluctant to purchase blade traps, reasoning that they had yet to encounter any foes and that survival coins would surely prove valuable later on, fearing they might incur losses by spending now. Some particularly fortunate individuals had acquired more than 20 survival coins, allowing them to purchase while still retaining a portion of their coins. Chapter 46. Full Recharge. Unleashing airdrops. Zhang Hao had decreed that each individual could acquire a blade trap only once. The blade traps were formidable only when arranged in a defensive matrix. A solitary trap was of limited utility, perhaps not entirely worthless, but certainly not particularly effective. Yet, the blade traps lived up to Zhang Hao's expectations, selling remarkably well, and his pace in production could not keep up with the rapid sales. The New World, witnessing Zhang Hao's new offerings, seethed with frustration, lamenting, "How can 180 possess so many splendid items? I should be the true protagonist of this realm." In a fit of rage, he kicked a supply box with his right foot, instantly feeling a sharp pain. Even as a D-grade individual, striking the supply box was still painful. What more for the New World, who had yet to transcend the D-grade? Now he found himself sitting on a mat, nursing his foot. Despite his anger, he had to concede that the blade trap was indeed appealing, prompting him to click on the transaction. However, a chilling notification echoed in his mind. The shop has blacklisted you. Trading is not permitted. It was inconceivable for Zhang Hao to allow the New World to remain unexcluded. He might not venture to other islands, but he would certainly explore the New World's domain. This only intensified the New World's fury. With his right foot throbbing and mobility hindered, he lashed out again, landing a punch on the supply box. This time, the impact was harsher, causing his knuckles to bleed. Enveloped in rage, the New World had no outlet for his frustration, directing his ire squarely at Zhang Hao. Were it not for 180's superiority, and had he not been blacklisted, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. Yet, despite Zhang Hao's actions, the New World devised a means to procure items. Just as Zhang Hao had gleaned information about the New World from Wei Jiandong, he too could seek indirect means of intelligence. Presently, the New World possessed 40 survival coins, sufficient to purchase 2 items, and he enlisted the help of 2 trusted individuals. After a lengthy wait, only one of them delivered the blade trap, while the other remained elusive. As he searched for the second individual, it dawned on him that the person had likely absconded with the funds. However, he was powerless to confront them in the chat interface, for that would undermine his authority. Private messages were futile, having been blacklisted. Thus, he simmered in silent frustration. Zhang Hao became the unwitting recipient of blame. The New World had always sought to manipulate others, yet he failed to recognize that among those he employed, several harbored their own intentions of exploitation. The survivor who had swindled 20 survival coins from the New World was merely an average individual. Otherwise, he would not have been deemed trustworthy. After aligning himself with the New World, he enjoyed certain benefits. As a confidant, he shared in the spoils. The New World would not oppress even those closest to him. Nevertheless, following their acquaintance, he perceived that the New World was not a benevolent leader, a person who prioritizes petty gains over greater principles. That was the essence of a New World. He had long contemplated escape. After venting his frustrations on his island, the New World consoled himself with the thought of at least having acquired one item. However, to his dismay, upon revealing the blade trap, he was met with yet another shock. The specifications explicitly stated that it required electricity to function. New World could no longer contain his frustration and directly addressed the regional channel with a scathing inquiry. Is it true that your blade traps require electricity? Are you attempting to deceive us? He had initially anticipated rallying other survivors to collectively criticize Zhang Hao, yet to his dismay, the others responded with mere silence, punctuated only by 3 question marks. In a shop of the esteemed 180, one can directly peruse the descriptions. We are all aware that electricity is necessary. Did you not notice? New World was nearly overwhelmed with indignation, having been blacklisted and unable to access the shop's offerings, nor could he view detailed descriptions. Zhang Hao, having seen the message, deduced that New World had procured the blade traps through assistance. However, this was inconsequential. The original world had regulations limiting purchases to 1 per individual. Yet here, such constraints were not fully enforced. Do you still lack a generator? Zhang Hao refrained from divulging that he had blacklisted New World, instead retorting, your capabilities appear lacking. Faced with this remark, New World found himself exasperated, uncertain of how many times he had experienced this level of irritation within a single day. Even a balloon could not withstand such relentless inflation. Yet, recognizing the futility of further confrontation, he strategically retreated, disregarding the preceding comments. Noticing New World's prolonged silence, Zhang Hao surmised he had once again retreated into a shell, which only deepened his disdain. After withdrawing from the chat channel, New World, seething, confronted the individual who had assisted him in acquiring the blade traps. Boss, I sincerely apologize. I have not exchanged items in the trading channel and was oblivious to the details. The individual responded with commendable humility. Youthful New World began, but swiftly reined in his anger, deleting his initial response and rephrasing it. It's all right, just be more vigilant next time. In this world, one must remain attentive to survive until the end. He could not afford to lose another ally, especially one who, despite their foolishness, exhibited intelligence. Their departure had illustrated that even folly could yield certain advantages. Thank you, brother. With his rage difficult to suppress, New World had no further inclination to converse and exited the channel, plotting how to undermine Zhang Hao. The blade traps were gradually being crafted, and his survivor currency steadily increased. Zhang Hao, on the other hand, had unlocked the airdrop for survival, conserving some currency while converting the rest into credit points. This latest game update not only altered merchant regulations, but also permitted customized airdrops. Upon inspection, the initial offerings were rather unremarkable. He exchanged some lesser materials, focusing primarily on acquiring medical supplies and food, despite their limited quantities, as the buff effects were promising. However, upon confirming his selections, Zhang Hao realized that the newly established rules for customized airdrops required him to locate a thoroughly explored area first. Presently, aside from his own island, the only accessible destination was the merchant's location, where a solitary vessel existed. Could airdrops even be deployed from there? In a moment of frustration, Zhang Hao cast a glance beside him and spotted the raft. The raft, equipped with radar and antennas for survival, possessed the capability to locate small islands and mission sites. Would it be able to search in this place? With this thought in mind, Zhang Hao hurriedly made his way back to the raft, commencing the assembly of the antenna and radio. The radio needed to be positioned on the 2nd level or higher, and the distance between the 3 antennas had to be meticulously calibrated to receive signals from both the small and large islands. After placing the battery onto the radar and completing the adjustments, Zhang Hao, filled with anticipation, activated the radio. Chapter 47. Encountering a small island mid-journey fortuitously, the radar indeed revealed the locations of several islands. Zhang Hao compared the radar with the 2 maps from the radio and discerned that the positions indicated on the radar did not correspond with those of the merchants. The overlapping locations belong to other players' islands, which meant that the additional locations on the radar must indicate the presence of uninhabited islands. The scales of the two maps differed. The survival radar on the Raft extended much farther than the exploration map for survival. However, fortune favored Zhang Hao, as one of the larger islands was not far from his current position. With the situation shifting, Zhang Hao altered his plans and decided to forego his exercise regimen to investigate the larger island. Exercise was of little concern to him at this moment. He hastily consumed a sumptuous meal, one that many other survivors could scarcely afford, before eagerly boarding the raft to set sail. Despite the headwinds, Zhang Hao rolled up his sleeves and got to work, with a stroke to the left, then to the right. The 100-square-meter raft was propelled against the wind by two simple wooden paddles. Zhang Hao had intentionally left an area at the front of the raft for rowing, as paddling from within the cabin obscured his view of the surroundings. While rowing, he thought he spotted a small island to his left. However, upon bringing the raft to a halt and surveying the area, he found nothing. Remembering the limitations of the island's range, he began to paddle back. This time, he rowed slowly, pausing frequently to observe his surroundings. Before long, he indeed discovered another diminutive island, slightly larger than the one he had initially encountered. Had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have overlooked it entirely. With this small island now in sight, it was imperative that he paid a visit. Positioned to the right and slightly behind him, he could utilize the sail. With the combined forces of wind and human effort, Zhang Hao ventured onto new territory. The island was modest in size, yet plentiful in resources. Apart from a crooked coconut tree, he stumbled upon several ordinary watermelons, devoid of any levels. In a short span, Zhang Hao had collected all the resources from the island. Adhering to the prudent habit of not leaving empty-handed, he even gathered flowers and weeds, leaving the island stark and barren. Next, he turned his attention to the treasures beneath the sea. Before diving, Zhang Hao circumnavigated the island to check for any lurking dangers. To his surprise, he spotted a shark nearby, gliding through the water. Since it posed no threat to Zhang Hao on the island, and the raft's base had been reinforced, the shark could only swim aimlessly without a target. After a careful observation, and confirming the absence of other foes, Zhang Hao plunged into the water in the direction of the shark. The shark immediately swam towards him. Upon closer examination, it turned out to be an ordinary shark. Zhang Hao seized his metal spear and dispatched it with a swift strike. Upon dissection, in addition to shark meat, the creature yielded a shark's head. Initially thought to be merely a decorative item, it turned out to be a delightful surprise. Shark glory, D-grade, a symbol bestowed upon the valiant who hunt sharks in the ocean, representing honor, courage, and strength. The harm inflicted upon marine life has surged by 10%, while a corresponding reduction of 10% in marine biological damage has been implemented, with effects on sharks being amplified twofold. Such enhancements necessitate the wearing of specific gear, which Zhang Hao promptly donned. Unlike the game, where certain visual aspects might be altered, Zhang Hao's field of vision remained unchanged, merely aesthetically displeasing. He retrieved a piece of glass from his backpack, using its reflection to inspect his own appearance. As in the game, he had transformed into a great white shark, exuding a somewhat endearing aura. After trying on the shark head, Zhang Hao chose to retract it. Though not particularly attractive, it possessed considerable durability, making it essential for future battles. With no adversaries in sight, Zhang Hao took a deep breath and submerged himself in the ocean. Despite the absence of an oxygen tank, his D-grade lung capacity was nearly equivalent to that of a person equipped with one. The seabed was rich with resources, including seaweed suitable for crafting adhesive materials, as well as iron and copper, or some fundamental materials he required, notably short on plastic. He utilized a hook to collect all the plastic he could find, meticulously inspecting it to ensure nothing was overlooked before feeling satisfied. At that moment, Zhang Hao's hook was on the verge of breaking, prompting him to return to the small island to craft a new one and replenish his oxygen supply. Upon diving back beneath the surface, he collected the oars and seaweed. While gathering seaweed, he stumbled upon a large clam, which he decided to take back to craft a bird's nest to attract seagulls. Just as he prepared to return to the small island, he discovered another copper ore and dove back down. While mining the ore, Zhang Hao suddenly sensed something amiss. Before he could react, a loud explosion erupted. The pufferfish's explosive damage failed to breach his defenses, yet the toxin it released posed a significant threat. He swiftly applied a medical bandage, which provided a buff strong enough to prevent infection and neutralize the toxin, effectively countering the pufferfish's venom. Setting aside the fact that pufferfish were not enemies on the initial island, their natural habitat is not typically the open sea. While such occurrences might be overlooked in the game, Zhang Hao was genuinely astonished to encounter one in this survival world. Regrettably, he acknowledged his overconfidence. He had become somewhat complacent in recent days and had placed too much faith in his perception abilities, though his perception skill had not reached its maximum level. Even at full capacity, it was not infallible. This skill could alert Zhang Hao to impending danger, yet the pufferfish did not attack. Instead, it self-destructed upon entering his vicinity. By the time his perception indicated danger, he was already within the explosion's radius. Initially, Zhang Hao had not detected the small pufferfish as a threat. However, now that he was on high alert, he noticed another pufferfish attempting a sneak attack. The previously identified pufferfish posed no danger, as a single bolt from his crossbow eliminated it effortlessly. Disassembling the pufferfish yielded no meat, but rather provided venom sacs and explosive viscous substances. Additionally, it dropped a decorative headpiece, devoid of any level or effect, and rather unattractive at that. After ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Zhang Hao returned to the island and opted to explore the surrounding area for potential airdrops. With no response from the game system, he made his way back to the raft and continued towards the larger island. During his journey, he did not encounter any small islands, but instead came across a plethora of fish. In a vast ocean, far removed from a survivalist island, the surface was no longer calm, nor was it devoid of fish as it had been near the island. Fishing now relied solely upon the use of a fishing rod. Zhang Hao deliberately leaped into the sea from a seemingly innocuous location, wielding his weapon to catch fish, which he managed to do. There were also some fish that appeared larger than their counterparts, swimming with remarkable swiftness. Zhang Hao suspected these were of a higher level and aimed to shoot, but the fish darted too quickly, making targeting exceedingly difficult. His instincts felt oddly misaligned, as he sensed an urgency to leave the water. Upon boarding the vessel, the unsettling feeling within him dissipated, confirming that something was indeed amiss beneath the waves. In contrast, when he submerged near the island, that sensation was absent, suggesting that the circle not only shielded against natural disasters, but also kept enemies at bay. Was the voice implying that the island should not be too expansive, fearing it might extend beyond certain limits? Yet, how vast could that island truly be? With a radius of 2 kilometers, its area exceeds 10 square kilometers, ample enough to establish a sizable village, which seemed rather implausible. Chapter 48. Arrival at the Grand Island. Don't run away, pigeon. Or shall I expand the island a bit more? Although Zhang Hao deemed such a notion highly improbable, the thought of enlarging his island lingered in his mind. Continuing onward, he spotted the island from 2 kilometers away. This grand island appeared significantly larger than his own. Upon catching sight of it, Zhang Hao resolved to return and increase his island's area to 10,000 square meters. Motivated by the sight of the island, his fatigue dissipated, and he hastened his pace. Before the raft had even come to a halt, Zhang Hao leaped onto the Grand Island. Glancing at the airdrop interface for survival, he realized exploration was now possible. In a world devoid of standards, the higher one ascended, the further one could see. Thus, Zhang Hao made his way to the pinnacle of the island. Along the route, he collected everything he could find. The resources on this island were far more abundant than those on the smaller one. Unlike in the game, where a large island might only yield a few trees. However, time was of the essence, as he needed to return before nightfall. Without the protection of the safety circle, he was reluctant to discover the dangers of the night on his own. He decided against harvesting palm and pine trees for wood, opting instead to fell mango, coconut, and banana trees, ensuring he collected their seeds, even if the banana trees were grown from seeds rather than saplings. Along the way, he also encountered watermelons, pineapples, and strawberries, which he gathered as well. Indeed, much like the premature appearance of the pufferfish, The banana trees and strawberries had also manifested earlier than expected. Upon reaching the highest point, Zhang Hao discovered an abandoned shop labeled Trade Station, filled with numerous valuable items, including rare materials and blueprints. These treasures required garbage blocks and trade coins for exchange, which Zhang Hao currently lacked. Just as he was about to leave, a blueprint unexpectedly materialized from the trade station. Upon inspection, he found it to be the blueprint for a recycler. Eager to capitalize on the remaining time, he hurried to craft it, intending to recycle some garbage blocks and procure fish bait. From the summit, he could survey the entire island, thus selecting the location for an airdrop. He chose an option that required no prior stockpiling, allowing him to retrieve it the following day. Consequently, he planned to return for the airdrop. After successfully designating the airdrop location, the radio's map interface revealed 2 additional spots near the Grand Island, one for the airdrop pickup and another for a zombie gathering point, which was typically a guaranteed spawn when calling for an airdrop. Zombies, bandits, and rebels. At least one of these would surely emerge, and with luck, all 3 might appear simultaneously. Zhang Hao pondered whether his fortune was favorable or not. Most zombies were undoubtedly easier to combat than humans, yet there remained the possibility of encountering formidable foes. With the airdrop secured, Zhang Hao was finally at ease enough to observe the entirety of the Grand Island. Beneath him, he spotted a cave, likely filled with mud and mushrooms, which piqued his curiosity. To one side, there seemed to be a grove of banana trees. He felt compelled to investigate. In the distance, he noticed what appeared to be a chicken. A chicken? Zhang Hao moved closer and discovered it was indeed a pigeon scurrying about the island. Could he possibly let escape? Upon further observation, it became evident that aside from the banana grove, there were indeed numerous fruits flourishing on the far side, away from the raft. Confirming the direction of the dove, Zhang Hao hastily made his way. "Dove, where are you running off to?" he shouted while sprinting towards the wild chicken. Upon noticing the approaching figure, the wild chicken immediately took flight. However, in the game, Zhang Hao was unable to outrun it. He needed to use ammunition for capture, yet as a D-grade player, he merely wished to catch it without weapons. The unfortunate wild chicken, not as swift, was soon in Zhang Hao's grasp. "At last, I have captured you, Dove," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, binding the wild chicken with a rope and slinging it over his back as he proceeded towards the cave. Inside the cave, after clearing away the mud and mushrooms, Zhang Hao stumbled upon a chest. Unlike the resource boxes in the survival world, this was from the Raft survival game. Upon opening it, he discovered some basic materials and 2 recipes, vegetable soup and a shark feast. Notably, the shark feast was classified as a special recipe. Shark feast, 2 shark meat mushrooms, silver seaweed. The food's quality was determined by the shark meat's grade. The vegetable soup was a rather simple recipe, lacking in both grade and significant effect, its sole merit being that the dish would provide a greater satiation when consumed. However, in terms of enjoyment, cooking was undoubtedly far more delectable than consuming ingredients raw, especially for Zhang Hao, who could only prepare instant noodles, fried eggs, and sautéed potatoes. The significance of these recipes was paramount. Zhang Hao pondered whether the recipes in the Doomsday preparation game would also undergo changes, given the alterations in the Raft survival recipes. As for survival, he dismissed concerns. The food that could be prepared was not vastly different from merely roasting. In 7 days to die, the best food options were primarily canned goods or pies, which Zhang Hao found unpalatable, and he was not keen on consuming such items for their buffs. Observing the culinary offerings from the creators of this game, he noted that the cuisine was rather lackluster. Upon reaching the banana grove, Zhang Hao discovered bees and honey, contemplating making a catching net to capture some bees for cultivation. With the abundance of trees, he opted not to use an axe, instead wielding a metal spear and employing his skill, spear dance, to clear a significant area in no time. Eventually, he arrived at the opposite side of the island, confirming his suspicions of a vast expanse of fruit, predominantly watermelons, with scarcely any strawberries present. Moreover, the strawberries were small, far fewer in number and weight. Earlier, during his fruit gathering, Zhang Hao had believed it was mere luck that he had obtained seeds. Now, witnessing the banana grove and fruit area yielding seeds as well, he realized that all crops must surely return seeds, rather than it being a stroke of good fortune. His feelings of being a lucky emperor were somewhat conflicted. He was not as fortunate as he thought, but with a safety net, he need not worry about misfortune. With a sigh, Zhang Hao continued his quest for resources. The return journey was breezy, yet he knew there would not be enough time to collect all the resources on the island. Not having discovered new locations, he wandered the island aimlessly, collecting everything within reach while leaving behind items requiring more time to gather. Before departing, Zhang Hao stumbled upon another chest. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find blueprints for an engine and a steering wheel. Ah, at last, I am free from the toil of rowing by hand. Zhang Hao laughed heartily, concealing his face in mirth. With ample materials at hand, he returned to the raft to commence the construction of an engine. He decided to create 2 engines for immediate use, intending to craft the remaining ones during his journey back, thus saving precious time. At that moment, the recycling station had also prepared some refuse blocks, prompting Zhang Hao to dash back to the trading station to purchase bait. With the engines in place, his return journey was considerably swifter. Rather than exploring the expansive island with the extra time he had, Zhang Hao chose to plunge into the depths of the sea, swiftly gathering essential materials. On his way back, he constructed 2 additional engines, now reaching maximum speed. Upon arriving at the island, a message awaited him. Brother Hao? Who could this be? Chapter 49, Upgrading Equipment and Selling Teammate Armor. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhang Yan, the gentle girl, rather than a rugged man. This revelation was quite relieving. Yan, please speak properly. Don't behave like this. It frightens me. I feel a slight ache in my kidneys. Zhang Yan sent a message. Brother Hao, what did you do this afternoon? Yu Haven T replied to your little sister's messages. Alas, the affection seems to have faded. What do you mean by not replying? Zhang Hao had only just received her message moments ago. He had responded immediately upon arriving on the island. Upon further examination, it was evident that Zhang Yan's message had indeed been sent several hours prior. Could it be that he did not receive messages once outside a certain range? Zhang Hao had never tested this, primarily due to the various tasks that awaited him at sea. At the very least, he had to navigate, leaving him little time to check messages. It should be noted that even at sea, where paths are often non-existent, one could easily veer off course if not careful. I went out to sea this afternoon and couldn't receive messages, Zhang Hao admitted candidly. If brother doesn't wish to share with his sister, he should simply say so. Without resorting to deceit, Zhang Yan pouted, clearly displeased. Zhang Hao understood her implication. One could still receive messages while out at sea, provided one did not stray too far. Sister, you've misunderstood me. What I meant was not about retrieving supply boxes. I ventured a bit too far and left the island's vicinity. Zhang Hao had intended to match Zhang Yan's tone, but found the term brother rather awkward. Brother Hao, why did you go so far? And what do you mean by range? Zhang Yan, taken aback, momentarily forgot her annoyance. Zhang Hao refrained from detailing his purpose for the journey and instead answered the latter question. The island's range extends only 2 kilometers. Upon venturing beyond that, I discovered that the worlds within and outside those 2 kilometers are entirely different. He then proceeded to elucidate the changes he had observed, particularly emphasizing the myriad dangers lurking beyond that boundary. Such danger? Brother Hao, what do you intend to do out there? Zhang Yan, perplexed, failed to comprehend why he would venture so far despite the evident risks. To desire was the succinct response. Zhang Yan momentarily faltered, her face flushing as she processed his words. Unlike their first encounter, this time she felt merely bashful, without the urge to retort. Realizing that Zhang Hao was shifting the topic to avoid answering her inquiry, she understood yet felt a tinge of disappointment. Well then, Brother Hao, please ensure your safety. Concern was still paramount. Yan, is there something specific you wish to discuss with me? She hesitated. It's all your fault, Brother Hao. I almost forgot to mention my purpose. What do you mean it's my fault? Zhang Hao pondered, unable to discern what she was blaming him for. If it were for driving, this was hardly the time to bring it up. Confounded, Zhang Hao chose to remain silent. Although his previous attempt was intended to redirect the conversation, it had indeed bordered on teasing. If she wished to blame him, so be it. Brother Hao, I wanted to inquire whether there are any armors left. Zhang Yan further clarified how she became aware of this. Donggu is renting some to his friends. and I also wish to borrow some. He informed me that you were the one selling them. If anyone else had asked, the answer would certainly have been negative. However, when it came to Yan, the answer was affirmative. Having lingered in the survival world for quite some time, Zhang Hao had undergone a transformation. What would make you willing to sell to me, Brother Hao? Selling is not the issue. The real question is, which piece of armor do you desire? The prices vary with the type of armor. Are you implying, Brother Hao, that aside from the upper body gear, you possess other forms of armor? Zheng Yan felt somewhat disheartened. No, seriously, Brother Hao, just how many valuable items do you have? Surely, you Haven team managed to uncover all the treasures from every supply box, have you? It's merely good fortune, just luck. I have 3 types of D-grade armor, a top, a hat, and gloves. The top offers the best protection and is, of course, the most expensive, followed by the others. Additionally, there is a shield that we consider armor, though the system classifies it as a weapon. Zhang Hao was poised to upgrade his arsenal, replacing everything with 4-tier weapons and armor, while the first and second tiers could be distributed among his teammates. We can't afford to have our team members perish before even engaging in battle. Zhang Hao decided to sell Zheng Yan the sun-blocking gloves, 2nd-tier D-grade, the straw fisherman's hat, 2nd-tier D-grade, and the sportswear, 2nd-tier D-grade. The shield options included a small wooden shield, 1st-tier D-grade, and a pot lid, 2nd-tier D-grade. While both were of D-grade, the pot lid offered superior defense compared to the wooden shield, though the latter was easier to wield, depending on personal preference. 5 types of D-grade armor. To be candid, Brother Hao, isn't your primary focus weapons and armor? Zheng Yan was at a loss for words. While they celebrated acquiring a piece of weaponry or armor, Zhang Hao was already in a position to wholesale armor. There was indeed an abundance of weapons. This time, Zhang Hao did not refute, as revealing such a multitude of items left no room for disbelief. Setting aside the shield, he opted to discuss the clothing-type armor. Zheng Yan thought that although the shield had a high defense value, it required handling. Wearing something simple was more convenient. When it came to pricing, even in the presence of a beautiful woman, Zhang Hao remained firm. You can only admire. There is no use in a discount. It must be priced as it is with Wei Jiado. Oh dear, that is too expensive. Brother Hao, can't you lower it a bit? Zheng Yan wished to acquire everything, but soon realized she could not afford it. It wasn't a matter of lack, but of worth. If she were to trade in B-grade items, even if they were of lesser quality, Zhang Hao would agree to the exchange. However, purchasing was meant to enhance oneself. One couldn't simply deplete their resources. This price is quite reasonable. Who else would sell to you besides me? Furthermore, this is a friendship price. D-grade weapons in the market are priced higher than mine. Zhang Hao stood his ground, resolutely maintaining the price. Just for the clothing and gloves, I am a maiden. Can I be priced lower than that frugal giant Donga? Zheng Yan reluctantly completed the transaction. Haha, I must tell Donga you referred to him as a frugal giant. Slightly, but that is exactly what Donga is. I would say the same. During negotiations, they haggled, yet after the transaction, they remained friends. It was precisely this clarity in their dealings that allowed Zhang Hao to bond with them. After selling the items, Zhang Hao placed the recycling station in his room. As crafting from junk blocks was slow, he needed to produce a batch first, aiming to empty the trade station by the following day. Simultaneously, he aimed to catch a few rare fish using bait to trade for some currency. Once this was accomplished, Zhang Hao upgraded his chemistry station and toolbox, enabling him to craft equipment of the 5th tier. He first focused on creating items of the 4th tier, as there was also the matter of the collection points. However, a new dilemma arose. Although each region had its own leaderboard, the number of regions was substantial. With so many regions, it was inevitable that a few would yield items of the highest grade, A class. Upon contemplating this, Zhang Hao checked the collection points, ranking, and felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 50. The island, exceeding an area of 10,000, faces an early monster invasion. The current ranking rewards have decreased significantly compared to before. However, it is understandable. A 10-day settlement period for a free A-grade resource is rather extravagant. Attaining the world's top rank could yield 1 A-grade resource weekly, but for the leading district, that seems implausible. Unexpectedly, due to an early commencement, the rewards have escalated by a tier. Zhang Hao initially believed that the rewards from this frequently settled leaderboard were remarkably generous, leading him to think he was indulging in a pay-to-win game. Nevertheless, the overall rewards have become more appealing, particularly with an increased quantity of ordinary resource boxes. For the first place reward, 1 silver resource box, 3 copper resource boxes, 100 resource boxes, survival proofs, and prestige, all multiplied by 3 points. The rewards for second to third place include 1 silver resource box, 1 copper resource box, 50 resource boxes, with survival proofs and prestige multiplied by 2 points. The 4th to 10th places receive 3 copper resource boxes, 30 resource boxes, with survival proofs and prestige multiplied by 1 point. Rewards for ranks 11 to 100 consist of 1 copper resource box, 30 resource boxes, and survival proofs. With no prestige, beyond rank 100, the rewards diminish to a mere point, devoid of any resource boxes. The rewards no longer significantly enhance one's power. Even the copper resource boxes for ranks 4 to 10 are now accessible to many. One must exercise caution near the C-grade ferocious sharks, as the survivalists will find ways to acquire resources, even at the risk of danger. The top 3 positions merely provide a silver resource box. Should luck strike with a B-grade resource, it could be considered a substantial gain. In Zhang Hao's district, there could be 2 first places, as the 138th district is calculated separately. Upon reviewing the leaderboard, he remains in first place. To his surprise, the second position still belongs to the New World. Wei Jiadong has successfully ascended to third place, while Zheng Yan has also made her way into the top 5, claiming the 5th spot. The current leaderboard no longer features anonymity. Aside from Zhang Hao, their scores are visible, proving that recognition indeed has its advantages. Ordinary survivalists tend to seek trades with those on the leaderboard when acquiring rare materials or resources for enjoyment rather than mere survival. Looking at the district leaderboard, the first place is unfamiliar, while the second belongs to Lu Feng, Zhang Hao's first friend, with whom he has not conversed much. Both are not inclined to initiate contact, unlike Wei Jiadong and Zheng Yan, who frequently reach out to Zhang Hao. However, the district scores appear somewhat diminished. The first place in the 138th district ranks 3rd overall, lower than the New World. Lu Feng's score is below Wei Jiadong's, yet higher than the 4th place, indicating that the score of a single district surpasses that of 9 others combined. Suddenly, it dawned on Zhang Hao that their district had already settled once. New Century had received a silver resource box, and it seems that the 3rd place at that time also obtained one. However, it appears they did not unearth a B-grade resource, merely a C-grade, resulting in their current lag. Zhang Hao had previously contemplated assisting Wei Jiadong and Zheng Yan in surpassing New Century, but after experimentation, he discovered that trade items do not contribute to points. Only the trading blueprint counts towards points, meaning that the same item cannot earn points for 2 individuals. Otherwise, everyone could exploit the system, each contributing an item and taking turns trading, thus rapidly accumulating points. After selling to Zheng Yan, Zhang Hao pondered for a moment and sent a message to Wei Jiadong. Yan purchased several pieces of armor from me today. Do you require armor for other parts? I have gloves, hats, and shields. Wei Jiadong, presumably busy, did not respond immediately, but took a few minutes to reply. No, brother, I inquire because there is only one item. If a beauty asks, you suddenly have multiple pieces. A man must not prioritize allure over friendship. He had known Zhang Hao longer and had even introduced Zheng Yan to him, yet he remained less appealing than others. Donggu, you misunderstand. These are surplus from my recent upgrades. I replaced these with better armor today, and the ones I'm selling were what I previously wore. Zhang Hao attempted to defend himself. Really? Wei Jiadong asked, half convinced. It's certainly true. If I had no intention to sell to you, why would I ask now? Zhang Hao continued to argue. I see, that makes sense. So, how much do you intend to sell, Haozi? Wei Jiadong began to believe him. How much? Are the few items I mentioned not sufficient? If you're willing to buy, the more the better, Haozi. You know I have many people here, Wei Jiadong explained, clarifying that he was not the only one in need. Zhang Hao hesitated, unfamiliar with those individuals, and decided against selling. Dongyi, I've already stated these in my leftovers. How much could there be? I only have 1 pair of gloves and 1 hat, but I do have 2 different shields. Wei Jiadong accepted this, though he was surprised that Zhang Hao still had 4 items left. "All right, wait for me a moment," said Wei Jiadong before vanishing. After approximately 15 minutes, he sent another message. "Howsy, we could trade now. I just want to gather some supplies." The trade was successful. This time, Zhang Hao did not request D-grade food, but rather some crystals, silk, and survival coins. The quantities were substantial. Wei Jiadong managed to gather them in mere minutes, as his team was not only larger than Zheng Yan's, but also stronger. Presumably, several members were ranked, unlike Zheng Yan's team, which was fortunate to have even one lower-ranked individual. Claiming not to rely on others, yet in the end, everyone seeks warmth in numbers. Zhang Hao shook his head. Lamenting, he then inquired about Lu Feng, asking if he needed upper body armor, only to receive the response that he already possessed D-grade armor. While chatting, Zhang Hao continued to watch the recycling station, placing wood into it after producing garbage blocks. Subsequently, he resumed the fishing endeavor he had neglected for days, this time choosing bait. Special fish that could be sold at the trading station required special bait. Level 1 bait could only catch rare fish, not epic ones. Familiar work. Familiar sensations. As soon as the fishing rod showed signs of activity, Zhang Hao hurried to reel it in. Dragon's Bane Grouper, D-grade. Indeed a rare fish. But it had a level. He continued fishing, still catching Dragon's Bane Grouper, D-grade. Having exhausted the bait, all the fish caught, with the exception of the rare dragon grouper. Swordfish and the prize tuna were of the lowest D-grade, and there was even a C-grade swordfish among them. It seems implausible that no common fish were caught. It suggests that the minimum grade for rare species is indeed D. Consequently, it raises the possibility of obtaining B-grade fish among the epic varieties. In addition to the B-grade water, news of a B-grade food has also surfaced. Once the tasks were completed, night fell. Zhang Hao proceeded as planned in the afternoon, attempting to expand the island to 10,000 square meters. However, he received a notification stating that it was not feasible to elevate the area to 10,000 square meters in one go, and he could only increase it to 999 square meters. The expanded island now lacked a small corner, and as Zhang Hao endeavored to further enlarge it, he received a prompt asking whether the survivor wished to confirm the continued expansion of the island. The warning indicated that exceeding 10,000 square meters would draw the attention of certain entities lurking in the deep sea, potentially heralding an early assault on the island. Is this the essence of danger? If it is merely enemies, the initial wave likely would not be overly formidable, would it? Fortune favors the bold. It is not prudent to avoid confrontation indefinitely. He confirmed the decision to proceed with the expansion. With the survivor's island surpassing 10,000 square meters, enemies may launch an assault each night at 11 p.m., and defeating or successfully repelling them would yield special rewards. There would be no penalties, for failure would undoubtedly lead to demise, rendering further punishment unnecessary. Chapter 51. B-Class Equipment. Withstanding the first wave of enemies with only a few hours remaining until 11 o'clock, Zhang hurriedly returned to his abode. Approaching the toolbox, he set about completing the unfinished 5th-tier B-Class equipment. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity to craft every weapon. He prioritized those most essential. He commenced with a large-caliber military rifle. Next, he considered a silenced military rifle. However, given the nature of monster hunting, silence was unnecessary. The larger caliber was the true essence of power. For close combat, he contemplated an electric saw, but dismissed it due to the time required, opting instead for a medieval broadsword. Fortunately, the armor had already been under production since upgrading the toolbox, or he would truly have run out of time. By the time Zhang donned all his new equipment, the clock neared 11 o'clock. Large caliber military rifle, 5th-tier B-class, this military rifle, outfitted with a large caliber barrel, enhances damage while significantly increasing noise, making it suitable for frontal assaults but ill-suited for stealth operations. Medieval broadsword, 4th-tier C-class, originally intended as an artistic piece. This medieval broadsword has been refined into a formidable weapon. Riot gear, riot gloves, riot helmet, 5th-tier B-class. This set of armor, crafted from high-strength coated fabric and specialized plastics, offers protection against stabbing, explosions, toxins, and ensures thermal insulation against cold. Though the medieval broadsword is classified as C-class, the 5th tier surpasses the 4th tier in strength, making it a more familiar tool for Zhang. Fully equipped, he awaited the coming storm. As the clock struck 11, fortune favored Zhang as he faced the onslaught of monsters attacking the island. For the next 3 days post-repulsion, no further attack assessments would occur. Emerging from the depths of the sea, the enemies appeared, obscured by darkness. Zhang was uncertain if any other creatures lurked in the shadows. At the very least, the visible adversaries numbered only 20 or so, and they seemed rather weak. 3 were C-class, while the remainder were D-class. Zhang felt confident in his ability to confront them directly. It was no wonder the survivors were cautioned against expanding the island. Aside from Zhang, any other survivor encountering these foes would surely meet their demise. Yet, one thought troubled Zhang. How long would it take the majority of survivors to develop on an area of 10,000 square units? By then, they would likely no longer fear C-class adversaries, rendering them relatively harmless. However, such musings were futile. Upon landing on the island, the enemies clustered together before launching their assault. Zhang stationed himself atop the 3rd-floor rooftop, employing the large-caliber military rifle to snipe at the foes, with a B-class weapon targeting D-class enemies. A well-placed shot to a vital area would guarantee their demise. Yet, the monsters proved to be rather ordinary, not a single B-class adversary among them. Zhang assessed the enemy's capabilities and pondered whether expanding the island was worth consideration. Just then, despite successfully striking an enemy, Zhang was bewildered to see the creature remain unscathed. Adhesive cell, D-class, inflicting low damage and possessing no defensive attributes. This cellular organism exhibits remarkable self-healing abilities. Unless annihilated instantaneously, it will regenerate in a remarkably brief period. Low damage? For the moment, that was of little concern. Unable to dispatch the adhesive cell immediately, Zhang turned his attention to other foes. Before they could reach the perimeter wall, half of the monsters lay dead. A chilling howl erupted from a C-class monster, only to be followed by the astonishing resurrection of all slain foes. The cult, which C-class, though inflicting minimal damage, has the potential to augment the stress levels of the player's character. Alas, the oversight of targeting the lesser creatures first was regrettable. It was all due to this wretched identification system that failed to reveal the skills of the monsters, leaving no option but to focus on support units first. In a scenario where glory is sought in battle, it is customary to prioritize the elimination of support characters. Without their demise, other adversaries remain invulnerable. Yet, Zhang Hao was unable to discern the skills of the monsters, rendering him reliant on waiting for the enemies to reveal their abilities in order to understand their roles. Of course, if one possessed sufficient strength, a singular burst of area damage could obliterate all foes, but at present, Zhang Hao was incapable of such feats. As he readied himself to confront the initial creature, another C-class monster, the corrupted giant, unleashed its abilities, instilling a wave of nausea within Zhang Hao. Dizziness enveloped him, accompanied by a disconcerting urge towards despair, leading him to ponder the futility of existence. Utilizing a medical bandage proved fruitless, for the curse did not fall under the category of poison and remained unremedied. The D-class milk he had exchanged with Wei Jiadong was still untouched. Having reached D-class status, Zhang had been quenching his thirst with C-class water, nearly forgetting the milk. After consuming a bottle, he felt a slight reprieve. Finishing the last drop, clarity returned to his mind. The D-class milk merely offered a temporary reprieve from the mental affliction inflicted by the C-class creature. Zhang Hao's marksmanship was not particularly exceptional. A single shot would not suffice to fell a C-class monster, and he remained oblivious to the skills of the last C-class adversary. There was no choice but to charge forth into the fray. The giant sword was capable of inflicting area damage, and with 3 C-class monsters gathered together, it presented an opportune moment. Clad in the shoes he had recently acquired, Zhang Hao leaped into the midst of the 3 C-class foes, executing a sweeping strike. His melee weapon, equipped with knockback and knockdown capabilities, proved fortuitous this time as the creature inflicting mental damage was knocked down. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hao placed his trust in his armor, disregarding the remaining 2 C-class monsters. With one hand wielding the giant sword and the other brandishing a rifle, he engaged them. At such close range, aiming was rendered unnecessary. After dispatching the mental creature, Zhang Hao pivoted to systematically eliminate the support monster and the last remaining C-class foe. The third C-class creature exhibited no extraordinary effects. It was simply more resilient, exhibiting increased durability post-skill activation, making it a more time-consuming battle than the previous two combined. The earlier C-class Great White Shark remained uncertain whether it possessed skills or was simply dispatched before it could activate them. With several lesser creatures remaining, Zhang Hao utilized his agility to navigate the battlefield. Once he confirmed they lacked skills, he resolved to remain and eliminate them. The slaughter of these remaining monsters would take only a few minutes, with time still on his side before the clock struck midnight. Zhang Hao harbored no concerns regarding impending judgments. The remaining D-class creatures serve as a test of the wall's defensive capabilities and the monster's pathfinding mechanisms. There's both good news and bad news. The good news is that the D-class monsters inflict considerable damage on wooden frames, although they can be somewhat mitigated, while their damage to stone frames is significantly diminished, making them entirely suitable as a defensible wall. They are nearly incapable of breaching supply crates. The bad news is that, despite the monster's lack of high intelligence, 3 C-class monsters will not flee even when vanquished. They possess some cognitive ability. Their navigation mechanism is not entirely inept, making it impossible to devise a defensive strategy that creates a dedicated path for ambushes. After completing the tests, Zhang Hao utilized a rifle to send the monsters on their way to confront their 3 leaders. After some contemplation, Zhang Hao decided to retrieve all the supply crates and position them as the innermost line of defense around the house. He replaced the original defensive line entirely with frames, gradually substituting the wooden frames with stone ones. The location of the walls remained the same as the previous 70 by 70 dimensions, now expanded to 100 by 100. Zhang Hao did not alter this significantly. The additional space would serve other purposes, and when the island expands further, he could simply enclose it again. Once everything was in place, Zhang Hao sent a message in the chat channel, disseminating it across both the regional and district channels. Chapter 52. Acquiring zombie blood C-grade monsters may possess skills that yield unique effects. I remain uncertain whether the Great White Shark possesses such abilities. Should it have them? Those preparing to hunt the Great White Shark should exercise caution. Zhang Hao's words elicited a range of reactions among the survivors. Some expressed concern that the monsters would become more formidable with skills. What? They have abilities now? Will we ever live in peace? Others, however, saw a glimmer of hope in the notion of superpowers. Does that mean I could potentially possess superpowers too? Some survivors inquired about the apparent change in circumstances, questioning how it could be that superpowers had previously been dismissed. Zhang Hao took the opportunity to clarify. Today, I encountered other C-grade enemies that do possess skills. I'm still unsure if the Great White Shark has any skills or if it simply hasn't revealed them yet. He chose to leave it at that, refraining from mentioning that the expansion of the island would likely lead to earlier encounters with enemies. Let the survivors continue their discourse with a sense of intrigue. Zhang Hao turned to retire for the night. Upon awakening, the first thing Zhang Hao did was check the day's temperature. From this point forward, the daily high would remain below freezing, signaling the official onset of the harsh winter season in this survival world. He opened the chat channel, and indeed, the survivors had been roused from their slumber by the cold. They were all engaged in discussions about the temperature, venting their frustrations towards the entity that had brought them into this world. It was not long before someone remarked, "Don't you think today supply boxes offered more than usual?" You too? I thought it was just my good fortune today. Many concurred that the contents of today's supply boxes were indeed more plentiful than before. Through comparison and discussion, they confirmed that today's boxes contained additional wood, fabric, and other materials. Those fortunate enough might even receive cotton or bedding. Simultaneously, several individuals revealed house design blueprints. Although few had surfaced previously, interest was now renewed. The required materials were abundant, yet their utility was limited to providing shade and shelter from the wind. High prices deterred buyers, while low prices stifled sellers. And the low level of the designs made even the affluent Zhang Hao reluctant to invest. The changes in the supply boxes served as a clear signal to the survivors. Let go of any illusions regarding a warming climate. The temperatures ahead would only continue to plummet. Nevertheless, the survival world had left a glimmer of hope. The increased availability of warm items in the supply boxes meant that even those at the back of the pack could persevere with effort. It was time to begin stocking firewood, with daily deliveries planned until the temperatures began to rise. After completing these tasks, Zhang Hao moved on to retrieve the supply boxes. The yield from the ordinary supply box remained consistent. Zhang Hao had successfully crafted the workbench and chemistry station from 7 days to die, and his skills in planting and cooking were fully developed. The buffs from food now bestowed upon him greater enhancements and prolonged effects. However, the copper supply box delivered a delightful surprise. Instead of C-grade resources, it granted him 6D-grade solar panel schematics. Zhang Hao immediately constructed a solar power generator. Though the gasoline generator he previously utilized was efficient, the reliance on gasoline posed significant challenges. Consequently, he refrained from keeping the blade traps operational continuously. Now, with the solar generator, the energy amassed during daylight was sufficient to activate the 4 blade traps and sensors at the entrance of his dwelling during the night. There was no need to engage the traps during the day. Zhang Hao could simply activate them at night. The sound generated by the traps when in use was thunderous, serving as a formidable warning system. After completing his tasks on the island, Zhang Hao embarked on his raft, steering towards the direction he had traveled the previous day. As he approached the boundary of the island, he noticed signs of ice forming on the surface of the sea near the demarcation line. Once he crossed the boundary, the temperature plummeted instantaneously, dropping by at least 20 degrees. The temperature within the confines of the island was higher than that beyond its borders. However, the sluggish movement of seawater caused freezing to commence at the junction, where the temperature was low and the flow was minimal. According to the weather forecast, the temperatures around the island would converge with those here within 3 days, leading to inevitable freezing. Thus, Zhang Hao needed to hasten his journey. With the engine, even against the wind, his speed was remarkable. He reached the vicinity of his destination in less than a third of the time it had taken him the previous day. His first course of action was to assess the situation at the zombie gathering point. If it were feasible to engage, he would do so. Upon arriving at the red dot on the map, he encountered a small island, merely 600 square meters in area, which housed a 3-story building occupying approximately 300 square meters. Outside the building were a dozen zombies. Zhang Hao required no bestiary to identify them. There were no high-level zombies to cause concern. The most formidable among them was a level 4 ghost hand, which, aside from being slightly swifter, bore no significant difference from ordinary zombies. As long as they were not the corrupted supermodels or levels 7 and 8, Zhang Hao's current arsenal would suffice. He approached the vessel and swiftly eliminated the ghost hand and several ghost thorn zombies with a few well-aimed shots, leaving only the slow-moving decay and corpulent zombies. Even when these zombies reacted and attempted to attack Zhang Hao, their sluggishness rendered their efforts futile. Within a few steps, he dispatched them effortlessly. Upon the demise of the zombies, their bodies vanished, leaving behind dropped items. Typically, these consisted of rotting flesh and fabric. If fortune favored him, he might also find blood. This time, luck was on his side, as he collected several vials of level 1 blood, and the lone level 4 zombie yielded a bottle of level 4 blood. Biological essence, mutation, as indicated in the World Book, was a material that could serve as a substitute for mutated essence, although its direct usage posed risks. He carefully stored the blood, intending to sell it to the Black Knights later. After scavenging the supplies from the storage point outside the building, Zhang Hao proceeded to enter the structure. As soon as he stepped inside, a zombie appeared before him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hao pressed the trigger, emptying the magazine. He then reloaded with utmost speed, clearing the surrounding zombies. The zombies on the first floor were less formidable than those outside. Apart from the one that lunged at him, the others posed little challenge, allowing Zhang Hao to commence his search for supplies. This level is equipped with hospital beds, and Zhang Hao has discovered various medicines, including vitamins, antibiotics, and ointment for dermatitis, as well as seeds for medicinal plants, such as mint and ginger. Zhang Hao's medical supplies can now be prioritized. The role of vitamins is to restore health and stamina while alleviating fatigue. Antibiotics serve to cure poisoning, and Zhang Hao is capable of crafting them, as he has previously prepared a few spare doses, though he has yet to find an opportunity to use them. The second floor is similarly unchallenging. The zombies are not particularly formidable, with the strongest being only of the third tier. However, the rewards surpass those of the first floor, as he has uncovered 2 vials of BPP potion. BPP potion, grade C. This formula, brought from the mysterious East, has been successfully developed through the efforts of the Black Knight Medical Department. Upon consumption, it instantly restores a significant amount of stamina and energy, while simultaneously eliminating mental contamination of grade C and below, granting an extraordinary increase in life limits for 460 minutes, elevating it by 2 levels. In addition to restoring energy, the BPP potion is capable of alleviating mental contamination, temporarily compensating for Zhang Hao's lack of defenses against psychological damage. Upon reaching the third floor, Zhang Hao, well-versed in the various types of zombies, immediately spots a 6th-tier zombie, the Fear Dominator, standing to his right. Chapter 53. Slaying the 6th-order zombie. Reward. Cataclysm, the 6th-order zombie, known as the Fear Dominator, is classified as a B-tier creature within the World Book. Had it been the Rottingwood King, Zhang Hao would have undoubtedly retreated. However, considering the Fear Dominator, he felt compelled to take a chance. This 6th-order zombie, while possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities along with substantial health, was hindered by its limited reach. Drawing from the lessons learned from last night's defense of the island, Zhang Hao hastily constructed an electric net, intending to control the temporarily subdued foe and separate the enemies. Zhang Hao targeted the Fear Dominator and cast the electric net over it, managing to restrain it for several seconds. He then expeditiously cleared the surrounding zombies, disregarding the number of bullets, emptying his magazine to prevent any chance of the undead rising again. With each low-tier zombie he eliminated, Zhang Hao replenished the electric net to maintain control over the Fear Dominator. He fired, replenished the net, reloaded, and fired again, repeating this rhythm. Once he had eradicated the other zombies, Zhang Hao redirected his focus back to the Fear Dominator. Although the game allowed for melee weapons to be utilized outside of its attack range, the creature's disproportionately long arms dissuaded him from engaging in close combat. He remained stationary, firing his weapon, and upon failing to deliver a fatal blow, he would replenish the electric net and continue firing. It was only when the Fear Dominator collapsed that Zhang Hao ceased fire, waiting until the corpse dissipated and left behind its loot. He collected 2 B-tier essence of mutated creatures, 6th-order mutated blood. Congratulations, survivor. You have slain 3 B-tier creatures. At this point, the game system, which rarely communicated, spoke up. It indicated interference from external factors and that the system was undergoing restoration. For 3 minutes, both systems remained silent until the game system finally broke the quiet. The system has been restored, and external factors have been eliminated. The World Book then issued another reminder. Congratulations, survivor. You have slain 3 B-tier special monsters. As these foes are classified as special creatures and do not belong to the World's monsters, you may choose whether or not to issue a global announcement. Opting for silence, the survivor declined to make a world announcement and triggered the first kill reward, 1 B-tier Guardian chest, which advanced to an A-tier Guardian chest. As the enemies were not classified as world monsters, there were no prestige rewards. Survivor, you have 3 simultaneous C-tier and B-tier creature first kills, granting you 1 golden resource chest. As these foes are not world monsters, there are no title rewards. Survivor, you possess 3 simultaneous C-tier and your own strength is D-tier. Having repeatedly slain enemies of higher tiers, you have completed the feat of slaying B-tier enemies 2 levels above you, earning 1 golden resource chest and the title of Battle Maniac. Battle Maniac, special title awarded for completing at least 10 tier jumping kills, with 1 being a 2-level kill. Wearing this title increases all damage by 50, and this damage boost contributes to the final damage output. Zhang Hao can be considered quite fortunate, having acquired 1 A-level Guardian treasure chest and 2 gold supply chests, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 A-level and 2 B-level items, and the possibility of obtaining 3 A-level items if luck is on his side. He decided to store the 3 chests for later, intending to open them upon returning to the island. Concurrently, defeating B-level enemies bestowed upon Zhang Hao a substantial amount of experience points, allowing his character in 7 days to die to ascend 3 levels in one go. With the previous upgrades taken into account, Zhang Hao has now reached the capability to elevate better trading posts to level 1, thus securing more favorable trading discounts. Having resolved the zombie gathering point, Zhang Hao departed from the area. As he ascended onto his raft, the small island before him gradually faded away, disappearing from this realm. He set his course towards the airdrop point, which lay in close proximity to the previous large island. The airdrop site had refreshed at the park's location, and from his raft, Zhang Hao could clearly observe the park's condition, noting the absence of high-level enemies. He effortlessly dispatched the foes, first collecting the supplies in the vicinity. The park, adorned with grass and trees, proved fruitful, yielding seeds, including those of lemons. Approaching a water pool within the park, Zhang Hao spotted a chest marked with the indication of supplies hidden by others. With a hint of bemusement, he naturally reached for the chest, opening it to find some materials along with a Tier 2 D-level weapon. Grateful for the unexpected bounty, he proceeded to the airdrop point and confirmed the signal. After a brief wait, the roar of an aircraft resonated overhead, soaring above 500 meters. As it neared the designated site, the plane released a package, which subsequently descended precisely upon the airdrop point without a hint of deviation. Filled with anticipation, Zhang Hao opted to open the airdrop, revealing an array of supplies. The medical supplies for survival had significantly improved, with several items attaining a level rating. Among the notable items was the Alliance Military Detox Serum, C-level, capable of eliminating the negative status of poisoning while providing an immunity to C-level toxins for a duration of 60 minutes. The Alliance Military Portable Fire Extinguisher, C-level, could suppress the spread of external flames when used externally, and when applied to oneself, it could eradicate the burning negative status, also granting 60 minutes of C-level flame immunity. The Alliance Military Professional First Aid Kit even reached an A-level rating, capable of nullifying all negative effects, restoring substantial health, and bestowing a tri-level rapid health recovery and bleeding resistance for 60 minutes. In addition, there were various ungraded medications, such as cough syrup, blood sugar-lowering drugs, and insulin for treating assorted ailments. The food items, while not as extraordinary as the medical supplies, included the Alliance Military's craft black beer and flavorful self-heating hot pot, which, though lacking levels, were still delightful for a change of taste. After collecting the airdrop, with time still on his side, Zhang Hao set off towards the nearby large island to continue his exploration from the previous day. Much like the zombie exploration point, as Zhang Hao departed from Park Island, this island too dissolved from existence in this world. Upon arriving on the island, the first order of business was to make my way to the trading post and sell all the rare fish caught the previous day, thereby unlocking the second tier of goods. I promptly purchased all available basic and advanced bait, utilizing it along the island's shores. However, the highest grade of fish I managed to catch was merely C grade, which I decided not to keep, opting instead to sell them all to the trading post. Unfortunately, I was unable to unlock the first tier this time. I had accumulated a surplus of scrap, and my blueprints pertained to cultivation, specifically the earthen pots meant for planting a variety of flora, rendering further purchases unnecessary. Additionally, there was no need to acquire watering cans or detail boards. I did, however, procure a selection of ingredients, ensuring I obtained all the silver seaweed required for the recipes. After completing the recipe for the sumptuous stew, I found myself with a few trading tokens remaining, which I used to purchase some chili peppers and turmeric, exhausting my currency. Once I had secured all necessary items, I collected the supplies I had missed the previous day, knowing that this would be my final visit. Having gathered everything from the island, I then submerged myself to retrieve vital resources from beneath the waves. As dusk approached, I made my way back, boarding the wooden raft to depart. Chapter 54. Formal Collaboration. The European Union and the Haotian team today. Zhang Hao spent the day indulging in leisure, departing in the morning and returning to the island only at dusk. Upon his arrival home, his private messages erupted with incessant notifications. To his surprise, Three friends had been attempting to reach him since morning. Wei Jiadong had even sent a trade offer, proposing the Heart of Healing for exchange. Heart of Healing, B-class, crafted through alchemy by an anonymous dragon slayer. This heart possesses the ability to heal most injuries instantly, usable once per day. Howzy, if you find yourself gravely injured, remember to utilize this upon awakening. I currently have no pressing need for it on the island, Wei Jiadong noted. He had deliberated long before offering this item, ultimately choosing to trust Zhang Hao's character. Zhang Hao felt a wave of gratitude upon receiving the artifact. He then opted to respond to Lu Feng's message first, inquiring whether he had teammates. However, Lu Feng revealed that he already had a fixed team and politely declined Zhang Hao's invitation. In truth, Lu Feng was reluctant to assume a subordinate role. As the leader of his small group, joining Zhang Hao's team would likely relegated him to second in command. Nevertheless, Lu Feng assured Zhang Hao that he would spare no effort to assist him if needed. Zhang Hao perceived Lu Feng's sentiments, but bore no resentment. Seeking teammates was merely a spontaneous thought that arose while battling the Fear Dominator earlier. Currently, taking on the 6th-tier zombies and even the 7th-tier ones posed little concern. However, facing the 8th-tier zombies, particularly the mutated variants, alone would be perilously daunting. Engaging such formidable foes required constant control, as any lapse could result in immediate demise. Thus, Zhang Hao believed that rallying a few trustworthy allies would be prudent for their impending battles. He justified this by referring to a special dungeon. Given that the new city where the mutated variants resided indeed resembled a vast dungeon. After consulting Lu Feng, Zhang Hao turned to Wei Jiadong, elucidating that his envisioned alliance was one of mutual aid, distinct from the more rigid structures of the New World. He would provide resources for the development of other alliance members, with the understanding that they would collectively confront adversaries when the occasion arose, without undue interference in each other's affairs. Dongge, it's quite similar to our current setup. You focus on gathering intelligence about others and new materials, while I handle battle-related information. Wei Jiadong found himself somewhat intrigued by Zhang Hao's proposition, though he had other teammates to consider. But what about my teammates? He inquired. Zhang Hao sought elites, not mere fodder, and insisted that he would not require Wei Jiadong to rescue anyone during their endeavors in the new city. He clarified, this alliance comprises a select few, yet you may retain your other teammates. I've stated, this is a loosely knit alliance, devoid of excessive constraints. We cannot endure such rigidity. After pondering for a moment, Wei Jiadong replied that he needed to consult with his other teammates. Ultimately, he approached Zheng Yan, who was the teammate Zhang Hao most desired. This young woman would likely be more amenable to accepting a subordinate role. To Zhang Hao's delight, Zheng Yan immediately expressed her agreement, but stipulated one condition. He must also accept her other teammates. Yan, you should understand my intent. I aim to form a team of premier survivors. Zhang Hao nearly expressed that his teammates were inadequate. I understand, but my intention is not collaboration. Rather, it is dependency. Within our team, you possess absolute authority, Zheng Yan asserted resolutely. Zhang Hao did not anticipate such a declaration from Zheng Yan. Yet, did you not previously decline the New World, citing a desire to avoid reliance on others? He truly perceives himself as an emperor. If this is his demeanor before achieving success, what might he become once he does? Zheng Yan spoke with unreserved disdain regarding the New World. At that time, he was not even second, merely third, as the equipment was weaponry. His tone was grandiose. My refusal to join him was not due to a quest for freedom, but rather the necessity of finding a reliable teammate. However, I am not familiar with your companions, Zhang Hao lamented, displaying considerable indecision. Observing Zhang Hao's wavering stance, Zheng Yan unveiled her trump card, alliance credentials, and squad formation tokens. Alliance credentials, special item survivors who utilize this can establish an alliance, which is a loosely structured platform with minimal constraints on survivors, allowing them to join multiple alliances, provided they're not in a hostile state. Creating an alliance requires the payment of 1,000 survival coins. The capacity of an alliance is determined by its level, with newly created alliances classified as level 1, accommodating only 50 members. Squad formation token, special item, only the closest partners may form a squad, allowing survivors to join only one squad, within which members cannot harm each other. Damage resulting from operational errors, without subjective intent, does not count as mutual harm. The maximum number of members in a squad is jointly determined by the captain's level, with D level allowing the formation of a squad of 7. A squad of 7? Zhang Hao felt that the limited capacity of 7 was too meager. The alliance is indeed loose, and Zheng Yan clearly referred to the squad rather than the alliance. However, with only 7 positions available in the squad, Zheng Yan's teammates would hardly make a significant contribution. Brother Hao, my intention is for my teammates and I to join the alliance, but only I will join your squad, Zheng Yan declared, indicating that her teammates would not partake in the squad. But if that's the case, why join the squad at all? Wouldn't it suffice for everyone to join the alliance? The constraints of the squad are considerably greater, Zhang Hao pondered, somewhat perplexed. If it were for the sake of her teammates, wouldn't joining the alliance be equivalent? Because I trust you, Brother Hao. While your first acquisition of an A-level item may be attributed to luck, being the first to slay a C-level monster, and your venture so far out to sea must have its reasons. None of this can be mere chance. Even if it is all luck, Zheng Yan candidly expressed her belief in Zhang Hao's superiority, asserting that he surpassed the new world, making following him the wisest choice. All right, let us proceed with the transaction. Zhang Hao acquiesced. Once Zheng Yan transmitted the items, Zhang Hao promptly established a squad. What shall we name the squad? Zhang Hao, lacking creativity, struggled to conjure a suitable name. How about Hao Qian Squad? It incorporates your name, and Hao Qian is also a supreme deity, Zheng Yan suggested. That name is quite fitting. And for the alliance? What about the European Union, or the Emperor S Alliance for short? Zhang Hao found a name European Union to be acceptable. Isn't that name somewhat inauspicious? Zheng Yan remarked that this name seems to have lost its efficacy compared to before. What is there to fear? Here, I am the leader, regardless of the presence of those 3. Zhang Hao expressed his unwavering courage. Then why not call it Jiuzhou? I believe such a name should be reserved for the great ones. I do not consider myself among them. However, should someone from the New World dare to use that name, I will be the first to confront them. The names for both the squad and the alliance have been decided. Now, Zhang Hao merely needs to recruit Zheng Yan and Wei Jiadong. Currently, the squad consists of just Zhang Hao and Zheng Yan, while the alliance requires both Zheng Yan and Wei Jiadong to bring in more members. The number of teammates they possess is fewer than Zhang Hao had anticipated. Once everyone arrives, they will only total a little over 10. In the past 10 days, Zhang Hao has traded for a few individuals, and after inquiries, he has successfully brought them in, reaching a total of 20, still less than half of the maximum limit. On Zheng Yan's side, apart from herself, there are only 4 people. She even stated that she has merely these 4 friends, which is fewer than Zhang Hao's count. Among them is a female survivor ranked within the top 10 regionally, one of only 2 women in that echelon, forming a bond of solidarity. Wei Jiadong's group boasts a few more members, yet he has only brought along those whom he deems worthy, totaling 9 individuals. One of them is ranked 7th in a major district, holding several B-grade items and acquiring resources primarily related to construction, such as houses, warehouses, and workshops. He possesses 1 B-grade item, a badge. Labor is the most glorious, which accelerates the crafting speed of items, thereby reducing the cooldown time of crafting tools. He humorously lamented that his B-grade workshop seems to lack utility. He was initially overjoyed upon obtaining it, only to realize that he currently has no need for it. With a daily scarcity of materials, he originally had 3 hours each day dedicated to crafting, but with the use of the item, he completed all possible creations in less than an hour, leaving him with nothing to produce day after day. Can you trade me that item? It is of no use to him. It would be invaluable to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao's most pressing dilemma lies in the growing demand for item production juxtaposed with the lagging work speed. The sole function of this item is indeed to enhance work efficiency. The individual could not fathom why Zhang Hao desired this item. Surely, it cannot be due to a lack of time. This item gains significance only in the later stages of the game. If you truly wish for it, I will not mind trading. I will exchange it for B-grade water. Zhang Hao made his offer. Before he could state the amount, the individual agreed, fearing that Zhang Hao might retract his offer. Ultimately, Zhang Hao acquired the badge in exchange for 3 units of B-grade water. Upon obtaining the badge, Zhang Hao immediately donned it. Witnessing the speed of crafting wooden frames and the production of wood from the toolbox accelerate dramatically, feeling as though he had struck gold. Meanwhile, the other party felt equally fortunate, as high-grade food has already proven to enhance not only physical strength, but also significantly aid in recovery of stamina and injuries. At this moment, Wei Jiadong urged Zhang Hao to elaborate on the purpose of the alliance. The alliance imposes no mandatory requirements on its members. Its primary function is to provide an independent platform for trade and communication among closely knit survivors. In addition, there exists the Alliance Contribution and the Alliance Store, where basic resources, namely wood, stone, and foundation stone, alongside survival coins and premium supplies can be exchanged for Alliance contributions. These contributions may then be utilized to acquire items from the Alliance Store. There is a daily cap on the donation of basic resources and survival coins, while premium supplies can be donated without limit. Each 100 units of wood can be exchanged for 10 contributions, with a maximum of 100 transactions allowed. Zhang Hao, however, directly donated 10,000 units of wood. The goods in the Alliance Store are randomized, their quality bound to the Alliance's level. Currently, there are no items appealing to Zhang Hao, with the best offerings being D-grade food and a D-grade backpack limited to 1 purchase. To upgrade the Alliance, certain tasks must be completed. The first task requires the Alliance to reach 50 members, with at least 10 individuals attaining D-grade and the leader achieving C-grade, alongside a total contribution of 10,000. This is not an easy feat to accomplish in a short time. Contributions can be gifted among members, prompting Zhang Hao to send a message to Zheng Yan. Yan, I am giving you 10,000 wood to maximize our contributions. All right, Zheng Yan replied. After receiving the wood and submitting it to the Alliance, she transferred the contributions to Zhang Hao. Other members soon noticed that both Zhang Hao and Zheng Yan had reached 1,000 contributions, leading many to exchange resources within their means. However, the cost of 100 wood for a single exchange remains steep for the majority, as 100 wood could procure 3 pounds of fish meat. While the items in the Alliance Store are enticing, they are nonetheless expensive. Aside from Wei Jiadong, who reluctantly made 10 exchanges, only 2 others on the leaderboard managed to exchange 5 times, while the remaining members exchanged only once or twice. Zhang Hao remained unconcerned. The most challenging aspect of upgrading the Alliance lies in its level, and he and Zheng Yan possess sufficient contributions for that endeavor. Chapter 55. No longer residing in a matchbox as the leader of the Alliance, Zhang Hao had the authority to issue tasks for the Alliance members, enabling both parties to receive contribution rewards upon completion. Should Zhang Hao refrain from providing rewards, the Alliance would compensate with contributions, resulting in the collection of any submitted task items by the survival world. Conversely, if Zhang Hao did offer rewards, he would acquire the items submitted by the members. Naturally, Zhang Hao opted to furnish rewards himself. He promptly announced a long-term task, seeking rare materials and high-level blueprints, also rewarding with Alliance contributions. To put it more simply, this arrangement allowed Zhang Hao and other members to trade while benefiting from the Alliance's rewards, a far more advantageous deal than those available in the trading market or through Alliance contributions. Several of Wei Jiadong's teammates, along with a few individuals Zhang Hao had recruited, indeed possessed a stockpile of items, having submitted dozens of luminous crystals, coupled with an assortment of peculiar materials. Had Zhang Hao not just allocated 1,000 contributions to Zheng Yan, he would have been compelled to suspend the tasks temporarily. He meticulously identified various materials: beast hides, beast tendons, silk, and azure water stones, among others, retaining those he deemed useful while distributing the less significant ones to his teammates. The small team lacked a shop, its primary function being to prevent teammates from deliberately harming one another, as well as to disallow arbitrary departure from the group. Exiting the team would incur a penalty, resulting in the loss of certain resources, which meant that even if the captain occasionally overstepped, members would refrain from leaving unless absolutely necessary. Additionally, team members could exchange facilities. However, Transactions outside the team were prohibited, subject to a portion of the transaction fee being submitted to the world ledger. Zhang Hao promptly inquired about Zheng Yan's intentions, and upon her agreement, he exchanged some soil with her. He encouraged her to utilize the soil for land cultivation, while also gifting her some foundation stones to facilitate the expansion of her island for planting. Of course, this was not without cost. In return, the harvest from this land would be considered Zhang Hao's share, effectively making his investment in the soil and foundation stones. While Zheng Yan contributed blueprints, the farmland from the survival world, although inferior to Zhang Hao's, as previously mentioned, had the advantage of being accessible to all survivors. Alongside her time and effort, this arrangement relieved Zhang Hao from the tedious tasks of planting, which consumed considerable time in daily water fetching and irrigation, allowing him to focus on enhancing his skill proficiency. As a form of compensation, Zhang Hao could not neglect his responsibilities as the leader. He also provided Zheng Yan with some D-grade food to expedite her advancement to D-grade. He reserved C-grade food and B-grade water for himself, prioritizing his own progression to C-grade first. Upon receiving the foundation stones, Zheng Yan immediately set to work, placing the soil, tree fields, and front yard cultivation areas in front of her house. Although Zheng Yan's dwelling remained a D-grade house, it appeared considerably more aesthetic than Zhang Hao's, though few structures could be deemed more unsightly than a matchbox. As for Zheng Yan's teammates, having promised to accept them, Zhang Hao would not retract his word, and this arrangement provided an opportunity for them to assist with various tasks. Zhang Hao provided them with a batch of materials, instructing them to adjust the transaction scope to a global level, aiming to acquire survival coins and blueprints. While he paid little attention to the blueprints they obtained, he insisted that all survival coins be traded back to him, promising to supply survival resources in return. Although Zheng Yan assured him of their integrity, Zhang Hao remained cautious, having given only a modest amount of resources in the initial batch. Nonetheless, for these individuals, it was still a significant sum. In order to acquire valuable items on a worldwide scale, Zhang Hao had to invest, directly providing each person with 2 D-class weapons. Once Zhang Hao organized their tasks, he proceeded to open the 3 treasure chests he had acquired that day. From a guaranteed Guardian's chest, he unveiled an A-class upgrade blueprint for a seaside villa. Among the remaining 2 golden resource chests, one yielded an A-class item, while the other returned only the minimum B-class item. The island shield, A-class, a defensive facility activated by the power of crystal stones, which, once engaged, diminishes the island's visibility, thereby reducing the likelihood of enemy detection. It exhibits remarkable resistance to natural changes, stabilizing the environmental conditions within its range. Resource Extractor, B-class, a facility capable of harnessing solar or crystal energy to collect resources within the island's vicinity. The island shield, while effective in stabilizing the natural environment, proved somewhat redundant, as its ability to simultaneously reduce enemy detection was not ideal. Zhang Hao decided to place it in a random location for the time being. Upon receiving the Resource Extractor, Zhang Hao lent it to Zheng Yan, enabling him to gather several resource chests daily, particularly copper resource chests. Since the great white shark could not reach the shore, this had been previously demonstrated, as individuals from a new world had managed to evade the attacks of the great white shark and its accompanying school by swiftly reaching the shore. The A-class house, aside from its aesthetic appeal, allowed for the internal division of various areas, such as a workshop, library, bedroom, and kitchen, while also enhancing the attributes of each room. The design blueprint even included a biogas pool and livestock shed. Unlike other areas, these 2 features were inherent to the blueprint and boasted A-class effectiveness. The house was impressively spacious, standing 4 stories tall, with an interior area of 700 square meters and the combined area of the livestock shed and yard totaling 1,000 square meters, culminating in an overall area of 500 square meters. This surpassed the island area of all other survivors, except for Zhang Hao, and even the livestock shed alone was larger than the majority of survivors' islands. Fortunately, this was an upgrade blueprint rather than a basic blueprint, which meant Zhang Hao did not need to gather additional materials. He simply had to upgrade the existing structure. Upon clicking Upgrade, He was notified of insufficient space and needed to remove the facilities surrounding the previous matchbox structure. After successfully upgrading, Zhang Hao found himself within the villa. The entrance featured an impressive high ceiling, with natural marble flooring, and the living room boasted a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows, complemented by essential leather sofas and wool carpets. Adjacent to the living room were the dining room and kitchen, where Zhang Hao noticed that his cooking station, campfire, and kitchen, doomsday preparations enthusiast, had all merged into the kitchen space. While the cooking station and kitchen were modern in style, the stone structure of the campfire awkwardly occupied the central island. The second floor comprises a lounge, an activity room, and a bedroom. The lounge is equipped with a home theater, which Zhang Hao has taken the liberty to activate, although it lacks any stored films. The third floor features the master bedroom and an indoor swimming pool, in addition to half of the fourth floor, which boasts a rooftop terrace. The villa is fully electrified, with a refrigerator, oven, toilet, and bathroom, all of which are standard items, devoid of any enhancements, purely for the sake of enjoyment. Zhang Hao then proceeded to the biogas pit and a livestock shed, which indeed live up to their A-grade facilities. The livestock shed is fully automated, significantly enhancing both yield and growth rates. When paired with high-quality feed, there is a chance to elevate the grade of the livestock. The primary function of the biogas pit, aside from supplying gas, is to provide A-grade fertilizer. The manure from the animals in the shed is automatically collected into the biogas pit. After inspecting the villa, Zhang Hao moved all of his belongings to the master bedroom on the third floor. He also remembered to construct a rudimentary watchtower beside the villa for the purpose of observing beyond the surrounding walls. Chapter 56. News from local merchants in the survival world. Zhang Yan, determined not to be underestimated by Zhang Hao, promptly seized all the resource crates as soon as they became available. Once the crates vanished, the ferocious shark indeed went into a frenzy, circling Zhang Yan's island with its minions. It attempted to leap and attack her, but with her position on the island and surrounded by the framework sent by Zhang Hao, its efforts proved futile. After several unsuccessful attempts, the shark retreated after swimming around a few more times. Sensing the danger had passed, Zhang Yan sent a message to Zhang Hao. "Thank you, Brother Hao. From now on, I shall be able to collect several resource crates each day." A night of silence followed. The next day, Zhang Hao awoke on time, crawling out of bed, immediately feeling the biting cold that had truly arrived. According to the weather forecast, today marked the onset of the survivalist's nightmare. Even with a campfire for warmth, the coldest hours of the night would be grueling. Although the sun had risen, Zhang Hao could still feel the chill, and looking out from his bedroom window toward the sea, he noticed that the distant waters had begun to freeze, with ice creeping toward the island. Everyone sensed the impending danger, causing prices for all potential warming items to skyrocket. Yet no one was willing to sell. Some prominent survivalists, lacking insulated homes, were actively seeking to purchase house blueprints in the chat channels and trading markets. House blueprints were indeed available, primarily from other survivalists who felt hopeless about gathering materials within a few days and preferred to return to a semblance of safety. Those with villas equipped with air conditioning could survive, but a fireplace was far more effective. It required only firewood and could achieve temperatures soaring to 70 or 80 degrees, far superior to heating from air conditioning. Additionally, a condenser utilizing ice blocks could drop temperatures to a chilling -10 degrees, also outperforming air conditioning. Zhang Hao replenished the energy-efficient fireplace with firewood, igniting it for warmth. The consumption was minimal, and he intended to extinguish it before returning from outside, ensuring he could quickly restore his body temperature. Consulting the weather forecast, he noted that on the 10th day, temperatures would plummet to their lowest, with nighttime dropping below -50 degrees. Without adequate shelter, illness was inevitable. Survival hinged on whether his stock of D-grade food and medical supplies would suffice. Fortunately, the 11th day promised a significant warming trend, returning to normal temperatures within 3 days, with the most arduous days being the 9th and 10th. Seizing the opportunity before the sea completely froze, Zhang Hao hastened to the locations of other merchants. After collecting the resource crates and organizing his haul, he boarded his raft. The raft, now equipped with an engine, allowed him to swiftly navigate to the remaining 4 merchants. Mijia, Gar, Justin, and Stephen Zhou within a day. This journey led him to Stephen Zhou, with a slight detour allowing him to pass by Gar. Though Gar was a notorious swindler, his prices were still more reasonable compared to the current market rates and the allied shop. In comparison, Gar's demeanor appeared notably more amiable. The journey was uneventful, and upon arriving at Gar's location, Zhang Hao discovered components for knives, handguns, and gun barrels available for purchase. He promptly bought them, along with rifle and handgun ammunition, as well as gunpowder. As for orders, Gar was unworthy of such trust. The ammunition he acquired from the refreshes was sufficient for his needs. Departing from Gar, Zhang Hao hastily made his way towards Stephen Zhou. The journey was lengthy, and the sea grew increasingly tumultuous, with towering waves reaching heights of over 10 meters. Standing on the deck, Zhang Hao was compelled to retreat to the cabin, observing the outside world through the window. As he approached within 5 kilometers of Stephen Zhou, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a colossal creature swimming past the window. He dashed out of the cabin, yet found nothing. Surely he could not have been mistaken? Just as he was about to return, the surface of the ocean surged, revealing the massive being once more before his eyes. The Leviathan, juvenile sea monarch, grade A, was gargantuan, yet possessed a relatively gentle disposition. It would not concern itself with his presence unless provoked. This creature predominantly inhabited the vicinity of the sea monarch prison. With its grade A classification in youth, one could only surmise that it would attain an S rank in adulthood. Its sheer size precluded any notion of weakness, and Zhang Hao was relieved by its placid nature. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly find himself in peril, as he did not believe he could withstand such a creature. Despite the imminent danger, a new locale emerged. The sea monarch prison, the Leviathan, entity suggestive of a civilization. Regaining his composure, Zhang Hao continued onward, and the subsequent few kilometers passed without incident. Stephen Zhou, purportedly a merchant of blood, was actually involved in the procurement of zombie blood at exorbitant prices. The total expenditure for the acquisition of third-tier blood was insufficient, prompting Zhang Hao to invest a considerable amount of wood into the transaction. The primary cost stemmed from the medical ammunition Type 3, a life-saving cartridge capable of rapidly restoring substantial health. Stephen Zhou was obliged to place an order, and Zhang Hao opted to trade with 6th-tier blood, purchasing only what he desired, albeit at a significantly elevated price. Although the value of 6th-tier blood was exorbitant, the surplus value could enhance his rapport with the merchants. An increase in rapport could lead to a reduction in the prices of goods, 5% for each heart, capped at 5 stars. Upon reaching Stephen Zhou, Zhang Hao inquired if they had encountered other survivors. Stephen Zhou replied that such individuals did not exist within this realm. Any other survivors they might encounter would wholly disregard them. Even their yachts could not approach. Only Zhang Hao and those he brought could perceive them, as they served solely the players who sought survival, excluding non-players from their services. Zhang Hao felt a wave of relief. The small island from which the airdrop had occurred had dissipated spontaneously, and he had worried that other survivors might also encounter these merchants. Just before his departure, Stephen Zhou recalled something and informed Zhang Hao. While other survivors could not find them, the original merchant, James Bond, had indeed seen them. Where are they? Zhang Hao inquired urgently upon hearing of other merchants. It is unclear. These merchants do not have fixed locations like us. They are perpetually on the move and seem to consciously avoid your island, Stephen Zhou explained. You are aware of our location? Zhang Hao questioned, somewhat perplexed. We certainly are. Your position, along with others, is transparent to us merchants. If we lack this capability, how can we transport goods in this world? Stephen Zhou replied with an air of superiority. Then what about that courier? Zhang Hao recalled the past few days spent in the apocalyptic preparation store, where he had been both purchasing and selling goods. The courier had remained expressionless throughout. He had thought that these NPCs would not willingly divulge any information. It was likely that the couriers simply did not want to engage with him, as who would wish to converse with a customer venturing into a world with only a solitary buyer? Stephen Zhou chuckled heartily, mocking Zhang Hao for being that overly inquisitive customer. Chapter 57. The onset of the death tide. With a slight, awkward chuckle, Zhang Hao inquired, So, are you privy to any other information? For instance, the origin of the name of the Void Island, or why its size cannot exceed certain limits. Indeed, I am aware, Zhou replied, prompting Zhang Hao to press further. Then please enlighten me. Zhang Hao, ever eager to glean information without cost, was met with a retort. Do you possess any adventure points? Naturally, Zhang Hao did not, for his intention was to gain insights without expenditure. Upon realizing his attempt to obtain information for free had failed, and confirming that the locations and quests he derived from the game system were undiscoverable by other survivors, he took his leave. Though devoid of adventure points, he did have provisions. Sister Mi, a merchant of intelligence, would be consulted the following day. While traversing the route back to the island, he encountered a minor isle, lacking a trade station, which only larger islands possessed. With time to spare, he decided to harvest resources from this small island, primarily copper, plastic, and seaweed found beneath the waves. He returned to the island at dusk and inquired about the others' bounties. Zhang Yan and her group had acquired 300 survival coins, and after mentally calculating, Zhang Hao was confident that no one had embezzled funds. Even if there had been some misappropriation, his interests remained unscathed. Their ability to negotiate prices was a testament to their prowess, a matter he neither wished nor could control. Well done. In addition to survival coins and crystal stones, have you also procured some foundation stones? He encouraged. Afterward, he distributed some D-grade water from the moon well to the others, for one cannot expect the horse to run without allowing it to graze. By the way, how good. You've just returned and may not be aware of today's events, Zhang Yan remarked. What events? What calamity has transpired? Why have so many perished? Zhang Hao hastily opened the chat channel, only to witness the regional population plummet from over 9,500 last night to just above 9,200, a staggering loss of over 300 souls in less than a day. Today, the sharks had exhibited heightened aggression and cunning. What seemed like a solitary shark was merely waiting for its companions, leading to many being caught off guard, as Zhang Yan explained. What? The sharks have evolved in intelligence? But even so, how could so many perish? How many ventured out to sea? He pondered aloud. A mortality rate of 3% in a single day was unsustainable. At this rate, they would be extinct within a year. Many succumbed to the cold or illness. Temperatures had plummeted overnight, and numerous individuals had fallen ill with fever. Some, who had not died by morning, went unnoticed until they gradually passed in the afternoon. The weather forecast delineated a day from midnight to midnight. Yet Zhang Hao and the other survivors had accustomed themselves to regarding the morning after waking as the beginning of a new day. Thus, the drop in temperature had actually commenced in the early hours. As Zhang Yan shared this grim news, her heart grew heavy. Witnessing the loss of so many lives within a single day was a sorrowful burden. Zhang Hao felt similarly, and for a moment, both were rendered speechless. We can only ensure our own survival. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon this wretched world. Zhang Hao, as a man, must first emerge from his despair to offer solace to Zhang Yan. Thank you, Hao Ge. You will lead us to survive, won't you? In the face of sorrow. Zhang Yan finds herself unable to move on, glancing around to realize that Zhang Hao is her sole pillar of support. I assure you, we will endure. Zhang Hao speaks not only to Zhang Yan, but also to himself. What he does not voice is the grim reality that by dawn, Zhang Yan may discover that the loss of 300 souls in a single day is merely a prelude. At this moment, the chat channel is in chaos, with regions inundated by notifications of their respective death tolls. As the number of survivors dwindles before their eyes, apathy is a luxury none can afford. Damn it, why must we suffer? If you wish for our demise, could you not be more straightforward? A voice cries out in madness. Brothers, I fear I cannot endure much longer. My supplies have been laid bare. To those fortunate enough, please live on in my stead. Some, their consciousness fading, resolve to perform a final act of kindness before their end. Better to perish fighting a shark than to freeze to death, they think, even in death. There's a certain valor. Yet, as they confront their fate, the outcome is merely a slip that fills the shark's belly. When the apocalypse truly descends, morality collapses entirely. What once lurked in shadows is laid bare. Some female survivors make overt propositions, stating that warmth will be rewarded. How can you behave this way? Some cannot bear it, and voice their discontent in the regional channel. What is wrong with us? Is it not fair that I trade my efforts for a chance at survival? Must I simply accept death? Others scoff, insisting that those speaking from a place of privilege cannot comprehend the plight of the desperate. You have no need to worry about survival. Why should you dictate our actions? Yet, there are supporters of the previous speaker. I too find this behavior inappropriate. However, the conversation shifts. But what good is an offer when we cannot meet in person? The chat channel rages on, while Zhang Hao silently observes. After some contemplation, he lists another batch of firewood, limiting the purchase to 3 units per person per day, knowing that even 3 units can sustain them through the coldest hours. Others notice this change while purchasing firewood. Look, the esteemed 180 has restocked firewood, and this time it is limited. Long live 180. I can finally obtain firewood. Yet, the supply remains woefully insufficient. Oh, how I wish for more. They plead. Let's not burden 180. With so many in need, it is impossible to satisfy everyone. We shall have to rely on our speed. Perhaps, could the esteemed one establish a fixed time for restocking? This request is met with agreement from Zhang Hao. Very well. I shall restock firewood every night at 9. By the way, I sent a message to Zheng Yan, reminding her to keep herself alert each day. I also provided her with some firewood, suggesting that if she fails to contact him one day, she could simply place it for sale in her shop. The night passed in silence. Upon rising the next day, Zhang Hao immediately opened the World Book, and indeed, the number of individuals in the region had dwindled to below 9,000, now resting at a mere 800. In just one night, 500 lives have been lost. The basics of survival, food, clothing, shelter, are paramount, and it is no coincidence that firewood and clothing rank at the top. Survivors may endure a few days without food, and the emergence of provisions on the second or even third day can extend their survival time. However, the biting cold and insufficient means of warmth render it nearly impossible to endure a single night. Even with a campfire, it remains feeble in the face of nature's calamities. Chapter 58, The Only Path to Survival. Unveiling the house blueprint today, I received a house blueprint for an ice house common from an ordinary supply box. This unique abode, constructed from blocks of ice, takes on a hemispherical shape. The minuscule gaps between the ice blocks effectively thwart the biting cold winds. Alas, I already possess an A-grade mansion. Perhaps I shall inquire among the Alliance members if they have any interest in this design. At that moment, Zheng Yan sent a message. Brother Hao, today I opened a supply box and obtained a house blueprint for a maplewood cabin. Although it is common, it is specifically noted for its excellent cold resistance. And the crafting process is relatively uncomplicated, requiring no intricate materials. Furthermore, Zhao Tianjin, another prominent female survivor among the top 10, has also uncovered a house blueprint from a copper supply box today. I wanted to ask if you managed to acquire any house blueprints? The maple wood cabin, typically featuring double or even triple glazed windows, it effectively prevents heat loss. Additionally, a highly efficient heating system, such as a fireplace, is installed to ensure warmth within. Please hold on. I have yet to open a copper supply box. However, I did find a house blueprint from the ordinary supply box. Zhang Hao replied. Afterward, he opened the copper supply box, and indeed, he also obtained a house blueprint, albeit a D-grade one. D-grade cylindrical house, constructed with 6 layers of insulating material to enhance warmth retention. The circular design minimizes heat loss, thus conserving energy. Seeing this, Zhang Hao speculated and posed a question to the Alliance. Has anyone else found house blueprints today? Is it a certainty that copper supply boxes yield house blueprints? Wei Jiadong and another leading survivor confirmed that they indeed received house blueprints from their copper supply boxes and were preparing to trade them with others. Although several others had yet to acquire a copper supply box, one individual mentioned that he too had discovered a house blueprint. Are these all inclined towards warmth? Those who had received house blueprints affirmed this observation. In light of this, Zhang Hao addressed the regional channel. Everyone, those of you capable of venturing out to sea in the next couple of days should do so. Strive to secure copper supply boxes. We can practically confirm that today, as copper supply boxes will yield at least one ordinary house blueprint, favoring warmth. Additionally, I encourage those unable to set sail at this moment. Ordinary supply boxes also have a chance of yielding house blueprints. Let's all strive to gather as many supply boxes as possible. Is that true, boss? Other survivors appeared to find hope in his words. It should be true. Everyone in our alliance who has opened a copper supply box has acquired a house blueprint. I suspect tomorrow will yield similar results. And some individuals may have surplus house blueprints to trade with others. Wonderful. To all the esteemed elders, should you possess extra house blueprints, do remember your humble grandson. Boss, what does alliance mean? Are the prominent figures collaborating? Did you just connect to the network? The prominent figures have been collaborating for quite some time, but I've never heard of the 180 boss having any teammates. What you refer to as an alliance must be this, alliance proof. Goodness, such a thing exists? Why don't you establish your own alliance? Your words resonate with me. There exists a new world, where I witnessed someone issuing an alliance certificate and hastily messaged him to inquire if it was for sale. The individual was quite straightforward, stating that he had no need for supplies, but his sole requirement was to join the alliance. The new world readily acquiesced and established the alliance, shamelessly naming it New World. Unlike others, New World had a plethora of acquaintances, far surpassing Zhang Hao, yet the positions in the Level 1 alliance were insufficient, compelling him to prioritize inviting individuals based on the strength of their relationships. Should anyone possess an alliance certificate, feel free to message me. I am willing to purchase it at a high price. Observing the absence of a limit on alliance numbers, New World contemplated acquiring even more certificates. Does the esteemed leader of New World lack an alliance? I have already created one, but the numbers are overwhelming and position scarce, hence my desire to procure additional ones. Our New World Alliance boasts a considerable membership, strong and formidable, including 3 members among the top 10 in the 138 region and 2 in the overall top 10. So those interested in joining may message me. Seizing the opportunity, New World took a moment to promote itself. Upon comparison, Zhang Hao discovered that New World S Alliance had identical statistics to his own, with both featuring 3 members in the regional top 10 and 2 in the overall top 10, excluding the 138 region. However, New World S ordinary survivors were numerous. What advantage does a throng of unremarkable individuals provide? This is not the current world, and the alliance lacks stringent constraints. The more people there are, the greater the drawbacks. Nevertheless, New World S call seemed to activate a response, prompting various small teams of prominent survivors to express interest in acquiring alliance certificates, even if they remained uncertain of the alliance's specific functions, as they were reluctant to be left behind. After sending his message, Zhang Hao inquired about the type of house Zhengyan possessed, to which she replied that it too was a D-grade house, albeit not particularly warm. Zhang Hao then offered to trade his D-grade cylindrical house design to Zhengyan, asking if her materials were sufficient. Thank you. How good? I have enough materials. In truth, Zhengyan was slightly short on materials, but they were not particularly rare, and the designs revealed today were not overly challenging to construct. She planned to exchange with others, not wanting to trouble Zhang Hao. That is good to hear. By the way, how many people in your group still lack houses? Zhang Hao asked Zhengyan. With the design you provided, we have enough now. Tianjun and I acquired 2 more designs today, and previously, 1 person already had a house. Noticing that their team was now fully accommodated, Zhang Hao thought to offer the extra design to the alliance members. Although he had only considered them after filling his team, he felt the need to express the sentiment. I have an extra house design. You all can discuss among yourselves who might need it. How many materials are required? Esteemed leader? No materials needed. Consider it a gift from me. Additionally, Donggu, I hope the house design on your end is also sold to alliance members. While the alliance may not impose strict constraints, camaraderie can serve as a form of bond, and these individuals are indeed teammates. Wei Jiadong, touched by Zhang Hao's generosity, reflected that it was indeed worthwhile to join his team. Although the alliance was described as loose and friendly, such words were merely for show within the same alliance. Zhang Hao, being the strongest, would undoubtedly assume the role of leader. The leader, exuding a sense of grandeur, declared, Haozi, let us entrust the house design blueprint to those individuals you brought in. The blueprints for our own residences are surplus and shall be allocated to our previous team. Zhang Hao had no objections to this arrangement. The individuals that Zhang Hao had recruited had not anticipated receiving the house design blueprints, yet fortune smiled upon them. The 3 surplus blueprints were swiftly deliberated upon, and the fortunate recipients would provide corresponding materials to others. There is no need for others to be anxious. Should additional house design blueprints become available tomorrow, they will be allocated to the members of the Alliance. We have 5 individuals on the leaderboard, and both Yuan and I can assure that we will secure our daily supply of copper resource boxes. Zhang Hao also offered words of comfort to those who did not receive the house design blueprints. Chapter 59. The Flavor of the Sea. I am well acquainted with the essence of the ocean, as well as its secrets. Jiadong. It is no surprise that the boss can secure the copper supply box. But what of Zhongyan? Lu Jia, Wei Jiadong's classmate and teammate, inquired about the situation. It must be that Haozi provided him with some kind of tool, for we are not alike. Wei Jiadong was certain that Zhang Hao had granted him a useful item. Zhongyan lacked the capability. Are you suggesting that Zhongyan has genuinely joined the boss's ranks? What about us? Unlike Wei Jiadong, Lu Jia did not harbor any resentment towards this development. He had known Wei Jiadong only in the present world, as they were classmates. However, while Wei Jiadong enjoyed a privileged background, excelling in academics and achievements, Lu Jia had only managed to secure a modest position as an ordinary worker. For Lu Jia, Zhang Hao was distinct from Wei Jiadong. He did not desire to become a subordinate of Wei Jiadong, for fear that their friendship might become strained, transforming their address from Jiadong to Weizong. Yet, aligning himself with Zhang Hao did not carry such apprehensions. In the present world, being a worker for anyone was merely working, and he had transitioned from being a lowly worker to an esteemed one, not quite a vice president, but certainly at the level of a department head. Wei Jiadong understood his friend's sentiments, yet he found it difficult to relinquish his pride. Initially, he had expressed his unwillingness to rely on others. But now faced with challenges, he contemplated dependence once more. How would Zhang Hao perceive this? However, recalling his recent plight of being relentlessly pursued by the ferocious shark, relying solely on luck and desperately scrambling for the copper supply box, he felt that being a second-in-command might not be so insufferable after all. Let me ponder this further. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Wei Jiadong decided to postpone the decision for the time being. Very well. Take your time to reflect, Lu Jia said, placing his trust in Wei Jiadong. Once Zhang Hao had arranged the tasks and found himself without further obligations, he exchanged a few words with Zhongyan before embarking on a quest across the sea to seek out a merchant. The merchant he aimed to find today was Sister Mi, Yin and I, a trader of materials and intelligence. In order to glean information from Sister Mi, Zhang Hao prepared his ingredients into delectable dishes. Unsure if she would accept B-grade water, he thought the best offering would be the survival recipe from the Raft, Shark Feast. Previously, he had exchanged silver sea dates on the Big Island, and rather than consuming them himself, he transformed them into meals to present to Sister Mi. Shortly after Zhang Hao set off, other survivors, as if adhering to a prearranged plan, also rushed towards the sea. Surprisingly, the most frequently traded items in the marketplace today were not food or warm clothing, but rather the rental of boats and weapons. Those survivors with adequate strength were willing to expend considerable resources to acquire copper supply boxes. Meanwhile, those lacking sufficient strength were braving the cold, wandering along the shore, hoping for another chance at a supply box in the hopes of obtaining a house blueprint. Some individuals were fortunate enough to evade the ferocious shark, returning laden with spoils, while others narrowly escaped with their lives, and some met their demise beneath the waves. Securing a house blueprint, or trading for one from others, had become the sole lifeline for these survivors. Yet, regardless of the path taken, the more supply boxes, the better. As Zhang Hao passed the boundary of the island, he sensed something amiss. Today his pace seemed to lag slightly. Upon examining the map once more, Zhang Hao realized something amiss. It appeared that the area had indeed shrunk. Previously, the distance was supposed to be 2 kilometers, yet now it seemed to extend nearly 3 kilometers. Initially, Zhang Hao perceived the expansion as a positive development, believing that the survivors' island now enjoyed a broader protective range. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that while the visibility distance had increased from 2 kilometers to 3 kilometers. This also meant that the enemies could detect them more easily. After a brief moment of solemnity for the other survivors, Zhang Hao set off towards Sister Mia's location. There was another medical merchant in a different direction, but he would certainly not make it in time today. If he could venture out to sea tomorrow, he would do so. If the sea remained frozen, the merchant would become irrelevant. Arriving at Sister Mia's, Zhang Hao first attempted to exchange B-grade water and was relieved to discover that it was indeed permissible, with its value calculated according to B-grade standards rather than ordinary water. This brought him some comfort, as Sister Mia's goods, while exceptional, were notoriously expensive. Food and water held a value enhancement of approximately 1.2 times at her establishment, making the use of B-grade water a prudent choice. Zhang Hao seldom consumed his daily supply of B-grade water and was reluctant to sell it to others before he had a pressing need. Now, it was perfectly suited for trading with Sister Mi. He promptly purchased advanced materials, gasoline, and fuel, along with plastic items and chemicals, ensuring he did not overlook placing an order. The B-grade water was indeed valuable, and even with the order, it required minimal expenditure. Following the transaction, he sought to gather information from Sister Mi. Sister Mi, did you have any preparations before coming here? He inquired. To speak plainly, what are you trying to ask? Sister Mi responded in her usual forthright manner. I'd like to know why this place is called the Void Island, Zhang Hao asked, addressing his most pressing concern. This question is something I am not entirely certain about at the moment, Sister Mi replied, only revealing half of her thoughts. However, Zhang Hao, familiar with her preferences, handed her a C-grade shark feast along with 5 ordinary hamburgers. Upon seeing them, Sister Mi's eyes lit up, and she accepted them without hesitation. I didn't expect you to possess such delicacies. All right, I will take it upon myself to inquire, though it may prove somewhat challenging and the timing is uncertain. After a moment, she looked at Zhang Hao and added, You're quite perceptive. I can answer you a simpler question. Zhang Hao pondered briefly before asking, Why can't the island-S area be too large? Upon hearing the question, Sister Mi contemplated for a moment. One reason you should be aware of is that the island has a self-protective capability, but this ability is limited and changes over time. You are currently in a phase of weakening. As you've likely noticed, the range has indeed altered. An increase in the island-S area and distance leads to a heightened probability of being discovered, and this ocean is not safe. Were it not for the fact that we are not strictly within this space, we wouldn't be so leisurely. Sister Mi's words corroborated Zhang Hao's earlier observations. The range had indeed changed. Before Zhang Hao could inquire further, Sister Mi continued to elaborate. As for the second reason, I cannot articulate it clearly, but it pertains to the origin of the name of the Void Islands. In this region, the terrestrial life forms undergo a cataclysmic extinction at regular intervals. Cataclysm? Sister Mi, do not frighten me. Zhang Hao could no longer remain composed upon hearing this. Could you refrain from interrupting me? It is not without remedy. Prior to the extinction of terrestrial beings, various islands experience spatial dislocation. This phenomenon permits the infusion of energy to enhance the island's self-protection mechanisms, thereby weathering this impending extinction. The area below 500 square meters seems uniform. It does not necessitate crystal stones, as the energy inherent to the spatial fluctuation suffices. The requirement for crystal stones remains consistent between 500 and 5,000 square meters, indicating that the demands for energy remain the same. As for the 5,000 square meters, Zhang Hao's island has already surpassed that size. He pondered the next stage. Sister Mi, what about the energy requirements beyond 500 square meters? The author wishes to convey that due to character limitations, they could not express everything in one go. Chapter 60, Brothers. Rest assured to expand the island. As for the energy required for each phase, there is a significant increase in the quantity of crystal stones needed at each stage. Mia paused momentarily, clarifying that it need not solely be crystal stones. Spatial energy or water energy would suffice, yet crystal stones are the most commonplace. Regarding the next phase, after 5,000 square meters, I have forgotten the exact figure, as I merely listened without paying much attention at the time. However, rest assured, it is certainly above 50,000 square meters, likely precisely 50,000 square meters, for I recall that the range of differences between phases is generally tenfold. The quantity of crystal stones required. Zhang Hao had yet to finish his thought when Mia interjected. The precise number of crystal stones needed is unclear. However, since you inquired about the area beyond 5,000 square meters, it indicates you have surely surpassed that limit. Regardless of how many crystal stones are required, you have exceeded this threshold. Thus, it would be prudent to directly elevate to 50,000 square meters. Seeing this, Zhang Hao presented Mia with a C-grade shark banquet and several servings of strawberry and watermelon smoothies. Mia looked at Zhang Hao with appreciation. That fellow gal said you weren't much, but I believe he is the one lacking. Rest assured, I will diligently seek out information for you. Regarding the matter of foundational stones, I will certainly inquire during my next procurement. The next procurement, which corresponds to the refresh time, will occur in 5 days. Calculated from Zhang Hao's initial transaction with the merchant. Thank you, Mia. I shall treat you to other delicacies upon my next visit. Zhang Hao waved his hand, preparing to depart. Ha! Milian and I acknowledge you as a friend, Mia remarked, patting Zhang Hao on the shoulder. As for why Zhang Hao opted to trade with B-grade water, while Milian and I favored these C-grade or even ordinary foods, it was not only because she genuinely relished gourmet delights, but for other reasons as well. Regardless of how excellent B-grade water is, it serves to purchase goods and is considered company property, while the food Zhang Hao gifted has directly nourished Milian and I. Milian's location was not very far, but it was too late to rush to the fifth merchant. Zhang Hao had no choice but to return to his own island. This time at sea, Zhang Hao did not encounter any super creatures like the Sea Emperor Leviathan. The radar did not indicate any large islands along the route, and he had not stumbled upon any small islands. Consequently, upon returning to his island, it was just shortly past noon. The first thing upon returning to the island was to announce in the alliance, "Brothers, rest assured to expand the island. Let us first enlarge it to 500 square meters." Wei Jiadong's inquiry followed closely. "Haozi, where did you obtain this information?" Wei Jiadong was quite anxious, as his island measured less than 300 square meters, and he still possessed some foundational stones he hesitated to use. Although Zhang Hao had informed him that an island area of 10,000 square meters would lead to the early encounter of monsters, no one could guarantee whether the island's area would influence the strength of subsequent monsters. Now, hearing Zhang Hao's unwavering confidence, he was eager to clarify. The accuracy of the information source can be assured. The island's area does not correlate with monster strength. It pertains to a different aspect entirely. I can guarantee that there will be no issues below 500 square meters. This message was disseminated within the alliance. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao privately communicated with 4 others, Brother Hao, Yuan, Ajia, and Tianjun. You may consider expanding the island area to 5,000 square meters, he suggested. Lu Jia, somewhat speechless, replied, "Boss, you overestimate me. While 500 square meters is manageable, 5,000 square meters is beyond my capacity." Zhang Hao clarified, "What I meant is that expanding the island area to within the range of 5,000 square meters should pose no issue. Additionally, the focus of future acquisitions should be on survival coins and crystal stones. Other materials can be postponed. Even a slight increase in the price of these 2 items must be secured." Everyone, not lacking in wit, recognized the significance of crystal stones. "Brother Hao, does the importance of crystal stones relate to the dangers ahead?" They inquired. "Well, I'm not entirely certain, but if we lack sufficient crystal stones, an excessively large island area would lead to a dead end." Zhang Hao confirmed their suspicions. Understanding the gravity of the situation, everyone resolved to immediately raise the acquisition price for crystal stones. The effects of this price increase were immediate. Many who had previously been reluctant to sell succumbed to the temptation as prices soared. Survivors who had obtained house design blueprints flaunted their findings, while those who had not pleaded for assistance. "Please, can someone provide me with a house design blueprint? The temperature is plummeting, and I can hardly withstand it. There isn't much available, aside from the boss, who could possibly have extras. Indeed, the boss must have some. After all, he has slain the great white shark and surely acquired the copper supply crate." Before Zhang Hao could respond, Chao Tianjun, having received his approval, boasted in the chat interface, "The boss has generously gifted our alliance 2 additional house design blueprints, one of which is even of D-class." Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the group, with countless survivors expressing their desire to join. Another esteemed figure. "How might one join your alliance?" "Boss, pick me. I am delicate and easily toppled. I am female." Chao Tianjun's original intent was to dissuade those seeking to benefit without effort. Yet unexpectedly, a more ferocious crowd emerged. "My queen, I would willingly be your servant," exclaimed a user named EEFanFan, whose ID was quite fitting. "Please, do not hesitate to chastise me. The doctor has advised that my stomach is weak, and I can only consume soft food." As a well-bred young lady from a wealthy family, Chao Tianjun found herself overwhelmed by the rowdy crowd and soon fled in embarrassment. Zhang Hao, recognizing the need to conclude this topic for the sake of the young lady's dignity, interjected, "Everyone, let's refrain from idle chatter. Our alliance is not currently recruiting. However, as more house design blueprints become available, they will certainly be traded to everyone. Oh, and to the one wishing to be a servant, please check your private messages," Zhang Hao added, sending another message. In an instant, a flurry of question marks filled the chat interface. "Boss, I never imagined you to be of such a disposition, but I can accommodate as well. In this world, I am known as the brother of Rongqing." Zhang Hao paid no heed to these individuals, instead sending a private message to the aforementioned person to inquire about joining his alliance. However, someone interjected on Zhang Hao's behalf, stating, "Did you not notice that person's ID? Eager for food is among the top 10 players in the region. He is merely engaging in casual banter." At that moment, eager for food, Wang Hong also received Zhang Hao's private message and promptly agreed. Unlike Wei Jiadong, the elite survivors of the current era seldom lack teammates. Yet, Wang Hong is an exception, forging ahead solo. The reason for Zhang Hao's invitation lies in the trading market, which currently features only one seller of D-grade food, none other than Wang Hong. Apart from an initial excess of D-grade shark meat that Zhang Hao sold, he has not dealt in D-grade food since. However, Wang Hong possesses the ability to sell D-grade food of various types, a fact that Zheng Yan discovered while gathering materials and browsing the shops. In these 2 chapters, the author shares insights about several games they frequently play, mentioning only those that are quite enjoyable while omitting the particularly popular titles that are presumably already well-known. Chapter 61. The Chef Joins the Team. Special Effects of Advanced Kitchenware Greetings. I am Wang Hong, a new member of the European Monarch Alliance, known by the ID Hungry Rice. Currently, I hold the 6th position in the regional rankings. Wang Hong began with a self-introduction. "Wang Hong, you're here too?" Lu Jie seemed to recognize him. "Brother Jie, you're not being a good friend. You know a big shot like him, and didn't he bring me along?" Upon seeing someone familiar, Wang Hong became more relaxed. "Please, don't call me Brother Jie. That title has become quite overused," Lu Jie replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "You two are acquainted?" Wei Jiadong inquired, clearly puzzled by his lack of knowledge. "Of course, we are all survivors from the top ranks in the region. It's impossible not to know each other. I acquired information from the New World through him," Lu Jie explained. "Since everyone knows each other, let us get down to business. Wang Hong, you should be aware of why I invited you here, right?" Zhang Hao interjected, steering the conversation back on track. "Is it about my sale of D-grade food?" Although framed as a question, Wang Hong was confident that was indeed the reason. "I want to ask the same thing. Wang Gong, you're so fortunate to have a surplus of D-grade food. Every day?" Lu Jie echoed the curiosity. "The first B-grade item I obtained was a kitchen tool that enhances food grade, transforming ordinary dishes into D-grade ones," Wang Hong explained, sharing a screenshot of the item S effects. Yulong Pot, B-grade, one of the legendary kitchen tools. It enables its owner to locate other kitchenware. Only those who possess the Yulong Pot can claim other kitchen tools. There are only 2 in existence, and when held by the designated heir, the pot will display the Phoenix, Auspice, and Tyrant Dragon patterns. Special effect. There is a probability of elevating the dish's grade, determined by the level of the ingredients and the chef. It is noted that certain games and animations, such as Girl's Dungeon and Cooking Master, are absent from this world. Legendary kitchenware, Special item, there are a total of 8 B-grade kitchen tools, exclusively available to the fated divine chefs. Upon reading this, a hush fell over the group. The second European monarch had emerged. Great, another lucky European, Zhang Hao remarked, a frown crossing his face, questioning the need for another. But he quickly set aside his concern for Zheng Yan and pressed on with his inquiry. Why haven't you advanced to D-grade yet? You could be enjoying a variety of D-grade and even C-grade meals every day. Ah, my friend, it is quite challenging to break through to D-grade. The probability of transcending D-grade ingredients into C-grade dishes is exceedingly low, and the scarcity of D-grade ingredients complicates matters. Despite my continuous procurement efforts, I have not amassed many, and even fewer can be transformed into C-grade dishes, Wang Hong confessed, wishing to level up, yet acknowledging that such probabilities were beyond his control. Within the alliance, Wei Jiadong and Lu Jie were the oldest, followed by Zhang Hao, then Zheng Yan, a university student, while Zhao Tianjin was merely a freshman, and Wang Hong had yet to reach adulthood. When asked about his school, Wang Hong bashfully responded, I spent all my time playing during school, so my grades suffered. Before entering the survival world, I was at the Old Western Vocational and Technical College. There was no need to inquire further about his major. It was undoubtedly culinary arts. I had a conversation with Wang Hong, and to my surprise, he expressed an unexpectedly high level of trust in Zhang Hao, agreeing with his ideas. Listen closely. I just discussed with Wang Hong, and he is willing to assist the members of the alliance in preparing meals. However, the ingredients and processing fees will need to be provided by you all. I must emphasize that this is a matter of probability. Should anyone fail to trigger the level ascension, they should not harbor any expectations. The crowd responded enthusiastically, expressing that having a capable individual to assist was more than sufficient. Zhang Hao then turned to Zheng Yan and said, Yan, let's put your upgrade on hold for now. I will first provide Wang Hong with high-level food to expedite the ascension probability. Zheng Yan had no objections, understanding that aside from Zhang Hao, the main combat force, Wang Hong was the vital support figure in their team. Zhang Hao inquired whether the already prepared dishes could be ascended, to which Wang Hong replied in the affirmative. Zhang Hao then traded half of his shark feast and the remaining C-grade shark meat. The C-grade shark meat had been stored for quite some time. Although the weather was cold, it could not be kept any longer. Zhang Hao had yet to discover the Great Island and could not purchase silver seaweed for the shark feast. So he had no choice but to trade it to Wang Hong. While the B-grade roasted shark meat was inferior to the B-grade dish of shark feast, it was still classified as B-grade. Upon receiving the ingredients, Wang Hong was astonished by the abundance of high-level ingredients Zhang Hao possessed. However, recalling that Zhang Hao was the world's #1, he dismissed the notion as trivial, feeling it aligned with his image of a formidable figure. Received it, boss. I will begin preparations shortly, though the probability of upgrading B-grade might be quite low. It matters not. The worst-case scenario is simply maintaining the status quo. So what is there to fear? Zhang Hao maintained a positive outlook, reasoning that he wouldn't demote, which would be a culinary delight instead. Wang Gong, eager to impress Zhang Hao during his initial attempt, faced misfortune as his first endeavor failed, remaining at C-grade, and the second attempt also resulted in failure. Zhang Hao, upon receiving the C-grade food, felt no anger. Instead, he reassured Wang Hong that this was entirely normal, stating that given such a low probability, success would indeed be surprising. Yet, in the face of sufficient quantities, probabilities would inevitably trigger. After a number of attempts, the ascension was finally activated, transforming the C-grade shark meat into B-grade roasted shark meat. Wang Hong joyfully completed the transaction with Zhang Hao, who, upon receiving it, consumed it immediately. A warm sensation surged through his body from a familiar source. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Hao realized it was superior to the C-grade shark feast. Although the difference was not substantial enough to signify a complete level disparity, the gap between the dish and its simple preparation was greater than anticipated. Cooking requires time. So Zhang Hao asked Wang Hong to pause on the ingredient preparations and first process the shark feast. Given the limited quantity of shark feast, Zhang Hao had mentally prepared for complete failure. Yet unexpectedly, Wang Hong surprised him on the first attempt. Success! The B-grade shark feast was successfully produced. Although subsequent attempts failed, Zhang Hao was still overwhelmed with excitement. After consuming half, he felt a sense of fullness, as if energy was overflowing. He quickly set aside the shark feast to practice his punches, training for nearly an hour until the discomfort gradually faded. Zhang Hao then consumed the remaining half of the B-grade shark feast. In recent days, the B-grade water consumed has not been in vain, nor have the C-grade meals been merely for indulgence. Although Zhang Hao did not achieve a breakthrough this time, he faintly sensed that his body had reached its limits. It could no longer continue to absorb energy. Instead, it required digestion. Consequently, Zhang Hao advised Wang Hong to refrain from further cooking, urging him to take it slow and not overexert himself as a chef. At the same time, he presented Wang Hong with 2 exquisite C-grade shark dinners. "This is far too precious, my esteemed friend. I cannot accept it," Wang Hong protested repeatedly. "Is there anything more valuable than B-grade cuisine? If you feel embarrassed, then hasten your upgrade, enhance your odds, and prepare more dishes for me." Today, Zhang Hao was adamant about giving these away. Nothing could deter him from his path of advancement. Chapter 62. The global elite begin the hunt for the great white shark. "Very well, esteemed leader. I shall strive with utmost dedication," Wang Hong declared, almost swearing his commitment. Zhang Hao, feeling slightly embarrassed by the enthusiasm of such an earnest employee, could only continue to encourage Wang Hong, nurturing the idea of incorporating him into their team. He sent a message to Wang Hong inviting him to join, and after a moment's reflection, he also reached out to Zheng Yan and Chao Tianjin to inquire if Chao Tianjin wished to join the team. Chao Tianjin promptly agreed, leaving Wang Hong somewhat bewildered. Zhang Hao took the time to elucidate the distinction between an alliance and a team, and once Wang Hong grasped the concept, he immediately replied, "Esteemed leader, my agreement signifies my desire to join your team." With both individuals in agreement, Zhang Hao welcomed them into the squad. Given their youth, he suggested they refrain from calling him esteemed leader and instead address him as Brother Hao, just as Zheng Yan did. "Understood, Brother Hao," responded Chao Tianjin and Wang Hong in unison. Zhang Hao proceeded to showcase the team's resources, particularly the resource extractor. Such facilities could only be traded within the team, and a transfer fee was required, one that Zhang Hao willingly provided to enhance the strength of his comrades. Although the Leviathan and the Great Extinction had yet to arrive, their looming presence was as imposing as a mountain, instilling awe and intimidation that would not dissipate in a short span. "Sister Yan, how could you possess such a remarkable item and not share it with us? I demand compensation," exclaimed Chao Tianjin and Wang Hong, astonished by the prospect of acquiring resource boxes without exerting excessive effort. Previously, Yan had tested its safety, and with no significant danger reported. She encouraged the two to retrieve their resource boxes while keeping any additional items for themselves, requesting that they hand over the house design blueprints to her. Ultimately, the blueprints would be distributed among the other teammates, but this task was to be executed by Zhang Hao, as he was the one who had provided them with a path to survival. Zhang Hao had no need for the item, and it would subsequently be shared among Zheng Yan, Chao Tianjin, and Wang Hong in rotation. Before long, the two had successfully obtained the resource boxes and presented the house design blueprints to Zhang Hao, both of which were of ordinary quality. "Everyone, I now possess 2 additional house design blueprints. Please deliberate amongst yourselves," Zhang Hao announced. While he had the authority to designate, he was uncertain whom to choose, as all relationships were equally valued. The outcome unfolded as Zhang Hao had anticipated. The teammates from Wei Jiadong's group, along with a few individuals Zhang Hao had invited to make up the numbers, were now evenly distributed, leaving very few without housing. With the arrival of the resource boxes the following day, the European Emperor Alliance would achieve a significant milestone in their development. The weakest members within the alliance were those whom Zhang Hao had brought in merely to fill gaps. The teammates from Wei Jiadong's group, while not the strongest, certainly were not at the bottom of the ranks. Zhang Hao had initially included them because he felt that not bringing anyone would imply a reluctance to engage with strangers. However, the unpredictability of life revealed that even ordinary individuals, when catching a favorable wind, could soar to great heights. Conversely, the majority lacked the ability to become the source of that wind. They were merely fortunate to catch a ride on someone else's coattails. While Zhang Hao and his companions were strategizing for the future, individuals located thousands of kilometers away were meticulously organizing their resources. Over time, a fundamental trust had developed among the teammates. With trust comes organizational strength, and the leaders of each team receive supportive items from their fellow survivors. Akin to the divine power of a stallion god, uniting the strength of 12 deities. Although the target was not the Father of Heaven, merely a shark, the night passed without incident. The rising sun signified that the surviving individuals had once again endured the biting cold. While those who perished the previous night would soon be forgotten, their existence evidenced solely by the original count of 10,000, a testament to their time in this world. Early in the morning, the members of the European Monarch Alliance swiftly gathered resources, handing the acquired house blueprints to Zhang Hao. As Zhang had surmised the day before, today's copper resource chest guaranteed the issuance of a standard house blueprint, plus an additional one from Zheng Yan, who had also secured 2 blueprints. Zhang decided to give the surplus blueprint to Zheng Yan, asking her to exchange it for valuable items. As he prepared to venture out to the last merchant of the day, the sea was increasingly covered in ice, with large floating icebergs appearing near the islands, suggesting that navigation would soon become perilous. It was imperative for Zhang to reach the merchant today. The presence of icebergs posed no threat to the raft, as it was determined that only marine creatures could inflict damage, rendering collisions harmless. However, the impact on speed was significant, and even a trip to a single merchant would delay his return considerably. Shortly after Zhang set sail, another individual, fully armed, embarked on the journey, this time charging directly towards the shark rather than avoiding it. Soon after, a world announcement echoed through the air. Congratulations to the survivor Yuanshi Dai Shanzhen from District XXX for achieving the second kill of the Sea Grey Guardian, the Great White Shark. The reward of 1 Sea Grey Guardian chest has been upgraded to 3. The second place reward was no longer an enhancement of quality, but rather an increase in quantity. In front of the slain shark's carcass, a man of Asian descent sat on his boat, tending to his wounds, his bandages soaked in blood. Nevertheless, after applying medicine, he shouted in exhilaration, disregarding his injuries. Hearing his voice, other prominent survivors could no longer remain idle, fearing they might miss their chance at ranking. They instinctively picked up their weapons to confront the shark. Among this diverse group, comprising individuals of various ethnicities, 2 strategies emerged. One faction aimed to first eliminate the D-grade sharks, avoiding confrontation with the Great White Shark initially, focusing on clearing the minions before concentrating their efforts on the formidable boss. The other half opted to tackle the stronger adversaries first, believing they could withstand the D-grade shark's attacks temporarily, as they were equipped with armor or survival tools. Another announcement resonated. Congratulations to the survivor god is Eternal from District XXX for achieving the 3rd kill of the Sea Grey Guardian, the Great White Shark. The reward of 1 Sea Grey Guardian chest has been upgraded to 3. Upon hearing that the 3rd contender had triumphed, those engaged in battle with the sharks felt a sense of urgency. One of the individuals following the second strategy, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard and fatally bitten on the head by the Great White Shark. Numerous individuals sustained injuries. However, thanks to the effects of the equipment they bore, they swiftly regained their combat prowess. As long as they did not succumb to immediate death or severe injuries, they would not falter. Mere minutes after the 3rd victor emerged, the 4th also claimed victory. Congratulations to the survivor from District XXX for the 4th kill of the C-Class Guardian, the Great White Shark, resulting in a reward of 1 C-Class Guardian chest, which has now been upgraded to 2. The 4th place Caucasian male appeared rather displeased, feeling that his opportunity for 3rd place had been snatched from him. Congratulations to the survivor from District XXX, King Arthur, for the 5th kill of the C-Class Guardian, the Great White Shark, resulting in the same reward upgrade. Note: real-time translation. Names and IDs from the survival world remain untranslated. Congratulations to the survivor from District XXX for the 10th kill of the C-Class Guardian, the Great White Shark, resulting in an upgrade of 1 C-Class Guardian chest to 2. Following this, individuals who defeated the Great White Shark no longer received world announcements, but were granted 1 C-Class Guardian chest. Upon their return, the group was a mix of yellow and white, with no presence of black. Chapter 63. the extraordinary attributes of evasion and accuracy at this moment. Zhang Hao was skillfully maneuvering his raft to evade the floating ice. The ice beyond the island's perimeter was considerably larger, resembling icebergs. Suddenly, a notification sounded from the system, and Zhang Hao initially assumed it was from the game system, as he could not receive messages beyond the World Book's range. To his surprise, it was a global announcement from the survival world, which transcended distance and location. Upon hearing that someone had successfully slain a great white shark, Zhang Hao was taken aback. Yet he dismissed it. After all, he had already dispatched a B-rank zombie a few days prior. However, others were in a frenzy. What is happening? Why are so many powerful players suddenly appearing today? Where do they all come from, with so many people worldwide? It was not unusual for a few prominent figures to emerge, and their identities could be inferred from their names. The first individual was speculated to be the primordial celestial master, likely from their own country, perhaps a Taoist or a devotee of Taoism, as the title harks back to ancient Taoist terminology, preceding the concept of the three pure ones. The second, identified as God is eternal, was harder to decipher. The English name suggests a Christian affiliation, possibly belonging to figures like Eagle, John, or Hans Cat. The third seemed to be a Russian name, meaning never surrender, a phrase often uttered by warriors. The fifth was undoubtedly identified as Old Johnson, or perhaps King Arthur, suggesting a link to those seeking independence on an island. The identities of the sixth through ninth were likely from the West, the Arab world, India, and Japan, while the 10th was certainly from their own ranks. The ambiguity of English made it difficult to ascertain the specific country, yet it was highly probable that they hailed from that region. Soon, survivors from various territories began to piece together the identities of the top 10. Zhang Hao continued his journey towards the merchant. Bang, bang, bang. This was the new world venting its frustrations. It had always regarded Zhang Hao as a hypothetical adversary, unaware that by the time it had gained confidence to confront the great white shark, at least 10 survivors had already successfully hunted it. Judging by the timing of the announcements, the third individual likely set out only after hearing of the second's victory. I am destined to be the chosen one in this world. I shall surpass all of you by any means necessary, the new world silently vowed after its outburst. Subsequently, it ventured out to sea, but instead of recklessly pursuing the great white shark, it opted to avoid it and sought out D-rank sharks for practice, aiming to hone its evasion and combat skills without sustaining injuries. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao was still en route to the merchant. In the EU chat channel, Wei Jiadong and Zheng Yan were engaged in discussion. Sigh, why can't there be one more prominent figure among us? Lamented Chao Tianjin, lost in thought. What good does it do? The boss is still number one, replied Zhang Hao's little admirer, Wang Hong. However, this also indicated that survivors from other regions were becoming formidable as well, which raised concerns about future confrontations, Wei Jiadong cautioned. Is that really the case? We've all ended up in this wretched world. Wang Gongcourier, perplexed. Have the current world's famine and diseases been resolved? Is humanity not still embroiled in internal conflict? Can humanity truly be defined as such without these disputes? Lu Jie countered Wang Hong's statements, perceiving his youthfulness. Let us await Brother Hao's return. We can then deliberate on how to handle encounters with others. Zheng Yan concluded this discussion, suggesting that everyone should wait for Zhang Hao's return before making any decisions. Yan, I have been meaning to inquire since this morning. Where has the boss gone? Why have we received no news? Wang Hong pressed further. I can only affirm that Brother Hao is indeed occupied with matters of considerable significance. Otherwise, how do you think the prior information came about? Zheng Yan was aware only that Zhang Hao had ventured far out to sea, but the specifics of his destination remained unknown. At last, Zhang Hao reached Justin's location, where various medicines for treating ailments were sold. Although he felt that certain illnesses, such as dermatitis or diarrhea, were unlikely to afflict someone of his current physical prowess, he chose to procure supplies nonetheless, believing it better to be prepared than regretful. Justin was deemed a shrewd merchant, as materials held only half their value in his establishment, with prices for armor and weapons being the sole exceptions, where they were inflated. Zhang Hao had no choice but to trade in weapons. He exchanged his metal spear, but one was insufficient. Crafting several more was out of the question, and after completing the trade, he returned in silence, seething with frustration. Upon his return to the island, his teammates inquired about his experience. You need not worry about strength. The most crucial task now is to enhance your own abilities. At the very least, elevate your physical level, Zhang Hao confidently asserted. Their recent success indicated that previous guarantees of victory were unfounded. Though Zhang Hao was classified as D-rank, his various talent enhancements allowed him to rival C-rank foes even without weapons. His teammates, lacking a game system, had no alternative means of improvement and required leveling up. Zhang Hao's confidence was infectious, alleviating the concerns of his comrades. They heeded his advice and, instead of resting, engaged in boxing, running, and other forms of exercise. Zhang Hao had exchanged a considerable number of survival coins for credit points, enabling him to acquire talent fragments. His strength, speed, blocking, and vitality received boosts, and he now aimed to test his evasion and accuracy. Unlike other attributes, evasion in reality presents tangible examples, is a manifestation of speed and reflexes, distinct from the game's interpretation. He exchanged for the talents of evasion technique and focus technique. Evasion technique, level 1 regardless of the enemy's damage potential. As long as one can evade, their strength becomes irrelevant. In combat, the evasion rate is enhanced by 3. Focus technique, level 1. This talent instills despair in nimble adversaries. No matter how they maneuver, Zhang Hao can pursue them relentlessly, increasing his hit probability by 3. The improvements in both evasion and accuracy brought Zhang Hao immense joy. Evasion implies that even if an enemy strikes, there exists a chance that a mysterious force will redirect the damage. This means Zhang Hao can utilize his speed and reflexes to evade. Should the enemy fail to land a blow, no harm is inflicted. Even when struck, he retains the probability of dodging the attack. In a remarkable display of prowess, Zhang Hao inflicts standard damage upon his foes when he successfully lands a hit. However, even in instances where he misses, there remains a chance that the adversary may still suffer equivalent damage. His evasion rate has reached an impressive 90, though it cannot be elevated to a perfect 100, while his accuracy can indeed be enhanced to complete certainty. Should Zhang Hao's accuracy ascend to 100, even with his eyes covered and striking aimlessly within attack range, his enemies would inevitably incur harm. To his astonishment, these two talents proved exceedingly beneficial. Zhang Hao procured all available blank fragments for purchase, first elevating his negotiation expert skill to level 5, thereby securing a 25 discount. The remaining blank fragments were insufficient to further upgrade the negotiation expert. Hence, he opted to advance both his evasion technique and concentration technique to level 3, raising their probabilities to an impressive 9. Chapter 64. A Sensation. Ascending to sea level in an experimental endeavor, Zhang Hao crafted a wooden target and affixed it to the wall. Rather than aiming directly, he focused on the periphery of the target. His first arrow missed, but by the 12th he struck true. Though the arrows did not pierce the target, it nonetheless shattered. Switching to a new target, Zhang Hao persisted with his experiments, achieving success on his 3rd attempt. Despite several more trials, the success rate remained somewhat low, indicating that further upgrades were necessary. The concept of evasion could not yet be tested. Zhang Hao certainly could not seek out a Leviathan for a deliberate confrontation. The night passed in silence. The new world, feeling the constraints of his body, consumed a meal of D-level cuisine in the morning, sensing that he was on the brink of reaching D-level himself. Not having heard of any others ascending to become the 2nd D-level survivor, he felt a sense of superiority, believing himself to be the world's 2nd. What does it matter if I defeat a great white shark? It is merely a matter of superior equipment. Once I ascend to D-level, I will have taken the first step to surpassing 180. With a heart full of ambition, New World disregarded his body's protests and forced himself to consume another serving of D-level cuisine. The physical resistance intensified, yet he bore through the nausea, awaiting his breakthrough. Indeed, shortly thereafter, New World felt a slight ease within his body, and his level ascended to D-level. Congratulations to Survivor New World for becoming the 2nd survivor in this region to break through to D-level. Reward: 1 bronze supply box. Upgraded to 1 silver supply box. It appeared that one's own level in the survival world held more significance than merely defeating foes. Achieving the second rank in the region yielded qualitative rewards, while simply killing enemies granted only quantitative accolades. I, Manan, am indeed the second in the world. However, amidst the revelry, New World sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, what do you mean by this region? The breakthrough to D-level was merely a small initial step, aside from the first being announced globally. The rest were merely regional announcements. Once the top 10 from each region emerged, the remainder would not even receive regional recognition. New World's expression soured, akin to discovering a rodent in his soup. Yet, upon witnessing the flattery from other survivors in the regional channel, his spirits lifted considerably. Perhaps other regions do not have many who have upgraded before me. I might still be among the forefront, he reassured himself. The chat channel buzzed with praise for New World, particularly spurred on by members of the New World Alliance, elevating his regional second to the status of world second. Our esteemed New World is indeed the second survivor to ascend to D-level. However, he pondered that the global standings could be quite numerous, perhaps even hundreds, as those who had previously slain great white sharks had likely already reached D-level. Some, unable to tolerate such boasting, retorted, "Wasn't 180 also unranked when he defeated the great white shark?" Those individuals merely had better luck and superior weapons and armor. Moreover, who are you to claim that New World is not second? Do you possess any evidence? A certain gentleman named John, known as the first non-stick pan, once remarked, XX report. Although we cannot prove its authenticity, the most crucial aspect is that others cannot prove our words to be false. You're merely grasping at straws. Just now, the individual who had been refuted could indeed provide no evidence. There was nothing left to say. The New World Overlord was indeed impressive. Compliments were given freely without cost, and the other survivors echoed sentiments that bore no price. Observing the messages, New World felt a surge of confidence, believing he had truly attained the status of the second in the world. However, his comfort was short-lived. As an announcement, a global one, shattered his illusions once more. Returning to Zhang Hao, he had sensed the constraints on his body the night before. Yet unlike New World, he chose not to force a breakthrough immediately, deciding instead to wait until the following day. Regardless of the time, one must trust the signals of one's own body. After consuming B-grade water and C-grade food, he felt a sensation of fullness. Though somewhat uncomfortable, it was not as distressing as before, and his body craved more. Zhang Hao proceeded to eat the B-grade grilled shark meat elevated by Wang Hong, acknowledging that while it was not gourmet, B-grade was still beneficial enough to assist him in surpassing C-grade. The discomfort dissipated, and Zhang Hao felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, as if something from the outside was penetrating his skin and rapidly fortifying his body. This enhancement was significantly stronger than that of D-grade, lasting nearly 10 minutes before concluding. Simultaneously, the system notification and world announcement echoed together. Only Zhang Hao could hear the system prompt. "Congratulations, survivor. You have successfully transcended to C-grade, becoming a true survivor, no longer benefiting from novice privileges. C-grade ensures survival in these waters. You now possess the strength to traverse the ocean. Explore freely, for while the sea harbors countless dangers, it also holds innumerable opportunities. D-grade, ordinary food, excluding gourmet dishes, will no longer enhance your body. It can only replenish energy and alleviate hunger. Moreover, the monsters surrounding your island will evolve, and new islands will emerge nearby, occupied by guardians. Defeating these guardians allows you to claim the islands as your own." As Zhang Hao beheld the cascade of notifications, he was momentarily bewildered, taken aback by the magnitude of changes accompanying his transition to C-grade. The world announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to survivor in Zone 138, who has achieved a 180-degree breakthrough to C-grade, becoming the first survivor to reach C-grade. Rewards include 1 silver supply box upgraded to 1 gold supply box, as well as 1 special item box. C-grade guarantees the ability to navigate the seas, unlocking the level leaderboard, wherein only survivors who attain C-grade will participate. Maintaining a rank until each survival concludes will yield substantial rewards, determined by both rank and level. This revelation sent ripples through the community. The global chat channels fell silent, as if the system administrators had pressed the pause button, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. While still striving to break through to D grade, how could someone have already advanced to C grade? Once the initial shock wore off, the mood among those close to Zhang Hao soared, with Wang Hong leaping in joy, exclaiming the greatness of his leader. Others within the alliance, with the exception of Wei Jiadong, flooded the chat with praises for the outstanding achievement. Even Lu Jie joined in the celebration. The reactions from those who had a strained relationship with Zhang Hao were notably more pronounced. In a fit of anger, the individual from the New World smashed the bowl that had just contained their meal. Some envious individuals in the regional channel expressed their sentiments. I have long suspected that 180 is cheating. How could anyone lead by such a margin? I wouldn't be surprised if 180 is the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, the envious ones were ultimately in the minority. The majority were merely seeking to align themselves with the powerful. The esteemed 180 is regarded as the strongest man in the world, and few would dare dispute that. Zhang Hao chose to disregard the chatter in the regional channel, instead expressing his gratitude for the congratulations from others within the alliance, while also revealing the changes that accompanied his advancement to sea level. Chapter 65. Changes after reaching sea level. The might of precision ceased the incessant chatter and lend me your ears, Zhang Hao declared. Upon receiving his message, the other members of the alliance paused, eager to discern what he had to convey. Just moments ago, the survival world had alerted me that upon reaching sea level, one would no longer enjoy the benefits of a novice. This implies that although the beginner phase has concluded, you are still reaping the rewards typically afforded to newcomers. As for whether resources will alter after attaining sea level, I shall wait a few days to ascertain that. Furthermore, upon reaching sea level, new islands will emerge around one's own island, and the adversaries nearby will become more formidable. Therefore, unless you are adequately prepared to face these challenges, do not mindlessly pursue higher levels. That is the essence of my message. Should there be any developments, I will promptly inform everyone within the alliance. Is it truly so? Leader, with so many perishing, are we still considered novices? Only Wang Hong dared to address him as leader. That cannot be entirely accurate. One is only deemed a novice until reaching sea level. At that juncture, the strength and resources of humanity will undoubtedly be incomparable to what they are now. Even if the challenges intensify, the mortality rate will only diminish, as those prone to failure have already met their demise. What remains are the resilient survivors. Wei Jiadong observed sagely. Disregarding their discourse, Zhang Hao prepared to immerse himself in the experience of an advanced player, no longer a novice. Having focused solely on leveling up that morning, he had yet to retrieve the resource box, making this a perfect opportunity to test the drop rate of supplies. As he cast the hook and began reeling in the resource box, a ferocious great white shark lunged from the depths, attempting to sever the line with its massive jaws. Failing to bite through, the shark gripped the line tightly, exerting its strength in an effort to drag Zhang Hao into the ocean. However, Zhang Hao was no longer the inexperienced individual he once was. As a sea-level player, bolstered by various enhancements, even a sea-level great white shark could not match his strength, and he gradually pulled it back toward the island. Yet one shark was insufficient. A second great white emerged, similarly seizing the line. Under equal conditions, the strength of the sharks far surpassed that of humans. Even with his enhancements, Zhang Hao found himself gradually being pulled into the sea by the combined force of two sea-level great whites. With no alternative, he relinquished the hook, which was retracted with such swiftness that several teeth were dislodged and sent flying. Had the ocean been overrun by sea-level great whites? Alarmed by the overwhelming presence of the sharks, Zhang Hao quickly cast the hook in another direction. This time, a common shark appeared, closely followed by a great white. With a surge of determination, he hoisted the D-level shark effortlessly, and before his teammates could arrive, the creature was pulled onto the island. Fortunately, not every shark was sea level. Nevertheless, this approach was unsustainable. He could not continue to rely on luck to obtain resource boxes. He would need to eliminate this pack of sharks. From his observations, it seemed he had only advanced one level. The boss remained B level. Even among marine life, it was not insurmountable. With renewed confidence, Zhang Hao ascended to the wooden raft. This time, before he could ignite the engine, the surrounding sharks converge upon him. Upon a rough observation, the surrounding waters were populated with a dozen sharks. With the ratio of D-class sharks to C-class great whites approximately standing at 1-2. Glancing at other sharks swimming not far off, it was estimated that there were around 10 C-class great whites encircling the island. However, equipped with a B-class rifle, D-class sharks could be dispatched in mere seconds, while striking a vital point on a C-class shark would require no more than 2 shots. Attacking sharks while they were submerged proved challenging, as bullets lost considerable effectiveness and accuracy in the water. The greatest threat came from the C-class great whites, which could swiftly assault the raft, especially when attacking directly from beneath it, leaving Zhang Hao completely unaware. Fortunately, the number of sharks was not overwhelming, and he managed to eliminate the group with minimal damage to the raft. Without retrieving the supply box, Zhang Hao activated the engine and steered towards another cluster of sharks. Indeed, the boss had also evolved. The leader of this shark pack was the Ice Phantom Shark, B-class, whose presence caused the surrounding seawater to freeze. Possessing the power of ice, it could freeze anything in its path and reign supreme in the frigid waters. Zhang Hao opened fire, but unlike B-class zombies, the Ice Phantom Shark was intelligent and evaded incoming attacks by diving deeper into the sea. As his initial tactics to clear out the minions proved ineffective, Zhang Hao found that the once formidable great whites had now become mere minions. However, under the control of the Ice Phantom Shark, the remaining sharks took refuge, submerging themselves as Zhang Hao fired. After eliminating a few sharks, they ceased their attacks on him and began targeting the raft instead, attempting to force him into the water to exploit their advantage. At this point, the inadequacy of the raft's durability became glaringly apparent. A single bite from a C-class great white could easily shatter it, while the B-class Ice Phantom Shark could demolish large sections in one strike. Despite Zhang Hao's rapid repairs and ample materials, he could not keep pace with the destruction. Left with no choice, he could no longer rely on height for evasion and had to descend to the first level, preparing to strike directly as the sharks attacked the raft's underside. Though perilous, this was his only recourse. While the attacks from D-class and C-class sharks were manageable, he had to exercise extreme caution against the Ice Phantom Shark. Uncertain of the levels of sharks that might emerge after the raft's destruction, he waited anxiously. After narrowly dodging several attacks from the Ice Phantom Shark, when escape was impossible, he braced himself against the impact with his back. True to its B-class designation, the Ice Phantom Shark displayed remarkable resilience. Unlike the temporary stiffness exhibited by great whites when retaliated against, the Ice Phantom Shark showed little reaction when striking his back. Zhang Hao, however, was not without missteps, having been hit twice, once on the arm and once on the calf. Thankfully, his protective gear proved effective, though the calf injury was severe enough that he had to resort to medical supplies, the pain lingering nonetheless. Should he return for the time being? This situation was untenable. Just as Zhang Hao contemplated a strategic retreat, he suddenly recalled the newly acquired attribute, hit rate. How foolish of me to almost overlook it. I need not necessarily strike true. Though the probability may be somewhat diminished, Zhang Hao possessed an abundance of ammunition. The moment he sensed a shark approaching, it mattered not who it was. He would simply empty his magazine. With a full clip, as long as fortune did not frown too harshly, a hit was bound to occur. He cycled through the motions of emptying his magazine and reloading multiple times. The Frost Phantom Shark not only saw its minions nearly obliterated, but also sustained considerable damage itself. After a few more exchanges, the Frost Phantom Shark would surely meet its demise at Zhang Hao's hands. "Come on, let us continue," he taunted, observing the Frost Phantom Shark's hesitance to act. Chapter 66. The Great Steel Refinement. Enhancement of basic weapon damage. Regrettably, the Ice Phantom Shark is a sentient being, not a mindless NPC. Upon realizing it could not defeat Zhang Hao, it fled with its minions. "What? Don't run." Zhang Hao hastily activated the engine, accelerating to its maximum capacity. However, the shark was able to dive beneath the waves, evading the icy regions to escape, while Zhang Hao's raft was impeded by surrounding ice blocks, rendering him unable to pursue. Zhang Hao could only watch helplessly as the B-grade food drifted further away. Wait, it wasn't merely B-grade food. With Wang Hong's presence, there was a chance they might encounter A-grade food or A-grade cuisine. Unable to catch the shark, Zhang Hao could only hope that the ice phantom shark would return to attack the next day, at which point he could slay it. Now, unperturbed by the small shark's interference, Zhang Hao confidently collected all the resource boxes. The quantity of resource boxes remained unchanged. It was simply that the area of Zhang Hao's island had expanded, resulting in an increased number of boxes. However, the rules for the increase adhered to the original guidelines, with no instances of boxes multiplying or diminishing. Upon opening the resource boxes, the drop rate for survival coins and foundation stones significantly increased, with almost every box yielding them, albeit in varying quantities. Observing this, Zhang Hao ceased the purchase of foundation stones from the store, as he would no longer require such a surplus. Conversely, he continued to acquire survival coins, as this monetary resource was always welcome in abundance. In fact, Zhang Hao now anticipated that other survivors would also reach C grade, which would lead to an influx of survival coins. After opening the resource boxes, Zhang Hao finally commenced steel refining in the furnace of 7 days to die. Returning to the wrench box, he noted that in the realm of survival, metals were classified as such. Iron ingots were metals, but what about steel ingots? Zhang Hao experimented with crafting weapons using steel instead of iron. He found that it was indeed possible. However, the weapon's level did not change, nor did it unlock any new blueprints. Nevertheless, the base damage of the weapons had significantly increased. Zhang Hao first crafted the metal spear that had accompanied him from the beginning, with its base damage rising from 75 to 120, an impressive increase of over 50%. He then fashioned a medieval broadsword from steel ingots, which also saw a damage increase of more than 50%. Although the chainsaw was of a higher grade than the medieval broadsword, it felt less intuitive to wield. It was manageable in one-on-one combat, but in close quarters against multiple foes, the sword proved to be more effective. He then considered crafting the chainsaw and a large-caliber military rifle. However, these weapons required not iron ingots or steel ingots, but rather carbon fiber metal plates. The carbon fiber metal plates necessitated high-density metal plates, which in turn required standard metal plates, produced from iron or steel ingots. Zhang Hao wondered if he could create metal plates using steel ingots. To his satisfaction, he found that the metal plates he crafted appeared identical, with the description merely reflecting a change from iron ingots and XX materials to steel ingots and XX materials. Continuing the processing, Zhang Hao recognized that high-grade materials consumed considerable time, so he limited his production to just one carbon fiber metal plate, steel. The chainsaw required only one carbon fiber metal plate, which Zhang Hao successfully created. The base damage of the chainsaw has surged from 174 to a remarkable 348, effectively doubling its potency. While this damage still pales in comparison to 6-tier weapons, it is undeniably insurmountable for C and D grade adversaries. Carbon fiber metal plates can be crafted from steel ingots, prompting Zhang Hao to momentarily halt his wood gathering, recognizing the paramount importance of foundational materials for weaponry. As he awaited the completion of his materials, Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to enhance his proficiency. With the island's expanse growing, he could now train his running skills, thereby improving his speed, endurance, and vitality. Once the materials were prepared, he eagerly crafted a large-caliber rifle, setting aside his previous firearm. The rifle's damage increase, while significant, did not match the chainsaw's dramatic enhancement, amounting to only about a 50% rise. Zhang Hao contemplated that this disparity might stem from the fact that the damage of firearms comprises two components, the weapon itself and the ammunition. Thus, in terms of weapon damage alone, melee weapons deliver a more direct impact than ranged ones. However, ranged weapons such as firearms and crossbows offer distinct advantages, particularly the diverse functionalities of their ammunition, such as electric, incendiary, toxic, and paralyzing capabilities. Previously, he had procured toxic round from Gal, and the crossbow featured two special types of bolts, electric and flame arrows. Consequently, Zhang Hao also crafted a 4th-tier heavy crossbow, outfitted with these unique bolts to confront formidable foes. The processes of steel refining and high-tier material and weapon crafting are time-consuming endeavors. Fortunately, Zhang Hao need not remain idle during this period. He could engage in physical training. The proficiency in running is determined not by time or intensity, but rather by the distance covered. Now, at C grade, with a swift pace and some prior training, Zhang Hao successfully elevated his running proficiency today. Running training, level 1 speed increased by 5. It is established in this narrative that survival does not inherently confer this enhancement, rendering the improvement of running skills without a speed boost rather illogical, bolstering endurance and maximum vitality. Simultaneously, after several days of rigorous exercise, Zhang Hao's heavy punch and resistance abilities have ascended by 1 level, augmenting the damage output of his melee weapons. While the large-caliber military rifle offers an exhilarating experience, the chainsaw, with its various enhancements, has achieved damage exceeding 500, thereby barely meeting the base damage threshold of 6-tier weapons. This damage is already more than double that of the rifle, catapulting the chainsaw to the status of Zhang Hao's most formidable weapon. When compared to the damage inflicted during his morning skirmish with the shark swarm, the current damage approaches 3 times that amount. It is no wonder that it is said that once the technological tree is advanced and the materials are sufficient, there will be significant enhancements across the board. With newfound confidence, Zhang Hao felt assured that as long as he did not confront enemies with bizarre skills, but rather those similar to himself, such as 7th-tier zombies in a survival scenario, he would possess the capability to contend with them. A damage output exceeding 500 is no trifling matter against 7th-tier zombies in a survival context, while it may not rival the 6th-tier Barrett's capabilities, nor those of other powerful weapons. It certainly qualifies as a viable option for fending off hordes of the undead. The Barrett's base damage is also around 500, but its enhancements yield even greater damage output. However, the bonuses available in survival do not match the diverse buff Zhang Hao currently enjoys. Without further ado, I am ready to engage. Coincidentally, there is a zombie tide in the radio that has yet to be confronted. Previously, I lacked the courage to tackle the 7th-tier zombie tide, but now the circumstances have changed. Wherever the zombies can venture, so too can Zhang Hao. However, prior to confronting the zombie tide, I must first inform my teammates of the specific situation. At this moment, others within the Alliance remain under the impression that there have been no changes to the supply crates, as it is already afternoon, and Zhang Hao has not spoken up until now. Suddenly, a message from Zhang Hao appears within the Alliance. Apologies, everyone, I was occupied with some matters earlier. However, today's supply crates have significantly increased the drop rates for survival coins and foundational stones. Nearly every crate yields something. It seems that although the survival realm has consistently stated that the islands are too vast, they still encourage expansion once survivors reach sea level. Today alone, I have acquired several hundred foundational stones. Chapter 67. The Approach of the Zombie Tide. A sudden blow as Zhang Hao reflected on the situation. He felt a twinge of regret for the earlier trade, yet upon reconsideration, he recognized that it was precisely due to the prior exchange of foundational stones that the island's expanse had increased, enabling the discovery of more supply crates. This abundance had resulted in today's significant haul of foundational stones and survival coins. But what are the other supplies? For instance, the blueprints? Wei Jiadong was particularly focused on the blueprints. Brother Hao, are there any new items emerging? Is there anything worthwhile to share? Zheng Yan, given her close rapport, felt comfortable inquiring about the new materials, a question others hesitated to pose. The rest of the group shared similar curiosities, and, with someone having broached the topic, they fell silent. Well, I cannot say for certain. It has only been a day. However, given the number of supply crates opened, it seems unlikely that new materials have surfaced. As for blueprints, their drop rate can be perplexing. Even during the novice phase, some players fail to acquire any blueprints at all. In truth, Zhang Hao had little regard for blueprints. The lower-tier ones were of lesser value than books to him. Although he had procured several essential technology books, he still lacked some skill books, such as those for medical practice, combat, and agriculture. However, upon Wei Jiadong's mention of blueprints, Zhang Hao pondered the inevitable completion of his book collection and what that would entail. In contrast to the game, The survival world had the advantage that throughout these many days, he had yet to encounter any duplicate books. Throughout the entirety of the survival realm, aside from those special blueprints with restrictions, such as housing designs, which could only be crafted once or a limited number of times, no individual had ever acquired more than one copy of a reusable blueprint. While different players might possess identical blueprints, no one had managed to secure two entirely identical ones. Could it be that once his books were exhausted, he would begin to discover blueprints from other games? Or perhaps the blueprints unique to the survival world would start to manifest? Unable to decipher this conundrum, Zhang Hao decided to set it aside. The hour was growing late, and it was time to confront the zombies. Upon entering the Zombie Tide rescue channel of the radio, he found only the previously mentioned 7th tier zombie tide. The official alert stated, approximately 996 zombies, normal, with a maximum tier of 7. Upon clicking the rescue option, a glowing portal materialized before him, reminiscent of a teleportation gate through which he could observe the zombie tide on the other side. After a brief observation, he noted that no zombies approached within 100 meters of the portal, and it appeared the zombies were oblivious to its presence. Upon stepping through, Zhang Hao beheld the full scope of the zombie tide, which unfolded across an expansive plain. Unlike the game, where only a handful of zombies would spawn at a time, here, all the zombies had congregated together. The sight of nearly 10,000 zombies wandering in close proximity was unsettling, and Zhang Hao felt a pang of regret for venturing in. At the forefront were hundreds of low-tier zombies, occasionally interspersed with a few 5th or 6th tier specimens. The 5th tier Corrupted, the Buddha Slayer, and the 6th tier Winged Demon, the Fear Dominator, were categorized as B-tier enemies, while their numbers were not overwhelming. With an estimated count in the hundreds, Zhang Hao could discern that among the throng were several formidable 7th tier zombies, few in number but colossal in stature. Moreover, the 7th tier zombies were surrounded by an aura that deterred any other undead from approaching. Even the mindless creatures instinctively avoided such a presence. To his dismay, Zhang Hao realized he had been unaware of the formidable size of these zombies. In the game, players were represented solely by avatars, making it impossible to gauge their true proportions, relying instead on the background lore for rough estimations. The 4 types of 7th tier zombies, the Annihilation Judicator, Swarm Overlord, Thorn Lizard, and Enigmatic Head, each towered over the other, creating an overwhelming sense of dread from a distance. Even the smallest among them, the Swarm Overlord, stood a daunting 3 meters tall, its height and bulk resembling a wall. The largest, the Thorn Lizard, loomed at over 10 meters, surpassing the height of nearby 3-story houses. Leaving Zhang Hao in a state of disbelief, he decided to assess the threat level. The Annihilation Judicator, Class A, was a product of a specialized organization that had undergone a second transformation from a Class B killing monarch. Although crafted as a humanoid weapon, its immense power allowed it to breach the laboratory-esque confines, escaping the control of the organization. They were harbingers of destruction, leaving no survivor in their wake. What astounded Zhang Hao most was the subsequent line. The defensive and offensive capabilities of the Annihilation Judicator had reached that of a main battle tank. While the Annihilation Judicator was reputed to be the most manageable of the 4 7th tier zombies, humorously dubbed the Little Angel due to its comparatively lower defense among its peers, its introduction now likened it to a main battle tank. Zhang Hao glanced at the rifle in his hands and then at the zombie in the distance that bore a striking resemblance to an armored vehicle, grappling with a sense of existential doubt. However, since he had embarked on this venture, he could not return without firing a shot. He lingered for a moment before cautiously approaching within 100 meters of the teleportation portal. One zombie seemed to wander around that boundary, and Zhang Hao stepped closer, focusing intently to avoid a sudden attack. Yet, the zombie did not strike. It appeared oblivious to his presence. Zhang Hao tentatively extended his hand, at which point the zombie let out a guttural roar and lunged toward his arm. He quickly withdrew his limb, causing the zombie to lose its target once more. After several trials, Zhang Hao confirmed that the 100-meter mark was indeed a safe zone. As long as he remained within it, he would incur no harm. But could he attack from his sanctuary? Regrettably, he found that he could not. Even with his rifle extended, Any assault was rendered ineffective as long as his body remained within the designated safe area. This realization quashed his hopes of exploiting a loophole. In the game, confronting a horde of zombies would not result in death. At worst, he would be severely injured and teleported back. However, Zhang Hao was not keen to test whether this rule had changed. The horde was too formidable to consider from afar, so he meticulously scanned the surroundings for areas with fewer zombies, particularly those with only one or a few high-tier undead. The 7th-tier zombies were scarce and thus easier to observe, yet the 6th-tier zombies could pose a significant threat in numbers, making escape difficult. After half an hour of vigilant observation, Zhang Hao finally spotted a solitary annihilation judicator to his right front, surrounded by relatively few high-tier zombies. No 7th-tier zombies were present nearby. Even 5th-tier and 6th-tier zombies were scarce, with only a solitary 5th-tier slaughtering Buddha demon approaching within the past half hour. Moreover, the other zombies dared not venture too close to the 7th tier, with that particular slaughtering Buddha demon maintaining a distance of around 50 meters. Thus, it was decided to engage this one. Before the confrontation, Zhang Hao brimmed with confidence, eager for a magnificent slaughter. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. He now found himself only able to advance and eliminate a solitary destructive arbiter. Prior to his arrival, he had meticulously prepared medical supplies and ammunition. He even equipped himself with dual rifles, chainsaws, and broad blades, anticipating potential weapon damage during the battle. Additionally, he had various items imbued with beneficial effects to consume. Chapter 68. A desperate struggle for 7th-tier blood in 7 days to die. The Dominator significantly enhances critical hits and damage, while the Scholar Tattoo Candy augments damage range. The Energy Bar Candy boosts healing, and the Survival Potion increases both damage and vitality. Simultaneously, within 60 minutes, Zhang Hao experiences no fatigue, with his attention and perception remarkably heightened. The crafting time for buff items is swift, yet the necessary materials are exceedingly rare, with some items only obtainable through supply crates or merchants. Zhang Hao's stockpile is limited, having expended nearly half during today's battle against the zombie horde. Failure to eliminate them would be a considerable loss. While the Dominator offers substantial advantages, it also carries negative effects. However, these disadvantages are nullified by the combat sharpness buff from the Survival Potion, proving that 1 + 1 can indeed exceed 2. Once all buffs take effect, and Zhang Hao acclimates to his enhanced physique, he wields a chainsaw in each hand, igniting them before charging into the horde. The front lines consist of low-tier zombies, which fall instantly before the chainsaw's damage exceeding 500, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. The noise generated by the chainsaws is deafening, inciting nearby zombies reliant on auditory cues into a frenzy. Those zombies not dependent on sound, but within proximity, also rush toward Zhang Hao, intent on devouring the human before them. Zhang Hao has prepared makeshift Molotov cocktails and poison gas grenades, which, while low in damage, serve primarily to deplete the higher-tier zombies. For the lesser foes, he hurls soil grenades, which, though significantly less damaging than a handgun, prove effective in numbers, swiftly dispatching the low-tier undead. Utilizing these consumables, Zhang Hao faces no hindrance and advances directly towards the destruction judicator, confronting the colossal form towering 7 to 8 meters above him. He feels a flicker of trepidation, but overcomes his fear, plunging the chainsaws into the beast. The size of the creature presents its own disadvantages, as Zhang Hao embeds both chainsaws deeply, rendering the destruction judicator's short arms unable to extricate them. At this moment, the swift-winged phantom, 6th tier, approaches rapidly. Zhang Hao throws out the trapping net used for his first B-tier kill, along with electric nets and spike nets. Observing that no other high-tier zombies currently surround him, he hastily switches to a crossbow, launching 2 types of specialized bolts at the destruction judicator. Given the sheer size of the adversary, precise aiming is unnecessary. The destruction judicator's immense stature renders the trapping net ineffective, compelling Zhang Hao to rely on the electric shocks to slow its advance. Fortunately, the destruction judicator is not particularly swift. Despite being A tier, the various negative buffs reduce its speed to that of C tier. granting Zhang Hao precious time to inflict damage on the surrounding zombies. He then seizes his rifle and directs fire at the destruction judicator, discovering that this 7th-tier zombie possesses formidable resilience, as blood loss is minimal even after prolonged assault. The surrounding horde, aside from the ensnared winged phantom, has been effectively neutralized, including the 5th-tier abomination. Other zombies hesitate to approach the 7th-tier creature, maintaining a cautious distance from one another, thereby granting Zhang Hao the operational space he requires. Yet, a horde of corpses is merely a horde, and the demise of dozens of zombies is no different from the death of a single one. The distinction is utterly negligible. The surrounding zombies have also surged forth, with several formidable 5th-tier undead among them. With no choice left, Zhang Hao distanced himself from the Destruction Arbiter, prioritizing the elimination of these relentless fiends. The sheer volume was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to keep pace with their numbers, which only seemed to multiply. Suddenly, a sharp snap echoed as a nightmare weaver sank its teeth into Zhang Hao's thigh, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Yet, in his exhilaration, he felt no pain. Though his armor was pierced, it mitigated most of the damage. His injury was merely flesh-deep, sparing his bones and leaving his mobility unaffected. Zhang Hao utilized a medical vial procured from Justin, witnessing a swift recovery at the wound site, halting the bleeding within mere seconds. After consuming the potion, he turned to repel the Nightmare Weaver. With resolve, he entrusted his armor and hurled dozens of earthen grenades beneath his feet. The explosion resonated, obliterating numerous zombies in its wake. Despite the protective gear, Zhang Hao still sustained injuries, yet his ample supply of medical supplies rendered him the sole survivor amidst the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, he dispatched the second wave of approaching zombies, only to find both rifles exhausted of ammunition. Hastily, he reloaded, surveying the ground littered with the spoils of fallen undead, including the blood of 6th-tier zombies. However, he could only gather materials within arm's reach, abandoning those further away, before turning back to assault the Destruction Arbiter once more. Its health dwindled, yet the scent of blood from Zhang Hao's earlier injury attracted even more distant zombies. 2 swarm rulers charged at him from either side. Before him stood the Destruction Arbiter, flanked by the encroaching rulers. At their pace, they would reach him within moments. An unending tide of zombies began to encircle him, leaving only the path behind him relatively clear of the 7th-tier fiends. Yet, gazing at the precariously low health of the Destruction Arbiter, Zhang Hao felt a surge of determination. He had already consumed half of his medical supplies and buffs, and with little left, he realized that without sufficient rewards, he would be left with nothing. To hell with it, he thought. Fortune favors the bold. With his mind made up, he resolved to gamble everything. Though his instinct for survival had been paramount since entering this world, he understood that tenacity was essential. He expended all remaining consumables, determined to withstand the onslaught for as long as possible, and hurled every damaging item he had toward the Destruction Arbiter. At last, under Zhang Hao's hopeful gaze, the Destruction Arbiter collapsed, its form dissipating to reveal a trove of materials. Blood? Or perhaps 3 vials? Zhang Hao paid no heed to the other materials, immediately fixating on the 3 vials of blood. Truly, the little angel was not only easy to defeat, but also yielded more blood than other 7th-tier zombies. Just then, one of the swarm rulers was vanquished, and a stream of corrosive liquid sprayed toward him. Zhang Hao aimed to seize the blood and escape before the arrival of another swarm dominator, leaving him no time to evade. He decided to endure the assault, albeit this time his evasion failed to activate, resulting in him taking a direct hit. Although it was not a genuine attack, merely a secretion from the creature, the damage was significant yet not fatal. Zhang Hao shielded himself with his left hand while using his right to gather the blood. His left arm was swiftly corroded, revealing the white of bone. Had he possessed the capacity to feel pain at that moment, he believed he would have succumbed to agony. He successfully retrieved the blood and hastily made his escape. The second swarm dominator soon arrived, not emitting corrosive spray like the first, but charging directly at him. Chapter 69. Healing and the assistance of teammates in a moment of crisis. Zhang Hao conceived an audacious maneuver. Rather than evading, He deliberately positioned himself to meet the oncoming swarm dominator head-on, adjusting his body and stance to allow the creature to collide forcefully against his back. Upon impact, Zhang Hao was propelled through the air, blood erupting from his mouth as he felt the internal organs within him sustain grievous harm. In haste, he consumed medication. Yet these remedies could only provide fleeting respite. The healing of his left arm was insufficiently rapid. The corrosive substance from the swarm dominator appeared to hinder his recovery, while the second dominator inflicted damage through sheer force. The injuries were internal, though the medications offered some healing. Their efficacy was limited. However, the very force of the collision fortuitously propelled Zhang Hao closer to safety, landing merely a few dozen meters from the secure zone. Struggling to rise, he found his left arm too severely injured to exert any strength, relying solely on his right hand to wield a broad blade and eliminate the surrounding low-tier zombies. As for the two chainsaws that had previously been embedded in the body of the Annihilator, they lay abandoned upon its demise. Zhang Hao prioritized gathering blood over retrieving them. After swiftly dispatching the nearby zombies, Zhang Hao hastened towards the safety zone. Once there, he collapsed, bandaging the wounds on his left arm and right leg with medical gauze. Turning back, he observed the two swarm dominators had reached the intersection of the secure zone and the horde area. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have been trapped. Laughing heartily, Zhang Hao, despite his injuries, found it difficult to contain his exhilaration as he produced 3 vials of blood, admiring them closely, feeling that every effort had been worthwhile. It is often said that beginnings are the hardest. Now, with only a tier 5 B-grade weapon, Zhang Hao had managed to vanquish an Annihilator. In the future, he planned to exchange this invaluable 7th tier blood with Steven Zhou for a 6th tier weapon, which would make subsequent encounters far less daunting. Regarding the weapon exchange, Zhang Hao believed that a Barrett would be most advantageous due to its high damage, long range, and inherent penetration, making it ideal for combating high-tier monsters. As for the Gatling gun, Zhang Hao was uncertain of its firing rate. If it operated at real-world speeds, he would undoubtedly prefer it. However, if its firing rate aligned with that of the game, it would pale in comparison to the Barrett. The pressing concern was that Zhang Hao was unaware of when Steven Zhou would next offer 6th-tier weapons. The game's timeline had progressed significantly. Yet, the merchant's schedule had shifted previously, and communication was possible. He resolved to inquire during his next visit. Even if he had to pay a premium, he was determined to secure the weapon before other survivors could catch up. After resting for a while and calming his emotions, Zhang Hao returned to the island through the portal. As he stepped out, he received several proof of slaughter tokens as rewards for participating in the horde, which could be traded with Steven Zhou's team for a considerable sum. These tokens were relatively easy to acquire from the horde. A single 7th-tier zombie yielded over 500 tokens, and having dispatched over 100 low-tier zombies, Zhang Hao now possessed over 1,000 proof of slaughter tokens. While he could not afford the finest weapons, replenishing ammunition was certainly within reach. Gazing at the site of his injury, Zhang Hao observed that the wound on his right leg was gradually healing. Although a piece of flesh was still missing, he could feel the tingling sensation of regeneration beneath the surface. However, his left arm, which bore the brunt of his injuries, caused him to furrow his brow. The most grievous areas revealed glimpses of white bone, and even now, blood continued to seep from the wound, necessitating Zhang Hao to administer medication at intervals. While the game did not depict it, the toxicity of the zombie's blood and secretions in reality was alarmingly high. Upon his return, he noted the infection level had surged, requiring him to consume 10 antibiotic tablets in quick succession to mitigate the threat. Yet, the wound on his left arm persisted, and his infection level continued to rise slowly. In peacetime, such an injury would be of little concern to Zhang Hao, as he possessed ample supplies of medicine. Although he had a limited stock of buff potions and high-grade remedies, he could suffice with lower-tier medicines for wound recovery and health restoration. However, Zhang Hao was reluctant to wait. This was a survival scenario, and the uncertainties of the following day weighed heavily on his mind. As the ocean gradually froze over, restricting his ability to venture out, he was left with no choice but to tend to his wounds. The severity of his injuries meant that sitting upright was only feasible due to the remaining duration of his buff. Once the buff expired, The pain alone would pose a significant challenge. Zhang Hao had yet to utilize the specialized first aid kit obtained earlier, a vital tool for preserving his life. Now, faced with such grave injuries, he found himself in a quandary. At that moment, a private message from Zheng Yan arrived. Ah, indeed. Wasn't there an item with Wei Jiadong that he could borrow? Zhang Hao nearly forgot that he was not alone in this endeavor. Having formed an alliance, the possessions of his teammates were, in essence, his own. Upon checking the message, he saw that Zheng Yan informed him the crops they had cultivated were nearing maturity and inquired how he wished to distribute them. Please reserve some of each for me, and give Wang Hong a portion as well, just to test his luck. However, he need not receive too much. The high-grade food I provide should suffice for his chance endeavors. As for the remainder, you may keep it for trading purposes. Without much contemplation, Zhang Hao responded directly. The crops cultivated by Zheng Yan, while useful for trading, were not particularly compatible with Zhang Hao's blueprints, rendering them less valuable for crafting superior items. It would be more advantageous for her to utilize them herself, thus not occupying the limited crafting slots Zhang Hao had. Before reaching out to Wei Jiadong, Zhang Hao retrieved some B-grade water to cleanse his wounds. Regarding his internal injuries, he consumed a portion of B-grade cuisine, confident that the energy enhancing his physical capabilities would also aid in his recovery. Opening the private chat channel, Zhang Hao typed, "Donggu, are you there?" He still felt somewhat bashful about directly borrowing from others, thus prefacing his inquiry with a polite greeting, which could easily mislead someone into thinking he was asking for a loan or proposing marriage. "Xiaozi, what is the matter?" Wei Jiadong responded promptly. "Have you used your healing heart, B-grade, today?" Zhang Hao decided to be straightforward. Upon receiving the message, Wei Jiadong straightened up, hastily inquiring, "Xiaozi, what happened? Are you injured? Did you attack a guardian on another island?" "Sort of," Zhang Hao replied. "There was an A-grade creature. Although it ultimately escaped, I did sustain some damage, which has impeded my recovery." He provided a brief explanation. Upon concluding his inquiries to Zhang Hao, Wei Jiadong initiated a transaction for the Heart of Healing before awaiting a response. Zhang Hao first addressed the questions posed and subsequently consented to the trade. Alas, Haozi, there was no need for such haste. The guardians on the islands do not refresh until they reach grade C, and they are undoubtedly formidable adversaries. However, I was taken aback to discover the presence of grade A monsters. Is it truly feasible for grade C to contend with them? Although Wei Jiadong harbored concerns, he retained faith in the efficacy of the Heart of Healing. Not every island guardian is of grade A. I have encountered but one, as the majority tend to be grade C. Zhang Hao had yet to engage in combat, but that did not hinder his conjectures. With that said, Zhang Hao invoked the Heart of Healing. Instantly, a radiant white light enveloped him, and the injuries on his legs began to mend. Chapter 70. Unexpected Joy. The commencement of rocket construction, even the wound on the left arm caused by an A-class zombie had healed significantly. Were it not for the lingering toxins impeding recovery, the injury would have fully mended. However, B-class items are inherently limited in their effectiveness against A-class adversaries, particularly those with restrictions on healing. Zhang Hao consumed another antibiotic and returned the healing heart to Wei Jiadong. "Brother Dong, we'll need to use it again tomorrow." Wei Jiadong was taken aback by the severity of Zhang Hao's injuries. "Are you truly all right? Is the healing heart's effect insufficient? You should keep the healing heart for now. I have none anyway. Return it once you are fully recovered," he insisted, declining the transaction and leaving the healing heart in Zhang Hao's possession. "Thank you, Brother Dong. There is no need to worry. It's not that my injuries are particularly grave. It's merely that the wound is hindered by energy that obstructs healing. The healing heart is a B-class item, and its efficacy against A-class negative effects is limited," Zhang Hao explained, noting that while the initial appearance of his injuries seemed dire, treatment had improved most areas significantly, except for the left arm. The internal injuries felt better as well, thanks to the healing heart. Meanwhile, Wei Jiadong contemplated whether to share this information with Zheng Yan. He recalled that Zhang Hao possessed other medications, notably the essence he required. However, he surmised that if Zhang Hao genuinely needed assistance, he would inquire himself. Thus, he refrained from taking the initiative. After securing the healing heart, Zhang Hao relaxed his body and removed the medical bandages from all but his left arm and right leg. Concerned about potential zombie contamination, he constructed a furnace outside the dwelling, disposing of his discarded clothing and bandages within. He then cleansed his wounds with B-class water once more and lightly wiped down other areas of his body. After a grueling battle, fatigue began to weigh upon him. Upon awakening anew, the supply crates had long since refreshed. The first order of business upon rising was to utilize the healing heart. Following this application, Zhang Hao felt markedly better, the sensation obstructing the recovery of his left arm dissipating. After returning the healing heart to Wei Jiadong, he commenced his tasks for the day. However, the sea had begun to freeze over, with vast expanses of ice forming in the distance, limiting the mobility of supply crates. Some crates had even become submerged beneath the ice, necessitating that Zhang Hao venture onto the frozen surface to saw open a small aperture to retrieve them. The situation for other survivors mirrored his own. The lower-tier survivors were less affected, having not yet set sail and still obtaining supplies near the shore. The most impacted were the mid-tier survivors, whose vessels had not traveled far, striving to evade schools of sharks while relying on luck to secure a few crates from greater distances. Now, with the ice layer obstructing access, acquiring additional supply crates had become even more challenging. Wei Jiadong and his group experienced some impact, though not significantly, as they possessed weapons capable of breaking through the ice. While it required time and posed the risk of encirclement, as long as they exercised caution to avoid being surrounded by a multitude of sharks, a few would present no threat. The chat interface buzzed with discussions about the current predicament. What should we do under these circumstances? The number of supply crates we can obtain has diminished substantially. Among the lower-tier survivors, some begrudged the success of others, thinking, since I can't obtain any, at least now everyone is in the same boat, which is somewhat comforting. However, the majority of survivors are preoccupied with their future. What if the ice continues to thicken? Do you possess any weapons capable of breaking through the ice layer? Currently, the ice is not very thick, but if it becomes denser, even weapons may prove ineffective. Some are concerned even further. As these words were spoken, a profound silence enveloped the group. Among those who remain, none are naive enough to believe that the ice will not expand. The complete freezing of the sea is merely a matter of time. In truth, one could argue that the sea is already partially frozen, except for the areas surrounding the island. Yet, standing on the island and gazing around, one is met with a landscape of pristine white ice. Those venturing out to sea have begun traversing the ice, which is now sturdy enough to support their weight, though they dare not venture too far. At this moment, Zheng Yan is commiserating with Zhang Hao. Brother Hao, the supply boxes beneath the ice are beyond the reach of our instruments. I must retrieve them myself. Initially, Zheng Yan had no qualms about fetching supplies alone, but after becoming accustomed to automated machinery, the prospect of manual retrieval now feels exhausting. Fetching them yourself is quite beneficial. It prevents you from becoming lethargic, Zhang Hao retorted. Fear not. I shall continue to exercise. There are no entertainment activities on this island. I can only focus on physical fitness. As they conversed, Zhang Hao began to open the supply box. Most of the materials inside were familiar, yet this time he unearthed a somewhat larger piece of paper. It did not resemble a blueprint. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a model of a rocket. Simply a model, devoid of any instructions. The only noteworthy aspect being its detailed construction and a few basic parameters. A rocket model? Zhang Hao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before recollecting himself. Is this for doomsday preparations? Hastily, he returned to the house, and indeed, a poster had materialized at the head of his bed. It displayed the design schematic for the first stage of the rocket. Though incomprehensible, Zhang Hao did not need to understand it fully. He merely had to remember the materials required and submit them to the system for the rocket to be constructed automatically. The first stage was merely a framework, necessitating basic materials such as metal, glass, and wood. Although the game typically required construction underground to avoid detection by agents, with no agents monitoring his intentions of escape, Zhang Hao decided to see if he could construct it above ground. He found that he could initiate construction without restrictions on the quantity. When he attempted to build a second rocket, he was able to place it without issue, though he refrained from doing so, primarily concerned about the difficulty of gathering materials later on. If the materials were sufficient, he would undoubtedly construct as many as possible. While one person may not require such quantities, who decreed that rockets are solely for transporting humans. Airplanes can function as missiles. Why should rockets be any different? The rocket, being relatively small at around 20 to 30 meters in height, could only accommodate one person. The manufacturing of the first stage proceeded swiftly, and soon the framework of the rocket was complete. At that moment, Zhang Hao gazed into the distance and spotted the figure of a delivery man emerging from afar. Despite the icy terrain, the delivery man's speed showed no signs of diminishing. As his amphibious vehicle traversed seamlessly from the ice surface to the sea and finally to Zhang Hao's island. Since discovering that the courier could engage in conversation with merchants, Zhang Hao had attempted to communicate during subsequent purchases. However, the courier maintained an air of aloofness, offering nothing more than the most rudimentary greetings. Even in the absence of the agent's oversight, he remained tight-lipped. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao thought it best to let it go. After all, he was already aware of the game's background, and with the assistance of Mi Jie in the survival world, he felt sufficiently informed. Observing the lack of progress, he ultimately decided to abandon the endeavor, and once again, the courier exhibited the same demeanor. Upon arriving, he handed over the package to Zhang Hao and departed without a word. Previously, the courier would linger like a brainless NPC. But ever since Zhang Hao had sought information, he no longer played along. He simply dropped off the items and left. Upon opening the package, Zhang Hao discovered, as expected, a book and 2 modules. The modules represented the blueprints acquired from his reading, the Greenhouse Housing Module. Chapter 71, Greenhouse Module, Acquisition Blueprint in the Apocalyptic World of Doomsday Prepper. Each phase of the rocket unlocks housing modules. The first phase introduces the greenhouse currently in Zhang Hao's possession, followed by modules for power generation, refrigeration, water purification, and manufacturing, with additional livestock features in the DLC. Zhang Hao first returned indoors to study. The materials required for the greenhouse module were exceedingly simple, presenting no challenge in production. With the onset of cold weather, it was the perfect opportunity to equip the villa with greenhouse modules. While the primary function of the greenhouse module is to accelerate crop growth, its insulation properties are remarkably effective as well. After installing the greenhouse module, Zhang Hao attempted to turn off the heating devices, yet the indoor temperature remained pleasantly warm, even more so than when he had relied on air conditioning or a stove. Venturing outside the villa, Zhang Hao dashed to the planning area. He began by selecting certain sections for modification, surrounding them with a wooden frame to create a rudimentary wooden house. Upon entering, he discovered the possibility of organizing according to modules. Zhang Hao then dismantled the newly constructed wooden house and proceeded to enclose the entire planning area. Given the vastness of the space, he needed to incorporate support pillars, thus adjusting the range while also reducing the number of crops. With the accelerated growth time, the quantity required diminished. Otherwise, he would find himself preoccupied with planting and harvesting as before. Regarding the cultivation, Zhang Hao messaged Zhengyan, indicating that the greenhouse module did not qualify as equipment, allowing for direct trading without team involvement. Brother Hao, where did you procure such marvelous items? Are you truly not categorized in the planning section like me? Zhengyan felt as though her classification was a mere illusion. She had not unlocked any items that accelerated growth or enhanced yield, while Zhang Hao had managed to do so. Previously, when Zhang Hao traded her some foundational stones and soil, Zheng Yan's agricultural endeavors had advanced considerably. However, the issue of housing loomed large. After becoming teammates, Zhang Hao had attempted to have Zheng Yan construct a house using wooden frames, but she reported that it was unfeasible. Aside from Zhang Hao himself, others could only utilize the wooden frame as a framework. It could not be recognized as a house. It appeared the game system determined what constituted a house, while they lacked the game system's capabilities, rendering their efforts merely a collection of wooden frames. Moreover, Zheng Yan was only one person, and no matter how much Zhang Hao pressed her, there were limits to her capabilities. After all, she was not like others who could yield an abundance of cotton with every harvest. Both Zhang Hao and Zheng Yan understood that the crops she possessed were of higher levels, but in limited quantities, and they had previously been indoors. The plants in this survival world were remarkably resilient. Despite the frigid weather, their growth speed had significantly decreased but had not ceased entirely, nor had they succumbed to frost. Although Zhang Yan's higher-level plants had been indoors, where there was heating, their growth had still slowed. Now, with the installation of the greenhouse module, not only had the indoor temperature returned to an optimal level, but the growth rate had also improved beyond the basic value. The combined effects resulted in a growth speed nearly double that of before. Zhang Yan also had some potions or other items capable of enhancing growth speed and yield, albeit they were produced by Zhang Hao, who felt that the current crop levels were not particularly high. Furthermore, there is currently no suitable blueprint, rendering the use of props for acceleration unnecessary. It would be wiser to accumulate resources for the time being, awaiting a pressing need for certain materials or the opportunity to utilize higher-tier crops. The greenhouse module and lumber belong to different realms of the game, occupying distinct production slots, allowing for simultaneous creation. Zhang Hao initially listed the greenhouse module within the alliance, charging alliance contributions. The cost is modest. Compared to materials, it merely doubles the processing fee, essentially serving as a benefit for the alliance. However, this price is inconsequential for Wei Jiadong and Lu Jie, and not particularly affordable for others either. Yet, despite its cost, it is a one-time expense significantly more advantageous than lumber. Following yesterday's horde of corpses, Zhang Hao finds himself increasingly in need of his teammates' assistance. With nearly 10,000 zombies, even a single drop of blood per attack could leave Zhang Hao incapacitated after just one wave. While it is unlikely for all 10,000 zombies to attack simultaneously, they do not limit themselves to a single strike. Zhang Hao's teammates need not vanquish the strongest of zombies. They merely need to ensure their own survival amidst the horde while assisting Zhang Hao in clearing out lower-tier zombies or providing control. This would enable Zhang Hao to focus his efforts on higher-tier zombies or other adversaries. Against formidable foes, control cannot cease. Yet low-level zombies cannot be neglected either. Though they inflict minimal damage, they may still exert control. Thus, teammates capable of dispatching the lesser threats become crucial. Regrettably, there are currently no relevant items available, compelling Zhang Hao to offer small favors to enhance his image. It is more vital for others to believe in your invincibility than for you to genuinely possess it. Once the greenhouse module became available in the alliance, several individuals immediately initiated transactions. Damn, I forgot about the others, Zhang Hao lamented, slapping his forehead. After providing for Zheng Yan, he recalled only giving to Wang Hong, neglecting Zheng Yan's teammates. It remains uncertain whether Zheng Yan merely forgot or intended for them to purchase on their own. Zhang Hao sent a message to Zheng Yan, advising her team against buying from the alliance shop, suggesting she tally their needs while he would directly supply her. As for Chao Tianjin, Zhang Hao felt compelled to inquire personally, given her status as a prominent survivor. Although her presence was somewhat subdued, Chao Tianjin was already a teammate. Tianjin, why did you purchase directly from the alliance shop? I hadn't provided for you yet, Zhang Hao inquired, omitting any mention of his oversight. At that moment, Chao Tianjin had already made her purchase, and, upon seeing Zhang Hao's message, promptly replied, "Brother Hao, it wasn't necessary. It's not expensive, so I bought it myself." Such a response perplexed Zhang Hao. As teammates, how could she treat herself like the others? As your leader, how could I accept materials from you? The more he spoke, the more he felt like a commendable leader. He returned the alliance contributions to Chao Tianjin while also providing her with additional greenhouse modules. Initially, Chao Tianjin had not intended to take advantage of the situation, but now, witnessing Zhang Hao's generosity, she felt a surge of gratitude. Not only were the greenhouse modules priced so reasonably, but he was also waiving even the minimal cost for her. Others were unaware of the production costs associated with the greenhouse modules. They judged based on experience, assuming such valuable items could not be inexpensive. To his surprise, Zhang Hao still managed to profit from this situation. Without the mindset of a capitalist, one could hardly fathom just how minimal the cost of goods truly is. After engaging in a few more conversations with Chao Tianjin, Zhang Hao sought to deepen the favorable impression he left on this female university student. Concurrently, he listed several sets of greenhouse modules in the trading channel shop, offering only blueprints this time, necessitating communication between both parties before a transaction could take place. It was not as simple as the buyer submitting resources for an immediate trade, as this was to prevent the acquisition of worthless blueprints. Each set of greenhouse modules consisted of 10 units, a figure Zhang Hao established based on the housing configurations of others within the alliance. The teammates' residences varied in size, but for those of the same level, the standard requirement remained 10 greenhouse modules. Thus, Zhang Hao designated 10 units per set, while noting that this quantity was necessary for standard housing. Chapter 72. The ice layer rapidly expands. The original plan was to explore the nearby islands today, but due to an injury, albeit minor, it seemed unnecessary to rush within the next couple of days. Instead, it would be prudent to await the freezing of the sea surface, allowing for a direct approach to the islands upon the formation of ice. While others expressed concerns regarding the dangers lurking beneath the ice, Zhang Hao remained unfazed. Even if a B-grade shark were to return, it would merely add another dish to the menu. Crafting the greenhouse blueprint consumed a considerable amount of time, and even the survivors who had ventured out to sea had returned. The number of blueprints in the possession of the survivors had increased significantly. While high-level blueprints were undoubtedly advantageous, low-level blueprints were not without merit. Consequently, numerous individuals sought to trade blueprints, overwhelming Zhang Hao. He decided to relinquish half of the greenhouse modules to Zheng Yan, enlisting her assistance in trading. With a limited number of greenhouse modules and an influx of private messages that were difficult to manage, he entrusted half of the modules to his teammate, advising others to approach her for any blueprints of acceptable levels. To those who believed their blueprints, despite lacking levels, had commendable effects, Zhang Hao requested they contact him. He subsequently deleted all private messages, suggesting a fresh start for trading. Once Zhang Hao's words were spoken, the other survivors resumed trading, resulting in a significant reduction in private messages, although the volume remained substantial. Reluctantly, Zhang Hao began to sift through the myriad of messages. The majority consisted of subpar blueprints, some nearly ubiquitous in their prevalence. Zhang Hao felt exasperated. Such exchanges were merely a gamble, yet he persevered in his examination. Among the offerings, he encountered a few that piqued his interest, such as recipes and clothing designs. Although lacking levels, these items were essential for daily life, prompting Zhang Hao to engage in trade. He sighed, recognizing that blueprints devoid of levels were generally less desirable. He could only hope for fruitful results from Yan's end. He instructed her to exercise her judgment, emphasizing that even if the items were as trivial as toilet paper, higher-level materials would undoubtedly provide greater comfort. However, this was merely a contingency plan. In the absence of particularly sought-after blueprints, higher-level items would take precedence. Then, he stumbled upon a blueprint that defied his earlier skepticism. Metal coating. No level a layer or multiple layers of metal or alloy coating on the surface of metal or other materials, with effects dependent on the material and devoid of any enhancements. The absence of enhancements rendered it level-less and, consequently, rather lackluster for others, with insufficient metal available. Creating items directly seemed more pragmatic than applying a coating. Yet for Zhang Hao, the situation was different, and he promptly engaged in trade. The other party, merely hoping for a stroke of luck, was taken aback when Zhang Hao accepted the offer. Upon receiving the trade, they eagerly agreed. Little did they expect that this blueprint would indeed find a buyer. Initially delighted by the prospect of the coating blueprint, their enthusiasm waned upon reading the words "no enhancements." Now, acquiring a set of greenhouse modules was a delightful surprise, and they hastily installed them, bringing warmth to the interior. With the successful trade of valuable items, Zhang Hao did not rush to apply the coating, but continued to peruse the available blueprints. However, he found nothing particularly striking and opted to trade the previously overlooked recipes and clothing designs, considering it a means to enhance his quality of life. Zhang Hao has completed his review, while Zheng Yan remains indecisive about which blueprints to select. Understandably, as these are not her own possessions, she is likely overthinking the matter. Zhang Hao, however, has not imposed any pressure on her and has instead proceeded to the raft. Indeed, it is the raft that occupies his attention at present, as it is the sole item in his possession requiring a coating. The weapon itself is constructed from carbon fiber metal plates, which represent the finest material currently at Zhang Hao's disposal. He first applies a layer to the bottom of the raft using a carbon fiber metal plate, capable of coating 10 raft floors with just one piece. After the application, Zhang Hao delivers a powerful punch to the raft, producing a resounding thud. Despite the pain in his fist, the floor remains unscathed. When he fires a rifle at it, clear marks are left, and attempts with a chainsaw reveal that the raft can only withstand the assault for a limited time. Nevertheless, Zhang Hao is quite content, as even the rifle, classified as a B-level weapon, inflicts minimal damage. The reinforced chainsaw also encounters resistance, indicating that the raft's fortitude has increased exponentially. Should they encounter the previous school of sharks again, their attempts to damage the raft will likely be futile. Following the successful experiment, Zhang Hao proceeds to coat the entirety of the raft. In addition to the crucial flooring, portions above sea level also require coating. After completing the coating on both the underlying steel plate and the outer layer of the raft, Zheng Yan sends him a message confirming the transaction's completion. The crafting panel for the Doomsday Preparation enthusiast has also produced some greenhouse modules, which Zhang Hao trades to Zheng Yan. Given that the unranked blueprints rely heavily on luck, he plans to revisit them after some time. His primary aim is to trade for ranked blueprints, leaving that for Zheng Yan to assess. The blueprints Zheng Yan sent him lack any remarkable features, with the exception of a single-use special blueprint. Among them are 2 D-level recipes, which Zhang Hao promptly instructs Zheng Yan to forward to Wang Hong, along with the requisite ingredients. There is also a shoe blueprint, which does not surpass the quality of what Zhang Hao currently wears. He allows Zheng Yan to choose between the male and female options for her own use. However, this shoe blueprint is also single-use, while multiple or permanent versions surely exist, as demonstrated by Wei Jiadong, who possesses higher-level weapon blueprints than those in the hands of New Century. Although single-use blueprints are indeed ephemeral, their crafting difficulty is considerably lower than that of multiple-use or permanent versions. For similar items, single-use blueprints often require fewer materials, although they may lack the most essential components. Each has its own advantages. The remaining blueprints hold little utility, prompting Zhang Hao to inquire if Zheng Yan needs anything. She responds that she currently has no need for these blueprints, explaining her prolonged selection process. Consequently, Zhang Hao lists them in the Alliance shop. With carbon fiber running low, Zhang Hao resorts to reinforcing the top layer, while only partially coating the second layer in the middle. The raft, from its exterior, has transformed beyond recognition. Reinforced with steel ingots and coated with carbon fiber metal plates, it now resembles a metallic vessel. Zhang Hao boards the raft and starts the engine, causing its speed to decrease, and he adds 2 more engines. As he applies the coating and tests the new raft, the sky gradually darkens. What took everyone, including Zhang Hao, by surprise was the astonishing speed at which the ice layer on the sea expanded this evening. Although Zhang Hao had consulted the weather forecast and was aware that the temperature would plummet once more, he did not anticipate such rapid ice formation on the surface of the sea. Everyone, quickly, look at the ice layer in the distance. Someone urgently proclaimed in the district. Due to the frigid temperatures, those with homes were surely sheltering indoors, while those without had managed to dig a small cellar over the past few days. Chapter 73. The emergence of the blood moon, what was referred to as a cellar, was, in truth, merely a larger version of the previous coffin. Due to the constraints of the island, which could not be excavated deeply, the underground space was low, yet expansive enough to accommodate a heating source to fend off the cold, permitting rest and sleep. Observing the chat interface, many remarked upon the changes occurring at sea. Most individuals either peered through windows, rushed outside, or poked their heads out of the cellar to gaze at the ocean. At that moment, Zhang Hao was still on the raft and had witnessed the transformation of the sea. Raising his gaze toward the distant waters, he noted that while there had previously been ice patches, they had not coalesced. However, now the ice was spreading with alarming speed. The chill approached rapidly, and Zhang Hao could discern the intricate details of the water crystallizing into ice. Amidst the despair and helplessness of the majority of survivors, the ice layer advanced with visible ferocity, relentlessly encroaching upon the island. In less than an hour, the sea surrounding the island was entirely frozen. At that moment, Zhang Hao remained on the raft, observing the encroaching ice, choosing not to return to the island, curious about the fate of the raft. Fortunately, the raft remained undamaged. Yet the fully frozen ocean clearly rendered navigation impossible. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky. Initially light, they quickly transformed into a heavy snowfall. Although sailing was no longer an option, Zhang Hao continued to reinforce the raft, knowing that the sea would eventually thaw, and forecasts indicated a rise in temperature within a few days. The raft, coated for protection, was also safe from the heavy snow or any predatory sharks that might have escaped earlier. While the falling snow was traditionally seen as a harbinger of prosperity, in this dire situation, it merely served as a grim reaper for the surviving souls. The current temperature was such that even Zhang Hao, with a physique rated at level C, felt a chill, let alone the other survivors. The chat channel was filled with lamentations and curses directed at the dreadful weather. Currently, aside from the 138th district where Zhang Hao resided, the population in most areas had dwindled to below 5,000. This meant that over half had perished, with numerous regions even falling below 3,000. In just a few days, the death toll had surpassed that of the combined 10 days during the initial survival phase. Zhang Hao estimated that by nightfall, the 138th district would also drop below 5,000, with 3,000 becoming the norm. The trading requests were solely for house blueprints. Those who had not acquired them previously were unable to do so now, regardless of how much they offered. For those lacking shelter, aside from the fortunate few who might discover something valuable that day, there was little to trade. Gazing at the messages on the chat interface, Zhang Hao felt a tumult of emotions. Sighing, he resolved that ignorance was bliss and closed the world book, descending from the raft. He first tested the thickness of the ice surrounding the raft. The ice was thinner closer to the raft, yet still substantial. At the very least, with his sea-level physique, he could inflict some damage on the ice encircling the raft with his bare hands. However, at greater distance, the ice had formed a solid mass. While his punches were sufficient to create dents, they could not breach the surface. With a chainsaw in hand and unimpeded by any obstacles, Zhang Hao carved a small circle, revealing the surface of the sea once more. The ice layer, half a meter thick, proved to be even more resilient than the ice found in the current world. The blocks of ice that Zhang Hao extracted, although composed of the same material, bore unique inscriptions formed by the cold. These inscriptions rendered them resistant to melting, save for the dissipation of the frigid aura. Subsequently, Zhang Hao compared the ice blocks he had previously created with the newly acquired ones by placing them near the campfire. The new ice melted at a significantly slower rate. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao resumed his efforts with the chainsaw, gathering a substantial collection of ice blocks. Since they qualified as ice, they could potentially serve as ammunition for the FR freezing weapon, and the special ice blocks would likely inflict greater damage. He resolved to procure this weapon in the next airdrop if the opportunity arose. Alas, this seemed to be the only piece of good news. The melting snow and ice would yield water, allowing for some replenishment. Others, like Zhang Hao, also sought to determine whether the ice blocks possessed any distinct qualities, with a particular interest in their edibility. Indeed, despite being labeled as special ice blocks, they could still melt into water, which lost its unique designation upon melting. Zhang Hao took a sip and found no discernible difference. One individual, bolder than the rest, drank directly from the ice, yet found it of little practical use. After all, most people had access to water purifiers, and even in their absence, the price of water in trade was not exorbitant. While this offered little benefit to them, it held significant value for those cultivating crops. Seawater could not be directly used for irrigation, and purification was too slow. The melting snow and ice, however, presented a far quicker alternative, especially since snow did not even require melting. Regardless, it was a simple task to construct a few barrels from wood to collect some snow, demanding little time. The market always led the way. Prior to the emergence of this information, nearly all transactions for purchasing purified water had been removed. Those that remained were primarily for bulk purchases of purified water, while smaller transactions had all but vanished. As the sea began to freeze, a crimson hue manifested on Zhang Hao's island. Initially faint in scent, Zhang Hao's focus remained on the ice surface, causing him to overlook it. upon returning to the island. However, he could not ignore the metallic tang in the air. He was certain his senses had not betrayed him. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Zhang Hao looked skyward and indeed noticed the ominous blood-red tint in the heavens. Even the moon in this survival world appeared different, although it was not at its brightest. Zhang Hao could discern a ring of crimson surrounding it. Was it a blood moon? Such a phenomenon had not occurred before. What had changed? The distinction between now and then lay in the fact that the island, once isolated, was now vulnerable to zombie attacks through the newly formed ice layer. Realizing the potential threat of a blood moon zombie tide, Zhang Hao hurriedly returned to the villa, reigniting the generator and ensuring the gasoline tank was full. He then proceeded to inspect the trap area for any issues, simultaneously replenishing several dart launchers around the villa. Additionally, he fortified the villa's rooftop by installing 2 automated turrets. Although they consumed a significant amount of energy and dealt less damage than Zhang Hao's weapon, he had never constructed them until now. The crimson moonlit zombie tide may indeed harbor aerial foes. It would be prudent to direct the automated turret's attack range and line of sight skyward, in order to guard against the vultures. As the moonlight deepens, the sanguine hue surrounding the island intensifies, and the blood-red markings encircling the moon become increasingly pronounced. When the moonlight reaches its zenith, Zhang Hao observes the distant silhouettes of zombies emerging. Judging by the distance, this location lies precisely within the protective perimeter of the island. In other words, the zombie tide has spawned 2 kilometers offshore, where previously there was only the vast ocean. Thus, even if the zombies had spawned, they would have all fallen into the sea, which explains the delay in their assault until after the 7th day. Chapter 74. Defense against the zombie tide. Dropping modules, as the relentless horde of zombies drew nearer, Zhang Hao finally discerned the types of undead approaching him. Leading the charge were the zombie dogs and the terrifying dire wolves. In the game, both the zombie dogs and dire wolves were formidable adversaries. However, armed with an enhanced B-grade weapon, Zhang Hao found that the zombie dogs could be dispatched with merely 2 shots, while the dire wolves yielded a substantial amount of meat. The pace of combat was swift, yet the true horror of the zombie tide lay in their sheer numbers. Before him loomed a dark mass, numbering not in the hundreds, but likely in the thousands. The first wave of zombie dogs and dire wolves did not increase the difficulty. Rather, they provided Zhang Hao a moment to methodically eliminate them. Following closely behind the dire wolves were the flying zombie vultures, which included not only the standard zombie vultures, but also the more dangerous radiation vultures capable of ranged attacks. The vultures proved significantly more challenging to combat due to their aerial maneuverability, making them difficult to target. The automated turrets served primarily as early warning systems while also contributing minor damage. With a broad field of vision, the turrets opened fire upon detecting enemies, alleviating Zhang Hao's concerns about vultures launching surprise attacks from behind. Most of the approaching vultures were swiftly dispatched by Zhang Hao's rifle, and those that made it past were quickly eliminated by the turrets. The radiation vultures, positioned at a distance, unleashed their toxic projectiles toward Zhang Hao, but these were effectively blocked by the steel barriers he had constructed. In addition to wooden frames, Zhang Hao had hastily erected steel frames shaped like railings, allowing him to shoot through while maintaining visibility and providing defense against the radiation vultures' ranged assaults. The main body of the zombie horde finally reached the outer walls, with the Sadako zombies beginning to wail, summoning additional undead. The zombies called forth by Sadako appeared 2 kilometers away, and among them were more Sadako zombies. This bizarre recursion of summoning was akin to a glitch in the game. Without hesitation, Zhang Hao lifted his rifle and eliminated Sadako immediately. The zombies within this Blood Moon horde possessed a pathfinding mechanism, and those on the ground would exclusively follow the route Zhang Hao had left behind, encountering blade traps and electric fences along the way. Zombies entering these traps were met with swift retribution. The electric fences dealt damage while inducing a stunning effect, and the blade traps spun rapidly, inflicting continual harm. As the horde thickened, those unable to penetrate the defenses began attacking the walls. Zhang Hao had previously replaced the outermost wooden frames with stone frames, supplemented by steel frames, which could temporarily hold off the advancing undead. In addition to their ranged attacks, The police zombies posed a further threat. Upon taking damage, they could self-detonate, causing significant damage, a major flaw of trap-based defenses. A few police zombies managed to breach the defenses without being immediately vanquished, resulting in self-explosions that damaged several traps positioned at the forefront. As Zhang Hao moved toward the second trap, the zombies that could not breach the defenses ceased their assaults on the walls, instead advancing into the open corridor. However, armed with more than just weapons from 7 Days to Die, Zhang Hao noted that the traps had been compromised and the frames were of little value. He promptly retrieved Molotov cocktails and grenades, hurling them into the midst of the zombie throng. His practice during this time paid off, as his thrown projectiles struck true at the heart of the horde. Due to the excessive damage caused by the hand grenades against these low-tier zombies, the surrounding undead fell lifelessly, resulting in the unnecessary waste of several Molotov cocktails. The greatest toll on resources during this battle was incurred by ammunition, automated turrets, and Zhang Hao, who fired his bullets as if they were of no consequence. As the skirmish wore on and a significant portion of the zombies lay defeated, the absence of vultures prompted Zhang Hao to deactivate the turrets and stow away his rifle. Currently, the supply of ammunition had not reached a level of free usage. After 2 consecutive nights of zombie hordes, Zhang Hao found his bullets dwindling and could not afford further waste. The number of zombies had also diminished, with a portion still congested in the passageway. Zhang Hao tossed several Molotov cocktails into the heap of corpses before leaping from the rooftop to the surrounding wall, prepared to address the remaining zombies that had yet to enter the passage and were assaulting the wall. Such zombies did not warrant the use of a chainsaw. Instead, Zhang Hao wielded a broad blade, swinging it with force to cleave several zombies in two. Those that could not be dispatched in a single strike were repelled by the sheer power of his blows. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Hao pursued and eliminated these zombies with utmost swiftness. The zombies in the passageway adjusted their path in accordance with Zhang Hao's position. Now that he had ventured outside, they ceased their assault on the villa and retraced their steps, heading back toward the outer wall. At this juncture, Zhang Hao had nearly finished off the isolated zombies, and upon witnessing their retreat, he opted to wait for them. The instant the zombies emerged from the passage, he swiftly brandished his chainsaw, landing a decisive blow without being greedy for more. Utilizing his shoes, he leaped back onto the wall and returned to the villa. As the zombies rushed once more toward the villa, Zhang Hao again jumped back outside the wall, awaiting the next opportunity to strike as they exited the passage. With ample time at his disposal, he treated the situation as a leisurely stroll, simultaneously honing his running proficiency. This cycle continued, with the number of zombies gradually diminishing. When their numbers ceased to pose a threat, Zhang Hao abandoned his tactical finesse and charged into the throng of corpses, engaging in a brutal slaughter. When the zombies summoned by Sadako finally arrived, Zhang Hao denied her another chance to call for assistance, promptly severing her head. With the tide of undead fully purged, an abundance of materials lay scattered, including a plethora of books, which nearly completed Zhang Hao's collection. Most significantly, he acquired several modules, a water purification module, which allowed for the consumption of untreated water, and a diamond-tipped module that enhanced tool efficiency while reducing durability consumption. Among the 3 crucial modules he obtained were 2 damage modules and 1 weight module. The serrated blade module could be affixed to melee weapons, further amplifying their damage and potentially inflicting bleeding. However, it could only be installed on bladed weapons. Thus, Zhang Hao affixed it to his broadsword. The barrel extension module increased the damage, range, and aiming precision of firearms, albeit at the cost of some hipfire stability, and would undoubtedly be installed on his large-caliber military rifle. The weight module, a triple pocket module, could be attached to his shoes, providing 3 additional weight slots without restrictions on weight or volume, though limited by quantity. Although Zhang Hao possessed a skeletal backpack, the extra 3 slots were still valuable, so he equipped them to his shoes. After installing the modules, Zhang Hao took a moment to reacquaint himself with his weapons and footwear. The shoes remain unchanged, and even with the addition of 3 weight bars, there is no discernible impact on speed or jumping ability. However, the broadsword exhibits a transformation upon grasping it. Zhang Hao perceives a slight increase in weight, accompanied by a marginal enhancement in damage, seemingly attributable to the augmented heft. It appears that the primary focus remains on the bleeding damage. The feel of the rifle has not altered significantly, and as for the stability during hip firing, Zhang Hao has yet to experience any notable difference. Indeed, my previous assumptions were correct. Once the book was obtained, I immediately began to delve into the modding process. Yet, the availability of mods is finite. What shall transpire once all the mods have been exhausted? Chapter 75. The challenges of acquiring supplies and the revelation of certain information having successfully navigated the zombie tide. Zhang Hao diligently collected all the fallen items before the corpses of the undead dissipated, and the sanguine hues of the island and the moon gradually faded. As the snow continued to fall heavily, a distinct layer of snow blanketed the ground during this arduous defense against the undead. He removed his armor and outer garments, now tainted with zombie blood, rinsing the armor briefly while incinerating the ordinary clothing. Upon returning indoors, the warmth provided by the greenhouse module enveloped Zhang Hao, reinforcing his belief that this was indeed a place where humanity ought to reside. Meanwhile, the survivors on the lower level trembled against the biting wind. Although the previously dug cellar offered some warmth, the relentless snowfall transformed the melting snow into water that inevitably flowed downward. The cellar, being the lowest point on the island, was particularly vulnerable, and its insulation properties were subpar. With the snowfall, the cellar had become akin to a water curtain cave. Those still awake quickly sought materials capable of providing water resistance. Large wooden boards were the simplest solution, as larger boards required fewer joints. They then stuffed gaps with fabric, plastic, and other materials, successfully creating a barrier against the blizzard. In the frigid air, the snow melted slowly. As long as the items in the cellar could prevent water ingress, the melting snow would gradually flow toward the sea, eventually becoming part of the ice layer. For those already asleep, their bodies required additional warmth in the cold, and cocooning themselves in blankets was a temporary yet inadequate remedy. Others, having succumbed to the cold, found their breaths stilled within the storm's grasp. It remains uncertain how many perished in their slumber, never to awaken again. When the sun finally graced the earth once more, the remaining survivors realized the tragic toll of the night, as many had perished. Alas, so many of my friends have turned gray. I wonder how much longer I can endure. With so many lost at once, a somber atmosphere enveloped the survivors. Am I to perish as well? Strangely, I now feel warmth within my body rather than cold. Some attempted to offer comfort, yet the reality of hypothermia in such dire circumstances rendered their reassurances futile. Before noon had even arrived, one such individual's avatar turned gray. What the hell are we doing here? Lamenting instead of retrieving supply crates. Time would be better spent contemplating survival. The greater the challenge, the more resolute I must be to endure. Amidst this despair, others rallied the spirits of the group, asserting that those who had survived thus far must possess a certain resilience against the cold. We shall endure this calamity together. Yet, even he could only speak of the disaster at hand. Once they had gathered their thoughts, many survivors braved the bitter cold, emerging from their blankets to scavenge for supplies. The fact that the supply crates had not been buried beneath the ice was cause for celebration. However, a portion of the crates remained frozen within the ice layer, making it nearly impossible for Zhang Hao to breach the icy barrier with his bare hands, and the others faced similar challenges. In such frigid temperatures, everyone felt their bodies shivering, instinctively urging them to retreat. Now, it was purely willpower that compelled them to move toward the icy expanse. With hands grasping various weapons, they attempted to break apart the sections of the frozen supply crates. Once their hands emerged, even with gloves on, the survivors felt their fingers lose sensation, as if they had frozen solid. They could barely strike a few blows before needing to seek warmth again. Some contemplated returning indoors to warm up, planning to resume their efforts once their bodies had recovered. But upon their return, they found the supply crates had refrozen. They could only endure as best they could. And when it became unbearable, they stuffed their hands into their clothing or carried a portable campfire, almost desperate to plunge their hands directly into the flames. As soon as their fingers regained feeling, they hurriedly continued to dismantle the ice, and after securing one crate, they retreated indoors to warm themselves. hoping to avoid losing all sensation. It was utterly futile to retrieve the supplies in such cold. It was not just their hands, but their entire bodies felt numb. With the risk of succumbing before even obtaining the supplies, they mused that there were still some reserves left, and they could manage for a few days, waiting for the temperature to rise slightly before venturing out again. Could anyone guarantee that the temperature would rise in just a few days? They had to try going out. Some expressed discontent over the pessimism of others. They understood the necessity of movement, yet in their current predicament, what could they do? Lacking any means of warmth, venturing outside could lead to death, while remaining indoors might offer a chance of survival. Each side had its reasons, convinced that their choice was the right one. What was there to argue about? Each person's situation was unique. Having warm gear to venture out did not mean everyone could do the same. Likewise, possessing supplies did not ensure that all could endure for days or even weeks without venturing out. Wei Jiadong, known as the Seaman, initially provided methods for everyone. But upon witnessing the rising discord, he hastily intervened. In this tense atmosphere, everyone's emotions were a breaking point. Seaman, it's been a while since I've heard you speak. What have you been up to lately? In recent times, there had been nothing of note, nothing worthwhile to share, as he couldn't simply regale them with trivialities every day. Wei Jiadong explained his previous silence while subtly mocking another's tendency to show off. Days. Surely it won't be that long. Do you have any news? Some were particularly interested in the timing, hoping the Seaman had made some discoveries. When I mentioned days, it was under the most optimistic circumstances. As Wei Jiadong continued typing, he received a message from Zhang Hao. Dongo, hold off on your replies for now. I'll take care of it. I have new information regarding the cold wave, which I received just last night. Without waiting for Wei Jiadong to inquire about last night's events, Zhang Hao divulged part of the information. Regarding the cold wave, I have fairly reliable intel. The temperature will reach its lowest point on the 10th day, though it shouldn't be significantly lower than today. After that, it will begin to warm up, and within 3 to 4 days, we should return to a relatively normal temperature. As for whether the temperature will decline again after it returns to normal, or if any other events will occur, I am uncertain. Zhang Hao divulged a portion of the information he gleaned from the weather forecast. Is this information reliable? I inquired. Where did you obtain such news? He assured me that the information was indeed authentic, though he kept his sources to himself. Zhang Hao offered no further elaboration. I couldn't help but think that this individual was quite peculiar. How could he possess such knowledge? It was evident that he must have orchestrated our situation. Another fool, I thought, promptly blocking him, for even New Century had never entertained such notions. If Zhang Hao truly had such abilities, he would not be engaging with mere survivors. Chapter 76, A Narrow Encounter with the Ice Phantom Shark. Once again, it is this fellow. How did he come by this information? The new era feels a sense of discomfort whenever Zhang Hao takes the spotlight. However, feeling inferior to Zhang Hao, New Era can only showcase himself when Zhang Hao remains silent. Once he speaks, he seems to vanish. It is certain that there will be changes upon reaching sea level, and I too must strive to attain sea level soon. With this thought in mind, New Era devoured another D-grade fruit, forcing himself to consume as much D-grade sustenance as possible, determined to retain all the energy within. Lacking the abundance of C-grade food that Zhang Hao possesses, let alone B-grade, he felt compelled to do so, lest he fall too far behind. Whether his physique and strength have truly enhanced remains uncertain, yet it is undeniable that his weight has significantly increased. In light of this, we could afford to lie in the room for a few days, given that there are only a few days left. Upon hearing such remarks, Zhang Hao hastily interjected. Such statements cannot be made lightly. Aside from the temperature, we cannot guarantee that other matters will go unnoticed. I merely recommend that those lacking capability remain indoors, while those with some ability should venture outside. It is imperative for these survivors to avoid complacency. Zhang Hao does not wish for so many lives to be lost, nor does he want the survivors to adopt a defeatist attitude. After all, how else would he periodically reap a harvest of resources, or rather, acquire blueprints and rare materials? The challenges faced by other survivors stem solely from the temperature. Zhang Hao's circumstances are distinctly different. As he effortlessly dismantled the ice layer with a chainsaw and retrieved a supply box, The ice beneath it suddenly fractured, and a ferocious shark lunged forth. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Zhang Hao. The chat interface made no mention of a shark attack, and Zhang Hao paid it little heed. However, his sea-level physical prowess enabled him to react swiftly, and with a decisive swing of the chainsaw, the shark was cleaved in two. After waiting momentarily with no further threats and the ice cave remaining intact, Zhang Hao proceeded to another supply box. Having gained experience, he carefully breached the ice surrounding this box, refraining from hastily claiming the contents, and took a moment to observe. This box bore no shark beneath it, and after securing its contents, he moved on to the third box. Subsequent supply boxes presented a mix. Some concealed sharks while others did not. Yet, before he could finish gathering the remaining boxes, Zhang Hao encountered an even greater number of sharks than the previous time. Once more, he shattered the ice layer, and a shark, with its jaws agape, charged towards him. This time it was not a ferocious shark, but rather the ice phantom shark that had previously escaped, still bearing the wounds from their last encounter. Recognizing the familiar foe, Zhang Hao adjusted his grip on the chainsaw, transforming his assault from a strike to a shove. Although his left arm had yet to fully recover, he exerted all his strength with both hands. With a mighty thrust, he sent the ice phantom shark crashing against the ice layer. Subsequently, Zhang Hao positioned himself atop the ice cave, securing it tightly, and even encircled the vicinity to ensure safety. Now you have entered my territory, Zhang Hao beamed, gazing down at the ice phantom shark sprawled across the ice. As a B-grade creature, even when brought to the surface, the ice phantom shark retained its mobility, though its speed and reflexes were significantly diminished. Unable to contend with Zhang Hao before, the situation has now worsened, as even his speed is utterly eclipsed. It wasn't long before the frost phantom shark breathed its last. Congratulations to the survivors for successfully vanquishing the B-rank guardian, the frost phantom shark. Due to the ongoing cold wave, the frost phantom shark is classified as a special guardian and will respawn the following day, with no world first kill rewards to be granted. Other rewards will be distributed as usual, and as a token of appreciation for the brave survivors. Should they still be the first to slay the frost phantom shark after the cold wave subsides, the world first kill reward will be enhanced once more. Could it truly be this exhilarating? Zhang Hao, in his excitement, almost thought he misheard. With the shark set to respawn the next day, and at least 4 to 5 days remaining in the cold wave, it equates to the opportunity to eliminate 4 or 5 more B-rank sharks. The bounty of B-rank shark meat in his possession would be more than sufficient. And even if luck were to falter, Wang Hong's side would surely yield a few portions of A-rank shark meat. Not to mention the subsequent compensations. If a B-rank shark yields a B-rank treasure chest and manages to upgrade twice, it would result in an S-rank chest. Zhang Hao has yet to acquire a truly S-rank item. Although his back spine is satisfactory, the fishing rod's utility has proven rather lackluster thus far. The efficiency of fishing is too low, relegating him to using special bait to catch rare fish for trading currency. He resolved that once the cold wave concludes, he would forsake all else and dedicate his efforts solely to pursuing the frost phantom shark relentlessly. Although he doubted anyone else could defeat it before him, the prospect of an S-rank treasure chest was too valuable to overlook. The frost phantom shark was promptly dismantled, yielding primarily D-rank shark meat. With only a small quantity of B-rank and C-rank shark meat remaining, and no ordinary shark meat to speak of. Additionally, he received a B-rank guardian treasure chest from which Zhang Hao could make another selection, as there was no upgrade for the first kill reward. This guardian treasure chest was akin to the one he received for the first kill of the fierce-toothed shark. B-rank guardian treasure chest. Survivors may choose one category from blueprints, items, equipment, materials, or resources to obtain a corresponding B-rank selection box. Previously, Zhang Hao opted for a blueprint, resulting in 3, from which he ultimately chose the blueprint for the revival potion. To this day, he has yet to craft it, primarily because he is somewhat incapacitated. The potion's greatest effect is still beyond his current needs, and the accompanying restorative effect has many alternatives. Had it not been for acquiring another guardian treasure chest, Zhang Hao might have forgotten about it altogether, as things left unused tend to fade from memory. With blueprints occupying space, He affixed all of them to the wall beside his bed, enabling him to glance at them upon rising and recall what he possesses. This time, he decided to select an item. The item selection again featured 3 choices, one of which was a ring of mental guardianship. Zhang Hao merely glanced at the other 2 items before swiftly passing on them, ultimately choosing the ring of mental guardianship, as he wished to never again experience the mental assault from the previous monster attack on the island. Lost Ring of Vilo, B rank, a ring crafted by Vilo, which may unfortunately be lost on a certain day. The ring possesses the ability to withstand a certain degree of mental assault and corruption. When the wearer's sanity falls below a specific threshold, the ring will summon the doll, Bear Bernie. Bear Bernie will rise to defend the player, taunting enemies to prioritize their attacks on him, thereby aiding the player in resisting psychological attacks. The cooldown period is 3 hours, and his presence can last up to 1 hour each time. After sustaining fatal damage, he can be resurrected again after a span of 72 hours. Although the ring is a children's version designed for women, Zhang Hao does not mind and puts it on, for strength is paramount. Bear Bernie will automatically activate when Zhang Hao's sanity dips below a certain level, though it can also be triggered at will, provided one is mindful of the cooldown. With ample time remaining, even if enemies appear at night, there is still sufficient opportunity. After gathering the supplies, Zhang Hao summoned Bear Bernie forth. Chapter 77. Summoning Flora and Fauna. Upon summoning the plush bear, Bernie, it was indeed a life-sized replica of a toy bear, with its rounded body and diminutive limbs. Its fur was a warm brown, adorned with button-like black eyes and a black nose, exuding an endearing and adorable charm that lacked any intimidation. With a mere thought, Zhang Hao commanded Bernie to attack. Before launching an assault, Bernie would transform, appearing significantly more formidable than in its toy form. In its attack state, Bernie would enlarge, resembling an enormous polar bear, boasting robust limbs and a massive physique. Its fur would become even fluffier, darkening in hue, and its eyes would emit a crimson glow, radiating an air of authority and prowess. Zhang Hao compared his strength to that of the gigantic Bernie, discovering that Bernie's might far surpassed his own, even exceeding that of the B-class ice phantom shark. Aside from its ability to serve as a mental guardian, Bernie's strength was indeed formidable among B-class creatures. Zhang Hao felt increasingly pleased with this asset. An hour was no trivial span, and barring an onslaught like a zombie tide, a battle would typically last no more than 20 to 30 minutes. With Bernie at his disposal, Zhang Hao instructed it to procure supply crates while he remained vigilant. After the demise of the ice phantom shark, it seemed that no other sharks would attack today. However, as time passed, Zhang Hao sensed a growing fatigue, a weariness of the mind. Observing Bernie diligently gathering the supply crates, he surmised that utilizing such a tool might deplete his mental attributes. Yet, this exhaustion was entirely bearable, a mere fatigue compared to the darker thoughts of despair. The name Bernie felt oddly familiar, as if it had graced his memory before. Although Bernie was immensely convenient, the speed at which the chainsaw could dismantle the ice was frustratingly slow. With an hour elapsed, only a little more than half of the supply crates had been retrieved. As the time limit approached, Bernie reverted to its plush form, subsequently transforming into a beam of light and returning to the ring. Observing the ring, its brilliance seemed slightly diminished, with a countdown indicating 2 hours remaining. This countdown was based on the summoning time, rather than the duration until completion, which was indeed an improvement. Essentially, if Bernie remained unharmed, the interlude between summons would only be 2 hours, rather than the 3 hours Zhang Hao had initially anticipated. Brother Hao, look what I've uncovered. Just as Zhang Hao was poised to continue dismantling the ice, a message from Zheng Yan arrived. What splendid item have you discovered? Zhang Hao inquired, curiosity piqued. Captain Jack's gift, special item, a legendary pirate, having explored countless perilous waters, possesses extensive knowledge of various maritime realms. Receiving this gift may prevent marine creatures from initiating attacks. Note: encounters with Captain Jack's old acquaintances may occur. Brother Hao, Haven Tea, you always wish to venture out to sea? Once the ice melts, you can set sail with this. Although the note contained peculiarities, it would undoubtedly mitigate risks. Zheng Yan believed, feeling somewhat useful at last. Zhang Hao considered that the note might not be entirely ominous. An old acquaintance could potentially be a foe, but might just as well be a friend. Having accepted Zhang Yan's trade, I extend my gratitude to her. Hee. Zhang Yan is now immensely pleased. However, she suddenly recalls another inquiry of her own. By the way, how good? Have you opened your supply box today? Have you noticed any changes? Changes? I have yet to open it. I prefer to collect all the supply boxes and open them simultaneously. Unlike others, Zhang Hao enjoys the thrill of unveiling everything at once rather than one by one. Upon hearing Zhang Hao's remarks, Zhang Yan expressed her speculation. I sense that today's supply boxes are more bountiful than usual. I do not merely refer to probability. Rather, it feels as though the contents have increased, both in quantity and variety, within each box. Without waiting for Zhang Hao to inquire further, Zhang Yan continued. Moreover, I have discovered animals today, several wild chickens. Animals? You mean living ones? Zhang Hao inquired, puzzled. It is rare for anyone to unearth animals. Even when they do, they're typically slaughtered, never alive, nor can they be farmed. Indeed, I found several wild chickens, both male and female. It is not just me. Tianjun also unearthed 2 hares, one male and one female. However, no one else has reported similar findings. Just a moment, let me check with the others. Zhang Hao, reluctant to open his supply box before collecting them all, decided to inquire within the alliance. How has everyone fared today? Have you noticed a greater abundance in the supply boxes? He specifically asked Wei Jiadong, Lu Jie, and Wang Hong whether they had discovered any animals today. Boss, how did you know I found animals today? Wang Hong, poised to ask Zhang Hao about related farming tools, noticed Zhang Hao's inquiry in the alliance. Zhang Hao chose to ignore this individual, finding it odd that Wang Hong had predicted his question regarding the animals. I too have uncovered a female sheep. Is it common for so many to find animals today? What is going on? Lu Jie chimed in. Why have I not found any? However, I did acquire a plethora of seeds today. Wei Jiadong reported no discoveries. Nevertheless, this is indeed the first time I have unearthed such a large quantity of seeds. Previously, I would find them one by one, but today it seems to be in abundance. Wei Jiadong also sensed something unusual in today's occurrences. It is highly likely that everyone has unearthed either seeds or animals today, Zhang Hao conjectured. Yet what do plants and animals have in common? They cannot all be classified as living organisms. Why then can we not uncover humans or viruses? Wang question, confused. Why not return to cooking? Lu Jie could no longer contain his exasperation. Seeds and animals. Surely you both unearthed young specimens capable of mass cultivation. It appears that the survival world is prompting us towards self-sufficiency, Lu Jie remarked. He stated that the female sheep he found was not a juvenile, while Zheng Yan and Chao Tianjin affirmed that their discoveries were indeed young creatures. But why have others not unearthed anything? Is there some restriction in place? If so, what could this limitation be? Those who have emerged are prominently positioned on the leaderboard. The limitations, in my opinion, do not necessarily pertain to the rankings. Rather, the substantial representation of items within the leaderboard skews perception. It is most likely based on resources, particularly those essential for one's survival. Only survivors who can ensure their own existence and possess the capacity to cultivate or raise livestock would receive such additional rewards. At that moment, a quiet individual timidly raised their hand. Esteemed leaders, I too have procured an animal, a ram. This revelation left everyone in astonishment. Could it be that there are no restrictions and it all hinges on luck? Yet, how could several of us have achieved this? Lu Jie also found himself perplexed. Indeed, relying solely on fortune is not out of the question, as none of the top-ranking survivors appear to be devoid of luck. Although, the probability of such occurrences seems rather absurd, Chao Tianjin concurred. Chapter 78. Acquiring animals and initiating the breeding industry. Shouldn't it be the case that the foremost survivors possess everything while the others rely on fortune? Those at the top can sustain themselves, yet those below also deserve an opportunity. Having survived thus far, it is feasible to raise a few chickens or rabbits. Wei Jiadong believes that the survival world allows the leading survivors to continue thriving, but the ordinary survivors also require a chance, at the very least. An increase in the number of resource boxes could be seen as a means to alleviate the difficulty. Noticing that everyone concurred with this sentiment, Wei Jiadong further expressed in the chat interface. Everyone, please endeavor to venture out and collect resource boxes. Today, there will be a greater abundance of items available. How is it that we find ourselves in such a predicament? Is this survival world tormenting us? Last time, the drop rate for housing blueprints increased, and now the resources themselves have multiplied. Survival. If it were either too simple or excessively challenging, it would not truly be survival. The essence of survival lies in being granted a glimmer of hope amidst adversity. This wretched world, what can we do? We must act swiftly. By now, it is evident that everyone wishes to live, especially those without homes. The current housing blueprints are likely to be more readily available. Someone, puzzled by this assertion, questioned, how can those without homes still be alive? With temperatures this low, how do they keep warm? What nonsense! So many people still endure. How could it be that everyone possesses a home? The speaker shifted the discourse, expressing curiosity about how they managed to survive, specifically regarding their methods of warmth. A survivor without a home self-deprecatingly remarked, how do we manage? We endure. We create several bonfires in the cellar, using wood to prop them up. To prevent the fires from extinguishing or being submerged, we rise every 2 hours. What about sleeping at night? Someone inquired. Without an alarm, how do you wake up? You simply get up. Is that not possible? If you cannot, then you must perish. Those who cannot rise from sleep have already died, came the resigned reply. Fortunately for me, I have a home. Otherwise, I could not bear to wake repeatedly while trying to sleep. Zhang Hao also collected the animals from his allies, while others refrained from taking resources or contributing, choosing instead to offer them to Zhang Hao. Upon arriving at the villa's barn, his second visit since acquiring the villa, the first being to assess its specific functions, he found it to be fully automated. Zhang Hao merely needed to place a male and female sheep inside, and remember to add feed thereafter. Furthermore, with an A-grade barn, adding higher quality feed would enhance the likelihood of upgrading the livestock as quality. However, currently lacking high-grade feed and being unfamiliar with its production, Zhang Hao only knew that cattle and sheep consume grass. He placed vegetables and fruits into the feeding trough and requested some root crops and stalks from Zhang Yan. Seeing that the two sheep were eating, he finally felt at ease. From his observations on television, rabbits favor carrots. Yet, when Zhang Hao presented a carrot to the rabbit, it not only refused to eat it, but instead rushed over to compete with the two sheep for their food. Rabbits do not have a penchant for carrots. Conversely, the two sheep show no aversion to them. Alas, the television has misled me. Fortunately, the rabbits consume high-fiber vegetables, which Zhang Hao has in abundance. The surplus carrots are crushed for the sheep's consumption. Chickens, being poultry, require specialized breeding facilities. Although livestock enclosures do not enhance the grade of wild chickens, they're still useful for feeding and cleaning. Zhang Hao separates the three types of animals, establishing distinct feeding troughs in 3 separate areas. He merely needs to place the crops into the built-in grinder of the livestock enclosure, which automates the crushing process, eliminating the need for manual labor. With chickens, rabbits, and sheep now in his possession, the only common meats remaining are beef and pork. Zhang Hao seeks to procure these at the trading market, where many survivors are also venturing out. Those lacking the strength or inclination to raise sheep initially resorted to slaughter for meat. Now, Zhang Hao's prices for purchasing meat are considerably more favorable, prompting sellers to offer their goods to him. He does not purchase in excess. Although the livestock enclosure is spacious, it cannot accommodate too many animals. He keeps only a pair of cattle and a boar with 2 sows. The surplus is directly slaughtered to enhance his meals. Yet, Zhang Hao is prudent, ensuring he only acquires what is necessary. One individual offers a dairy cow. Although Zhang Hao has ceased acquisitions by this point, the person still approached him. Noticing Zhang Hao's lack of response, due to an overwhelming number of private messages, he subsequently directed his inquiries to Zhang Yan. This dairy cow is a D-grade specimen, the only one Zhang Hao has encountered that possesses a grade suitable for cultivation. The individual, like Zhang Yan, is engaged in crop cultivation, albeit at a lower level and in smaller quantities, sufficient for their needs while also selling excess produce. Due to their low grade, all tasks must be performed manually, and having resolved to pursue this path, they find themselves lacking the energy for animal husbandry. They contemplate trading with Zhang Hao for a tool beneficial to their planting endeavors. Zheng Yan relays this matter to Zhang Hao, sharing her singular focus on cultivation and inquiring if he has a need for the dairy cow. While a D-grade dairy cow would indeed be desirable, the question of what to offer in exchange looms large. The greenhouse modules are insufficient, and the individual likely purchased more during the last sale. Zhang Hao possesses little else that would aid in planting. Observing Zhang Hao's hesitation, Zheng Yan seems to sense his dilemma. Brother Hao, do you wish to acquire the dairy cow? Zhang Hao candidly admits, I do desire it, but I lack sufficient planting materials. Could you ask him if he would consider other items? Unexpectedly, Zheng Yan replies, if you want it, I will trade with him. My focus is solely on cultivation. Surely I have related tools. She successfully exchanges a D-grade tool that enhances yield, along with some basic materials, for the D-grade dairy cow. D-grade dairy cow. It is best to feed it D-grade feed or D-grade hay. Otherwise, it may suffer from malnutrition, leading to a decline in milk production. Prolonged malnutrition may result in a decrease in grade. Although Zhang Hao lacks D-grade feed, he possesses B-grade water, which is essential for all animals. While it may not elevate the cow's grade, it certainly prevents any decline. Upon presenting the B-grade water, the dairy cow responds with delighted mooing. The nearby animals also sense the presence of grade B water and turn their heads in unison, fixated on Zhang Hao and the grade B water before him. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hao realized that he could not provide these ordinary creatures with grade B water. However, he had accumulated a considerable amount of grade D water, which had not been utilized extensively. Thus, he decided to allow these animals to consume a small amount of grade D water daily. Should there be any increase in yield or acceleration in growth, he might also consider the option of grade C water. Yuan, do you have any high-grade cereal crops on your end? Zhang Hao inquired of Zheng Yan. Chapter 79. Misunderstandings resolved. Team responsibilities, grain types? Are you referring to wheat and rice, Brother Hao? My crops are rather ordinary. Yet, your words suggest that high-level crops are not grains. They're either fruits or varieties I have never even heard of before. Zheng Yan does not either. However, she knows someone. Brother Hao, you're concerned about the level of dairy cows, right? Rest assured, I know someone who possesses D-grade fodder, which surely qualifies as feed. Zheng Yan, who assists in transactions, is likely aware of the characteristics of D-grade dairy cows. D-grade fodder? Has this ever been useful? Zhang Hao chuckled, realizing that this person had likely been despondent over the worthless offering. Yet now, he stood to gain significantly, as the livestock industry requires fodder, especially high-grade varieties. Why not inquire if he sells seeds? Zhang Hao immediately considered purchasing them for cultivation. Zheng Yan had already posed the question. When the animals were introduced, I asked him, but he does not sell. Previously, he had intended to sell, but was unable to do so. He was reluctant to sell ordinary materials for D-grade fodder, and others were unwilling to buy his D-grade resources. He must have a plethora of seeds, yet he doesn't sell those either. Zhang Hao was taken aback by the shrewdness of this individual, who sought to monopolize once the materials gain value. He wants to sell, for once he does. He ceases to be the only one, unlike now, where everyone is eager for him to sell. Zheng Yan understood his mindset. Hence, she initially mentioned purchasing fodder rather than seeds. Regarding a C-grade item, a shield-type armor, ask him. If he agrees, we will trade. If not, so be it. The current value of fodder seeds transcends mere grading, and more importantly, Zhang Hao is unwilling to allow others to dominate this source. Could it be too expensive? Zheng Yan expressed concern regarding the item. Not at all. Currently, this is the sole source of D-grade fodder seeds on the market. Rarity confers value, and besides, that person may not even be willing to sell. Zhang Hao was reluctant to offer a high price. Yet when encountering something worthwhile, he did not hesitate. Nevertheless, he opted for a shield that appeared significant but was not as useful as anticipated. A shield requires one's hands, precluding the use of two-handed weapons. And even one-handed weapons would be somewhat affected, even if there were no hindrance. Wielding a shield in one hand and a weapon in the other pales in comparison to possessing two AKs. All right, I shall make the inquiry. Zheng Yan approached the individual, who, as Zhang Hao had surmised, was not particularly eager to sell. However, A C-grade armor held considerable importance for him. If it were a C-grade weapon, he would have rejected the offer outright. Yet, for armor, the defensive value of the C-grade far surpassed that of his current ordinary gear. After much deliberation, the individual took a step back. The trade is acceptable, but let us discuss the pricing of the fodder afterwards. We should avoid competing against each other. Goodness, a born capitalist, still fixated on monopolization. Zhang Yan mused. However, considering her position, she found merit in the proposal and consulted Zhang Hao. He readily agreed, stating that he would abide by whatever pricing was decided, simply following along with him. Zhang Hao had no intention of selling hay for profit, as it was laborious and yielded little reward. The seeds he purchased were primarily intended for Zhang Yan to cultivate. Presently, on Zhang Hao's island, apart from medicinal herbs, which demanded specific temperature and moisture conditions, all other crops have been relocated to Zhang Yan's island. Observing Zhang Hao and Zhang Yan's amicable exchange, the other party agreed and sent over a batch of 10 hay seeds along with several ordinary hay seeds as part of the trade. Hay was easy to grow, requiring minimal water and fertilizer. Occasionally, using some D-grade food discarded as compost would suffice to maintain its quality. The person also advised Zhang Hao, considering they would soon be teammates. With such an abundance of seeds, it was evident that hay production and seed yield were quite promising, which explained the reluctance of the individual to sell the seeds to others. Zhang Hao was astonished by the quantity of seeds, but ultimately declined to trade, insisting that Zhang Yan should handle the planting. Huh? Am I really the one planting all this? I can't manage so much, Zhang Yan, feeling fatigue, inquired. Can I enlist help from others, like Zhao Tianjin? You mean to say you're doing this all by yourself? This revelation astonished Zhang Hao. He had invited Zhao Tianjin into the team precisely to assist Zhang Yan. I brought Tianjin into the team to help you, didn't I? With so much to plant. Haven't you felt overwhelmed these past few days? Zhang Yan, with a hint of frustration, lamented, Oh, Brother Hao, you never mentioned it. I didn't feel comfortable giving Tianjin the materials and seeds you provided. Zhang Yan was taken aback. After all her hard work, she realized that the task was inherently meant for two people. It dawned on Zhang Hao why, despite being teammates, Zhao Tianjin had maintained a certain distance and rarely approached him. After much contemplation, both remained silent for several minutes before Zhang Hao finally spoke. How about we first give the materials to Tianjin? Upon receiving the message, Zhao Tianjin felt both wronged and amused. Since joining the team, she had only seen Zhang Hao directing Zhang Yan to assist with various tasks, and had thought that Zhang Hao was merely accommodating Zhang Yan by inviting her into the team, unaware that he was somewhat reluctant, and thus had not dared to approach him. Zhang Hao, perplexed, remarked, Yan, with so many crops, I've been asking you to assist with other tasks as well. Didn't you find anything peculiar about that? Zhang Yan explained, Brother Hao, you have so much on your plate, and you go out to sea. Sometimes there are important matters to attend to at night. And I thought you believed that all this was a normal workload for one person in a day. Zhang Hao had not been perpetually busy, aside from the initial phase. He had been honing his skills whenever he had the chance. Now, as the experience required for skill enhancement had increased significantly, he allowed himself moments of relaxation. Whether lying on his bed, taking a brief nap, or casually browsing, he was not constantly preoccupied. This was evident when he promptly responded to Wei Jiadong's message last time. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, it is good to clarify it now. I shall take this opportunity to discuss the distribution of tasks within our team. Zhang Hao has also messaged Wang Hong, urging him to review the conversations within our group. Yan serves as my assistant, primarily tasked with managing urgent matters and occasionally tending to some crops. Wang Hong, your principal responsibility is to prepare meals for the team, particularly for those who have ascended in rank. However, do not overexert yourself. Make sure to take breaks and stay updated with the messages. I trust you all know how to monitor the screen. Keep an eye on the regional channel and promptly share any discoveries in the group. Tianjin, as you're already acquainted with Yan, I have assumed she would delegate some tasks to you. My apologies for that. Moving forward, please assist Yan by planting crops that require minimal attention, while Yan focuses solely on high-level crops and pasture. Wang Hong, you should also contribute to the planting. You cannot cook every day, as that will surely become tiresome. Additionally, do not forget to engage in training and enhance your own levels. By the way, Wang Hong, Have you yet reached D rank? Chapter 80. Teammate Advancement. It is noteworthy that, besides Zhang Hao and New Century, who had already attained D-level status, Wei Jiandong, Lu Feng, and several others have recently ascended to D-level as well. However, Wang Hong, who has been consistently consuming high-grade food, has yet to reach D-level, which perplexes Zhang Hao. Wang Hong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, boss. I also wish to level up sooner, but after finishing my meal in the morning, I find myself unable to eat anything else throughout the day, only managing to consume a little at night." Fearing Zhang Hao's disappointment, Wang Hong hastily added, "But I feel close to a breakthrough. If I eat again tonight, I'm sure I can achieve it." He planned to force himself to consume more food in the evening, much like New Century. There is no need for that. A day or two one tea make a difference. If you can't eat, then don't push yourself. It's uncertain whether there are any adverse effects. Zhang Hao advised, halting Wang Hong's actions. He then turned to the other two, inquiring, "What about you? How much longer do you think it will take? Or are you not sensing anything yet?" Zheng Yan expressed that she did not feel any impending breakthrough, noting that her physical enhancements had been slowing down. However, she mentioned, "Tianjun, and I still have some distance to cover before leveling up." To Zheng Yan's astonishment, Chao Tianjin contradicted her. "Actually, I do feel the limitations of my body." Hearing Wang Hong's words, "I believe I'm also close to a breakthrough." "What? You're about to break through? Yet we've been consuming the same food." Zheng Yan was the first to feel disheartened, as the notion of having eaten the same food, yet experiencing such different outcomes was hard to swallow. Zhang Hao occasionally shared the food Wang Hong prepared with Zheng Yan. I'm not quite sure what is happening," Chao Tianjin innocently remarked. "Could it be that it still relies on innate talent?" Wang Hong digests slowly, yawned. "You absorb less, while Tianjin absorbs more," Zhang Hao pondered, considering this as the only possible explanation. "Damn, we've entered a survival world and are still talking about talent." Zheng Yan was indeed quite upset, even resorting to profanity. "Yan, don't be upset. There's still me," Wang Hong reassured her. "Moreover, it doesn't necessarily imply that we lack talent. There are many who haven't leveled up. It's very likely that Tianjin simply possesses exceptional talent." Finally, Wang Hong managed to offer a comforting thought. Zheng Yan reflected on this perspective and felt considerably better. "In that case, Wang Hong, from now on, aside from B-level food, you three can share the rest. Since someone has already advanced to D-level, it's time for the teammates to level up as well." Now that Zhang Hao has reached C level, the benefits of low-level food are diminished. Rather than pursuing levels, focusing on enhancing weapons is of utmost importance now. "Please hand over all the survival coins you have collected during this period," Zhang Hao instructed. Having unlocked all his talents, Zhang Hao recognized that low-level talents were the most cost-effective to unlock or upgrade, requiring only a few coins. Regardless of their current utility, unlocking all of them would not incur significant expenses. For the subsequent talents, Zhang Hao resolved to draw from the most advantageous pool, one that does not discriminate by type. He currently needs talents related to offense, survival, trade, and crafting, essentially requiring all types of talents without the need for a specific talent pool. Currently, Zhang Hao has successfully upgraded his trade to the maximum level through substantial investment, allowing him to enjoy a 50% discount on transactions. Coupled with the additional discount from the 7 days kill event, his total trading discount has reached the pinnacle of 90, equivalent to a mere 10 of the original price. In strict terms, Zhang Hao's trading discount has actually attained 95, yet it is capped at 90. Otherwise, the cumulative bonuses from several games would surpass a 100 discount, resulting in merchants paying him instead. However, aside from attributes such as evasion, accuracy, and trading discounts that have limits, all other talents can be stacked without restriction. At present, Zhang Hao's highest attack proficiency is in crossbow mastery, followed closely by knife mastery. The shards for firearms mastery and universal bonuses are exceedingly challenging to acquire, leading Zhang Hao to invest heavily whenever he is just a few shards short. Simultaneously, his counterattack skill has reached level 4, granting him a 20% chance of countering. Notably, this counterattack probability has no stated upper limit, suggesting the possibility of achieving a 100 counterattack rate. Whether it can exceed 100 and the effects of doing so remain uncertain. While Zhang Hao is enhancing his talents and deliberating whether to continue investing, his three teammates have already indulged in new cuisine. Although Wang Hong has been somewhat slow to reach D rank, this also confirms that he has not been indulging in forbidden foods. Zhao Tianjin's talent has indeed proven to be exceptional. After consuming a C-rank dish, she quickly became capable of further absorption. When she inquired if another meal was possible, the group was left astonished. A prodigy has emerged so unexpectedly. Zheng Yan's spirits lifted immensely. There was no need for her to compare herself to monsters like Zhang Hao and Zhao Tianjin, who both epitomize extraordinary talent. Zhang Hao openly acknowledged that he does not consider himself a genius, at least not the strongest among them. Thankfully, he possesses an advantageous game system. He intends to consume as much as possible to expedite his ascension to D rank. Congratulations to the survivor, Tianjin, for becoming the 7th individual in the region to break through to D rank, earning rewards. Wow, another prominent figure has made a breakthrough. If memory serves me correctly, ISNT Tianjin female. Indeed, she is the first female survivor in this region to achieve D rank. However, there was another female survivor prior to her. Some still recall her distinctly. Strictly speaking, she can be classified as female, even though she embodies more masculine traits than many men. Individuals in the community have expressed their thoughts on this. In any case, anonymity during chats alleviates fears of being identified. One can only block others but cannot harbor grudges without painstakingly comparing thousands of people individually. At this point, concealing one SID has little significance. And apart from Zhang Hao, others do not even hide their scores. Congratulations to Tianjin and congratulations to the beauty. The Alliance members also extend their warm congratulations. Yet, they harbor some doubts, having always believed Jingyan would be the first female to break through. Alas, Tianjin's talent is truly formidable. There's no competing with that. Zheng Yan instinctively knows someone will be concerned about this and will likely offer an explanation. Talent? This matter is contingent upon innate talent rather than merely dietary intake. Is it not? Could it be dependent on the quantity of food consumed? Liu Jie misinterpreted the situation, mistakenly believing that Chao Tianjin was merely an adorable girl, when in fact, she possessed the appetite of a voracious eater. It is not the case that, with identical meals, my digestion occurs within a day, while Tianjin can absorb it in merely 2 hours. How can one compare such disparities? Previously, I had not paid heed to this, but now, indulging in CI cuisine. The difference is stark. Others are just beginning to understand the reason behind this. Previously, the scarcity of female survivors led many to assume that the physical prowess of males inherently surpassed that of females, rendering their earlier success quite normal. In retrospect, it appears that either the luck of the males is superior, or perhaps, even in the realm of survival, the physical endowments of males are generally more advantageous than those of females. Chapter 81. The arrival of James Bond the leader was the first to break through. His innate talents must be extraordinary. Wang Hong, struck by inspiration, inquired of Zhang Hao, leader, how long did it take you to digest the C-grade cuisine at that time? Zhang Hao felt a wave of embarrassment. Could he confess that his digestion took longer than that of Zhao Tianjin? Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, for he was undoubtedly the strongest at his level, bolstered by his brother's percentage bonuses from the game. Presently, he had only engaged in 4 games, with merely 2 of them providing enhancements, yet his various statistics were more than double the norm for his level. Not to mention attributes like accuracy, evasion, and counterattack, which others lacked entirely. I was about the same as Tianjin, roughly 2 hours. However, I consumed a bit more in one sitting, which expedited my upgrade. Though untroubled, he felt the need to maintain a fade of composure, delivering his words with a steady demeanor. As the night unfolded, Wang Hong successfully broke through to D grade, becoming the 8th survivor in the region to achieve this milestone. His probability of upgrading food and culinary levels had slightly increased. Though modest, it would accumulate over time. Furthermore, the chances of ordinary grade food ascending to D grade had significantly heightened, now nearly 1 in 5. Were it not for the limitations on cooking speed, this ability could have led to great wealth. Nonetheless, within Zhang Hao's team, D-grade food and cuisine were now in ample supply. Zheng Yan, having lagged behind Wang Hong, did not manage to break through today, but it was merely a matter of days. Presently, B-grade shark meat was sufficient for him. One eye-sole shark per day, with non-B-grade food serving as side dishes to enhance appetite. As for food below B-grade, he would allow his teammates to catch up first. Regarding the B-grade shark meat, Zhang Hao hesitated for a moment before deciding to share a portion with Wang Hong. Although Wang Hong's item was B-grade, it was part of a special category that could potentially be elevated to A-grade, albeit with an exceedingly low probability. Only by gathering enough could one attain a reasonable chance of upgrading to A-grade. Upon receiving the B-grade shark meat, Wang Hong was taken aback. "Leader, have you already encountered B-grade enemies? When did you slay a B-grade shark? Was there no announcement?" He questioned, perplexed. Could it be that ordinary small monsters do not trigger announcements? But does that mean B-grade counts as a small monster? What then is a boss? With too many inquiries, Zhang Hao could only offer a brief explanation to avoid a lengthy discussion. It's a guardian, currently amidst a cold wave, with monsters refreshing daily without announcements. Don't ask me what the cold wave entails. I have no idea. See if you can level up. Just as Wang Hong was about to inquire when the cold wave would pass, Zhang Hao anticipated his question. As for the B-grade shark feast, Zhang Hao refrained from giving it to Wang Hong. The probability of elevating a B-grade item to A-grade remained uncertain, and the chances of upgrading culinary creations were significantly lower than that of simple food. If the probability proved too meager, it would be wiser to gamble with the shark meat in hopes of achieving A-grade. Transforming it into a culinary feast might yield no A-grade items at all. Indeed, the probability was quite low, and the energy of the B-grade shark meat was substantial. Even with simple processing, Wang Hong found it slow going, managing only a few pieces throughout the night, let alone upgrading them. For Zhang Hao, B-grade cuisine remains difficult to digest. In pursuit of better, assimilating high-grade dishes, he refrained from lunch, eagerly anticipating the sumptuous dinner that evening. However, the shark banquet proved to be less than delectable. Prior to the feast, Zhang Hao indulged in a few pastries and some ordinary dishes, crafted from the common recipes he had collected during this period and prepared by his companion Wang Hong. Lacking any upgrades, even in the absence of other high-level sustenance, the B-grade shark banquet left Zhang Hao feeling somewhat bloated. After exercising, the discomfort subsided, prompting him to prepare for rest. The following morning, Zhang Hao awoke later than usual. Now that the resource box remained stationary, he had grown somewhat lethargic. Upon stepping outside, he encountered two scantily clad individuals. One of them was a familiar face, Kent, the seasoned merchant, who had arrived once more to peddle his wares. This time, his inventory had significantly improved, and with Zhang Hao's increased wealth, he acquired repair kits and high-grade materials in abundance. The discounts were indeed gratifying. The materials purchased were of a higher grade and greater quantity, yet the expenses were comparable to his initial purchase. Having previously experimented with enhancing favorability using survival world items from other merchants, Zhang Hao employed B-grade and C-grade water to elevate Kent's favorability by one level. Although further upgrades would no longer yield discounts, it was imperative to reach level 3 to unlock ordering. As the limited supply of repair kits in the future would be a concern, and crafting high-level repair kits was a time-consuming endeavor. Once the transaction with Kent concluded, he vanished in a flash of light. The second individual was also a familiar yet unacquainted figure, James Bond, the merchant associated with the Black Knight's missions. Noticing Zhang Hao's gaze, James Bond's first utterance was, "Brave scavenger, congratulations on successfully slaying a 7th-tier zombie." In this game, merchants were unlocked through in-game days, but it appeared that high-tier zombies had to be defeated for access. James Bond continued, "You have demonstrated your prowess. The Black Knights formally invite you to join our alliance." He proceeded to elaborate on the alliance's objectives, missions, and contributions. Zhang Hao's immediate inquiry was, "Since I have proven my strength, may I commence with high-level tasks directly?" Regrettably, that is not possible. You have only demonstrated your capability to engage with the zombie tide, and have yet to prove your ability to conquer tasks independently. However, having slain a 7th-tier zombie does render you unsuitable for 1st-tier missions. You may commence with 5th-tier tasks. James Bond declined Zhang Hao's proposal, believing his strength insufficient for 7th-tier challenges. "Very well, 5th tier it is. How shall I complete the task?" What rewards await upon its completion? Fifth-tier tasks also involved B-grade zombies and would undoubtedly be numerous. Zhang Hao is unable to flee, and while not impossible, it would not be simple, even with familiarity with the task. This differs from before. I will seek you out whenever there is a task. I will only depart once you have completed it. Similarly, if you wish to exchange items, it can only be done during the task period. James Bond clarified the current changes. Zhang Hao found this arrangement quite favorable, as it spared him the need for unnecessary travel. All right, please proceed to issue the task promptly. Zhang Hao could hardly contain his eagerness. He has now been assigned a level 5 task, which requires him to journey to an island 3 kilometers away, eliminate all enemies, and bring back proof of his mission's completion. However, the task issued by James seems peculiar and diverges from the usual engagements Zhang Hao is accustomed to. Is it not true that the islands situated 3 kilometers away are merely spawns of the survival world surrounding my island? Why then? Does your mission necessitate the clearing of the survival world? These nearby islands are remnants of Zhang Hao's transformation during his ascent to C rank. Due to various commitments, he has yet to investigate them, and it is surprising that today, the Black Knight of Survival has summoned him to undertake this cleansing. Chapter 82. The timid seahorse Lord James Bond began to elucidate. In this place, aside from you, there exists no other soul, and no quests have been issued. Thus, it falls upon us, the Black Knights, to initiate them ourselves. These tasks are designed to demonstrate your prowess, to affirm that one day you shall stand alongside us in vanquishing the mutated zombies. As for those islands, I've already surveyed them, which is precisely why I have only now arrived instead of rushing here immediately after you dispatched the 7th-tier zombie. The foes within are ranked at the highest level, or, as you might refer to them, B-class, with some C-class adversaries as well. However, this does not impede the difficulty of the tasks. We shall utilize the islands as the battleground for them. Understanding this, Zhang Hao felt a sense of relief. Very well, I shall set forth. By the way, is there no time constraint? For instance, will completing the task within a certain time frame yield greater rewards, while exceeding the limit results in failure? There is none, replied James. Yet, it would be prudent for you to expedite your efforts. The duration you take to accomplish the task serves as a testament to your capabilities. I see. If I do not complete the task today, you mentioned you would remain here. Should I prepare anything for you? Zhang Hao inquired, while producing a B-class shark feast. James glanced at it and chuckled. Unlike Mylene, I require none of that. You may set it aside. Neither sustenance nor lodging is necessary. I can find a suitable spot to linger. Only by demonstrating sufficient strength shall you earn our esteem. All other means are of little consequence. Understood. With that, Zhang Hao, recognizing that his presence was not required, prepared to embark. He thought to be courteous, hoping to foster a closer bond. But whether James stayed or not was of no concern to him. A few individuals dared to cleanse an entire city of zombies, and their technology was unparalleled. It was hardly a matter for Zhang Hao to worry about. From James, Zhang Hao learned that as long as one refrained from foolishness beneath the sea, danger was scant. Marine creatures would not recklessly breach the ice, allowing him to proceed directly to the task location. 3 kilometers later, he arrived in no time. Upon reaching the island's exterior, 2 waves of foes were clearly discernible. One group comprised zombies, undoubtedly summoned by the Black Knights. The other consisted of scattered creatures, resembling mutated marine beings, some with fish heads, others resembling seahorses. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed fish-like humanoids, known as ordinary monsters, while those resembling hippopotamuses were termed seahorse demons. Seahorse demon, D-class, residing deep within mystical coral reefs. Its head bears resemblance to a traditional seahorse, yet possesses 3 luminescent eyes, endowing it with a degree of psychic perception, enabling it to emit faint mental energy from its head. Once again, Zhang Hao faced a psychic adversary, but with a reassuring touch to the ring on his finger. He felt emboldened. Just as he prepared to eliminate the seahorse demon, the surrounding zombies converged upon him. I did not seek you out first. Are you still defiant? Zhang Hao assumed they approached him. To his surprise, the zombies were oblivious to Zhang Hao's presence. It was the cacophony from the seahorse demon that had drawn them in. The zombies encircled the seahorse demon, Among them were C-class zombies. The seahorse demon initiated a psychic attack, but alas, the zombies were devoid of any mental faculties, completely disregarding the assault, and proceeded to rend the seahorse demon apart. Despite its unpalatable taste, within mere seconds, the seahorse monster left not even a bone behind. It is no wonder that the number of sea monsters on the island is so scant. It turns out they were not inherently few, as Zhang Hao initially presumed, but rather decimated by the zombies. However, sea monsters do drop items, and I had just witnessed a peculiar battle between the strange creatures and the zombies, which must not be interrupted. Before the zombies could continue their pursuit of the remaining ordinary sea monsters, Zhang Hao dashed forward, swiftly dispatching both the sea monsters and the zombies. To his dismay, the worthless sea monsters dropped nothing at all. In a fit of anger, Zhang Hao struck the carcass of the sea monster twice with his broad blade to vent his frustration. It would be inaccurate to say that the sea monsters do not yield anything. Their bodies can be disassembled, yet they only produce meat and bones. Much like sharks, they leave behind not even a single bone, and Zhang Hao was perplexed as to where the fish bones had vanished. While shark meat is edible, sea monster meat is not. Nevertheless, having already killed them, Zhang Hao proceeded to disassemble the remains and stowed them away in his backpack. As for the zombies, in addition to the rotting flesh they dropped, they might also yield blood and other basic materials. Although the low-tier zombies are not particularly valuable, they are certainly an improvement compared to the sea monsters, as at least the blood holds utility. The Black Knight must possess related technology. Otherwise, it would be implausible for them to assign such high value to blood. Since the task proof must be retrieved, Zhang Hao was uncertain of its location. So he circled the island and, upon finding nothing, ventured inward. The island itself was enclosed by a railing, which could not have been constructed by zombies. It was likely the handiwork of the sea monsters. Climbing over the railing, he was soon surrounded by more zombies. These ordinary zombies, even if classified as C-tier, were still merely ordinary in Zhang Hao's eyes and posed no threat to him. He had ample time to observe whether any sea monsters lurked nearby. Indeed, there were none, but he remained uncertain about the fate of the island's guardian. Even without an announcement, the guardian would inevitably drop a guardian chest upon defeat. After eliminating the horde of zombies, Zhang Hao spotted something peculiar in the nearby bushes. Could it be the task proof? Upon approaching, Zhang Hao was left speechless. It was not the proof, but the guardian itself. Seahorse Lord, C-tier, a distinguished member of the seahorse monsters. This confirmed that the railing was indeed constructed by the sea monsters, who possessed intelligence, as they would not flee otherwise. Unlike zombies, who mindlessly engage regardless of their chances of victory, possessing intelligence can sometimes yield adverse effects. Zhang Hao patted the seahorse lord on the shoulder, and the lord turned around, realizing that this foe was not like the previous lifeless adversaries.